Chapter 1, Inexplicable Crossing. Chuya felt that his shoulder was pushed a few times, and opened his eyes from the confusion. With a dazed look, Chuya looked at the fuzzy outline of the figure in front of him, feeling a bit like the figure of the head teacher, and quickly took out his glasses from the desk drawer and put them on. "Sorry, Teacher Lee, I didn't mean to." Teacher Lee is a male teacher in his 40s. The expression on his face is very gentle. Chuya hasn't seen him angry several times since his first year of high school. Every time he appeared, he looked cheerful. Teacher Lee took pictures. Pat Chuya on the shoulder and said, "Is it unwell? Do you want to go to the infirmary for a check, or was too tired from studying at home yesterday? Young people should pay attention to their health and stay up late." Chuya nodded. Yesterday he was obviously working overtime. Why did he show up here? Thinking of this, Chuya turned his head slightly to look at the small round mirror on the girl's desk in front. The mirror was a bit small, but Chuya still looked clearly. When he reached his young and immature face, he did not have the wrinkles and black eye bags left by working hard in the past, and the black hair on his head was not sparse, but still dense. "Teacher, I'm fine, but I'm a little sleepy." Chuyi's grades are in the rankings of the class, and he is not considered a student who worried about the old lady's teacher. Teacher Lee didn't take it to heart. After all, the students who just started school have just released themselves from summer vacation and haven't adjusted themselves. "Well, don't be too tired, you will be ready to prepare when you start sorting." Xianyang Town No. 1 Middle School belongs to the town's key high school. Chuya has already registered for science at the end of the first semester of high school. Now the second year of high school has just begun. Science students and liberal arts students have begun to study different courses separately. This is an important multiple-choice question in life. Teacher Lee turned and walked to the podium, looking at the more than 50 students below, knocking on the podium, attracting everyone's attention. "How did you spend your summer vacation? Did you go to see the Elf Cup? I know that some of the classmates must have chased it all night, and the teacher watched the replay the next day." Teacher Lee said bitterly. But Chuya is a bit dazed. "Elf Cup? What the hell?" At the same table, Mo Fan touched Chuya with his elbow, and whispered, "Did your kid watch all night last night and get down when he came to school and tell me, which team won?" "I haven't watched it yet." The corner of Chuyi's mouth twitched slightly. "Elf Cup? Is it the World Cup? You know I never looked at that stuff, how do I know?" Mo Fan looked at Chuya in a daze. A person who was addicted to elves actually told him not to look at the Elves Cup, what a joke. Chuya didn't look at Mo Fan, watching his nose and nose. "Now I have an important news to announce to you. Don't be too excited. The school will start the wizard course this year. The teachers are all transferred from the city gym. If you are interested, you can prepare materials for me tomorrow. After registering here, I'm late for class placement, and I'm late tomorrow. I remind you in advance that all students who sign up for the elf department will go home to prepare. After signing up, there will be an exam. Those who have failed can still choose the liberal arts and science courses that they reported before." Chuya looked at the stage sluggishly. Why didn't he understand a word of what the teacher said? What is elf? Obviously, Teacher Lee hadn't spoken like this before he was reborn. He was clearly divided into classes, and a sudden change in the elf division made Chuya feel a bit bad. After listening to Teacher Lee's lecture, she began to announce that school was over, and asked them all to go back and consider whether to sign up for the elf division. Chuya looked around and saw the excitement of the classmates and the look of wanting to try. Chuyi's face also began to look slightly difficult. At first he thought that the future was in his hands from his rebirth, and originally wanted to use all the information he obtained while working in the newspaper. From then on, he walked in front of everyone in a superhuman step. It seems that things have not developed like this now, because school has just started, and the division of classes has not started, and the textbooks have not been distributed. Chu-ye stood up and prepared to leave. Mo Fan held Chu-ye, his face excitedly said, "Chu-ye, I started teaching elves in high school, hey, this is usually a university ability." Before he finished speaking, Chu-ye said to Mo Fan with a somewhat ugly expression, "Sorry, I'm a little uncomfortable now, let's go now." After speaking, Chu-ye broke away from Mo Fan's hand, ran out of the school without looking back, then rushed into an internet cafe near the school, took out a 10 yuan from his pocket and threw it to front desk network management. "Network administrator, turn on a machine for me. There are a lot of black internet cafes in the county, and there are no strict censorships in the city. Some black internet cafes can go online without an ID card." Chu-ye still remembers that he was addicted to online games for a period of time in high school, and he went online whenever he had time. Hoxian woke up in advance, did not miss too many courses, and took a year to make up the entrance to a 985 university. It also made his parents happy. Chu-ye clearly remembered the expressions of his parents when he failed in the college entrance examination. His strong smile looked very ugly. Fortunately, his parents did not give up and continued to encourage Chu-ye to retake the makeup exam. Otherwise, Chu-ye could only end up the end of a job. The network manager accepted the money, tapped a few times on the computer in front of him, and said without raising his head, "Unit 15. Chu-ye ignored it, and went straight to the location of machine 15 to turn on the computer. The environment of the black internet cafe was not very good. It was only 10 o'clock, and there were still a few people sleeping in front of the computer. There were still a few drinks bottles under their feet. The air around was filled with the smell of second-hand smoke and instant noodles, making Chu-ye frown, feeling that there was something here. The environment is worse than when the smog in the capital is the heaviest. But there is no way. The family didn't buy a computer for Chu-ye. I was afraid that it would affect Chu-ye's study. The only laptop he used was Chu's father. He usually had a password lock. Chu-ye couldn't open it at all, so he could only open it here." Inquiring about the information he wanted, Chu-ye really wanted to understand why the world had changed. After booting up, Chu-ye opened the browser, entered the 3 words "jink" in the 1000 degrees search, and then pressed the enter key to start the search. The computer in the internet cafe is not very bad, and the web page quickly starts to jump. The information on the web page that comes out is that the Elf Department of XX University and all kinds of news show the word Elven Department. Chu-ye ignores it and clicks on the thousands of degrees. Encyclopedia. Elves Division. Elf Professional Education is a special kind of elves education that cultivates various types of elves. This kind of education arose with the establishment of the modern education system and the emergence of modern schools. It is a special department that allows the elf to be freed from weapons of war and controlled by the people. Chu-ye Game looked at all the information in amazement, feeling that his brain was not enough, and by the way, I browsed the replay of the Elf Cup last night. It was not until the end that Chu-ye was convinced that he was not reborn, but had traveled to a Pokemon world. Various histories have changed from 500 years ago. At that time, many species that people did not recognize suddenly appeared. They were very similar to the traditional species of the Earth, but some were completely different. They possessed all kinds of magical powers and intelligence. They are also very tall and can understand what people are saying. Some elves have an IQ far beyond that of human beings. At the beginning, people called these magical species collectively Warcraft. Later, people gradually tamed some weaker elves, but the calamity caused by elves continued. Weak humans and powerful elves could not fight at all until the continuous advancement of weapons research, and the joint research with other countries. One thing that can change the world is the poke ball, which can put the unresistible poke in the goal. Then continue to cultivate and domesticate weapons in the hands of humans. The war between humans and elves began to break out. The world is getting more and more fierce, and no one is convinced. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com later didn't know what happened. The great powers began to cease the war and jointly established an elven alliance. Various elven technologies began to develop in a blowout manner. Elf and various tree fruit development technologies began to spread. By the 50th of the last century, from the beginning of the decade, the elves were no longer a national strategic weapon, but began to spread to the people. The clubs of the Alliance are distributed in every city in the country, and the Wizard Medical Center established together. The wizard has also begun to be accepted by ordinary people, and the country has also opened up adoption strategies. But most of them are little elves with little combat effectiveness. If you want to make a difference in the elves, you can only apply for the elves after university. After graduation, you can get the corresponding professional certificates and join the Alliance to use all kinds of powerful elves. Since the beginning of this year in high school, the wizard course was established in order to find more talents. From high school to comprehensively learn related knowledge, you can only understand and choose a more suitable major when you arrive at university. Chuya watched the replay of the Elf Cup last night. The elves of the two team members fought each other. Various gorgeous moves were used interactively on the arena. Various strategies were explained under the narrator's account. Finally, the winner stood tall. He received his gold medal, and people from any country in the audience cheered fiercely for the champions. Chuyi's eyes gleamed and thought, it seems that it's not bad to have crossed into a world with Pokemon. Chuya was originally a Pokemon fan. Almost every game and every animation and manga are chasing after him. Even if his colleagues and relatives laughed at him as being naive, he never gave up. This is useless in the era of money dominance. Money, your dreams and interests are just a joke to others. Now that I am lucky enough to travel into this world, if I don't become a trainer, what is the difference with Xianyu? Chapter 2, How can the Traverser have no plugins? Coming out of the internet cafe, Chuya walked on a somewhat strange and familiar street. The street was full of various fairy advertisements that he had neglected because of his anxiety, and occasionally saw a few small ones. The elves play around with their owners, and the elves can understand what humans say, no matter how strong or weak. What's more, the elves that can be released on the street don't know how many generations they have been domesticated. The chance of violence and wounding is very low. If some wild elves break into the town, the police are not vegetarian. Yes, the urban and rural police stations have at least one senior trainer in charge, not to mention the deployment of staff from the urban areas if they encounter tricky things. Safety issues are guaranteed, and more people are raising elves, and elves have gradually integrated into human life. There are elves in all walks of life, and experts in the construction industry have great strength and IQ. Gao's Hudi assists scientists to participate in the research. Various elves are active on stage TV. While life is convenient, they can also have a partner who is like a family. That way, what else can I complain about? I am back. Chuya opened the door of his hometown in his memory. It was a self-built house that was a little old. Chuya had moved a long time before crossing. Because of the land planning and demolition, although he got a lot of money, Chuya still couldn't bear this accompanying his entire childhood house. Suddenly, an elf with the appearance of a grey rabbit suddenly rushed over. Chuya jumped and was immediately pounced on the ground by the big grey rabbit. Upon closer inspection, he saw the rabbit's two iconic front teeth, neck, and hind legs. And the two big ears have grey lines. Isn't this the normal genie digging rabbit in XY? Does my family also raise elves? Chuya suddenly recalled that her father had an orchard in the past, and it was sold because of poor management. Now if it hasn't closed down, it would be most suitable to raise an elf who is good at digging and digging. You have to apply for various documents to support. Dad's little orchard would be just right if he had a digging rabbit, and it would be easier if he evolved into a digging rabbit. Moreover, the character of the digging rabbit is much more docile than most ground-based elves, so it is very suitable for raising at home. And the orchard. Ding! The first time I touched the elf, the Pokemon modifier started to start. The sudden sound frightened Chuya. He picked up the digging rabbit intently. Chu-ya found that there seemed to be something extra in his head, with a rectangular folded appearance and patterns all over the body of the blue machine. Isn't this the 3DS handheld I always carry with me? I was a little regretful before and may not be able to play in the future. How did it get into my head after crossing? This is the so-called crossing welfare, the legendary plug-in? Chu-ya walked into the room with Digging Rabbit in his arms, asking in various ways how to use the handheld in his mind. Chu's mother was busy in the kitchen, and Chu's father continued to read the newspaper he had not finished reading in the morning on the sofa in the lobby. Chu-ya just raised his head and said when he came back, he lowered his head again. With a seemingly cold attitude, Chu-ya has long been accustomed to the way he gets along with Dad Chu. The two fathers and sons usually have nothing to talk about together. Apart from greetings or asking about the results every day, they may not be able to hold a sentence for a long time. If Chu when the night committed an accident, most of Dad Chu was the one who did it. Sitting on the sofa, Chu-ya rubbed the two big ears of Digging Rabbit with both hands. It was something he wanted to do a long time ago. Generally Digging Rabbit used its big sturdy ears to dig the ground. The best place for muscle development is also those ears. The grey hair is also well maintained. The fleshy touch makes Chu-ya unable to stop. Digging the rabbit softly lying in Chu-ya's arms, his face flushed slightly. She doesn't want to move and looks very cute. After probing for a long time, I didn't see the handheld device in my mind. Chu-ya found only one function that could control the movement of the handheld device with consciousness. Out of curiosity, Chu-ya stared at Digging Rabbit, and the handheld device in his mind also moved randomly. The camera is aimed at Digging Rabbit. After swiping, the handheld screen lights up, and a screen-like projection is reflected in Chu-ya's mind. Digging Rabbit, white, cannot be modified. Level, 13. Feature, picking up. Attribute, general. Carry props, none. Physical strength, F. Attack, F. Defense, F. Special attack, F. Special defense, F. Speed, F+. Skills, Impact LV5, High-speed movement LV3, Stare LV4, Flashing LV2. Genetic skill, none. Learning skills, none. Experience value, 533/2197. Chu-ya's eyes lit up, and it seemed that his own plug-in could detect the attributes and skills of the elf, and there was a small question mark at the bottom of the screen. Chu-ya concentrated and saw the question mark open out a small window. Elf qualifications are divided into 6 colors of white, green, blue, red, pink, and yellow based on their initial attributes. The modifier can only modify its own elves. After obtaining the first elves, the modifier will officially open other functions. Normally, the elves of domestic animals have very useless attributes. This is normal. In the game, if Chu-ya wants to obtain an elf full of individuals, he has to keep incubating the eggs to fill them up. In the wild, I encounter an individual with only one attribute. Reaching the full value is very rare. After all, this Digging Rabbit is not an elf for combat. It doesn't matter if the attributes are invalid, but Chu-ya was still frightened by the modifier function. Generally, the elf in the game will not display the attributes before being captured. If the modifier can, if you check the attributes of the opponent's elves during battle, you will have a great advantage. Even if you don't have other functions, you will lose the ability of this plugin if you don't become a trainer. Time to eat. Chu's mother brought out the food and put it on the dinner table. Watching the father and the other reading the newspaper, one of the elves suddenly became angry. It didn't matter if they didn't help, they had to call someone. Chu-ya and Dad Chu hurriedly put down the things in their hands. Later, they might be scolded. Digging Rabbit also jumped to their food bowl. Chu's mother took out the elf rations from the kitchen and mixed them. The above 2 energy cubes are suitable for Digging Rabbits. The energy cubes are broken up with a blender. Generally, the low-level elves use energy cubes for a long time and constantly exercise their physical fitness upgrades if they do not fight. Of course, in this world where there is no specific level and only talk about it, generally speaking, there are only pre-evolution and post-evolution statements, as well as the level to be tested according to the change of the elf's abilities. Only when the elf is brought to a professional elven center can it be specifically tested. Attributes like digging rabbit are definitely not advanced, and choose father and choose mother have never let it fight, so they don't bother to test it. The two father and son went to the dinner table after washing their hands. The family only talked a little more when they had dinner. Chu's mother opened a clothing store, and she often brought the topic up, such as which customer was stingy today and bargained. Cut it for a long time, and Dad only occasionally responded. He would never talk about the business of the orchard in front of Chu yet. Even if there were difficulties, he just gritted his teeth and supported him silently. He said few words, but he cared about Chuya no less. If Chuya had any difficulties, Dad Chu would silently support him. Seldom tell Chuya what you should or shouldn't do, unless Chuya walks on a crooked road. Chu Dad rarely cares about Chuya. Chuya was eating while looking at the faces of his parents who were much younger. Before the journey, Chuya was less than 40 years old, and Chu's father and mother were also old. Once again, I saw the face of his parents who was not covered with wrinkles. Face, there is a lot of emotion in my heart, since I have passed through, and I have a plug-in, I should be able to mix personally in this life, let the two, young and old worry about it, and let them enjoy some good fortune. Dad, the school opened the wizard course, I want to apply for the exam. Chu's dad's hand holding the dish slightly paused, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com looked at Chuya and said, have you decided? Okay. Let's go, Dad, here is some savings. It is okay to raise you and your future elves to college. Chu's mother's expression changed slightly, and her attempt to interrupt Dad Chu was stopped by Dad Chu shaking his head. In her opinion, several professions in the elf subject were dangerous, and Chu's mother didn't want Chuya to take risks. Even if it's only a little bit, it's like joining an insurance company when Chuya just graduated from university. Chu's mother was worried that Chuya would be tricked into selling, and she worried for a long time. She gradually saw Chuya go home on time every day. Rest assured. I'm stuffed. Chuya put down the dishes and went back to the room, still faintly hearing the conversation of his parents. His dad, how do you let him study that subject, in case, what if he wants to be a trainer? If he wants to be, let him be. After closing the door, Chuya could no longer hear the outside sound. Lying on the bed in the room, looking at the somewhat concise room, his mind was constantly emptying, and the handheld was also quietly floating in his mind, thinking of passing through his former parents. Some old faces. Parents are sorry, my son is not filial, maybe I won't be able to go back in my life, now I can only take care of my eyes, but if I find the legendary elves, I may be able to go back. But will I go back then? Before crossing, I was doing a job I didn't like. I was divorced in my 40s and had no offspring. I was gradually bent by the pressure of life. I smiled with my colleagues' false flattery. I couldn't vomit and fell asleep in the park after socializing. At the time, it looked like a dog. I have a chance, will I go back? Thinking, Chuya gradually fell asleep. Chapter 3, The Initial Elf Receives the Card. I'm going to school. Chuya closed the door and walked out, holding an intermediate initial elf collection card in his hand, which can receive an initial elf from the doctors in the training department of all elf universities across the country. Dad Chu handed it over to Chuya last night. It took a lot of troublesome procedures to go through the one, but Dad Chu still asked an old friend to save one at the local wizard gym. It cost more than normal. The channel is several times more expensive to get this card immediately. When Chuya searched for information yesterday, he discovered this quick way to obtain elf, but the huge cost and long time made him give up, just thinking that when he enters the wizard course, he will help him when he waits for the teacher to arrange field teaching. An elf, who knew that Dad Chu gave him this card that day. When the card was received, Chu Ye didn't feel a trace of excitement. Instead, he was a lot heavier. Through yesterday's large amount of inquiry materials and various basic knowledge collections at home, he said that if you raise a fighting elf, you will have a huge cost. If there is no school with the support of various policies, at least 1 year's expenditure can make a well-off family fall back into poverty. If you are raising a large elves or quasi-gods, even if you capture one in the wild, you can't afford it. You can only hand it over to the country honestly, which can relieve your own economic pressure. Therefore, Chu Ye decided that the initial elves should choose an easy-to-raise little elves that would not consume too much resources. Chu Ye would not think about it anymore, regardless of the training venue. With the spirit food and props, Chu Ye could not think too much before Chu Ye had independent financial support. The ideal choice is the little elves of the grass-based flying department and the insect-based department. If you have a scholarship in school, you can raise a grass-based wizard that does not depend on resources. Although the food is expensive, Chu Ye I don't want to have a meal that can cost tens of thousands of meals. For example, a well-known big stomach king, the internet also said that a certain film crew went bankrupt and separated in 3 days in order to invite him to film. Chu Ye thought about it and walked to school without knowing it. The school has not yet started the morning class, because the classification problem has delayed the time of the second year of high school, and the whole school only reported early reading from the high school and high school classes. Sound. Chu Ye walked to the office with an inexplicable mood, knocked on the door and called out a report. Teacher Li, who was buried inside and didn't know what to write, raised his head and saw Chu Ye. His face showed a gentle smile. Come in. Entering the office, Teacher Li pulled a chair next to him and signaled Chu Ye to sit down. Teacher, I want to apply for the elf subject. Teacher Li had been mentally prepared for a long time, closed the book in his hand, looked at Chu Ye and said gently, Did you discuss with your parents and decide? Well, they agreed to enter the wizard department. Okay, the teacher won't say much. Chu Ye, your grades are good, and you have great expectations to be admitted. If you fail, don't be discouraged. Study hard. You can choose once at the university. 3 classes are used as experimental groups. Many people in the school have applied for the exam. The competition is fierce. It can be said to be 1 of 100. Teacher Li took out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to Chu Ye, patted Chu Ye on the shoulder and said, Then, I wish you success, fill out this registration form, and take the elf test at 8 o'clock. Right. Well, thank you teacher. Chu Ye took the registration form, picked up the pen and started to fill it out. Even though he had previewed a lot of basic knowledge in the wizard textbook yesterday, he still felt a little uneasy. Goodbye teacher. After leaving the office, Chu Ye returned to the original classroom. Many of the students showed excitement on their faces. It seems that there were quite a few people who applied for the wizard course this time. When they returned to their seats, Mo Fan couldn't wait to ask Chu. Yeah, did you sign up? Let me tell you. My dad said that if I get admitted, he will get me a senior card. Chu Ye knew that Mo Fan had a mine at home, and there were several chain hot pot cities that he could not help but envy when he heard the senior card receiving. After all, the rich second generation is different. The initial elf receiving card is divided into low, medium, and high levels. The low-level card is generally accepted by some little elves with low potential, and there are even no 3 companies in the selection range. The intermediate card is much better, and the range of options is much larger. Of course, it is not comparable to the high-level card. Although he couldn't get the god-level elves, no matter his aptitude or ability, he was much better than others. Chu Ye took out the pickup card from his pocket and shook and said, I have the pickup card, but it is only intermediate. As long as you apply for the entrance exam and register in the wizard department, you can go to the city university to pick up a wizard in the afternoon. Mo Fan looked at the card in Chu Yi's hand, and said with jealousy, Uncle Chu really believes that you can pass the exam, so how can I get the card for you long ago? Chu Ye and Mo Fan have a good relationship. They have been in the same class since kindergarten. In addition, they often play together and their grades have not dropped. Even the teacher can't bear to let them sit separately. Several years have passed. In junior high school, because of some misunderstandings, he almost realized the name of his friends. Before crossing, even after graduation, Mo Fan and Chu Ye occasionally drank a few cups together and complained about their troubles. Generally, Mo Fan said that Chu Ye listened to Chu Ye. What Chu Ye remembered most. One sentence is, "Oh, if this venture fails, I can only go back and inherit the family business." Although Mo Fan is a rich second generation, Chu Ye didn't want to get anything from him. Until Mo Fan was frustrated in Chu Ye, Mo Fan had helped him several times. Several times Mo Fan clearly said that Chu Ye would go to his company to help him. Even though he used the excuse to help him, Chu Ye also understood that this was an excuse for Mo Fan to help him, and he just smiled and did not agree. The things he had learned were not suitable for Mo Fan's company. If you insist on going, it's okay. Isn't it normal for some companies to drop some related households as leaders? Although Mo Fan has been failing, it seems that luck has not been by his side, but Mo Fan has also continued to grow up in failure. It's okay to do it in partnership at the beginning, but when Mo Fan is preparing to go public, what is this not charity? Although Mo Fan was also kind, he did not look down upon a small editor of a newspaper in Chu Ye, but Chu Ye still couldn't accept it. Whether it's stupid or self-esteem at work, Chu Ye didn't want to change herself, becoming the most disgusting appearance she ever had. Mo Fan reached out and grabbed the small black card in Chu Yi's hand, touched it, and then returned it to Chu Ye and said, "Is it only a middle-level one? Why don't you wait to go home with me? I will discuss with my dad and let him help. You can change this to a high-end one." When saying these words, Chu Ye discovered that Mo Fan's appearance gradually overlapped with the appearance before crossing, as if the world had not changed to Mo Fan. Chu Ye lowered his eyes, collected the card, and said angrily, "No, you should worry about yourself. When the exam is up, don't talk about the intermediate card, even the advanced card is useless." Mo Fan's expression was a bit close, and Chu Ye hammered his shoulders and said, "You kid wouldn't say something nice." Chu Ye proficiently took out a mobile phone from Mo Fan's drawer, and entered the password proficiently, and began to inquire about the classic questions of the college wizard entrance examination. After all, the wizard class started from high school this year, and no one knew what the exam questions were. No matter how difficult it is, it will not be sad for university topics. Chu Ye is now very unfamiliar with all kinds of knowledge in this world. From yesterday to now, I have only briefly browsed through the textbooks of the elementary school to the high school wizard class. If you rely on this knowledge to take the exam, you will have 89 subjects. Well, if you can pass the exam by relying on the English test, it would be nice. Even if most of the knowledge learned in school before the journey is returned to the teacher, only English has not fallen. It is really possible that it will not pass the exam. Can I enter the elf department only after college? Chu Ye shook his head. You read www.uuganshu.com put aside all the random thoughts in his mind, and now he can only hold the Buddha's feet temporarily, and how much he can hold depends on God's will. About 8 o'clock, Teacher Li walked in from the outside, knocked on the platform and said, "Now students who apply for the wizard course can go to the first laboratory comprehensive building to take the exam. Now I issue the admission ticket. Everyone will find the classroom and seat according to the information on the admission ticket. The exam is a closed book exam. You cannot bring related textbooks, and the mobile phone came in, everyone remembered. Teacher Li nodded in satisfaction when seeing everyone listening attentively. Then, the admission ticket has begun to be issued, please go to the classmate with the name to get it. Anyai Wei. Here. A girl sitting in the front row quickly got up from the podium to receive the admission ticket. Teacher Li did not delay. After receiving one, she began to recite the other's name. After a while, more than 40 admission tickets were issued. Chu Ye turned his head and looked, and found that only a dozen of the 56 people in the class did not go up. It seemed that they had underestimated the love of the people in this world for the elves, so at least 89% of the whole school people participate, but the elf division only admits the number of students in 3 classes, so the competition is fierce, the real one is 1 in 100. Then I wish you all success, the teacher can only teach until now, everyone disband. Goodbye teacher. The students who applied for the exam were all rushing to the first laboratory building together with familiar students. Chu Ye and Mo Fan walked behind the team. The two informed each other about the classroom and location of the exam. They were not in the same classroom. Also eliminated some of the careful thoughts in Chu Ye's heart. When they arrived at the laboratory building, Chu Ye and Mo Fan looked for the classroom separately. Then the exam went well. You too. Chapter 4, Examination and Actual Combat. The third experimental classroom. Chu Ye entered the classroom and compared the house numbers, then went in and started looking for his position. The seats were all single tables. There was a teacher on the podium and a teacher sitting at the back of the classroom. A metal detector was installed at the door to prevent. After careful consideration of many people, they obediently handed over the communication devices such as mobile phones to the place beside the classroom door. Of course, this is just to guard against most students. If you have a superpowered elves that can only talk with your heart, then you can't prevent it. Of course, if you have such a powerful elven family, do you still need to take the elves exam in ordinary high schools? People from elementary school to university have studied at the Elf Academy, okay. That is the place to really train its professional talents. Chu Ye didn't bring a mobile phone. After entering the experimental classroom, he honestly found his seat number. At this time, many students were already seated. After a while, the classroom was also full of people, one of whom was sitting on the podium. The male teacher, wearing glasses and a grey suit, looked meticulous, looked at his watch, felt that the time was almost up, coughed and said, "It's almost time. The classmates who should come are here, so let's start issuing test papers." The first student in each row will ask the teacher to pick up the test papers and answer sheets. After getting your own, pass the remaining test papers to the other classmates. Examination papers are distributed. The time is up. Finally, let me talk about the rules. The test is divided into 2 sessions. The written test takes only 1 hour, that is, from 8:30 to 9:30. After the actual test, please go to the back of the school. In the stadium, there will be teachers who will take you to the test. Whispers, speculation, cheating, etc. are not allowed during the written test. If you catch it, you will be deemed to have given up your qualifications for the test. Then the time is up and you can start answering the questions. As soon as the teacher's voice fell, the classroom suddenly became quieter, only the rustle of turning over test papers or writing pens. Chu Ye opened the covered test paper and made 2 copies. The first one had a total of 80 multiple-choice questions, and the last one was practical questions. Chu Ye only picked up the first test paper. He didn't write at the beginning, but slowly review the questions from the beginning to the end, but the more I look at it, the more headaches I see. At the beginning, it was still a problem with the attributes of various Pokémon, but at the end it became more and more outrageous. The habits of various elves, the taste of the fruit and the relationship between the elves and so on, comprehensive issues. Some attribute restraints or the characteristics of the elves or basic moves can be answered, but Chu Ye writes more slowly, and he can answer the 80 multiple-choice questions that he understood before crossing the elves and the knowledge of the 2 days preview. There were only a dozen questions, and the remaining 50 were all types he didn't know anything about. Chuya felt a sense of despair. He could only get 20 points for each multiple-choice question. If it's all about Meng, Chuya might not even have passed 60 minutes, so how could he enter the elf division? Do you really have to wait for 2 years to get your elves into the elf division? An unspeakable emotion arose from the bottom of Chuyi's heart. The sooner you enter the wizard department, the better. If you don't know how many opportunities you will miss if you are 2 years later, it is different from those who have been learning this knowledge since childhood. Chuya only crossed over the next day, and many things didn't adapt to it. Chuya secretly gritted his teeth in a sad heart. If you give me 10 more days, it won't be the case. It would be great if you travel 10 days earlier. Oh, the fate is like this. I will push you off the cliff while giving you hope. If I miss this time, I can only consider other ways. Even if I hold the spirit illegally, there will be nothing wrong as long as no one finds out. Just as Chuya retreated after thinking with a sullen face, I saw that the hand held in his mind slowly turned, the camera pointed at the test paper in front of him through his eyes, and with a ding sound, the screen suddenly lit up, and he couldn't understand it. The questions flowed through the screen, and various standard answers suddenly appeared in Chuyi's mind. Chuya watched this scene with uncontrollable joy in his heart. He tried to control the look on his face, at least not to be too excited, he thought to himself. Isn't this the knowledge point I rushed through yesterday? Does this handheld also record knowledge? The handheld does not have instructions and intelligence. Chuya can only test his role slowly. The new features discovered now really solve his current big troubles. Chuya pursed his mouth, and after the excitement, he secretly felt bitter. If the machine does not have this function, this time I really missed the opportunity to enter the wizard course in advance. In the future, I must definitely make up for the knowledge I have learned in the previous grades. If it is not for the handheld, this time I will be embarrassed. Now I can rely on the handheld to solve it. Do I have to rely on the handheld in the future? Now it's just an exam. What should I do if the handheld computer can't solve the problem in the future? Chuya can only rely on her own. Chuya has already passed a long time. He sees this kind of problem very clearly. There is nothing to be proud of, he will only remember the lesson this time, because this time he passed the exam by cheating. With her mouth pursed, Chuya watched that it was almost 9 o'clock, and quickly checked the answers through the handheld computer and wrote the answers to the multiple-choice questions on the answer sheet. Rather than relying on the handheld computer to cheat, Chuya also had 7 or 8 questions. Yes, because I have not read this kind of knowledge, the handheld will not give the answer. Chuya, relieved, began to open the test paper for the application questions. The whole test paper has only 2 questions, and one is finished. The relative restraint of all the attributes is shown, one is the classification and reasons of the 3 evolutionary types of Ibrahimovic. According to the answer given by the handheld, Chuya discovered that this world only found 15 elven attributes, and Ibrahimovic only discovered 3 evolutionary types of attributes of water, fire, and thunder, and Chuya understood from the animation and comics of the game before crossing by the time it had 18 attributes and Ibuchuie knew that it had 8 evolution types. Chuya secretly jumped when he saw this. Now he can only press his mind and only wait for the relevant information to be searched after the exam, so he has a handheld. Otherwise he has finished writing 18 attributes and 8 Ibrahimovic evolution types, so don't if the answer is right or not, even if it is right, then how does Chuya know these things? There are so many talented doctors in the country who have not researched it. Why do you, a high school student who has not been in contact with elves a few times, knows so much? All are unexplainable. While Chuya wrote the answer, he pressed his mind. Based on the knowledge he knew before crossing, it was probably Chuyi's hope for her life. Now she can't reveal it in advance. Take your time and use these things to get what you want. Everything of. Time passed slowly. After Chuya finished writing, he carefully checked the paper twice and then closed the test papers, closed his eyes in his seat and calmed himself up, thinking about how to deal with the actual test while waiting. Chuya did not rush to hand in the paper in advance, and was used to follow the trend. He doesn't show up in the limelight casually, and it is silly to let others notice him before he grows up. Jing 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 jing. The bell rang. Okay, time is up. Students who haven't finished writing, please stop writing, hand in the answer sheet to the podium and you can leave the classroom, go to the playground to start the actual test, and you can't modify the answer during the paper handing process. After completing the answers one after another, Chuya walked to the door of the laboratory building and leaned against a pillar. Chuya was the 3rd laboratory classroom, and Mo Fan was the 9th laboratory classroom. It took longer to go up and down the stairs than Chuya, and the crowd was surging. In between, Mo Fan came down the stairs and saw Chuya leaning on the pillar. He was obviously waiting for him, and quickly ran over to take a picture of Chuya. You reading www.youcanshu.com. Let's go, I can't wait to go to the playground. Chuya looked at him. It seemed that the topic of the written test didn't trouble Mo Fan, otherwise he would only draw his head and walk down. How excited he would be. Keeping up with Mo Fan kept correcting his answers with Chuya on the way. He was at least 69 correct for the 80 multiple choice questions. The rest of Chuya was not clear, and the application questions were correct. At least the written test was stable. Les went to the playground. Teachers were waiting for the students holding signs. The signs said the name of the examination room. Obviously, students were asked to line up behind each teacher according to the examination room. Another teacher was holding a microphone and shouting on the podium. Students, please quickly find your own teacher, don't walk around and follow the basic order. Then I'm leaving now. Mo Fan said to Chuya that he was directly in the crowd. The crowd on the playground was surging. In a short while, more than 30 phalanxes were arranged according to the teacher's arrangement. Each phalanx had at least 100 people, and at least 3,000 or 4,000 took the exam. People, Chuya was speechless for a while. Good morning, all students, the actual combat test will not be conducted in our school. Please lead the teachers to take the students to the various examination rooms of the Wizard Center. The content of the test is to choose a wizard in the Wizard Center to play against the teachers in the Wizard Hall. Scoring is based on the information about the way of the match. Chuya looked at the many buses parked in the aisle. He had just noticed that the actual combat test was not conducted at the school. That's reasonable. Although Xianyang Ujo occupies a small area, it can accommodate it. There are not thousands of people fighting in it, how can you fight when crowded? Everyone got on the bus under the leadership of the teacher. Amidst the roar of the car starting, Chuya watched the scenery flying by outside the window and slowly drove towards the largest wizard center in Xianyang town. Chapter 5, The First Match, Mahuna vs Pupazu. The car quickly reached the wizard center. The Wizard Center is worthy of being a nationally developed project. It occupies a huge area. On the tallest building, there is a symbol of a fairy ball with red and white on the top, and a small on the red side. The small crimson-red cross symbol symbolizes the place where the elves are given treatment. Young trainers who have just graduated from the National Challenge Gymnasium can also provide free board, lodging, and treatment. If other people have China National Medical Insurance, the cost of treating elves will be greatly reduced. If it is a foreigner, then I'm sorry, I can only provide all well. Chuya got off the car and watched the elves running and playing everywhere on the clearing grass in the center of the elves. It was the first time he saw how many elves were after crossing. Okay, everyone line up, and the teacher will lead you to the examination room of the Wizard Center. Please don't walk around. Chuyi's leading teacher was a middle-aged woman, wearing a black skirt. Her stern face looked serious, she was holding up and calling this classmate who had just got off to line up. There were only 2 cars that stopped. Chuya didn't see the classmates in other examination rooms, and only over 100 of them were present. By the 2nd year of high school, people are almost sensible. They understand that chaos is only a waste of time. Everyone knows that time is precious. Within 2 minutes, a square is arranged. Although it is not arranged in order of height, it also seems quite neatly. Our examination room is in the training ground here. When we wait in line to get inside, we will line up outside the training ground and follow the arrangements of the instructors and coaches inside. You understand it? Understood. Okay, let's go now. The teacher took them into the training ground. There are 3 venues in this training ground. Each venue has a person standing. It should be the teacher who is in debt for the actual combat test today. There are several shelves on the wall of the training ground. The top is full of elven balls, and they are arranged according to the classification of each department, but each classification is more or less. The insect type is the most, the ghost type and the superpower type are the least, the dragon type is not at all. There are more than a dozen people standing on the side watching. When the students all stood up, the teacher in the middle took a few steps forward and said loudly, "Hello everyone, my surname is Su. You can call me Teacher Su. I'm the senior trainer of the gymnasium of Yongning Gymnasium in Yongning City. I am honored to be able to participate in your exams. Of course, your relationship with us is opponent relationship. You can pass the exam by defeating or holding on to our elves for 10 minutes. Of course, from now on, all your actions will be recorded as the scoring standard. Although there are many departments in the elf division who do not participate in battle very often, elf battle is an essential part of cultivating elves. Many things will be displayed in the battle, such as insight into the opponent's ability, judgment, thinking ability, and so on. There are a lot of things to consider, so please invite our examiner today." Teacher Sud took out a small elf ball from behind, and the other 2 did the same, squeezing it hard, as if the red and white elf ball of the marble suddenly became a little bigger than the fist, and then slightly tossed it into the open space next to it, red light shining. Next, an elf appeared on the training ground. Puff puff. A pig-shaped elf appeared next to Teacher Su. His limbs and ears were grey. Only the upper part of the belly and head appeared purple. The tail behind him was rolled up like a spring, with 2 black stars on his head. There is also a pearl inlaid on the chest of the pearl. The shaking motion looks very funny, but its bright eyes make people not to underestimate it. This is a puff pig with super attributes. Of course, some of our elves and replacement elves are all it. Today's assessment is that you go to the shelf next to you and choose an elves to challenge us. Don't worry about the elves on the shelf. The poo-poo pig and the poo-poo pig in our hands are from the Elf Cultivation Center of Yangzhou Elf University. We only got started today. We are the same as you in terms of familiarity. After selecting the elf, you can ask the staff on the side to get the elf list of skills. Chuya held the 3 pigs on the field, and the palm of his mind was the most accurate. Blue, cannot be modified. Level, 35. Features, thick fat. Attribute, superpower. Carry props, none. Physical strength, D+. Attack, F+. Defense, D. Special attack, C+. Special defense, B. Speed, C+. Skills, Smell Detection LV10, Phantom Light LV10, Self-Suggestion LV10, Strange Light LV10, Magic Reflection LV10, Power Gem LV10, Sleep LV1. Genetic Skill, none. Learning Skill, Shadow Ball LV8. Experience Value, 11587/34300. Chuya inspected the attributes of the 3 puppy pigs. They were almost the same. Except for a few skill levels, they were almost the same. They deserved to be Yangzhou Elf University. How many elves can be trained? They are not the key elves. No matter how strong the university is, then how strong it is, like the magic capital Kyoto Spirit University. Chu Yi's eyes became a little eager. Now that we have told you all the elves and elves' attributes, now you can line up to select elves. Any attribute will do. After the selection is completed, go to the rest next to watch the battle, and take the exam when you click the name. After Teacher Su finished speaking, let the classmates go to the shelf to choose the elves. Everyone present has learned attribute restraint. Among them, the insects line up the most. Chuya looked strangely at the few ghosts in front of the shelf. People asked the staff next to him curiously. This teacher, why the ghost department obviously restrains the pig of the superpower department of teachers, but no one chooses it. The staff member wearing the hat heard Chu Yi's question and looked at Chuya a little strangely and said, "Does this classmate know? It seems that he didn't study well. Although this is common sense, he doesn't even understand common sense. Those who can't enter the elves department. The ghosts of the ghost system are notoriously difficult to train and control. Often the ghosts of the ghost system get out of control and eat their masters. In addition, they use fear and mental power as food, often scaring people, and they look terrifying. So there are fewer people to choose. Of course, these ghost elves come from the incubation center of the Elf University. After rigorous training, they will not behave back to their masters." "Oh, I see, thank you teacher." "No thanks, go and pick the elves that are late are picked out." Chuya blushed a little, and asked the question of what an idiot. When you encounter these common sense that you don't understand, you have to check it yourself. If you don't even understand the common sense, it will make people laugh. Looking at the very lively bug system area, Chuya felt a little sympathetic to them. Just now, he saw that there is a power gemstone skill that restrains the bug system in the Pupok Pig skill. In addition, the body strength of the bug system is generally better than others. The elves are a lot lower, maybe the general insect system almost loses the fighting ability after a power gem. There are also those of the ghost system. They think that magic reflection and the ghost system shadow ball skills that are specially learned to restrain are vegetarian. In addition, the puff pig is thick fat, and the power of the ice and fire elements is halved after hitting. It is estimated that those who choose ice and fire have been deducted points. He didn't even understand the characteristics of Pupazu. Chuya looked at the 14 shelves in front of him. Except for the dragon element and the other 3 unplanned lines, the others are here. Chuya went to compare first. The rare superpowers were in front of the shelf, because there were already a few elves in front of Chuya. And only a few wind chimes, eggs, and dumb hippos were left. No matter the attributes or the level, they were not as good as Pupazu. Originally, Chuya wanted to see if there were any wise swingers. In the early stage, the wise swingers could learn a few evil skills through level upgrades. Moreover, after possessing the general elements, the shadow ball did not restrain the wise swingers. Thinking of Chu Yi's withdrawal from the superpower department shelf, watching the various departments suddenly shine. Now that the evil department has not been divided, all evil department elves are divided into departments. The elves of a single evil department may be divided into general departments. Here, the pure evil elves are relatively rare, and there are more dual genres. Chuya hurriedly lined up in front of each shelf. After spending a lot of time, only 3 elves with evil elements were found: Hallelujah, Crowhead, and Ma Humiliated. Time is running out, and there are only a few classmates who haven't chosen the elves. Chuya took a look and compared the attributes of the 3 elves. First, Hallelujah was excluded. Hallelujah is not high in level, and he was good at special attacks, but he was able to learn the evil moves that were all offensive, so Chuya eliminated them first. Secondly, Hallelujah, Crowhead and Mahangra are restrained by the power gems of the rock type, but Mahangra is faster and has a high chance of avoiding the puff pig skills. Now the only choices available are evil, Mahun of the Ice Double System pulled. Mahang Law, Blue, cannot be modified. Level, 35. Feature, A sense of oppression. Attributes, Evil type, Ice type. Carry props, none. Physical strength, D. Attack, B. Defense, F+. Special attack, F. Special defense, D+. Speed, B+. Skills, Seizure LV10, Surprising Strike LV10, High Speed Movement LV10, Grinding Claw LV10, Dark Attack Vitality LV10. Genetic Skill, none. Learning Skills, Loot LV10, Shadow Clone LV6. Experience Value, 6658/24294. Mahuna absolutely controls Popazu's various evil skills. Coupled with Mahangra's extremely high speed and attack power, even though Mahangra is a few levels lower than Popazu, Chuya can tell. Popazu couldn't endure several attacks from Mahuna. Chuya quietly stepped forward and grabbed Mahangra's pokeball in his hand, and handed it to the staff on the side. Then, he received a Mahangra's skill list and returned to the rest area. Someone on the court was already challenging Teacher Su and the others. Glanced at the skill list in seconds, saw that the evil skills above were all marked as normal, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Puff Puff Pig use Power Gem. A gem condensed in front of Popazu, and a beam of light shot directly on the opponent's flying mantis. Quadruple damage instantly knocked the full flying mantis out of combat power, and fainted directly outside the field, working on the sidelines. The staff hurriedly called in the nurses waiting outside the training room to carry the flying mantis on the field for treatment. The referee on the side looked at the desperate classmate and shook his head slightly, and wrote 3 red letters of fail on the transcript in his hand. Chuya looked at several senior trainers unilaterally assaulting novices on the field. Most of them could only leave the 3 characters of fail on the actual combat transcript, and occasionally there would be operations that shined brightly. Unfortunately, some people still find it hard to be defeated after 10 minutes. Everyone tried their best, until there was a big-mouthed bat with the poo-poo pig before it had time to use the magic reflection to hit a power gem and use the poison to put the poo-poo pig into a poisoned state, and then rely on these 3 to learn the skills of feathering, stand-in, and defending. Just drag Popazu until it loses its combat effectiveness. The degree of insignificance is amazing, and even Chuya has to take it. But being able to find 3 learning skills, the big-mouthed bat, is also the luck of that classmate, and luck is also part of the strength. The awkward and persuasive style of play made more than 100 people remember this person. Chuya. Chuya wanted to continue watching the excitement for a while, but the referee on one side had already named Chuya's name, and Chuya could only play. Just now Chuya did not release Mahung, it was only translucent. Elf Ball looked at it and then whispered the tactics of waiting, and Chuya was relieved with Mahuna's nod. When the referee saw Chuya in place, he compared with the photo on the scoring record he was holding to prevent someone from looking for a substitute for the test. Then he wrote and drew a picture, and then said, "The preparation for the actual combat test begins. The competition system adopts a 1v1 format. First, the elves that have lost their combat effectiveness are judged to fail. They cannot attack the elves that have lost their combat effectiveness. Then, start." Chuya held Mahangla's elven ball and stood on the court. Although he was almost a basketball court away from Teacher Su, he still felt the pressure of incomparable confidence. The senior trainer had trained at least 3 of them. The main elves have participated in countless battles, and neither the combat experience nor the vision can be compared to the current Chuya. If Chuya wants to win victory, he can only rely on knowing the opponent's elves' characteristics and skills in advance, and relying on cheating to find ways to crack them. If it is a formal elves duel, the opponent will not let you know the elves he brings. What is it? The hidden elves will always turn over. Then, please, Mora. Chuya threw the elf ball in her hand, red light flashed, and a grey elf with a scarf in the shape of a fan appeared in front of Chu Yat. When Mahengla appeared, she only glanced at Chu Yat. Chu Yat, suddenly feeling that the temperature around him dropped sharply by 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, the malice in Mahengla's blood-colored pupils seemed to overflow, and the claws of his limbs shone with a sharp cold light. Chu Yat estimated that the claws could not even stop steel. Its edge. Oh, Mahengra of the ice system? It's not a wise choice. The knowledge of the elves' characteristics is less than 10 points. The referee looked at him blankly, and then continued to write judgments on Chu Yi's scoreboard. Teacher Su's face remained unchanged, and he looked at the pupu pig in front of him. He was panting with scars, and if he was not allowed to rest, the game would have been lost. He shook his head and took the exhausted pup pig. Retract the pokeball and put it back on the belt buckle around his waist, and then recreate a pucky pokeball and throw it out. Chu Ye feels a little regretful that Pupu Zhu was taken back. If Teacher Su uses the previous one, Chu Yi's odds of winning will be greatly increased, but this will not achieve the purpose of the exam. The teacher is not a stupid person, and the easy release of water will be recorded. After that, I can only wait for the monitoring team to come. A new pig appeared in front of him. The expression and body movements on this one's face were not as funny as those of the previous ones. The air around the new pig seemed to be distorted, and it disappeared after a while, but the powerful superpowers still put a lot of pressure on Mahengla and Chu Yat. Mahengla began to bend down seriously, watching Pupuzu vigilantly on all fours, and Chu Yat also took advantage of the gap that has not yet begun. After checking the attributes of Pupuzu, I was shocked. Puff Puff Pig, Blue. Level, 42. The remaining attributes, Chu Yat, have not had time to look at, but they are 7 levels higher than Ma Hung. Can you really win by suppressing with attributes like this? Cannot allow Chu Yat to think more, the referee has already issued instructions. Then, the game begins. Chu Yat stared at the pig in front of him. Teacher Su did not put Chu Yat in his eyes, but gave Chu Yat the opportunity to make a move first. Mahengra uses high-speed movement. Mahengra disappeared in the same place for an instant, and only a black shadow could be seen in the blur. Mahengra was originally a high-speed and high-attack spirit, and his personality was extremely cunning. If you encounter it in the wild, you may not see it clearly. Its figure is solved, but the general Mahengra needs to carry sharp claws to evolve, otherwise it can only accumulate a lot of energy through time to sublimate and evolve, so the wild Mahengra is not in the wild. See more. Oh, use high-speed movement to make Pupuzu's skills unable to lock? Pupuzu, don't worry, use smell detection and mental power to explore the location of Mahengra. Chu Ye frowned. He remembered that the scent detection skill effect was able to make normal type skills attack the ghost type. How could he use it? Moreover, high-speed movement is a skill of the superpower system. Pupu Pig's mental power is very powerful, and it can even control humans to serve it. With the increase of the 2 black pearls on the head, it is very good to be able to detect the superpowers on the field. Simple. Mahun pulled a surprise blow. Chu Ye didn't intend to delay the time. Ma Xian appeared directly behind Pupuzu, and his extremely sharp claws were handed out in an instant, stabbing Pupuzu behind. The huge power made Pupuzu stagger for a while, and a huge giant appeared behind him. Scratches, blood oozes faintly, and purple evil abilities flash through the scars. The superpowers of the Pupu Pig are in chaos. The evil type is born to be a superpower killer. If the move of the super ability type is hit on the evil type, it will have no effect at all. On the contrary, the evil type has a huge lethal power against the damage of the super ability, even more than the ghost type, but unfortunately, because the evil type elves have been found too few, I haven't sorted out a department. Teacher Su frowned and looked at Mahengra and felt that something was wrong. It was obviously just an ice elf using the power of the general department. How powerful is there any elf in the cultivation room of Yangzhou University? Puff Puff Pig now uses mind shifting to lift Mahun up. Pupazu tried to endure the painful wound that was destroyed by evil energy behind him, turned his head, the black pearl on his head glowed with a black gloom, while Mahangra's attack was stagnant in the air before it started to accelerate again. The air around Mahan twisted, as if a big hand was closing to grasp it. Mahu pulled a roll, passed through the twisted mental power, fell to the ground, and made a long trace on the ground. A spark was shot from the side of the paw, and he leaned down on the ground and stared at the pouch pig, long and narrow. His eyes seemed to see a prey that had already fallen into his own hands. How is it possible that the mind-shifting object obviously hits? How can Mahangra easily escape? This is unreasonable. And after avoiding Mahangra, will Mahangra start to use the claw-grinding skills to increase his attack power? Teacher Su doesn't quite understand that this ice-type Mahangra is not a normal type elven, but it can increase the moves of the normal type to a terrifying level. Even if there is a sharpening increase, it may cause such damage, and it can easily hide. Is it because the new breeding method of the breeding room gives Mahangra such an unreasonable ability to develop the superpower of the pig? Puff Puff Pig, use mental power to lock Mahangra and use power gems to end this battle. Teacher Su used experience to see that Mahangra's ability is not as strong as Pupazu, and it is completely possible to control Mahangra's moves in a second. The spiritual power gathered again, and it was involved in the surroundings of Mahangra, and a gem also began to condense in front of the Pupazu, and the light instantly radiated. The grey light instantly penetrated Mahangra's body, hitting the ground of the training ground, and suddenly a small hole appeared. Although the move made a hit, Teacher Su faintly noticed something was wrong. No, Puff Puff Pig, be careful. Teacher Su's words have not yet died, and a grey shadow strung out behind the pig. Turning his head to see where the power gem hits, there is no Mahangra's figure. There is only a trace of the afterimage dissipating, which disappears in a flash. In the air. A shadow clone. Mahangra uses the secret attack key. Puff Puff Pig, hold on. The Pupazu, who hadn't recovered yet, subconsciously obeyed Teacher Su's command. The energy of Ming Huang rose from his body, and only felt the terrifying force behind him hit the wound on his back, and the breath of death made Pupazu panic. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. The sharp claws once again tore a huge wound behind Pupazu. If it is not used to hold it back, Pupazu has now lost its combat effectiveness, and it may even die directly. If you look closely, there are many scratches on the court. Teacher Su hadn't noticed it before, but now I understand that this is the mark made by Mahuna's grinding claws while moving at high speed. Because after many battles, there are pits and cracks everywhere on the training ground. Noticed for a while. Mahang will give him the last. All right. Just when Chu Ye ordered Mahengla to solve the puff pig, Teacher Su hurriedly called to stop. Mahengla's raised paw froze in the air. This battle was the most comfortable battle it fought, and the opponent's abilities were not right. It causes a trace of damage. When I was in the academy, there were people who disliked Mahu's attacking moves that it was not able to do with ice, and had not selected it many times. They had to stay in the breeding room and take care of other elves with the people inside. Later, a researcher felt sorry for him. Specially changed a sharp claw to let it evolve. It rarely fights, it doesn't know how strong it is. In the incubation room, it only has time to exercise familiar skills. You have passed the actual combat test, so please put Mahang up and return it to the other staff. Chu Ye quickly took out the elf ball and pulled Mahang away, bowed to Teacher Su and the referee before leaving the field. The referee looked at the transcript in his hand and didn't know how to write it. The entire record was only the first record minus 10 points, and he couldn't understand at all in the subsequent battles. The pig was killed, except for the high-speed movement at the beginning to avoid skills. The referees behind were all confused. How to record this, isn't it embarrassing? Chapter 6, Pass the Exam. Teacher Su handed the Pupazu back the elf ball to the nurse who trot in from outside, and then beckoned to the referee to take Chu Yi's report card. Because the answer sheet of the written test was modified by a machine, plus the last two big questions, you can know if they are correct at a glance. Now everyone's scores are recorded in the database when they are modified by the machine. Teacher Suh is very simple to adjust after Chu Yi's written test results, and then turned to look with some surprise at Chu Ye, who had returned the elf ball to Mahangra sitting in the auditorium in a daze. Chu Ye somewhat noticed Teacher Suh's gaze and smiled. This kid is not bad. Although he can't understand the actual combat, it is still a good tactic to use high-speed movement to hide the claw-grinding behavior. Since he can get an A in the written test, his basic knowledge is considered solid, so he chooses Mahan pulling to fight the puff pig should be a high speed and high attack from Mora. Use these characteristics and the increase in moves to quickly defeat this very capable puff pig. Forget it, pass him. Teacher Suh stretched his waist and continued the next assessment. Chu Ye sat on the stage and watched the competition on the 3 training grounds. More than 100 people said not much. 3 teachers competed against more than 30 each. Most students were beaten down within a minute or two. It is not an opponent of advanced trainers at all. Chu Ye was somewhat glad that she had chosen an elf of the evil element, and she caught Teacher Suh by surprise. This is the gap in intelligence. Although the evil element may be exposed, compared to these, Chu Yi's ability to enter the elf division is the biggest gain. Even if Chu Ye didn't use evil spirits to restrain the superpowers now, someone would find out in the future that they might as well take advantage of this to gain some visible benefits. These knowledge that no one knows is Chu Yi's current capital, and it is not practical to hold this tightly in his hands before turning capital into strength. If you don't pass this assessment, it will take 2 years to delay. Who knows if the knowledge Chu Ye has been discovered. Therefore, Chu Yi's goal now is to enter the elf division, obtain the trainer's credentials to carry the elves normally, and then start to train an elf of her own. I said before that cultivating elves is very expensive. Genji Chu Yi's own knowledge, whether it's energy cubes, skill learning, training venues, and purchases of various props, as well as going to the elves center to treat the injured elves after training. Look for the elf cultivator provides the muscles to relax the elf after training. These are all money. If Chu Ye wants to cultivate an elf, maybe the savings of father is not enough. That's why Chu Ye wanted to become a trainer faster. Trainers are a group of professions that make money and spend money very quickly. Spending money is for cultivating elves. If you make money, if you have a powerful elves to go out to the wild, the mountains and wilds. It's money. Whether it is to capture wild and rare elves and sell them to doctoral laboratories of various universities, or to obtain cherished wild tree fruits and various magical props born in the wild, as well as byproducts derived from elves, such as the honey of large needle bees, iron-shelled pupas, iron-clad pupas, and other pupas that died before they evolved, as well as the nectar of various grass elves, this is all money. Chu Ye saw on the computer trading network that just a big-mouthed bat's teeth could sell for more than 10,000. Of course, this was based on the premise that the trainer had a strong strength. Chu Ye looked at the map. The human-inhabited territory of China is only 1/10 of the places that have not been detected in the wild. The map is full of red, indicating places that have not been specifically explored. Compared with the road construction and infrastructure construction before crossing, there are many less cities in the country, and the entire country has only 11 metropolises. It's difficult to build roads in the wild. Generally, a forest is cleared away, but within a week, it regenerates. Chu Ye also saw a video where a huge frog flower was irritated by a wood logging machine and directly used crazy plants. Large swaths of plants sprang from the ground and overturned the feller. The trees that had been felled were restored to their original form. In this world, human beings only occupy a small part of the area to survive. The wild is the real dangerous place, whether it is the forest, the sea, or the sky. It is now 2010. Compared to the country with a population of more than 1 billion before crossing, it has only 1/10 of the population. The elf halls in each city are sent by the Elf Alliance to guard the city to prevent a certain brain from lacking. The elven lord of Genstring summoned the elves in the area to siege the city. In the past, many countries were destroyed like this. Several cities were destroyed in this way. Then the Elf Alliance began to develop a gymnasium plan. The gymnasium is not only to protect the city, but also a place to nurture trainers. Trainers who have just graduated will go to the gymnasium in each city to challenge. Badges will be awarded after the strength of the gym is recognized. Anyone who collects more than 6 badges can participate in the 4-year Elf Cup alternate training team. All the systems are completely transparent, and you have the strength. A powerful trainer is not only the patron saint of the country, but also the respect of all the people. If you win the World Championship, then the whole world will cheer for you. The time gradually reached 11 o'clock, and the actual combat examinations were all completed. Of the more than 100 people, only Chuya and the insignificant guy who killed the teacher with poisonous guards and tactics got the actual combat qualified evaluation. Ahem, everyone be quiet. Teacher So coughed and signaled everyone to focus on him. He also felt a little tired during the morning's battle, but he must continue to fight hard and announce the final assessment results. Now everyone's written test and actual test results have come out. Students who fail don't need to be discouraged. After 2 years of admission to college, they can still choose to study in the Elf department. Now I announce the results of the assessment. Please look at the big screen. The big screen behind Teacher Su suddenly showed the results of more than 100 people, densely packed, and the screen was big enough for everyone to see clearly. Except for the first place marked on the top of the screen with big letters, the second place is displayed in a small form. Chuya looked up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. First place, Chuya. Written test, a actual combat, a comprehensive score, excellent. Nima, no matter how perverted, the guy is good in actual combat, and the written test is so good, and he can get an A score of 90 or more. When I was in school last year, why didn't I find out that I was in the same grade as this pervert? I haven't seen this name either. That is, just now the teacher used 2 tricks to second our elves. This is the reverse of this perversion, so let people live. Woo, I have tried A in written form, but failed in actual combat, so I can't enter the wizard division. Chuya looked at the unusually noisy scene with black lines all over his head. He also knew that he was able to obtain this grade through cheating. If compared with the students present, he might not even pass the written test, not to mention the actual combat test. If the handheld cannot query the attributes of the wizard, if the handheld cannot record the knowledge he has read, then Chuya has no choice but to lose the election. After all, the wizard selected by the actual combat teacher this time is too comprehensive, and there is almost no weakness. If he doesn't know the evil elves, even if he chooses the few ghost elves, he can only be knocked down by a shadow ball from the poo-poo pig. After all, none of the ghost elves that can be selected are good at speed, and they are puffed when the pig spirit is locked. He can only leave the field sadly. Since everyone knows the grades now, then Chuya stays alone, and the others will leave school, and study hard in the future, and strive to get the school of your choice during the college entrance examination. Teacher So calmly watched. He has seen this situation too much, but he also understands the current situation in the country. When the resources are not many, he can only choose tall people to cultivate. Everyone has it in this era. A dream of becoming a trainer, but how many successful people are really 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000? Chuya saw that several girls were crying with their faces covered, holding hope, but Yu reading www.yuncha.com left in despair. If the people present fail again after 2 years, they can only choose some ordinary universities, or go directly to work in society, and provide the country with basic nutrients to support those who are powerful. This is the way of human beings. But this situation exists in all worlds. For example, before the Chu night crossed, China was okay. Just like now, I will give you a chance to cross the single plank bridge. It shows that there is no such thing as red fruit in this world. Some things are only in the hands of a handful of top people in the world. This kind of situation is seen a lot in Chu night, in school, in the newspaper, in the society. It will be staged every day, but it is fairer than the world, simple and rude, you do it. Without the thought of sympathy, Chu Ye is not qualified to sympathize with them now. There are still many difficulties waiting for him in the future. Who will sympathize with him at that time? At this time, Chu Ye can only climb to the top as a winner. Don't give anyone a chance to sympathize, anyone. Haha, cheating, being able to cheat is also part of your strength. Whether you succeed by strength or cheating, the final nature is the same. If you can keep cheating, then you will always be successful. Besides, Chu Ye did not rely too much on the palm of his mind now. Who knew it would disappear someday? If you continue to rely on the palm, it would be Chu Ye's failure. Chu Ye, who has passed the years of no doubt, knowing these consequences, only in your own hands is your own, and relying too much on foreign objects will not go far in the end. Chu Ye pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, sitting behind the auditorium with calm eyes, watching the more than 100 losers exit the stage sadly, without a trace of expression on his calm face. Chapter 7, Su Ming's Invitation and Exchange of Interests. Soon Chu Ye was left alone in the third examination room. Previously, Chu Ye also noticed that the only person in the audience who defeated the teacher had an A in actual combat, and the written test was too poor to pass. Although he failed this time, his results will be recorded. Field performance will be counted as a bonus item. Chu Ye got up and patted the dust on his body, and walked cleanly in front of Teacher Su. There were only 2 people standing in the middle of the training ground in the empty training room. The staff were cleaning up the mess. After more than 100 battles, training the field is already in a mess. Fortunately, there are no elves who have learned powerful moves among the selected elves. Otherwise, if there is an earthquake on the side of destruction and death, this training room is unnecessary, and it can be overturned and rebuilt. Even so, the training ground is baptized into this ruin, and it will cost a lot of money to maintain it. Of course, this money does not need to be paid by the students, or everyone has to pay a high registration fee. Teacher Su is still gentle, but the clothes on his body are stained with a lot of smoke and dust. Just now, Teacher Su was almost affected by the random use of moves by a student who did not know the severity. Congratulations to your classmate Chu Ye for obtaining the qualification to enter the wizard course. This is your student certification bracelet. It contains the certificate of the wizard possession and the student certificate of the wizard department. Don't lose it. As soon as Chu Ye came to the front, Teacher Su handed over a silver bracelet. The arrangements for this session of the Elf Division are a bit special. Classmate Chu Ye will gather at the playground of Xianyang No. 1 High School at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and a teacher will take you there. Chu Ye nodded and thanked Teacher Su, saying that he knew. Haha, it turns out that the hero was born in a young age. When you were at your age, the teacher could only read books. I didn't expect Chu Ye how you know about the Battle of Elves. Would you like to go home in a hurry? Let's eat. Well, in the afternoon I have to go to the city to pick up the initial elves. If there is nothing to do at noon, then it is up to the teacher to arrange. For Teacher Su's win, Chu Ye knows that it is nothing more than some sequelae after using Mahangra to expose himself. He is just an ordinary high school student, and his family has no money or rights. Seeing Teacher Su's appearance is only 20. At the age of 4 or 5, no matter how young he was young, he entered the league gym and was certified as an advanced trainer. It would be terrifying if it weren't based on the relationship. The prerequisite for becoming a senior trainer is to cultivate 3 elite-level elves. It is impossible to raise them without certain financial resources. How can such a character be regarded as a new elves? As for the Chu Ye of K, even if one is chosen from 100 miles, so is he. Chu Ye waited on the side for a while. After Mr. Su arranged the tasks on the spot, he and Chu Ye left the training room, and helped Chu Ye open the car door and asked Chu Ye to get in the car. This gesture was very low, Chu-ye seeing it all, there was no trace of joy in my heart. Instead, I sat in the co-pilot and fell into deep thought. Teacher Su was very talkative and didn't care about Chu-ye's attitude. Nothing to do, courtesy, steal or steal. Apart from parents, no one in the world treats you nicely for no reason. Even married couples are the same. Chu-ye knows all these things after experiencing an unhappy marriage. Now Chu-ye can't do it. Mahu pulled out to show the evil element's restraint on the horror of the super elves. As a trainer, Teacher Su's intuition was very terrifying. He immediately invited Chu-ye out without asking Chu-ye on the spot because there were so many people in the training ground. He also saw that Chu-ye was not as simple as ordinary students. I just handed over my own things with a little flicker, but that's not bad. If Chu-ye said it on the spot in the training ground, he might be heard by someone with a heart. Wouldn't he lose out? Both of them were pregnant with ghosts. Chu-ye kept calculating how much benefit these news could exchange, and Teacher Su was also calm. Teacher Su found a relatively high-end hotel in the town that was better than quiet. He parked the car and said, "I've been here a few times. Don't call me a teacher, Chu-ye. I'm just responsible for today's assessment. It's not me who really teaches you. My name is Su Ming. I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me Brother Ming." Chu-ye learned a lot about things that he didn't know about in Su Ming's car chatting, but Su Ming didn't talk much, and Chu-ye and Su Ming were just a fate, so it was difficult to ask more. In a situation where the two deliberately met and deliberately catered to each other, it seemed that it would be no surprise if they waited and worshipped directly. "Well, Brother Ming. Okay, I will recognize you, Chu-ye, your brother. In the future, someone who bullies you at school will give me my name." Su Ming can still speak a few words in this small county. Su Ming's words are true. Senior trainers are considered to be the most powerful in the county. The directors of the Official Supervision Bureau and the Public Security Bureau have this strength. However, there are 3 senior trainers in the gym. "Brother Ming, I have been here a few times, and the food is pretty good. I hope that Brother Chu's appetite is in order. Let's go in quickly and stop standing at the door." Su Ming asked for a private room when he arrived at the hotel. When he ordered, he took care of Chu-ye. Knowing that Chu-ye didn't like spicy taste, he didn't order spicy dishes. The whole table is simple and elegant, which fits the local area of Bayou. Flavor. "Come on, Brother Chu would like to offer you a glass." Su Ming raised his wine glass. He didn't stop Su Ming when he ordered the wine just now. This dim sum si Chu-ye still understands, it's nothing more than the old-fashioned tricks of telling truth after drinking. Chu-ye has been in the newspaper for more than 10 years. He has not been promoted or dismissed. He has been familiar with the principles for a long time, and he still understands the truthfulness, but he does not have the habit of flattering others. Otherwise, how could he stay in the position of editor-in-chief for a dozen or so years? "I can get this wine with my heart. I'm not an adult now, and I don't know how to drink, so I will use tea instead of wine to toast brother." Seeing that Chu-ye did not eat this set, Su Ming smiled unabatedly and drank the white wine in the glass. There was not a single drop left, but he did not pour the wine again. Instead, he kept persuading Chu-ye to eat vegetables. There was no intention to say it, which was enough to prove that Su Ming's mind was calm. Chu-ye sighed secretly in his heart that this is a person who can achieve great things. No one who can accomplish a great thing in this world is a fuel-efficient lamp. Under the tide of the times, those who can stay have a good ability. After the 3 rounds of meals, Chu-ye ate a lot originally. He had little appetite. Generally, the small half-bowl of rice with the big fist at home is almost full, but he was persuaded by Su Ming to add more rice here. Su Ming's low posture all made Chu-ye feel embarrassed. After the meal, the table was messed up. Su Ming also ordered someone to remove the food, and then invited Chu-ye to drink tea in the tea room in the box compartment. and ordered the most expensive tea here, and made a pot for Chu Ye to pour. Chu Ye couldn't help Su-ming, so she could only take the teacup with a helpless expression, but she didn't drink it either, she held it in her hand and kept rubbing the edge of the cup. After a while, when the tea was warm, Chu Ye drank the tea to Su-ming and said, "Thank you, Brother Ming, for the hospitality. Now the boy is going to the city to pick up the initial elves. Time is not waiting. Go to the gym to visit Brother Ming." After Chu Ye put down the teacup and got up to leave, Su-ming stopped Chu Ye with his expression unchanged, and put Chu Ye back on the chair and said, don't worry, brother still has something to ask brother, wait for brother, sending someone to send my brother to the city will never delay my brother. Don't worry. Chu Ye also sat down again, picked up the teapot and offered herself a cup of tea again, watching the ups and downs of the tea in the cup, fiddled with the lid several times on her lips and slowly took a sip. Her squinted eyes revealed there is a trace of aftertaste. How can there be such anxious appearance just now? Little fox! Su-ming murmured in his heart, without showing any dissatisfaction on his face, and said with an admiring smile, my brother is really calm, my brother rarely admires a person, young and promising. In this way, my brother won't go around in circles. Why isn't my brother's Mahangra not affected by the superpowers of Pupazu during the previous actual combat assessment? Chu Ye continued to take a sip of tea, did not take Su-ming's words, but continued to look at Su-ming with fascination, and said, brother doesn't know something, then how can I know? I'm just an ordinary person. I'm just a high school student. I'll get a middle-aged elf later. I just started to become a trainer. My knowledge of elf is definitely not better than my senior trainer. I can't afford to ask for advice. I should ask him to teach. That's it. The middle of the speech is still stressed. Su-ming looked at Chu Ye, who was still in circles, with a headache. How can it be difficult for current high school students to deal with it? It's good to be fooled in the ivory tower. This kid is also a master who doesn't see rabbits or scatter eagles. If it weren't for the rigorous investigation period and could not use strong methods, Su-ming also had a toothache. And felt that many old foxes were not as difficult to deal with before as this little fox. The gentle smile on Su-ming's face gradually faded, and he looked at Chu Ye carefully for several seconds, and then smiled again, okay, you deserve to be a person who can enter the elf subject with excellent grades, my brother looks down on you. Su-ming said that Chu Ye is not the kind of person who reads hard, and then snapped his fingers, only to hear that the door was pushed open. A young man in a black suit, black sunglasses, and a bodyguard opened the door and came in. Holding a plate covered with red brocade cloth, the black suit walked to Su-ming's side. Su-ming made a request, and the black suit placed the tray in front of Chu Ye. Chu Ye took a glance and saw a black card lying right in the middle of the tray. It was a high-level initial. The elf receives the card. No matter how good people like Brother Chu are, they don't want to receive only a middle-level elf as the initial elf. This high-level card should be used as a gift from the old brother. When Su-ming said this sentence, his heart was a little painful. He was managing the branch hall of this town to get a high-level card in the resource allocation of the hall. You must know that each city can only be allocated in the country every year. There are 50 high-level cards, medium to low-level to unlimited, although it is stipulated that each person can only receive one initial wizard. Moreover, it must be registered and authenticated and cannot be transferred at will. Even if Su-ming cannot use it, it can be used by his own descendants. Now it is used to exchange information. Su-ming now only hopes that the value of the information that Chu Ye has mastered can be compared with this. The cards are equal. Chu Ye also had a smile on his face, but Chu Ye just took a look and then looked away, smiling at Su-ming and saying two words, not enough. The smile on Su-ming's face couldn't hold back either. Brother Chu is a happy man, and the older brother can't be stingy, right? That older brother adds 1,300,000 worth of cultivation resources. After all, the older brother needs to be trained after receiving the initial elf. I don't know if the older brother's satisfied. Not enough. The black suit standing behind him couldn't help but said, "You don't know what is good or bad, my young master is worthy of you." Before he finished speaking, Su Ming stretched out his hand to stop him and motioned him not to speak. "Brother, you may not know the value of these things, people can't be too greedy." Chu Ye knew that this was Su Ming's bottom line, and he could no longer increase the price, put down his teacup and said, "I just made a joke by the little brother. This is enough. The little brother is not a greedy person. My brother and I hit it off. How embarrassed to accept the precious gifts from my brother. Let me tell you something I accidentally discovered." "Brother." Seeing Chu Ye taking the conversation, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. He waved his hand to indicate that the black suit who was still standing behind him went out. The black suit seemed to have disappeared. After a salute, Su Ming walked out of the tea room and closed the door. Su Ming once again picked up the teapot and filled Chu Ye's almost bottomed cup, and stretched out his hand to ask Chu Ye to continue. "Please continue to drink tea," or Chu Ye to continue talking. "Mahangra is a very special elf, because of its too cunning character. I see that few trainers use this elf to let my brother watch jokes. I usually like to watch elf battles online, and I want to be a trainer in the future." Home. Chu Ye continued to take a sip of tea, and Su Ming directly skipped Chu Ye's unnutritious topics, sitting on the chair with a gentle expression, and making a serious look, waiting for Chu Ye to continue speaking. "Mahangra rarely appears in the arena. I am also fortunate to have seen Mahangra play against a superpower elf in a recorded video of a small game. Time has passed too long, I don't know the video. Can I still find it? I just remembered seeing Mahangra in the actual combat assessment. When Mahangra was playing the video, it seemed to completely ignore the superpowers of the superpower elves. In actual combat, I thought this was whether the Mahangra had been specially nurtured to ignore superpowers or the Mahangra race had this ability. I was not sure. I couldn't allow me to think about it, so I could only hold it. In the mood to give it a try, I chose Mahuna to play against Pupazu, but the effect was surprisingly good. So now I guess Mahangra, the Ice Elves, has the special power that almost restrains the superpowers, and even using moves different from its own can cause great damage to the superpowers. As for this move, since I haven't tried it before, I didn't really dare to determine the result because of the thick fat of the pupling pig and the Mahangra that I used." Just a few words made Su Ming fall into deep thought, and Chu Ye was not in a hurry. What he said was half-truth and half-truth. He didn't directly say the evil element, but attributed the ability to restrain the superpower elves to Mahuna. As for that video, it was just made up. There are many reasons why Chu Ye didn't directly mention all the evil elves. The most important thing is that he doesn't have enough background. Before entering the elven family, he classified an elves into a category. Isn't that telling others that you have a problem? There are many elves in this world, and there are also many elves who can directly probe into memory. Chu Ye can't take risks based on this alone. After a while, Su Ming came back to his senses. He knew how big the news was, and with this little thing, he had already earned it. If this information is verified correctly, his family can even form a team that completely restrains those headaches of superpower elves. There is a heavenly king and a hall master in China who are good at superpowers. If they plan well, at least one master trainer will come out of the family. This news is very valuable. The most valuable thing is that now only he and Chu Ye know about it. After recovering, Su Ming smiled apologetically at Chu Ye and said, "Brother Chu is really happy. Please accept this high-level card first. I will personally send the rest tomorrow to Brother Chu. Please also ask Brother Chu not to propagating this news, I will thank Su Ming in the future." Chu Ye nodded, and put the high-end card on the table into his pocket. Su Ming saw that he smiled more intensely, "Not afraid that you are greedy, or that you have no desires. Chuya took out the intermediate card from his pocket and said, "Brother Ming can help the younger brother handle this intermediate card that is no longer useful to me." Su Ming pondered for a moment. "Well, the market price of the intermediate card is almost between 80,000 and 100,000, so let's buy this card as my brother, 100,000 yuan. How about giving it to my brother tomorrow?" Chuya retorted, "How embarrassed, you reading www.yuuganchu.com Ming will give 3 to 50,000 yuan. After all, the intermediate card is not a rare thing." Su Ming waved his hand and said, "Brother, don't refuse, you and I hit it off." "Brother, what do I have to give to my brother? I just hope my brother can abide by the agreement." Chuya didn't care about Su Ming, and said helplessly, "Brother Ming, you are really, well, I'm not welcome. I'll thank Brother Ming from Chuya. If there is anything else Ming can help me in the future. If you do, please don't be polite." "Sure." The two of them seemed to have forgotten the slightest unhappiness that happened during the negotiation just now, saying that the brothers and sisters were so affectionate. "Brother Ming, it's getting late now, I should go to the city too, do you see anything else?" "Then brother will not waste your time, my driver is already waiting in the parking lot. He will pick you up today." "Then thank you brother," then the little brother will say goodbye first, and then go to the gym to visit him. "Welcome. The two of you have a polite remark from me." Su Ming still asks Chuya now, and while lovingly participates in Chuya's arm to send Chuya out, it looks like he can't wait to have a long conversation with Chuya all night. After sending Chuya into the car, he kept waving his hands in the back of the car, until the car turned and disappeared. The expression on Su Ming's face instantly stiffened. Rubbed his somewhat tired face with his hands, Su Ming sipped Little Fox again in the direction where Chuya disappeared, and then took out his mobile phone in peace and made a call on it after returning to the tea room. "Hey, uncle, I have something to report. It is of great importance. It is inconvenient to call. I will go home tomorrow." Chapter 8, The Choice of the Initial Wizard. Chuya, who was sitting in the back of Su Ming's car, rubbed his face. Although he had experienced this situation many times before crossing, Chuya still felt very sick. Chuya understands how good Su Ming is to him without being superficial. Some things can't just be superficial. The wealth is touching. Now Chuya is a kid with a huge treasure. If Chuya can't hide this treasure, let people not discover it. If you do, you can only hand it over. The world is not very simple, and the protagonist in many novels is pregnant with a huge treasure, and then he is discovered, and then desperately snatched it, but it is not. Fortunately, what Chuya exposed this time has not yet made Su Ming's desperate snatch. The gentle exchange of benefits and compromises negotiated good terms. It seems that Chuya has gained a lot this time. In fact, Su Ming's gains are even greater. The Tao is not clear in a word, it can only be said that each needs everything and each has a gain. Now that Chuya has no strength to protect himself, he can only give up part of it to obtain the resources needed for future growth. This is the most correct decision right now. Of course, it is impossible for him to reveal the real treasure that has not yet been discovered. Those who give out a trace of intelligence, such as Mega Evolution and Z moves, are the real treasures, the secret treasures that can push their strength to the top of this world. Of course, the premise is that Chuya can live. Chuya took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows to relieve the headache caused by overthinking, and pulled out a piece of glasses from the tissue box next to the back seat, slowly wiping the glasses in his hands, without a trace of expression on his face, and looked out the car window. The scenery flew by without stopping, and his slightly hollow eyes indicated that Chuya didn't take the scenery seriously. "This time it's too risky, and I will never put myself in such a crisis again in the future, but fortunately, being able to obtain the resources for my initial elf's cultivation at Su Ming is also a great news. I currently have no financial resources. If there is no Su Ming, I am afraid that the cultivation of the initial elves will be delayed for a long time. It is a big gain to be able to use this information in exchange for the time to earn cultivation resources, and the secrets of the evil elements will only be revealed. That is, a Mahangra, the worst case is that the evil element has been researched by Su Ming's forces, and I can no longer benefit from the evil element. Forget it, give up and give up. I will lose my life if I have the luck. I still have the information of the steel and goblins in my hand, so I can only plan for the future. Time flies by, and Chuya has recovered and is already at the main entrance of Yangzhou Elf University. If you want to receive high-level initial elves, you can only get them in the cultivation room of each elven university. Intermediate and low-level elves are not here. There is stock, even if you don't have a favorite elves, you can wait a few days to select the designated elves from other rooms. Chuya was reminded by the driver that he had arrived, and a little embarrassed to thank the driver, and told the driver to wait for him here. When I got out of the car and stood in front of the Yangzhou Elf University, Chuyi's first impression was that it was big. The gate was more than 50 meters wide, and there was a elven ball on the door, which was more than what Chuya saw in the elf center. Shocking! The main entrance did not open. Usually visitors enter through the main entrance. Students usually walk through the gates of the various courtyards, so the main entrance looks a little deserted. Chuya walked to the guard room and pressed K-ling, and the next window was brushed. Open it, poke out the head of a middle-aged man wearing a white security uniform, look at Chuya and say, "Is there anything wrong?" Chuya Science replied, "I'm here to receive the high-level initial elves. This is the proof that I am the elves." Handing out his wrist, the silver-white bracelet projected a message in the air. It was a certificate proving that Chuya was already an elf branch and a certificate that he could possess an elf. The guard looked carefully and said, Oh, the wizard course of high school has already been opened this year. Tisk tisk tisk, you may come to get the wizard as soon as you finish the exam. Come in and register." I just listened to the beep. The door next to the guard room opened by automatically swiping it, and when entering the guard room, the door guard held something like a scanner and said, "Sweep your bracelet for me to register." Chuya handed out his right hand weirdly, like a scanner in a supermarket, and the laser was skipped on the wristband. Only Chuyi's information appeared on the computer in the guard room. The guardian and security uncle carefully compared Chuyi's appearance. He picked up the walkie-talkie around his waist and said, Hey, there is a student in A1 who wants to receive the initial wizard, over." As soon as Uncle Security put down the walkie-talkie, his waist vibrated, and a somewhat hoarse voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Roger that. S words have not yet finished." A wizard and a person appeared in the security room instantly, as if the space was dislocated, and Chuya seemed to see the lines instantly condense into one person and one spirit. Looking again, I saw a young man in a white coat and a big brown-tailed elf with a silver spoon in his hand. Chuya instantly recognized it. This is young Zhilla. It is different from the evolutionary type. Only its iconic big tail and a red 5-pointed star on its head. The uncle security guard saw someone coming and immediately greeted him and said, "Today is Lao Chen, you are on duty, do you want to go to the office after get off work today?" The young man surnamed Chen said angrily, "Don't talk about these useless things when you go to work, you can have them after get off work. Are you classmates who want to receive the initial spirit? Come here." It can be seen that the relationship between Uncle Security and the youth is good. Chuya heard the youth call him and trot to the youth's side. "Well, I'm here to lead the initial wizard." "Well, come and stand in this circle. Yang Jira will use teleportation to send us to the incubation room." Chuya immediately stepped into a white circle in the painting and stood with the young man and Yang Jila. Is this the background of the National Elf University? Even hospitality uses superpower genie as a means of transportation. "Wait for me after get off work," the young man said to the uncle security guard, then waved his hand for Yang Jira to start. Yang Jila put 2 hands with only 3 fingers on Chu Yehi's body. In an instant, the sense of weightlessness as if sitting on a jumping machine spread all over Chu Yi's body, and he appeared in a strange room in Chu Ye. Inside the room, Chu Ye looked at the accustomed youth undecided. The young man grinned at Chu Ye and said, "The first time I experienced teleportation, it was very unaccustomed and normal. By the way, my surname is Chen. You can call me Teacher Chen. Few people can enter and leave the training room of our Yangzhou Elf Academy." Teacher Chen reached out and patted Chu Yi's shoulder. The hearty laughter calmed Chu Ye a little. "Students, don't you have to experience this teleportation and tend to choose the elves of the superpower department as the initial elves training? This young Zhila has been practicing this skill since Kathy evolved to know how to send people and items stably. If you teleport to yourself as soon as you receive an elves that have just learned to move instantaneously, then you are really looking for death. The elves of the superpower system are naturally powerful and can use their own abilities to stabilize the curvature of the surrounding space. If you want to teleport people, if you do, you will need a lot of practice and professional cultivation, and the elves of the superpower department are notoriously difficult to cultivate, so the teacher advises you to honestly choose novice elves to cultivate." Chu Ye just wanted to raise a mobility elf. Hearing what Teacher Chen said, the blood that emerged slowly cooled down. She smiled embarrassedly to Teacher Chen and said, "Well, thank you, Teacher Chen, for reminding you. I will pay attention." "Well, I can only tell you so much. Whether the elves are strong or not depends on the nurturing of the trainer. The most important thing is to choose your favorite elves. Go in, I can only send you here. Get the card and put it in the card slot, then you can go in." Teacher Chen pointed to the bank ATM machine at the door and said, "Oh, and also, if you select which elf, click the button in front of which elf door. Of course, when you select the elf is also choosing you. If you can't get the approval of the elf, you can't force it to take it away. Yes, you can only choose another one." Chu Ye thanked him again, saying that he understood, then walked over, put the high-level card in the card slot. The screen next to the door instantly lit up, flashing a green data stream. "Welcome Pokemon 3543 holders to come to receive the initial wizard." A line of words was displayed on the screen, and the door slid open to both sides. Chu Ye walked in, and the dark corridor inside instantly lit up with lights. When he walked to the front, there were a total of 14 channels, and each channel was marked with a wizard attribute logo. It seems that when choosing a high-level initial elves, no one can accompany the interfering person to choose the initial elves. The 14 channels still lack the channels of the dragon elves, followed by the general system, insect system, poison system, flight system, ground system, fighting system, rock system, fire system, water system, electricity system, grass system, ice system, superpower system, ghost system. Chu Ye walked towards the passage of the grass system according to the diameter of the target he thought. As soon as he entered, Chu Ye found that the two sides of the passage were partitioned by glass. You could see the grass elves in the cultivation room. There was only one in each cultivation room. Elf, what was resting on the grass was a grass seedling tortoise. Chu Ye turned the handheld computer in his mind to inquire about the information. The aptitude of this grass seedling tortoise was actually read under the judgment of the handheld computer. This is the first time that Chu Ye has seen an elf with the highest aptitude. Unfortunately, it is not the elf that Chu Ye wants. She can only give up and walk forward slowly. All kinds of rare elves appear in front of Chu Ye, and even Chu Ye can't help it. I have to choose one for my throbbing, chestnut, sweet bamboo, chrysanthemum grass leaf, mushroom, and so on. Chu Ye even saw a sunshine seed who had achieved the pink aptitude, and she just resisted looking at it, because the most suitable initial spirit in his mind was the meow frog seed. If he could encounter the vine snake with the antiphonal traits, an excellent choice, but the grass passageway was gradually completed by Chu Ye, and a wonderful frog seed and hidden vine snake were not found. Chu Ye pursed his mouth, thinking to himself, Are you really going to choose the highest qualified Xiongri seed? This is not in line with my expectations. Wait, now I have traded from swimming to nurturing resources that I don't need to worry about in the early stage, so why do I have to entangle in the grass department? Other departments don't have a lot of elves that fit your own mind. After figuring it out, Chuya quickly walked out of the passage of the grass system. Without looking at the elves who were still entangled just now, he quickly ran the surrounding passages, because Chuya was afraid that he would have time to stipulate the use of the elimination method. Fire, poison, bug, fighting, electric, and rock are the ones that don't feel suitable for you. Don't exclude them. I went through the remaining ones at the fastest speed. I found 3 pink aptitudes and I wanted to choose the elves. One is a single egg cell ball of super energy system. Single egg cell ball, pink, cannot be modified. Level 3. Feature, magic defense. Attribute, super power. Carry props, none. Physical strength, F. Attack, F. Defense, F. Special attack, A. Special defense, C. Speed, F. Skill, Spirit Wave LV1. Inherited skills, Dark Shadow LV1, Strange Light LV1. Learning skills, none. Experience value, 16/57. This is a special attacker of the super power system, and has 3 evolutions, and the characteristic magic defense also prevents it from being damaged by attacking moves. However, the only shortcoming of this elf is that the speed is too low, but Chuya it is entirely possible to find a way to learn skills and teach it to learn juggling space to distort the shortcomings brought about by natural speed, so that shortcomings can be used as advantages. And the pink aptitude wizard shows that the handheld has a lot of room for improvement. This is a wizard that can be used all the time without considering changing the position of the special attacker in the future. The only certainty is if the distortion space is used to compensate for the speed. If you are short of regret, you will not be able to subdue the high-speed elves in the future. And this magical defensive single egg cell ball can be operated with a lot of sorrows at low levels, such as wearing a breath belt and sharing the pain. Do you know if the Tao of this world is as powerful as in the previous game? The second is just a fairy genie Bookbee placed in the general department. Pokebee, pink, cannot be modified. Level 2. Feature, Gift of Heaven. Attribute, Fairy. Carry props, none. Physical strength, F. Attack, F. Defense, B. Special attack, B+. Special defense, B. Speed, F. Skills, acting like a baby LV1, fingers LV1. Genetic skills, trick LV1, morning light LV1, lucky spell LV1, spirit shift LV1. Learning skills, none. Experience value, 2/6. This Bookbee has inherited 4 skills. It didn't take long for him to be born. He was born with 3 attributes to be level, and the characteristics are also the most perfect gift of heaven. Even the inherited skills are also the most perfect. Knowing which PhD cultivated, he actually left it to the rookie trainer to choose. The moment Chuya saw it, she almost decided to get it, but the conditions needed to think of Bookbee's evolution were very harsh. Pocky's evolution into Pokagu needs to develop a high degree of intimacy with its owner. Pokagu's evolution to Pocky's needs a stone of light. Evolution stones should be very rare in this world. Selling, looking at the introduction on the web page, Chuya decided not to raise such a large spending household when an ordinary water stone cost millions. Although Chuya was looking forward to the future, he wanted to have a Pokasi who could have infinitely cringing air slash, but the difficulty of training made Chuya stay away. People with his personality Chuya knew that he would definitely not ask for the innocent and romantic Pocky. By Huon-hearted, so Chuya could only bear the pain of not going to see Bookbee, for fear that she would choose him with a trembling hand. The third one is the ghost known as the Universal Ghost King after evolution. Ghost, pink, cannot be modified. Level, 5. Feature, floating. Attributes, ghost type, poison type. Carry props, none. Physical strength, F. Attack, F. Defense, F. Special attack, A. Special defense, F. Speed, A. Skills, Hypnotism LV1, Cloudy Mist LV1, Strange Light LV1, Resentment LV1. Hereditary skills, Black Mist LV1, Root Method LV1, Frozen Fist LV1. Learning skills, none. Experience value, 4/135. This ghost is Chu Yi's most promising elf besides Bookbee. Both of his natural attributes have reached A level. As a special attacker, although he is not as characteristic as an artificial cell egg, you must know, Geng ghosts, but no matter which generation in the game before Chu Yi crossed, someone would choose it as one of the main elves. The characteristics of Geng Gui are multifaceted skills, high special attack and high speed, and the key is that it can evolve in Mega in the future. It is suitable for most of the teams conceived by Chu Yi. He exists as a versatile special attacker and learns many aspects of skills, whether it is auxiliary or output. All are perfect. However, Chu Yi still remembered what the staff had reminded during the actual combat assessment, that the spirits of the ghost system were very strange and dangerous, and there was a risk of backlashing their masters. This made Chu Yi had to carefully consider whether to choose this ghost. Chu Yi was walking in the corridor non-stop. Emotionally, he wanted to choose Bookbee, rationally, he wanted to choose the most stable single egg cell ball, but in the end, he didn't have any ideas at all. Instead, he messed up his mind. I don't know how long it took, Chu Yi recovered, and he looked at the elf in front of him. Chu Yi unknowingly walked along with the feeling, and walked up to the elf in a daze. Looking at it, Chu Yi muttered, "So I have already made a choice." Chapter 9, Confirm Partner. Seeing the wizard inside through the glass, Chu Yi's heart quieted inexplicably. The originally tangled expression also became resolute. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and pressed the red button on the side, and the glass door in front of him gradually opened. The room was a little gloomy, only illuminated by a few swaying candles. The moment Chu Yi opened the door, Chu Yi suddenly felt a chill in his back, as if the temperature around him had begun to drop. Without any hesitation, Chu Yi walked inside with firm steps. The elf had already discovered Chu Yi for the first time, and instantly hid behind the dark pillar, with faint eyes secretly looking at it from behind the pillar. Coming Chu Yi. Chu Yi walked to the place where the elf was hiding and stopped 1 meter, stretched out his hand to the elf, and looked at the little elf. That was the little elf that Chu Yi had wanted since she was a child, whether it was in her previous life or now. There was a gleam of light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised, and Chu Yi's face revealed a very pure smile. "When we first met, I am a rookie trainer Chu Yi, can you be my first partner?" Gai Sai. Bewildered, Chu Yi opened his eyes, and his eyes were pure white, covered with a white quilt, and the air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. The unfamiliar ceiling, am I not choosing the initial wizard? What's the matter? Chu Yi's head was still aching, the door was suddenly opened, and Teacher Chen walked in from outside. "You woke up." "Tisk tisk, I didn't expect how bold you were, the initial elves actually chose the ghost system." What Teacher Chen said, Chu Yi suddenly remembered that after he had invited Gai Sai took off all guards and happily rushed towards Chu Yi. Originally it's nothing, but the ghost is a kind of gas spirit, and there is no entity in the whole body. Although you can see a spherical human head floating in the air, the surroundings of the ghost are concentrated poisonous gas, although the ghost did not intentionally diffuse the poison gas, but directly pounced on Chu Yi and hit the head directly. "Okay, I was able to breathe the poison gas that could cause an Indian elephant to fall in 2 seconds. It hasn't belched yet." Chu Yi was also lucky. "Fortunately, I have been watching the surveillance, if I give you an antidote for half a minute at night, tusk tusk. Chuya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said somewhat sly, thanks to the teacher who didn't get distracted, otherwise I would explain to you there. Teacher Chen rolled his eyes and said, this is also good luck. What you learned in the textbook before. It's returned to the teacher. How did you get into the elf department? I don't know, the ghost department is famous. Is it weird and dangerous? Would you dare to choose if the doctor put a crystal lamp in it? Teacher Chen said that the crystal lamp fire spirit is just an example. Now the whole country and even the whole world dare not use that kind of elves, the strange elves that can directly the soul. There has been a lord-level crystal lamp fire spirit in a certain European city, that city became a ghost town within a day. After the alliance got the news, the heavenly kings of the 5 countries united to wipe out the crystal lamp. Since then, no trace of this kind of elf has been found before, but it is officially confirmed that it was finally confirmed that someone ran out of a certain ruin. Since this kind of elves, few people have trained ghost elves anymore, but these Chuya didn't know about it. Chuyi's eyes lit up when he heard the name of Crystal Lantern Huling. He thought that the first flashing elf he had received before crossing was the initial form of Crystal Lantern Huling, which also made him have an inexplicable affection for this elf. Teacher Chen saw Chuyi's expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and said, no, you really want a crystal lamp, you want to die by yourself, don't bring me with you, stay away from the city if you die by yourself. Chuya immediately waved his hand and denied it, no, I didn't want to catch it. By the way, teacher, where's Gaisai? Teacher Chen took out a pokeball from his pocket and threw it to Chuya. Chuya caught the pokeball in a hurry. Seeing through the translucent spherical surface that the ghosts inside were looking at him in the same way, Chuya suddenly smiled at ease. I didn't know that you would choose a ghost system as the initial wizard. The doctor should have moved the ghost system out of the selection range, alas. Teacher Chen took out a booklet and put it on the table beside the bed. Chuya saw that it was written Ghost Breeding Manual. Listen to me first. This ghost was not cultivated by our school, but was hatched by the dean of the training department from the wild ruins several years ago. Domestication, although we were still obedient and shy when we were nurturing, the wild nature of wild elves is deeply rooted in the bone, in the soul. Teacher Chen thought that the ghost seemed to have no bones and changed his words and continued, wild elves generally require powerful trainers to cooperate with nurturers to train normally. Although this ghost has very good aptitude, I personally advise you not to choose it. Now I can replace another elf. Chuya held the elf ball, and the ghost could hear the words outside in the ball, and his original excitement was also drawn down. This ghost has just been born for a long time. After he was born, the academy will hand over the cubs to some mature elves of the department for a period of time. Gaisai also heard from the elders at that time that if there are trainers who can select them, they can go out from here to become stronger. Unfortunately, year after year has passed, there is still no trainer to choose ghosts, so the appearance of night will make Gaisai how excited. Will this trainer abandon me now? This thought appeared in Gaisai's mind. Chuya looked at the depressed ghost, raised her head and smiled at Teacher Chen and said, no, didn't the teacher say that when the trainer chooses the elves are also choosing trainers? I believed that the ghosts didn't intentionally hurt me. Yes, since Gaisai chose me, then I will not abandon Gaisai. From now on, Gaisai will be my first partner. Chuya picked up the elf ball and put it on his forehead, whispering softly, Gaisai, please give me more advice in the future. The wicked eyes of the ghost in the pokeball seemed to be filled with mist, and then he slowly stuck his head on the wall inside the pokeball. Teacher Chen shrugged helplessly, and pushed the book in front of Chuya and said, well, since you insist on choosing it, then I won't say more. This is a manual for the breeding of ghosts. Basically, you should pay attention to it. Safety behaviors are included in it. I advise you to read this book before releasing the ghosts. Otherwise, our school will not be responsible for any problems. If you agree, you can take it with you after signing a guarantee. Gaisai left. Chuya picked up the book and said, well, I remember it. Okay, it's not too early. It doesn't matter what your situation is, please clean up and come with me. Chapter 10, Active Modifier. Chuya opened the car door, and politely bent over to thank the driver. After receiving the wizard, it was already half-night to return to Xianyang. Choosing the elves and accidentally being unconscious by the ghosts, Chuya touched the elf ball in his pocket in a very good mood, carrying a black bag in his hand, containing the ghosts' breeding manual and 3 Teacher Chen's kind sponsorships. The detoxification potion and 2 energy cubes dedicated to ghosts. The antidote is specifically aimed at removing the poisonous gas surrounding the ghosts at this stage, but Teacher Chen also reminded Chuya that if the ghosts continue to ingest toxic substances to increase the toxicity, these 3 medicines will be useless. Chuya did not reject Teacher Chen's kindness, but learned from Teacher Chen about Gaisai's usual habits, as well as the taste of tree fruits, energy cubes, etc., to prevent the future from walking and diversion. After all, Chuya is still something a novice who doesn't understand. He can recite various elven attribute data based on the game data before the crossing, but for raising elves, it is still a big the sedan chair, so he can't be too careful. What Chuya cared most was the handheld in his mind. After receiving the ghosts, the handheld lit up with a ding, and then displayed a reminder that it was updating, and then a progress bar appeared on the screen. Chuya returned from Yangzhou to the progress bar in front of Xianyang's eyes. Chuya slightly estimated that it would be almost at night when the progress bar was finished, so there was no hurry. Now Chuya lacked everything: Gaisai's food, tree fruits, and the various materials needed for cultivation. Chuya now only has 100 yuan for lunch and the fare that his father gave him when he went out in the morning. Moreover, he didn't even have a mobile phone on his body, which was considered a poor one. Fortunately, he exchanged more than 1 million yuan for information from Suming, which was enough to train ghosts to survive the early stage. Originally, Chu Yi's plan was to get it. A mid-level wonderful flower seed came to pass the early stage. Now that Suming has sent a high-level card, it's not the same. Based on all the Chuya family's family background, it's probably not enough to train the high-level elf, Gaisai, and the high-level elf only has high-level talents. If you don't cultivate well the day after tomorrow, it's not much better than the intermediate elves. When I got home, the dim sun had already set halfway to the side of the mountain, and the orange sun was shining on my body warmly, pulling the shadows of the green trees on the roadside. Chuya took out the key and opened the door of the home yard. The smile on the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and from time to time he pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose to obtain the qualifications for enrollment in the elf department and the good mood of adopting ghosts. It calmed down the sadness for the family in the previous life. Raised his head and looked up at the sunset on the horizon. I guess I won't be able to go back in the future. I hope Anan will treat my parents better, and I will go back to accompany them more if I have time. Anan is Chu Yi's younger brother, almost 18 years younger than Chuya. At that time, he had just opened a second child, and after Chuya was going to a university in another province, Chu's father and Chu's mother discussed having another child, and then little Chunan in this world has not been born yet. Thinking of Chu Nan's idiots, Chuya was slightly relieved of his worries about his previous life, slowly closed the door of the yard, and turned back to his old, new, home. Chuya obtained the initial elf through the elf division, and Chu's father and mother Chu were very happy. Except that Chuya received the ghost-type elves, which made the second old man's face a little unsightly. He didn't say anything serious to Chuya, after all. The 2 elders didn't know much about elves, and after Chuya was interested in them, they stopped. Chuya didn't tell the 2 elders about the high-level cards. It was enough to have a middle-level elves. Now Chuya is raising high-level ones? Does he want to go to heaven? After the meal, Dad Chu handed Chuya a white box with a new mobile phone and mobile phone number that was just released this year. The family's kindness cannot be rejected, and Chu dad and Chu's mother didn't know that Chu Ye would go out today. Just made more than 1 million yuan, and the big end is still a premium card that money can't afford. Well, go back to the room and try a mobile phone. I didn't buy it for you before because I was afraid that you would affect your studies. Now you are also in the wizard department. You can't make it without a mobile phone. Remember, study with peace of mind. Dad is there for other things. Chu Yi's sudden warmth made Chu Ye very uncomfortable, so he could only nod in silence. In the past life, Dad Chu showed this expression only when he was admitted to a key university and got drunk when he got married. He usually has a straight face. I couldn't hold back a word or two when I was with Chu Ye. Back in the room, Chu Ye fiddled with the phone and threw the phone on the bed to charge. The entertainment development in this world seems to have not developed as fast as in the previous life. The entertainment software on the phone is only a few snakes and Tetris, which are downloaded online. Most of them are related to elves, like electronic elves, pets, etc. It seems that Chu Ye can see a way of making money from the inside, but Chu Ye, who was born in liberal arts, has no knowledge of programming, so she can only sigh at Wang Yang, and then she has no interest. Go back to the desk and continue to read the Gaisai's rearing manual. The book is not too thick, but it is densely recorded of the various situations of the ghosts. The dark feeding house where the ghosts stayed before was specially built. The 3 pillars inside were posted with a curse talisman, allowing the ghosts to be in the ghost. I stayed in a place with sufficient energy for several years. Now the ghosts are not as afraid of the sun as ordinary ghost elves. The sufficient ghost energy only makes the energy quality of ghosts better than ordinary elves, so there is no novice trainer that greatly improves the level of ghosts. Uncontrollable situations, and various introductions about ghosts' habits. Close the book. Chu Ye took out the elf ball from his pocket and dropped it to the ground. The switch on the ball bounced off instantly, and a black mist emerged between the flashing red lights. And then they condensed together, and the pair of ghosts glowed scarlet. His eyes and black head are floating in the air, and there are 2 sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth. Gaisai, this is where we will live in the future. Please familiarize yourself with it first, and then I have something to tell you. The Gaisai fluttered in excitement, but he cautiously did not get close to Chu Ye, afraid that he would be sent back to the small house by Chu Ye after poisoning Chu Ye again. Looking at the starry sky outside the window, the purple mist around the Gaisai was surging. After Chu Ye released the ghost again, the room temperature dropped instantly, rubbing the goosebumps on his arm and vomiting. Did I bring an air conditioner back? I won't have to worry in the summer. Speaking of taking out an energy cube from the bag on the desktop, and placing it on the desktop, the ghost seemed to smell a familiar smell and turned his head. After seeing the energy cube, he immediately rushed over and ate the energy cube in 2 or 3 strokes. The energy cube given to Chu Ye by Yangzhou University is an intermediate energy cube, which is enough for the current ghosts. Young ghosts take intermediate energy cubes. If they do not participate in training and use skills in the middle, the energy inside is enough. Ghosts digested a week. If you participate in battle and training, then forget it. Intermediate energy cubes are sold on the market or online, and advanced energy cubes can only be bought at the gym. The market price is not clear to Chu Ye, but it is definitely not cheap. Chu Ye planned to use Su Ming's 300,000 materials to exchange a part of the advanced energy cubes for the ghosts to use. After Gaisai finished eating the energy cube, he quietly floated in the air and looked at Chu Ye with some curiosity. Chu Ye said with a slight smile, "Gaisai, you will be my partner in the future. Let me tell you the precautions first. First of all, you can't just throw on people casually. You have seen my fate before. This is very important. Remember." Gaisai nodded. "I will be your trainer in the future. I will try my best to make you stronger, but this process will be very tiring, and the environment I am now in is not as good as the incubation room. If you don't want to, I can send you back." Gaisai heard that he sent it back to the incubation room and shook his head vigorously, hissing in the air. From then on we will be partners who depend on each other, Gaisai. Chuye stretched out his hand, passed the poisonous gas and touched the ghost in the air a few times. In fact, Chuye Suming didn't feel it, only his right hand was cold, and the ghost was an intangible spirit, and Chuye could not touch it. Gaisai watched Chuye's movements, and happily resisted the mood of jumping on him, and kept spinning around Chuye. At this moment, Chuye heard a ding sound in his mind, and quickly looked at it attentively. It turned out that the handheld had been updated and it was starting up. Then Chuye turned his head and said, "That good ghost. Go back to the pokeball and rest." Said that Chuye took out the pokeball and wanted to take Gaisai back, but Gaisai directly avoided the red light emitted by the pokeball and shook his head vigorously at Chuye. Chuye frowned slightly and said, "Gaisai, don't you want to return the pokeball?" Gaisai nodded. "That's not okay. The league stipulates that trainers can't release combat elves in the city. Although you don't have much combat power now, this is also very dangerous. Go back to the elven ball and get used to it." The ghost still avoided, and the cries of Sisi in the air slowly spread out, and his figure gradually faded. A gust of breeze wrapped around Chuye's right arm, and then he was still without any feeling. And then Chuye asked uncertainly, "Gaisai?" Half of Gaisai's head slowly condensed on Chuye's shoulder and looked at Chuye. The scarlet pupils instantly reminded Chuye of Gaisai's special ability. Gaisai is a gas elf, which can control the dispersion or cohesion of the body, even control the trajectory of poisonous gas. "Well, you usually hide by my side, and you can't show up and act at will without my order. Did you hear that?" Gaisai nodded happily, then spread out and disappeared in front of Chuye's eyes. Chuye looked at his arms as if there was no change at all, nodded with satisfaction, and focused on the handheld again. Click to open the interface, swipe it, and the attributes of ghosts suddenly appear. Ghost, pink, can be modified. Level, 5. Feature, floating. Attributes, ghost type, poison type. Carry props, none. Physical strength, F+. Attack, F+. Defense, F+. Special attack, A+. Special defense, F+. Speed, A+. Skill, Hypnotism LV1, plus gives an inductive suggestion, there is a 5 chance that the target will fall asleep. Muddy Mist LV1, plus blows the dirty dense fog to the target, causing slight damage, and has a 2 chance to cause the target to become poisoned. Strange Light LV1, plus send out strange light to interfere with the target, there is a 50 chance to make the target confused. Resentment LV1, plus inflicts resentment on the last move used by the target, reducing the target's slight physical strength. Genetic Skill, Black Mist LV1, plus raises a small range of black mist, returning the abilities of all targets in the black mist to the original point. Fixation Method LV1, plus hinder the target's actions and reduce the target's slight physical strength. Frozen Fist LV1, plus attack the target with a fist full of coldness, and there is a 1 chance that the opponent will be frozen. Learning Skills, none. Experience Value, 4/135. Was originally unmodifiable and became modifiable, and there is a plus sign behind the attributes and skills. Does this indicate that the modifier can modify the level of the ghost's attributes and skills? Chuye curiously clicked the plus sign behind the hypnotism skill, and suddenly a window popped up on the screen, indicating that the gold coins were insufficient and could not be modified. Is the gold coin the currency of the modifier? Where did you get the gold coin? Chuye looked at the bottom of the interface. The gold coin, 0 was displayed under the corner, and there was a graphic with a question mark in the circle behind. Chuye clicked on it. Gold coins are used to modify the attributes and skills of the elves, and special skills and items can also be extracted. Ways to obtain: 1. Get gold coins for victory in battle. 2. Complete the tasks issued by the modifier to get gold coins and rewards. 3. The modifier recovers various items and returns them with the same amount of gold coins. Chuya saw the corner of his mouth twitched, and said, I really played the reality as a game, and there are such good things after crossing. Chuya took out the pen in his hand and said, recycle. The item does not contain energy and is not in the recovery range, the modifier refuses to recover it. There should be something with energy. Chuya turned around, looked at the power strip on the wall and said, recycle. The item contains traces of mobile energy that is not in the recovery range, and the modifier refuses to recover it. Seeing it or rejecting it, Chuya shook his head regretfully. The original idea of using gold coins was instantly turned off. There were really no loopholes in this modifier. Then Chuya took out Gaisai's energy cube and said to him, recycle. The item meets the scope of recovery, 134 gold coins will be returned after recovery. Yes, no. No, no, it's really black. This intermediate energy cube will cost more than 3,000 yuan to sell outside, and you will only get 134 gold coins. Chuya frowned. He didn't know what the price ratio of the modifier was, but the ability to modify skill levels and attributes alone was already worthwhile, but there was no need to use Gaisai's rations for it. After all, there was still fighting money. And the 2 ways to complete the task and get money, then look at the test. Open the task panel. Chuya thought in his heart, but didn't say anything. He wanted to try out the various functions of the modifier. If he is not familiar with his own plugins, he won't be able to use it. Then that's not a big laugh. The screen changed instantly, and the task panel also appeared. It seems that it is possible to control it in the heart. The task panel appears, and there is only a single task in it. Receive the initial wizard task, completed, whether to receive the reward. Whether. Hey, is there another completed task? Novice bonus. Yes. Get 100 gold coins. The next task is refreshed after 0:00. The place below showed gold coins instantly changed to 100. Chuya thought to himself that it might be too simple to receive the initial elves, and the reward was not as good as an intermediate energy cube. With the gold coins, Chuya can continue to experiment. To test how many gold coins are needed for adding attributes and skill levels, after testing them one by one, Chuya writes them down in the notebook. The increase of F-level attributes requires 50 gold coins, and the A-level attributes. The increase requires 200,000 gold coins, and the skill level is the first level to consume 100 gold coins. Chuya didn't use these gold coins to increase the attributes and skill levels of the ghosts. Everyone knows that after playing games, low levels are easy to train, and high levels are harder. Chuya also plans to plan slowly in the future. On the attribute display, Chuya also saw a line of small characters, saying that the current attribute represents the potential attribute of the ghost rather than the current attribute. Chuya fiercely thought that if she had a 6A spirit, it would be abnormal, even 6S. As long as there is a modifier, these are not a problem. The potential attribute is not reflected by the current physical fitness of the ghost, but represents the highest level of the ghost. However, this modifier is also a big money-consuming device. If Chuya wants to upgrade his A-level attributes, he needs 200,000 gold coins. The intermediate energy cube is worth about 1,500. If you use money to buy 1,500 intermediate energy cubes, it will cost about 4.5 million. Money. Now Chuyi's wealth plus the fact that he hasn't obtained it is only 1.4 million yuan. It is still a one-time transaction, and I will not be able to expose it at will in the future. Now I have no income channels. Chuya looked faintly, took out his mobile phone and kept searching, thinking about various cyber frauds in his previous life, such as selling tea, typists, chuan, etc. Suddenly Chuya called. Chills. How do I want to commit a crime, okay? I made money for the house in my previous life, but now I make money for this modifier. Money, what a bastard. Chu Yet, who was flipping his cell phone, suddenly saw that the training home could go to the gym to register as a trainer, and then he could accept the mission assigned by the gym. Isn't this a mercenary system? The wizard trainer in this world is also born to do tasks to make money? Why is it more and more like playing games? But one more way to make money is not bad, and the rest will be considered after going to college. High school is too restrictive. Chu Ye then opened the modifier purchase interface, and there was only one item on it, the thing named Fu Bag. Fu Bag, there is a chance to draw out special skills, special props, and gold coins from it. The purchase requires 100 gold coins. I'll go. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com lied to me for 10 consecutive draws. This game is developed by Penguin. Looking at the familiar props, Chu Ye was speechless. This modifier is a big gold swallower, but this mode is also good. If it is developed by a pig farm, he is still a father when charging the money. Looking at the only 100 gold coins and the lucky bag that can be purchased for only 100 gold. Doesn't this obviously imply that Chu Ye bought it? Try it first, don't rush to upgrade your attributes and skill levels, and see what's in the lucky bag. Buy a lucky bag. Buy a lucky bag, consume 100 gold coins, confirm. Yes. Successfully purchased the lucky bag. The lucky bag is stored in the inventory, please check. Chu Ye opened the props bar. There were a total of 16 props grids in 4x4. The others were empty. Only the first grid at the top contained a red lucky bag icon. The inventory can only store modifier items except for some special items, other items cannot be earned. As if he was aware of what Chu Ye wanted to do with this item bar, the modifier immediately popped up a message, once again putting an end to all the bold ideas that Chu Ye had in his mind. Okay, I won't drill any loopholes, open the lucky bag. A red lucky bag appeared in Chu Ye's hand. Chu Ye raised his eyebrows and looked at the red lucky bag with gold pattern in his hand. There was a golden lucky word written upside down in the middle. It looked very festive, just not know how the odds of winning are calculated. Chu Ye just froze for a while, and then opened the mouth of the bag that was tightened with a rope, and pulled it open all of a sudden. He looked at the contents curiously, and found that there was only a small piece of paper, wide. After taking it out, Chu Ye looked at it intently. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 11, Special Skills. Cheating. Chu Ye threw the blessing bag to the ground in one fell swoop. All these pants are taken off, you show me this, I don't want to face Chu Ye. Thank you for your patronage if you have the first draw. Even Africa Qingming has a snow girl to accompany you. First draw a lucky bag to give a special skill secret stone, which has been stored in the inventory, please check. What is this? Is it guaranteed rewards? Let me tell you, in the future, I will be a white female ticket in Chu Ye, and I will not be able to recharge it. I will never recharge it in my life. Chu Ye, who felt that the young mind was hurt by the modifier, still opened the item bar honestly. A stone-like icon appeared in it. Chu Ye clicked to check the information of the stone. Special skill secret stone, multi-shadow clone technique, red. Skill description, Konoha Shidame Hokage's fame skill, separates multiple clones to attack the target, and the clones disappear after receiving certain damage. Precondition, Shadow Clone LV10. PS, since this world does not have chakra energy, it can only be combined with similar skills in this world to form special skills. This seems not bad. Using the skills of the Naruto world in the world of elves, is it true that the games I downloaded before I crossed turned into lucky bags to draw rewards? Habitually touched his chin, the function of this modifier seemed to be too powerful, giving Chu Ye an unreal feeling, and the ability to modify the potential attributes alone would make everyone in this world crazy about it. Thinking of this, Chu Ye shuddered, and looked down at the ghost who was half of his body outside his shoulders. Gai Sai noticed Chu Ye's gaze, and then quickly retracted. Chu Ye walked to the closet blankly, turned out a windbreaker and a scarf from the inside, and then sat back at the desk after putting it on. Shadow Clone must reach level 10 to use this special skill Secret Stone. Although the ghost can learn the skills of clone technique, but I don't know if there is a teaching machine in this world. Ask Su Ming tomorrow, and now the ghost lack of special attack skills, I don't know if Su Ming can get the Shadow Ball and Clone Art teaching machine, and there is no sale of these things on the internet. It is estimated that it is a material monopolized by a gym or the state, and selling privately is equivalent to smuggling arms. Chu Ye kept writing and drawing in his notebook, including what happened today and how to use the modifier. Then the time passed 10 o'clock without realizing it. Chu Ye tore off the pages full of words on his hand with expressionless expression, threw it into the trash can after the ignition, and walked out of the room to the bathroom. Hot water was sprayed on Chu Ye. Chu Ye lowered his head, his hair covered his eyes with the flow of water. It's a bit careless today. My excuse is that Su Ming wouldn't believe it from the internet. People like him will only look at the results and interests. Fortunately, there is no conflict of interest between me and him. And there is no need to receive a high-level initial wizard. It has the potential to modify the modifier. In the future, no matter what the wizard comes into my hands, it will shine. But if you don't tell Su Ming about Mahuna's news, he will also test by himself. I am afraid I still make money. As long as I strictly keep the confidentiality according to his requirements, Su Ming should not attack me for a short time. But, thinking of this, Chu Ye opened his eyes and looked at his arm. The air suddenly condensed in the air and opened his eyes, and the corners of the weird mouth also opened a somewhat terrifying smile. Since I have chosen the ghosts, there is nothing to regret. In the future, I should be careful not to reveal too much unknown things in this world, so as not to continue to be found suspicious by people like Su Ming, so I can develop my own with peace of mind. Strength, otherwise your own things will be made for others in the future. And the training of ghosts is also on the agenda. Tomorrow I will go to the library to check related materials, as well as learning machines for clone art and shadow ball. After entering the wizard department, you should have professional knowledge and guidance, and you should not waste it. During these times, my foundation is too poor, and I can only make up for it with hard work. There is not enough time. Chu Ye spoke quietly. He couldn't make a big fat man with one bite, and things had to take his time, but now that time waits for no one. Those who can enter the genie department are geniuses, unlike Chu Ye who can pass by cheating, no matter if it is theory. Both knowledge and combat literacy are higher than Chu Ye's. Today, if it weren't for Mahuna's use of clone technique and high-speed movement to leave only an afterimage to confuse Pupazu in place, it is estimated that Mahangra would have been beaten by Pupazu's last power gem in seconds, and it was all relying on Mahuila's combat instincts. Chu Ye's command on the field simply didn't play a big role, except for discussing tactics with Mahuila outside the field. If you don't make progress, the ghosts will probably leave you. After all, you can't let your elves continue to grow stronger. The duty of the trainer is to help train and nurture his own elves. Yu reads the book www.yuyugonshu.com and judges the battle situation during the battle and gives the correct battle command. How much effect an elves can play in the hands of the trainer depends entirely on the trainer himself's strength and vision. A powerful trainer can expand the advantage of his elves 10 times, which is completely different from ordinary wild elves in the wild. This is one reason why the elves recognize the trainer. Chu Ye wiped his body and went back to the desk to look at the previous wizard teaching materials. Now he wants to make up for the previous basics. Although there is a modifier to record the knowledge, there is no time for you to turn the book temporarily during the battle. Only your own is the best. When I saw the familiar knowledge, I hurriedly browsed, and the unfamiliar knowledge was carefully studied. During the period, Chuya turned out the previous test papers and erased the answers with correction fluid, and then slowly worked on the questions, and then compared the answers in the book after finishing the work. Copy the wrong question into a notebook. This is Chuyi's study habit. Now, for Chuyi's situation, I read a lot, did a lot of questions, and then recorded the wrong questions for normal reading and memory. The collection of wrong questions is the most helpful way to Chuya. The previous life Chuya spent a year in this way. Admitted to a key university. Time slowly passed midnight, and it was more than 1 o'clock before Chuya closed the textbook in his hand, cleaned up the desk, then went to wash his face, wiped off the grease and sweat on his face, and threw himself groggy. On the bed, sleepiness swept across. Chuya fell asleep in a daze, and the room that hadn't turned off the light could see the master's efforts. The ghost slowly condensed out of the air, watching Chuya, who was so tired that he was on the bed, slowly drifting to the switch, and turning off the light with a snap. His scarlet eyes were especially obvious in the darkness, floating around Chuya. After watching Chuya for a long time, he slowly sank into the darkness and disappeared into the room. Chapter 12, Elf. At less than 6 o'clock in the morning, Chuya was awakened by the alarm clock on his mobile phone. This was the time he set last night. Chuya took a look at the phone in a daze, and then muttered, "It's not 6 o'clock." Then suddenly startled, thinking that now he is no longer on the earth, but has traveled to a world with elves. Chuya shook his head, which was still sleepy, tried to open the quilt and changed into a set of sportswear, and then began to wash. The cold water on his face made Chuya wake up. Wearing shoes to go out, the sky has turned bright white, and the streets are still deserted. Chuya came to the park not far from home. The park was not too big. There were a few elderly people who walked through morning exercises from time to time. Ghost. Hearing Chuyi's call, Gaisai slowly emerged half of his body from Chuyi's arm, staring at Chuya. "Ghost, I will exercise myself from today. Unlike in the training room, from now on I will strictly require you and me to train." Gaisai nodded, and left from his shoulder, floating in the air. "Now I have no way to arrange professional training for you. I can only start from physical fitness. We will run around this lotus pond. Ghosts, you don't have to wait for me. Just fly at full speed. Remember to pay attention to other people. Don't I bumped into someone else?" Gaisai turned his head and looked around the lotus pond. Because it was too early and there were not many people, the old people gathered in the sports equipment area or the square on one side, so they would not worry about disturbing others. Gaisai screamed, "Say yes! Well, let's get started." Gaisai rushed out instantly. It was an elf who was good at speed. Chuya started jogging. Gaisai almost flew half a circle, maintaining a uniform speed and slowly exercising, occasionally stopping to wipe sweat and paying attention to Gaisai. Full speed. The sprinting ghosts are still very fast, and in a short while they circled the lotus pond several times. The lotus pond is not big, and the full distance of the race is 300 meters. Chuya stopped after running 5 or 6 laps. In his previous life, he also went to exercise. He understood that running can cause a lot of damage to the knees, and physical exercise is not enough. It can only be carried out by running, and the human body is not as scary as the elf. After 5 or 6 laps, Chuya is obviously tired, and his calves start to sore and breathe unevenly. Stopped and rested, watching the violent Gaisai had to sigh the elves' physical fitness. Even if the elves who were not good at physical strength could move forward at full speed for long, then Chuya began to sit up. In the training of crouching and jumping, he also had a lot of entertainment in his previous life. In order to keep his body from becoming a fat man with a beer belly, Chuya, a very temperate person, generally does it perseveringly after determining his goals. Sit ups with hands near the ears, not on the back of the head. This will hurt the spine, and there are various ways to maintain the breathing rate. These Chuya can still remember clearly, and the deserted park gradually got more people and did it. After several sets of training, Chu Yi's whole body became soft. The Gaisai also floated to Chu Ye swayingly, spitting out his big tongue, and looked very tired. It seemed that his physical strength was almost exhausted. The elves would consume a lot of physical strength no matter if they used moves or moved quickly. If the physical strength is not up to the standard, you can't use the moves, which is also an important combat indicator. Are you tired? Then take a break. Want to eat energy cubes? Chu Ye took out the energy cube, and Gaisai shook his head, saying that he hadn't used up the energy from the cube last night, and slowly sank into the shadow of Chu Ye to rest. Chu Ye didn't care about the ghosts, opened the kettle and filled it with salted water, then stretched out his aching and tired limbs, walked out of the park, and passed by a breakfast shop and bought 2 buns and a slice of melon and citrus fruit. Fruit box sealed in the box. Melon fruit is the most favorite tree fruit in the cultivating room of Gaisaiza. It sells for 80 yuan, which is much more expensive than 4 yuan for 2 meat buns. Generally, a tree fruit can be cut into 3 of these. The box, the melons, and citrus fruits on the market are only 200 yuan, so Chu Ye has to sigh about the way they make money. Back on the bench in the park, Chu Ye handed the guoxiguo to Gaisai, and Gaisai jumped out of the shadow happily, and ate the guoxiguo. Chu Ye was a little stunned. The textbook said that the ghost is a ghost generally, they don't eat too much. Most of their food is life energy and energy cubes. When the energy cubes are sufficient, most of them will choose to dormant and digest. This ghost seems to be different from other ghost elves. Chu Ye didn't pay much attention either. The habits of each elves would be different. This is normal. As long as the ghosts don't absorb other people's life energy without authorization, it's okay to squeeze the buns into their mouths side by side. I still have to go to school, and I can't afford to delay time. After eating, she stood up. Chu Ye stretched out, spit out a sigh of relief, looked at the gradually bright sky, waved hello to the ghost, waited for the ghost to finish eating the fruit, clean up the debris and throw it to the trash can aside, started to face the morning sun and walked home. It's only 7 o'clock, and there is still enough time to go home and take a quick shower before leaving for school. I feel like my whole body is a little slimy and uncomfortable, and I can't study at ease even when I go to school. When the playground after rushing to the school was cleaned, 50 or 60 people were already waiting. 2 familiar people stood or sat together in 2s and 3s. The circles were clearly defined. Chu Ye glanced around and didn't find Mo Fan's. The figure, a little lost, find a place to sit. This was the case in Mo Fan's previous life. It's not that he didn't work hard. His family was rich, but his family gave him little support. He always relied on his own groping to start a business, and his luck was not very good. Mo Fan staggered to more than 40. His company went public only when he was 30 years old. Regardless of his perseverance or his mind, Chu Ye asked himself to be inferior to Mo Fan, who was constantly looking for success in failure. This time Chu Ye wanted to go on with Mo Fan. He didn't refuse Mo Fan's adventurous proposal for a relatively stable job like in the past. Life is like this. Chu Ye has no choice. At that time, he was married. My parents used their half-life savings to make a down payment for themselves. In addition, they also spent a lot of money before getting married. The salary of my work in the newspaper office is not too high, but I win stability, and I still have the leftover after paying off the loan every month. Quite a lot. If you follow Mo Fan to take risks, you may not even be able to repay the loan. House marriage bent Chu Ye's waist and became afraid to continue taking risks, in the words of relatives and friends. Oh, Ye has become a lot more mature recently. If possible, Chu Ye didn't want to become smooth and mature, but the rules were so, Chu Ye could not resist. Parents' expectations, work pressure, and social entertainment would polish the water chestnut Chu Ye smooth, with a bruised heart. Is a mature name. Feeling Chu Ye's emotions, the ghost on his arm seemed to twist the air slightly, Chu Yi's mouth renewed a smile and shook his hand to signal it to be quieter. At this moment, the shoulder was held by someone, and Chu Yi turned his head. Saw Mo Fan's hippie smile. Yeah, it's so risky, so risky. After passing the actual test yesterday, I was so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. I was almost late, hee hee. When Chu Yi saw Mo Fan, the corners of his mouth curled up, but his face was full of disgust, shaking Mo Fan's hand away. Chu Yi seldom had physical contact with people, except for the necessary polite handshake. In his impression, physical contact often occurred. The stage was still in school. Back then, it was common to hang shoulders with a close classmate and a roommate. After going out of society, everyone put on a guardian mask to hide their true self behind. Be strict, so that others cannot touch it easily. How did you pass the actual battle yesterday? Mo Fan asked curiously. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mo Fan didn't mind Chu Yi's actions. Instead, he sat on the stone bench next to Chu Yi, raised his head and smiled and replied, "When it's my turn to assess the teacher, the elves have no physical strength. I choose a big needle bee." Flew in the air to avoid the teacher's elves' moves, and then waited until the end to lose energy before going up to solve it. Good luck. This time, I was lucky. I chose a more clever sting bee. I almost got hit several times, yet, what about you? Chu Yi shrugged, and said indifferently, "I don't have any luck with you. The teacher changed the wizard as soon as I came on the field. I used Mahangra to win the assessment by luck." Mo Fan didn't care much when he heard Chu Yi's indifferent tone. "Maybe you met the teacher who saw that the assessment was pleasing to your eyes and gave it to you. You are really lucky. Look, my dad finally asked the senior card that the relationship got, and I will go there when I have time. I have received an initial elf." Haha. Mo Fan took out a black card from his pocket. It was exactly the same as the one that Chu Yi had received before, except that the number was different. "Unfortunately, my dad said that he only got one because of his relationship. He can't change your intermediate card to the same as mine. I think he is not willing to help you." Said this, Mo Fan was a little bit angry. Chu Yi looked speechless. Could this be the legendary true cheating father? Uncle has his problems too, I'm fine. Chu Yi did not tell Mo Fan that he had also received the high-level elves. He promised that Su Ming could not disclose the content of the transaction to others. Although the high-level elves were officially registered and certified, they could not be concealed from the interested person, but one more person knew it. Because of the risk of exposure, Chu Yi chose to remain silent. Mo Fan still wants to say something, but there is already a teacher calling everyone to gather. Chapter 13, arrived in the teaching area. Assemble, students who passed the elf test, please line up in the playground. Mo Fan and Chu Yi were unwilling to delay, so they stopped talking and ran to the playground. They were divided into male and female columns and lined up. What surprised Chu Yi was that far more girls passed the exam than boys. There were no more than 100 people in Chu Yi. Girls accounted for at least 70 people, almost twice as many as boys. In a good line, a middle-aged man in a red sweatpants stood in front, wearing a hat printed like an elf ball, and smiled heartily. All the students present are those who have entered the elf subject of the college entrance examination. Congratulations! Our teaching area is not here at the first high school. Wait for me to go to the new campus with me. Here I remind everyone that there is a gathering of the best people in Xianyang. The entrance to the wizard course does not mean the end. It's your beginning as the owner of the elves. In the wizard division, you have excellent teacher education and a large supply of resources. Of course, this is not something you can take for granted. The college adopts the final elimination system, and the 5 at the end of the assessment at the end of each month will be retired at the end of the ranking for 3 consecutive times. Department, come back here to choose liberal arts and sciences. No one made any disapproval or even a faint sound. He was completely respectful and serious towards the middle-aged man in red. After one night, Chu Ye also read a lot of history books, which completely subverted Chu Yi's understanding of the trainer's meaning in the comic games of the previous life. This world has been at war with elves since the discovery of elves hundreds of years ago. However, because of the physical fitness and lack of elves, human beings can use all kinds of energies to fight. Human beings are retreating steadily. The largest country in history, China, once destroyed the country, and then human beings continue to develop scientific and technological means until all kinds of firearms. The appearance of mankind made up for the weakness of human beings' lack of elves. However, ordinary guns and missiles have no effect on powerful elves. Then a genius of the alliance put forward the theory that only the elves can defeat the elves, and developed the elves to subdue the elves and train them to make some elves become human weapons. This is how the humans at the time saw the dawn of hope, but after the war broke out, mankind is also preparing to counterattack, but for some reason the alliance of human nations disbanded overnight, and then rebuilt the city, established the alliance, and implemented the gymnasium system. It can be said that for people today, the elves in the wild are the enemy. Only relying on the elves can defeat the elves. After the re-establishment of the country, China is committed to researching various elves and the beginning of the development of technology, but still has insufficient control over the wild outside 10 cities. However, the trainer is the main force in exploring the wild. There are also many trainers in the wild, but people are still going forward, and some of the people present have their relatives killed in the wild. That's why they have a special sense of respect for the professional group of trainers. They yearn for elves, they like elves, but they also hate elves. None of the elves recorded in the elves searched by Chu Ye on the internet was known by Chu Ye. Elves with a race value of quasi-god only found 2 types, but none of the sacred beasts and phantom beasts were revealed, the only record. The article about the traces of the beasts is still a blurry picture of a dragon-shaped elf active in the atmosphere when the satellite was released decades ago, leaving only a tail to explode the satellite. This made Chu Ye understand how important the various materials in her mind are. Since everyone knows, let's get in the car and head to the college area. I hope everyone here will study hard. I don't want to see people withdraw from the course. 2 buses like yesterday came in from the outside, and everyone got on the bus one by one. Because Mo Fan was lined up in front of Chu Ye, they both sat in the same bus. Mo Fan didn't have the hippie smile he had before, but he let out a sigh of relief, and whispered to Chu Ye, who was sitting aside, "The teacher's aura was so powerful just now, I was a little out of breath." Chu Ye gave Mo Fan a blank look. He also felt this way just now. The ghosts wrapped around his arms were also shaking slightly, as if afraid of something. Seeing that Chu Ye ignored him, Mo Fan leaned over again and said to Chu Ye, "By the way, Ye, I forgot to ask you just now, what is your initial spirit?" Chu Ye was taken aback, looked at Mo Fan, and whispered to him with some nasty fun, "You really want to know?" Mo Fan nodded quickly. Seeing this, Chu Ye pointed to the shadow and whispered, "Ghost." Mo Fan didn't react, he directly saw the ghost half of his body slowly emerging from Chu Yi's shoulder, revealing those big scarlet and bloodshot eyes as if immersed in the water. Mo Fan's smile gradually distorted. Mo Fan wants to use the move call. Chu Ye took the first step to cover Mo Fan's mouth, and blocked Mo Fan, who was about to shout out. "Don't scream, it's just a ghost, look at you so scared." After a while, Mo Fan recovered, and then shrank back to the edge of the seat, trying to stay away from Chu Yi's shadow. "You know that I am most afraid of ghost elves, did you choose this on purpose?" "How do I know you are afraid of ghosts?" Chu Ye complained in his heart, but said calmly on his face, "It's nothing, I just chose it after seeing it pleasing to the eye." This time it was Mo Fan's turn to twitch. "I think you have an aesthetic problem, and you actually see the ghosts of the ghost system pleasing to your eyes. Do you know that few people choose the ghost system?" Mo Fan grabbed Chu Yi's shoulder excitedly. The ghost system is the easiest elves to eat the master against water, yet, listen to my advice, go and change it. Chu Yi didn't reply. Nu asked Mo Fan to look at his feet. Mo Fan moved his gaze and noticed that the scarlet eyes became even more red. You can hear what you say. Mo Fan's face continued to twist. In less than half an hour, the car had been driving to a relatively unfamiliar suburb. The suburbs were very deserted, as if there was no one living in this area. This college seems to have just been built, and there are various buildings on the side. Material. Chu Yi got off the car and looked at the college that covers an area several times the size of a tall school. Students from other high schools also gradually arrived, adding a touch of popularity to the deserted college. Chu Yi watched the teachers guide the students into the campus, looked at Mo Fan who was 3 meters away from him, and said helplessly, "Why are you far from me?" Mo Fan said without squinting, "No, I just want to see the scenery of this school." Then Chu Yi took the lead to walk in, and at the school gate, the silver bracelet on his wrist showed up like a student before, and it dripped on the scanner next to the school gate and then went in. Mo Fan also followed Chu Yi when he saw this, but he looked a little aggrieved. "Everyone, please go to the board to check your class classification, and then go to the teachers in the school to register and arrange the dormitory." As soon as he entered the school gate, the school broadcast sounded. Chu Yi turned his head and looked around, only to see a row of tables beside the green belt. Behind each table was a teacher, male and female. There is also a class sign written on the table. Chu Yi and Mo Fan turned to look in the direction of the board. A bunch of people squeezed around and looked at each other. They found a corner and squatted in a tacit understanding. Neither Mo Fan nor Chu Yi were impatient people. It was mainly this. The division of classes has already been stipulated, and watching a few minutes early will not change anything, so neither is in a hurry. When the people were almost scattered, the two people gathered in front of the board and slowly searched for a large number of names. "I found it, I'm in class 3. Yet, how about you?" "I'm also in class 3, you will never die." "Hey, I haven't talked about you yet, I also want a beautiful woman at the same table, facing you every day makes me lose motivation to study." Chu Yi gave Mo Fan a white look and said, "You are ashamed to say." The two ran to the back of the team representing the third shift and consciously lined up. Originally, Mo Fan wanted to jump in the line, but seeing the powerful force with the armband wrapped around the huge arm on the side, he shrugged his head and returned back. "Team," whispered to Chu Yi who was in the front line. "I would never choose this kind of elf as the initial elf." Chu Yi had an idea, and asked indifferently, "By the way, you got a high-level card, what initial elf do you want to choose?" Mo Fan touched the back of his head and said, "Of course he is a cute, handsome and powerful elf. Do you want Poke more than you?" Thinking of the book buy in the incubation room, who was even tempted by Chu Yi, it was better to be cheap than others. The attribute of the single egg cell ball was too extreme. If you choose it, you will have to focus on it in the future formation of the team. Pokebi is cute, but cuteness can't enhance combat effectiveness. How can you tell me to choose a fairy that can't evolve? Hearing what Mo Fan said, it took Chu Yi a long time to realize that people in this world did not love elves as much as they did in the comics of the previous life. In addition, they had war with elves for many years, and they were wary of elves. In that case, it is difficult to cultivate intimacy, so many elves that need intimacy to evolve have not been discovered. Except for some evolutionary types that are occasionally found in the wild, humans are still not sure about the evolutionary conditions of such elves. In recent years, the country and the alliance have encouraged the acceptance of elves, and have issued policies to allow people to receive weak elves. Young people are working outside. The elves raised at home are generally taken care of by the elderly at home and used to accompany the elderly and children. It's easier for elves to cultivate intimacy. Trainers often go out in the wild and have seen ferocious and brutal appearances. Even if they have reservations about their own elves, there is a reason why the evolution of intimacy has not been discovered. Chu-ye slowly pondered over how many years the elves have appeared, and they have been subdued and tamed a lot. However, mega evolution is much more demanding than intimate evolution. It is necessary to prepare a special match for the elves' mega evolution stone and the matching keystone, and let the elves and the trainer's mind-to-heart communion achieved mega evolution. Is it because of this that it was not discovered? Mo Fan saw that Chu-ye was in a daze. There was a space in front and pushed Chu-ye forward. When he was about to line up to Chu-ye, he patted Chu-ye's shoulder vigorously to wake him up. Chu-ye apologized and said with a smile, "I'll tell you later." It was Chu-ye's turn to register for the class, and Mo Fan was the only one behind. Looking at the teacher's somewhat unkind eyes, Chu-ye took off the wristband and handed it to the teacher. "Well, Chu-ye, in class 3 of the year, the AA grade is still satisfactory. I am your class teacher Li Uma. You can call me Teacher Li. Now I will register and assign the dormitory. I will take you to the classroom to have a look. Today I am just familiar with it. Environment, classes have not yet started." Teacher Li Uma seems to be only about 30 years old. She is wearing a professional skirt, long hair tied behind her head, and she looks very intellectual with a pair of half-rim glasses. Chu-ye also noticed that her name and photo were posted on the teacher's introduction column on the board newspaper. It was written as a middle-level trainer who had retired from the elf gymnasium. The trainer is usually a career chosen by boys. Don't look at entering the elf. There are many girls in the department. They generally tend to enter the ambulance department when they arrive at university. There are many departments in the cultivation department and various supporting departments in the rear. The trainer is going to venture out in the wild to compete with the wild elves for resources, so they find this occupation. There are also fewer women. Okay, take your wristband. From now on, this will be the school pass, which includes credits and library borrowing certificates. The high credits in the wizard are very important, remember to keep them. Chu-ye took the bracelet and a piece of paper, said thank you, Teacher Li, walked aside and waited for Mo Fan to finish registering. Looking at the content on the paper, it said that Chu-ye was in the bedroom, 404, haha, good numbers. After a while, Mo Fan also walked over. The guy shook the note in his hand, and Chu-ye pointedly saw that this guy was in the same bedroom as himself. After recording all the information, Yu read www.yuuganshu. Li Uma closed the laptop and put away the scanning equipment, and walked to the group of students in Chu-ye to clap their hands. Okay, the registration is over, I will take you to the classroom now, remember not to run around during the period. Organizing students to walk in the direction of the classroom, Teacher Li is also very responsible. During the period of time, the buildings passing by will stop and introduce for a while. The college is very large, much larger than what Chu-ye saw outside, from the school gate to the dormitory. It takes at least 10 minutes to walk to the classroom, passing through the training ground, infirmary, auditorium, library, laboratory building, and so on. Since there is a library here, I don't have to bother to go to Xianyang Library to check the materials. I heard from Teacher Li that the College of the Wizard Department was modeled on the university's Wizard Department, and all kinds of facilities are complete. The country is also spending a lot of money to speed up the training of talents in the direction of wizardry. Okay, this is our classroom. Classmates sit casually first, and then they will be your fixed seats. After a while, the teacher will adjust the seats according to your situation. Chu-ye found a back seat. Now there are only 30 people in a class. The huge classroom still feels very empty after sitting. Mo Fan didn't continue to slip to Chu-ye, but licked his face and ran to one. The girl sat down next to her, and after the girl put her hands together and said a few words to Mo Fan had no choice but to run to Chu-ye and sit down. Chu-ye glanced at Mo Fan, who was lying on the table like a puddle of mud, and whispered, what did you say to that girl? The mud lay on the table weakly and said, she said she wanted to sit with her friend, and asked if I could let it. I think it's your appearance. Chapter 14, Determination. Nonsense. How handsome I look, that woman must have refused me because she didn't want to be separated from her friends. Mo Fan stood up and retorted instantly. While the two were chattering, a girl walked to another table next to Chuye and sat down. The seats in Jink and Chuye High School were a little different. In high schools, they were all two-seaters, but when they were in Jink, they were single table. Chuye turned his head and glanced at the girl, then nodded kindly, revealing an expression that he used to communicate. The girl nodded blankly, with her long hair hanging down, and a little freckles on her face. She ignored Chuye, just sitting on her side watching her nose and nose. Mo Fan stabbed Chuye in the waist next to him, and whispered, "You just laughed so fake." Before Chuye had calmed down the smile on her face, she suddenly became stiff, rubbed her face and asked, "Is there?" He lowered his eyes slightly. These social skills Chuye had used for many years, and after wearing a mask for a long time, they would become like a mask. What kind of expressions and words are used in Chuye's social circle? It's quite normal. Adults are used to hiding their true emotions, and will not easily reveal them to others, and the students like Mo Fan who are still in the ivory tower are more upright. The girl glanced at Chuye and said, "It's very fake." Chuye smiled wryly, and when he was about to talk, the teacher Li Yume on the stage clapped his hands to attract the students' attention. Today, it is the day for admission. The professional books will be distributed tomorrow. The Wizard is a full-time college. You have checked the relevant information online. You must live on campus, so in the afternoon you will go home to pack your luggage and move. When you come to the dormitory, students who have not yet received the initial elves are requested to apply for it as soon as possible in the afternoon. If there is no information name for the initial elves to receive the card, go to the teacher. The college will send you a low-level receiving card, and the students who have received it do not need it. Do you understand? Understood. Teacher Li Yume nodded in satisfaction, satisfied that the class she took was not stingy. The college is based on a credit system. Credits are required for eating, lodging, training elves, or borrowing books. If it expires, students with insufficient credits will not be able to take the entrance examination and repeat the grade. How did the credits come from? Teacher Li looked at the attentive students, but didn't turn a blind eye, with a clear smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and continued, whether attending classes, taking exams, or assisting the teacher in management, or going to the laboratory building to take some small tasks issued by the teacher, such as helping fruit trees, looking after the elves, or more difficult tasks in the field, these tasks are not too difficult, as long as you study hard, you can easily complete them. Also, when you are in the academy, you must abide by the school rules, and you must not be late for class, fights. If there are conflicts, you can use the elves to go to the training ground for the teacher to just solve them, and you must restrain your elves in the academy not to run randomly. If something goes wrong, whoever is the elf will take full responsibility. Chuye didn't know about these things, such as the full boarding system and various school rules. Chuye was also mentally prepared. He listened to teacher Li Yume's speech and glanced at the shadow under his feet. Gaisai has been there since last night. He has always been very peaceful and didn't cause Chuye to trouble. He is simply a model among elves. That classmate, what are you doing with your head down? It's you. Chuye saw Li Yume's pointer pointing in this direction, and then looked around, only to find that Li Yume was talking about himself, and then helplessly stood up and said, "What did the teacher say?" Li Yume squinted her eyes and looked at Chuye Zanyan and smiled, "This classmate is very courageous." What was the last sentence the teacher said before? The elves that must be restrained can't run around at will. Something happened. Bingo, the answer is correct, but there is no reward, then please explain why this student did not receive the elf ball. The students all around looked over curiously, looking at Chuya as if they were constantly looking for his elves. Chuya helplessly shook his hand, and the ghosts wrapped around his arms gradually gathered. The classmates sitting behind Chuya looked at Chuyi's stool with horror. The ghosts appeared from there. Gaisai floated behind Chuya, making a look of hiding, and stretched his head to peek at the teacher Li who was standing on the podium. The corners of teacher Li's mouth were a little stiff when he saw Gaisai. This classmate doesn't seem to understand the knowledge of the elves. Can you tell the teacher why you want the elves of the ghost system to be the initial elves? Chuya shrugged, turned his head and glanced at Gaisai and said, there is no special reason, but it is more pleasing to the eye. Teacher Li Yuma's mouth twitched slightly. Look at the pleasing eye of the ghost system, why don't you go to heaven? For this wonderful reason, I thought there was no thorn, because I was too young. Well, then why don't you take the ghost back into the poke ball? This kid doesn't like to stay in the poke ball. Teacher, don't look at it like this, it's actually very good. Child. Be good. This classmate, what are your misunderstandings about the ghost system? A dozen of the ghost systems are the most skinny, and they are more skinny than the general ones, and the ghost systems are not only skinny. Well, this classmate. You sit down first, let your ghost hide, and then go to the office with me. The teacher thinks it is necessary to have a little basic knowledge of science for you. Chuya turned around and touched Gaisai's head. It was still cold without touching anything. The students around had a fearful expression, and they could only tell Gaisai to continue hiding in the shadow. Next, Teacher Li Yuma will continue to talk about the school rules and the precautions in school, but the students below have no thoughts, and they have moved the stool a little tacitly, as if it would be a little farther away from Chuya. Okay, everything I want to say is almost the same, everyone can disband, remember to arrive at school before 7 in the evening, pack your luggage and pick up the initial wizard to arrive at school. Goodbye teacher. Everyone quickly left the classroom. After all, they stayed in the same room with a ghost-type elf. Thinking about it, it was terrifying. Mo Fan also gave Chuya a self-seeking expression. Chuya shrugged indifferently, and exchanged with Mo Fan. I asked him the phone number to tell him that he would pick up the best bookbee. Well, this classmate will come with me. Chuya followed Teacher Li, turning his head to admire the surrounding environment. The gardens and green plants of this college had just been built and were lush and lush. It is estimated that it was built with the help of grass elves. Teacher Li walked into a room on the side of the teaching building. It was neat and tidy. Nothing was placed in the bookcase or tabletop. Teacher Li opened a chair and signaled Chuya to sit down. Chuya was not polite, and said thank you to the teacher and then sat down. This classmate. Teacher, my name is Chuya. Well, classmate Chuya, where did you get the spirit of the ghost system? Chuya was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Teacher Li would persuade him to give up Gaisai just like everyone else, but he didn't expect this to begin with. The initial elves I received at Yangzhou Elf University. No wonder. It turned out to be a high-level initial elves. Originally, the intermediate level will not allow people to receive ghosts from the ghost system. The teacher thought that this ghost was caught by you when you went to the county in the wild. After all, there are very few high-level initial elves to receive cards. How can ordinary people in the county have it? So the teacher only thought of the ghost elves that wandered in the wild. Since it was the elves that came out of the breeding room, Teacher Li Yuma was also relieved. I didn't ask much about how Chuya got the senior Kali teacher. Since Chuya classmate you have decided to cultivate this ghost, the teacher just said something, do you know the ghost spirit? Chuya opened his mouth, and suddenly realized that he seemed to know the elves of the ghost system based on previous games. And he could only shake his head here. Teacher Li Yuma looked at Chuya and shook his head helplessly. Ghost elves have a changeable temperament and like to intimidate others. In the wild, they originally feed on fear and life energy. You know these? Chuya nodded. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The next thing I am talking about is the knowledge of trainers. It is very difficult to cultivate ghost spirits. After all, ghost spirits have a changeable temperament. Today it may listen to you, and tomorrow it will become a different attitude. We still don't know the origin of the elves. It's said that the law was formed by the souls of dead elves, but a ghost can actually lay eggs and reproduce. And the elves of the ghost system are generally very difficult to evolve, because most of the elves of the ghost system have no entity, and the ghost energy of the whole body is dissipating unconsciously, and it is difficult to converge and control. The most important thing is that the dissipated ghost system energy most affects training. For the family, the ghost energy is different from other departments. It represents the negative equivalent of life and is very harmful to the human body. It is the best if you directly contact the ghost without being sucked up or getting sick as you did earlier. The situation. I don't know that Yangzhou Elf University will give you the initial elves of the ghost department, but as your teacher in the future, I must be responsible to you. I tell you that many trainers who cultivate the ghost department live because of improper cultivation. It won't be long, Chuya, listen to the teacher's words, change to an initial elf, okay? After listening to teacher Li Yume's words, Chuya was silent for a long while. He didn't know how terrifying the ghosts of the ghost system were. It was really funny to think about the appearance of the ignorant when he received it. Waved to the ghost slowly floated to Chuya, the purple poisonous gas kept surging, but it was still controlled by the ghost and condensed on the side of the round head. Watching the ghost's aggrieved appearance, Chuya smiled slightly. Reached out his hand and touched Gaisai's face. Teacher, you see, Gaisai is not malicious to me, I touch him without any abnormality, Gaisai is very safe for me, it also listens to my words, I think. Chapter 15, Remind. I want to continue to cultivate it. It is the initial spirit I chose, and I will not give it up. With a smile on the corner of Chuyi's mouth, he calmly said the words that made Gaisai's eyes tearful. Teacher Li Yume opened her mouth and said with a helpless sigh, well, the teacher won't persuade you. I suggest you take the ghosts back into the pokeball at ordinary times. After all, it is very dangerous. Chuya nodded and said, well, I will consider it, and I will be responsible for the accident. What are you responsible for, you bastards? Is it the old lady wiping your after something goes wrong? Teacher Li Yume, who suddenly exposed her nature, looked mad, completely no longer dignified. Okay, it's okay, you go back first, let the teacher be quiet. Teacher Li Yume waved weakly to Chuya. By the way, teacher, can our library borrow books now? Teacher Li, who was lying on the table, slowly raised his head, stared at Chuya faintly for a while, and then slowly said, the library is being sorted today, and the door is not open. If you have nothing to do, you can go around the school. Turn around, but you can't enter some facilities because you don't have credits yet. Oh, thank you teacher. Chuya went out specially and took the door closed by the way, leaving Li Yume alone in the office. After a while, Teacher Li straightened up and frantically scratched her hair and complained, what evil did I do? All of the high school students are cute and obedient. Chuya slowly walked out of the school gate. Since the equipment in the school has not yet started to be used, he does not need to continue wasting time here. There will be many opportunities after he is familiar with the campus environment. Mr. Chu. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, a young man with a big back in a black suit greeted him. Chu Yi's eyes lit up. It was the little bodyguard who was with Su Ming yesterday. He appeared here because someone had sent him money. Mr. Chu, please, my young master has been waiting for a long time. Following the guidance of the bodyguard brother, Chuya came to the side of the road, still the same car from yesterday, the black elongated body was very eye-catching. When Chuya approached, the back seat opened, and the person who came out of it was Su Ming, still welcoming people with that kind smile. Congratulations to my brother for successfully enrolling in school, haha. Although Su Ming was still enthusiastic, Chu Ye still felt Su Ming's slight alienation. No matter his expression or body movements were exaggerated as they were yesterday, instead it brought a hint of end-to-end. Thank you, brother, if it wasn't for my brother yesterday and let me go in the game, I might not be able to enter this door. My brother is too modest, you won me yesterday with your true ability, how could you not be admitted? Where, if my brother got serious yesterday, I couldn't beat my brother. Hearing this, Su Ming's mouth showed a slight non-committal smile. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s, no matter how young he was promoted to the stage of a senior trainer, there was no trace of arrogance there. Su Ming shook his head faintly, put Chu Yang into the car, then took out a card from his pocket, handed it to Chu Ye, and said, "Brother, this is 1.1 million, and the code is 6 and 6. I hope my brother will not break his promise." Chu Ye accepted the card and promised with a smile, "Of course, my little brother, I will be tight-lipped." "Haha, I know my brother can trust it, and there are still 300,000 supplies, my brother can take my receipt to the town branch hall to choose, and I have ordered the allocation quota." Chu Ye took the receipt. It was the material collection form of the gymnasium on it, and Su Ming's signature at the back. Chu Ye didn't doubt it, and he just stuffed it with the bank card into his pocket without even looking at it. Ming didn't look like he was pitted. "Then brother, there's still something to do with the next brother, so don't let it go. The materials and gyms have records. You can use it at that time. Now you can't get a taxi here, brother. Brother will drop you back to the county. Go inside." "Then thank you brother." Chu Ye didn't refuse either. Su Ming was harmful to his strength, and Chu Ye couldn't resist. Gai Sai had been trembling ever since he got into the car, and he clearly felt the dangerous aura emanating from Su Ming. However, Chu Ye also believed that Su Ming had no reason to harm him. He is an advanced trainer. In his eyes, millions of dollars are nothing but petty gains. He would not care about this loss at all. The value of the news given by Chu Ye it's huge, but it's not too big to kill him. After all, the Ministry of Supervision is now strictly managing, and Chu Ye has just been selected into the Elf Division. If a person disappears when he gets on his car, then he is the most suspect. Su Ming glanced at Chu Ye, and a dark tone flashed in his eyes. As long as this kid shuts up for a few months and waits for the family to find out the secrets of Mahangra, then he will be of little value. Su Ming, who got the news, can get more support from the family, and the resources of the family are more on him. It's fine if you don't associate with this little fox then. After all, he was just a freshman in the elf department. Chu Ye was also happy to be marginalized. He also got what he should take without crossing Su Ming's bottom line, and winning time for further development in the future. Su Ming is not satisfied. "Okay, my brother will take you here. The branch hall is in front of me, my brother, please do it yourself." "Thank you, brother, I will definitely come to thank you when the time comes. I still have a lot of things I don't understand. I want to ask my brother." "You better stop coming." Su Ming, with a smile on his face, agreed to Chu Ye, saying that he would be treated well when Chu Ye came, and then closed the car door and galloped away. Chu Ye waved on the side of the road, turned around and walked towards the gym. The satisfied smile on his face did not deceive, and Chu Ye was in a very good mood now. After all, someone gave him money. If you want to get it, you have to pay. This is a win-win situation for the two. Su Ming's plan is very big, and Chu Ye can only consider what is in front of him. There is no way. When the strength has not reached a certain level, even if there is 100 tricks and conspiracies could not be implemented. Although only a little bit of information was exposed, Chuya did not believe that Su Ming and the forces behind him would spend manpower and material resources to continue to pay attention to him. As long as he pretended to be a lucky student, he just happened to discover Ma Hunla's secret. In the future, he will no longer jump out and make big news from time to time, then he can slowly fade out of Su Ming's vision, hiding in the crowd and slowly accumulating and improving his strength. When the time comes, no one can take my things. Chuya was expressionless, and slowly walked towards the branch hall with some gloomy eyes. The shadow of the ghost on his shoulder slightly twisted the air, and the part of his mouth slowly grinned with a terrifying smile, and then disappeared. Chapter 16, Select Skill Secret Stone. Entering the gymnasium, Chuya pushed the glasses that slipped from the bridge of his nose, walked to the front desk of the gymnasium, took out the material receipt given by Su Ming and handed it over and said, "This lady, may I ask where the gymnasium can get the supplies?" The young girl guarding the front desk wore a red skirt with a silk scarf tied around her neck. She looked like a stewardess. She looked up and saw a handsome boy asking herself. Her face was red, and she quickly opened it. Put away the screen of the phone while playing the game. "Ahem, are you here to receive supplies and props for this month? Hey! Why haven't I seen you in the gym? He is the owner of the branch library. Of course you don't know him anymore. Come in, I'll take you to get things." A slender boy walked out from behind the screen. He was tall, at least 1.8 meters tall, much taller than the current height of 1.7 meters. The middle part of the hair covered the narrow eyes, and he looked very cold. When the girl saw this young man, she immediately stood up and shouted respectfully, "Hello, Deputy Master." The young man ignored the girl, walked directly by Chuya's side, said something to go, glanced at the way and said, "From now on, you will be fined 1 month's salary if you use your mobile phone during work." The girl who had originally thought that she had escaped the catastrophe did not show her joy, but suddenly her entire face collapsed, with a sad look on her face. Chuya took a quick glance and saw the girl wave her little fist angrily. Chuya gave a chuckle, turned around and hurriedly followed the tall and thin young man into a reception room. The tall and thin young man waved his finger at the sofa and said he asked Chuya to sit down. Chuya was not polite, saying thank you, and then sat down. "Wait next." The tall and thin young man walked directly to the side of the cabinet and took out a notebook computer, put it in front of Chuya and said, "Don't be nervous, my surname is Xiao Hui, the owner has explained that you can select a value of 30 from the list inside. Thousands of supplies." Chuya hurriedly thanked him, and took the laptop. The notebook showed a series of lists, all of which were related to elves. Chuya took a quick glance and found that there were many props that he didn't recognize, such as Aber's strange snake. Shed, some kind of fairy feathers, Chuya didn't know what it was. Even the feces of the elves could be sold on it. It was really surprising. Seeing here, Chuya didn't dare to jump to a conclusion, she could only look at the tall and thin young man and said, "Is there anything here for the elves to learn skills?" The tall and thin young man stared at Chuya and pondered, and then said, "The secret stone that allows the elves to learn skills has very little stock in our gym. They are usually customized according to the requirements of gym members. You have to know that skills are generally difficult. Teaching, in addition to relying on training or the elves themselves, only the elves of the same family can teach the skills of the same elves. If there are different departments, there will be a great chance of failure. The branch hall now has only a few pieces left unselected. After all, it is a branch hall, and the material is richer than that of an unlisted gym." Chuya frowned slightly. He didn't expect how troublesome it would be for the elves to learn skills in this world. Now he can only try his luck. "Can you show me what skills are those?" Xiao Hui nodded, took the computer and called up an interface. Chuya looked at it. Skill Secret Stone Shot Down, Skill Secret Stone Hail, Skill Secret Stone Shadow Ball, Skill Secret Stone Tile Split, Skill Secret Stone Shadow Clone. Seeing this, Chuya was slightly happy, and then noticed that the Shadow Ball's skill secret stone was made by the superpower element, while the Shadow Clone was made by the Dragon element. According to Xiao Hui, if it is used for ghosts, these two skill secret stones will have a high failure rate. No wonder no one chooses these two skill secret stones. They were originally made by rare superpower and dragon elves. Chuya pursed his thin lips a little, then pointed to the two secret stones and said, "Can you show me these two secret stones?" Xiao Hui shook his head slightly. Chuyi's heart sank. The Shadow Ball's skill secret stone is worth 200,000, and the Shadow Clone skill secret stone is worth 150,000. The resources you can exchange are not enough. If these two skill secret stones are made by other departments, the price will be relatively cheaper, but because the price is much higher than the market price if they are made by rare elves. Chuya took out the bank card in his pocket and said, "Then can I make up the difference?" Xiao Hui frowned and didn't respond. He thought for a while and said, "I can't decide about this. Please allow me to escape." After speaking, he walked out of the room and came back after a while and said, "Yes, but you can only make up for the two skill secret stones, and you can't change other materials." Chuya nodded in thought. He originally wanted to see if there were any advanced energy cubes, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Then Xiao Hui made a call. After a while, a person walked in with a tray, put the tray on the table, and then bowed to leave. There were two boxes on the tray. Xiao Hui opened the boxes and saw two. A stone with a different light. One blue and one purple. As long as the skill secret stone is attached to the elf's forehead, the elf can learn the skills imprinted in it. If it is for the elves of different departments to absorb the secret stone. Xiao said that after a pause, he glanced at Chuya and continued, "You have to ask a professional trainer to guard him. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com to prevent the runaway caused by the failure of elf learning. Is there any such side effect?" Chuya put the two boxes in his pockets. The boxes were not big, but they also made Chuyi's pockets bulging. Chuya stood up and said, "If this is the case, then I will leave, and listen to me to thank the Master Su Ming." Xiao Hui nodded, and got up to send Chuya out. After swiping the card to leave the gymnasium, Chuya did not rush to leave. He found a coffee shop nearby, found a quieter seat and ordered a cup of coffee to sit down, because the moment Chuya saw the skill secret stone just now, his mind kept the quiet handheld device instantly turned on, so why did Chuya rush to find a place to check the cause? Discover the skill secret stone Shadow Ball, skill secret stone Shadow Clone, whether to recover. Return 53,000 gold coins. No. Chuya, who thought he had discovered something, was a little discouraged. Originally, he thought there was something else. Who knew that the modifier wanted to recover these two secret stones, but the value of these two secret stones was too great, actually worth 50,000 yuan. 3,000 gold coins. Chuya had to weigh the pros and cons. If he sold the secret stone to the modifier, he would have gold coins to increase the potential attribute and skill level of the ghost, but now the ghost seriously lacks attack skills, and the Shadow Clone is a special skill secret stone. Prerequisite skills: these two skills Chuya will sooner or later let Gaisai learn. If you sell it, you can sell the secret stone of the Shadow Ball first. After all, the ghosts will have the opportunity to learn the Shadow Ball by themselves in the future, but the Shadow Clone is different. Recycling cancelled, whether to let the elves learn the skill secret stone, and detect the elves that can learn ghosts. The learning rate %, 100. Chapter 17, The Multifaceted Nature of the World. A line of words lit up on the modifier interface, making Chuya stare. Chuya, who has always had a good self-control ability, lost control of his emotions because the modifier's function was really powerful. After all, this world is not like the games in the previous life that can teach elves with a little hand. After remembering last night's review, Chuya deeply understands that it is difficult for elves in this world to learn skills, just like the ghosts of Chuya. The potential is divided into pink levels by the modifier, but there is a basic skill tongue-licking ghosts that hasn't been learned, and the previously explored Pupazu and Mahuna also lack a lot of skills that should be upgraded. This shows that the difficulty of comprehension skills of the world elves is very large. In the future upgrades, the ghosts are only likely to comprehend the Shadow Ball skill, or they may not learn it in this life, so the skill Secret Stone will be so. Reason for expensive. However, the Shadow Ball is a ghost-type skill, and Gaisai is still very likely to understand and learn, but that has to wait for Chuya to raise the level of the ghost before there is a chance. Gaisai now only has a low damage from the special attack of the fog. The offensive skills are only, but the Shadow Ball will not be outdated no matter what stage it is used. I'm sure to study. Gaisai successfully learns Shadow Ball and Shadow Clone, but the current level is not displayed. The ghost slowly floated out from under the table, looking at Chuya with a dumbfounded expression. It didn't know why the memory of using the two skills suddenly appeared in its head. Whether it was the energy operation or the skill, the impression was deep in the ghost. In his mind, Chuya slightly lowered his hand, motioned Gaisai to continue hiding, and looked at the Gaisai attribute panel, and found that there had been a change. Ghost, pink, can be modified. Level, 5. Feature, floating. Attributes, ghost type, poison type. Carry props, none. Physical strength, F+. Attack, F+. Defense, F+. Special attack, A+. Special defense, F+. Speed, A+. Skill, Hypnotism LV1, plus gives an inductive suggestion, there is a 5 chance that the target will fall asleep. Muddy Mist LV1, plus blows the dirty fog to the target, causing minor special damage, and has a 2 chance to cause the target to fall into a poisoned state. Strange Light LV1, plus send out strange light to interfere with the target, there is a 50 chance to make the target confused. Resentment LV1, plus inflicts resentment on the last move used by the target, reducing the target's slight physical strength. Genetic skill, Black Mist LV1, plus raises a small range of black mist, returning the abilities of all targets in the black mist to the original point. Fixation method LV1, plus hinder the target's actions and reduce the target's slight physical strength. Learning skills, Shadow Ball, not mastered, plus throw a ball of shadow to attack the target, there is a 1 chance that the target will reduce the defense. Shadow Clone, unmastered, plus create phantoms by moving quickly to disrupt the target. Experience value, 4/135. The 2 newly learned skills are all unmastered. This can only allow Gaisai to practice continuously according to the memory engraved in his mind by the secret stone to master these 2 skills, or Chuya is willing to spend gold coins to make Gaisai upgrade skills, but Chuya is only a poor man. The 2 skill secret stones cost him 350,000, and now Carrie only has 1.05 million left. The next amount of money must be calculated carefully and must be spent on cultivating ghosts. On the blade, you can't just waste it. However, Chuya was able to find that the modifier was able to learn skills for the elves 100%. The value of this function does not seem to be very simple. If Chuya has the opportunity to teach elves skills from a single generation, this business seems to be profitable. After all, even the elves of this system only have a high chance to learn the skill Secret Stone, that is to say, there is a chance that they will not be able to learn it. You can only waste the money to buy the skill Secret Stone. The local tyrant may not care, but if it is a civilian trainer. After all, not everyone can afford this loss. The money of the civilian trainer is hard-earned money. You can only earn it when you are born and die in the wild. A failure can be forgiven. If you are not a chief, blast in place, forget it, what a trainer. Thinking of these, Chuyi's heart calmed down, the corners of her mouth also wore a trademark smile, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was enjoying coffee in this coffee shop. Even the passing waitress couldn't help but glance at Chu. Night. Using the remaining change to check out, Chu Ye found a nurturing store and bought some guy-size rations. An intermediate energy cube, 3,000 yuan per piece, which was 30 times more expensive than the low-level ones, made Chu Ye stun his tongue. It's a buy-in price, and you can't negotiate on credit. I asked the proprietress of the cultivation shop to know that intermediate energy cubes can only be developed by skilled intermediate cultivators, and there is also the possibility of failure in manufacturing energy cubes. Nurturing a cultivator who is good at making energy cubes does not know how much fruit it will cost. Provide training for educators. The proprietress also revealed that their purchase prices are similar, and they only make a difference from it. Chu Ye didn't believe this sentence, but Chu Ye took out his mobile phone to check and found that the lowest online purchase price was only 200 lower than here. Many, not including freight manpower and the like, it is really a monopoly to make money. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. This is still purchased from the city of Yangzhou. If you are from another city, the freight cannot be paid. After all, the road is close to the wild. Although patrols are used every day to replenish pesticides to expel the elves, but occasionally there will be fish that slip through the net. The convoys that undertake to transport the goods generally have to spend money to ask a trainer to them, so the price is high. Aircraft? How can there be such a thing? The sky is more dangerous than the underground. Once you accidentally fly into the territory of a certain flying lord, goodbye, wait for death. I lost if the skill did not bomb the plane. Therefore, the gap between the city and the city is larger than Chu Ye imagined. If it weren't for the discovery of a substance capable of transmitting information without gaps in the powerful mental power of the national research superpower elves, it would probably be impossible to surf the internet and fight. Telephones, after all, there are too many dangerous factors in this world. The wild cannot use optical fibers to transmit information. Satellites are exploded by a tail, and how powerful electromagnetic transmissions are. Information is paralyzed. So this world can be quite different from the previous life. The way of transmitting information using quantum entanglement that has not been developed after spending a lot of manpower and material resources in the previous life has been overtaken by this world. Chu Ye had to sigh the wonder of the world. Just the appearance of the magical creature like the elves made the two originally identical worlds take different paths. I spent more than 10,000 yuan to buy 4 intermediate energy cubes. After all, Chu Ye is going to stay in, and guy-size food cannot be broken. I don't know if the academy will provide food for the elves, so I was prepared. Chu Ye bought it. 4 energy cubes, although 1 energy cube can be absorbed by the ghost for a long time, but now Chu Ye is also ready to start training the ghost. It is better to prepare more energy cubes. Chapter 18, Sell Book B. After solving his own affairs, Chu Ye remembered that Mo Fan still had to go to collect the initial elves. It was almost noon now. I wonder if he had set off. Took out his mobile phone to call Mo Fan. Hey, Chu Ye? What's the matter? Before leaving the classroom, the two had exchanged contact information, and now there are only 3 contacts in Chu Ye's cell phone: Chu Dad, Chu Ma, Mo Fan. Chu Ye pondered his tone. First think of a way to fool Mo Fan to go and get the best bookbee. Besides, Mo Fan has a mine at home. Are you afraid that he can't afford an elf like bookbee? Chu Ye also saw a record of the sale of Angxian bells on the internet, and a bell is only 200,000. People in this world still don't care too much about the intimacy of the elves, as long as the elves are obedient enough. Are you going to receive the initial wizard now? Not yet, wait for dinner before going. Ah, what kind of fairy do you bring? I really look forward to it. Are you at home now? I'll be there right away when I wait. Ah? Are you coming to my house? Okay, you have been long. Before Mo Fan finished speaking, Chu Ye hung up his cell phone. reached out and stopped a taxi on the side of the road, and hurried to Mo Fan's house. At the gate of the community, Chu Ye sent a message to Mo Fan and told him to come out. Because Mo Fan lives in a high-end community, he needs to confirm his identity when he enters and exits, and other people will be stopped by the security guard at the gate. After a while, Mo Fan ran out in a hurry, and Chu Ye hurriedly pulled Mo Fan over and said in a quiet voice, "Let's find a quiet place. I have important things to tell you." Mo Fan nodded. Seeing Chu Ye's serious appearance, he also constricted his usual excitement, then pointed to the tea house across the road and said, "Then let's go there. My dad would always arrange business talks there." Chu Ye nodded, and walked to the tea house with Mo Fan, thinking secretly about how to tell Mo Fan. The two ordered a pot of tea in the tea house and opened a private room, and then the waiter guarding the side walked away and sat in the private room. Inside, Mo Fan was familiar with soaking boiling water and rushing into the tea. Chu Ye looked around and felt that the layout of the tea house was a good place. Through the one-way glass, you could clearly see the cars going downstairs, but no noise is heard, and the tea house seems to have spent a lot of effort on soundproofing. The green smoke curls up, and the fragrance of tea slowly spreads throughout the tea room. Mo Fan used tweezers to put a small porcelain cup in front of Chu Ye, poured the filtered tea into the cup and said with a chuckle, "Why are you eager to find me if you have anything? Borrowing money will save it. My dad just stopped spending money for 3 months." Chu Ye stretched out his hand and took the cup. The hot temperature made him frown. He reluctantly put down and said, "I didn't come to you to borrow money. What would your initial elf want to choose? Why is this anxious? Of course it is a handsome, cute, and powerful type, little fire dragon, little saw crocodile, Ibrahimovic. Anyway, I would not choose ghost elves like you." Thinking of Gaisai, Mo Fan glanced at Chu Ye's shoulder with a sad look. "Then what career do you want to go to?" "Nurturing family. I'm not going to do logistics. Of course I have to be a trainer to be able to enter the elf division, so that I can get out of the blocked fields." "How handsome!" Chu Ye looked at Mo Fan speechlessly. People at Mo Fan's age would basically not think about things. He originally thought that Mo Fan would have graduated from secondary 2 when he got to high school, but he didn't expect it to be worse in this world. Nurturing home is logistics, but it can't hold up the later development ability of this kind of learning master profession. Is it really just a version of being strong or not? Is handsome for a lifetime? Well, I guess your dad won't let you be a trainer. Mo Fan's face suddenly closed. His family's discipline was extremely strict, as was the case in his previous life. Later, he was aroused by the rebellious mentality and ran out to start a business alone and was unwilling to accept the family's arrangement to take over the business. "I have a chance here, I don't know if you would like to try it." "What chance?" Chu Ye pondered his language, took a sip of the warm tea, and said, "I got a news from the Taoist hall that there is a very capable elf in the Yangzhou elf cultivation room." Mo Fan said excitedly, "What spirit?" Chu Ye glanced at Mo Fan, looked at Mo Fan who was a little impatient, frowned and said to himself, "You should have heard the news of the Sky Overlord in the area of the Magic City." "You mean that Pakasi?" It was Mo Fan's turn to frown. Of course he knew what kind of elves Pakis was. He had also watched the video recorded at the time. That Pakasi waved its wings and a large wind blade rolled the forest land and countless elves into minced meat. Code, situation. Pakis is very strong. Although some people have collected Pakkis feather gene samples, it proves that Pakkis is an elf evolved from Pakkis, but until now, almost none of the people who nurtured Pakkis can Bookbee evolved. Only a few samples where some low-qualified Bookbee was taken away as a Pokémon. After more than a decade, only a few of those Bookbee evolved into Bookagoo. Mo Fan frowned and looked at Chu Ye and said, You don't want me to adopt a Pokbai as the initial elf. That thing is cute, but if it doesn't evolve, then it has almost no combat power. That elf evolves. There is no rule in the method, A&D. What else Mo Fan wanted to say, Chu Ye hurriedly interrupted his words and said, I know what you want to say, this is not a problem. Since I let you choose Bookbee for a reason, I can say Bookbee's evolution is regular. I said that this is not traceless. Pets such as shy buds, bells ringing, and treasure cocoons are the same as Bookbee. They cannot accumulate energy normally to cause qualitative change and evolution. Some trainers have tried it. Many methods, such as carrying props or using various evolution stones, have failed. On the contrary, some elves who have been adopted to accompany the elderly and take care of the children have evolved in their hands, although it may take a lot of time to evolve them. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, but are you not surprised at this point? Why do these elves have evolved types in the wild? Mo Fan listened to Chu Yi's words, and gradually thought about it by touching his chin. Mo Fan also knew a thing or two about the elves' cases mentioned by Chu Yi, but they were all difficult problems for the country to solve. So, I guess the evolutionary elements of these elves are different from other elves. They did not use evolution stones and did not carry props. The only evolutionary samples appeared on the family Pokémon at home, and this several evolutionary types of elves have the habit of taking care of their cubs in the wild, and will take care of them until they evolve. As you know, most elves give birth to their cubs instead of letting the cubs enter the life of the group or take care of them until they have a certain fighting ability and then leave. I found that the evolutionary elements of Pokémon are different from the general ones. These types of Pokémon, which are often raised in families, have evolved and non-evolved families. The evolutionary factors are very good for the elves. My family, together with the cubs in the wild to take care of the strange behavior after evolution, I guess that this kind of elves need to cultivate emotions with people, and they can only evolve smoothly if they are intimate with the elves. After saying this, Chu Yi's mouth was a little dry. Based on the information he knew, he slowly combined with the knowledge of the previous life to compile this very well-founded reason. Those family Pokémons have evolved, but they have consumed all their potential, but now there is a very promising Bookbee at Yangzhou University. I am not completely sure that this method can make Bookbee evolve. But if you succeed, you will have an extremely powerful elf, and then your dad can't stop you from becoming a trainer. Would you like to try it? Chapter 19, Start College Life. 6 p.m. Chu Ye got off the taxi, took out the suitcase from the trunk, and walked towards the college. In a good mood, Chu Ye hummed a piece that he didn't even know what it was, and walked towards the dormitory step by step, still thinking about the situation in the tea house private room in his mind. I want to believe you. Mo Fan is worthy of being Mo Fan. He has the same look in his previous life. He is desperate for his unconditional trust in his eyes, using the future to bet whether Chu Yi's information is correct. If he succeeds, he will have a very strong elf. If he fails, if you do, then waste your time, energy, and materials, and spend on a pet-shaped elf. Chu Ye didn't fool him, and asked him to buy a quiet bell after he went home on the spot, and then went to choose the initial elf. At that time, Mo Fan just silently nodded. Chu Ye didn't say much, he also believed that Mo Fan would not talk nonsense. After all, this is the evolutionary law that Chu Ye discovered first. If it proves to be successful, it would be famous in Chu Ye, but this is not what Chu Ye thought. Need. Entering the dormitory, the 404 dormitory is on the 4th floor. The student dormitory does not have an elevator. The entire dormitory has only 8 floors. However, it is hard to walk up to the top floor. Chu Ye pays tribute to those who are unfortunately placed on the high floors. Whether it is tall or short, it is just right for Chu Ye, without the noise of low floors and the sultry heat of high floors. Chu Ye aimed his hand at the door of the dormitory, and opened it with a beep, and entered a large room like a living room with 2 doors on the side. A dormitory school only accommodates 2 people. It seems that the situation is relatively high-end. The group dormitory of Chuya was many times better than the dormitory where Chuya had just come out to work in his previous life. Chuya put down his suitcase and walked around the whole dormitory. He nodded in satisfaction with his own bathroom and separate room. Then he pulled up his luggage and chose a room and walked away. The ghost on his shoulders also slowly condensed, and looked at the surrounding environment curiously. Only after Chuya closed the door of the room did it neigh and turn into smoke to penetrate through the crack of the door. The room is very tidy: closet, bed and desk. On one side of the bed there is a cushion for the elves to sleep at night. Although the ghosts do not need them, ghosts will not be normal like other systems. Resting habit: as long as they have a trace of mental power, they won't feel sleepy, and the night is the time when the ghost elves are excited. Ghost, that's where you rest. Chuya pointed to the cushion and said, and then put all the clothes in the suitcase that he had taken care of into the closet. After thinking about it, Chuya took out from his pocket and Dad Chu stuffed it today after he packed his luggage. When he reached the 10,000 yuan in his hand, Chuya with a slightly complicated face put the 10,000 yuan in the closet. You take the money first. There should be a lot of money in school. Don't wrong yourself and the elves. If you don't have enough, call Dad. Be careful not to lose it. These are the original words of Dad Chu, exactly the same as what Dad Chu told me when Chuya went to work for the first time. Gaisai floated on the cushion curiously, and from time to time he went through the cushion to see what was inside. When Chuya turned around, he saw that half of Gaisai's body had penetrated into the cushion. Chuya did not go to waste this afternoon. After he separated from Mo Fan, he went to the county library to borrow basic books about ghosts, and when he was at home, he asked Gaisai to exercise his shadow clone skills in the shade of the yard. The results are also very obvious. Now Gaisai has successfully mastered the shadow clone. Because of being at home, Chuya didn't dare to let Gaisai exercise offensive skills, so he could only see if he could borrow the training room when he went to the academy. Pulling Gaisai out of the cushion, Gaisai looked at Chuya suspiciously. Gaisai, you did a good job in today's training, and you are very obedient these days. This melon is a reward for you. Chuya took out from the bag today and went to buy specially to reward the ghosts. The ghosts had been obedient in the afternoon and exercised the shadow clone. You can also see Chuya while reading a book. Pets need to be rewarded and punished, and so are elves. So, after all, Gaisai is a ghost elves who naturally like to prank and terrorize others. Chuya also wanted to gradually let the ghosts develop a relatively stable personality. The elves have very high IQs. As long as they understand what they can't do, they can get along well as long as they are not the kind of unruly elves. After all, it came from a professional training room. Like a kitten, the female cat will be allowed to take it for a period of time, and the female cat will teach the kitten some rules, such as not being able to stretch its claws to scratch people. The elves after domestication are very docile, completely different from those in the wild. Gaisai saw the Guisiguo happily bounced off the cushion and floated to Chuyi's side. The surrounding poisonous fog was controlled by the ghost and slowly lifted the Guisiguo. Gaisai opened his mouth and bit fiercely. With a mouth full of the flesh, his squinted eyes enjoyed it. After reading some professional books roughly in the afternoon, Chuya also has a general understanding of the ghost system, and also has a general direction for the training and cultivation of ghosts. It is not as confused as before. Ghost elves generally appear in ruins or deserted houses. They are damp and dark. It is the favorite environment of ghosts. Their favorite food is the emotion of fear and life energy. Of course, they use energy cubes and various tree fruits. Can replace. Ghost elves are also divided into two types, one is invisible and the other is tangible. Ghosts are ghost elves that belong to the category of intangibles. Because of the characteristics of their bodies, they cannot fully converge the energy of the ghosts, resulting in energy dispersion spreads to the trainer, which is why few people raise ghost elves. There is also a theory that the ghost elves are born with cursing power, and because invisible elves can hardly condense their energy, they will unknowingly curse everything around them, whether it is the trainer or yourself. The ghost, the stronger the elves, the more terrifying the curse. Thinking of this, Chuya sighed helplessly, and that the path she chose could only go down on her knees. Besides, Teacher Lee didn't say that if she had direct contact with a ghost, it would be fine. Chuya stared at what was in her mind. Handheld, he doesn't think he is the kind of physique that is born to resist the negative energy of ghosts. The only possibility is that he has a strange handheld on his body, and there is no manual for the handheld. Chuya can't understand its function. Yu reading www.yuyucananshu.com. Open the taskbar. After silently reading a sentence, the handheld device lights up instantly, and a flash of words flashes on the screen. Yesterday's mission has already been refreshed. Because Chuya is too busy today, there is no time to check it. Where to find good things that don't need to be recharged. Win the first match, unfinished 200 gold coins will be awarded. Cultivate an elf to level 20, unfinished reward 500 gold coins and a random special skill secret stone. Hey, have 2 tasks refreshed. Chuya touched his chin. These 2 tasks were difficult, but not easy. The first one just needed someone to win a game, and the second one was a long-term task. Chuya looked at Gaisai, and the Gaisai who was excited about eating fruit didn't notice Chuya watching it. Gaisai spent a day absorbing energy cubes, and there was only a little experience value floating on the attribute panel. I don't know how much time it will take to cultivate to level 20. If there is an upgrade medicine like magic candy, it would be simple. Unfortunately, there is no news on the whole network of Chuya search. The only way to make the elves stronger is to exercise constantly and try to absorb the energy of the energy cube. There is also a way to consume resources to upgrade quickly, that is, to find items corresponding to the energy of each system for the elves to absorb. For example, the fire elves can absorb the fire system energy on the cooled volcanic ash, but these things are very rare. It is also the reason why trainers are keen to run in the field. Generally, the time it takes to nurture an elf to grow up is in units of years. Whether it is time-consuming or resource-consuming, it costs a lot. Therefore, trainers in this world generally only cultivate a few elf. Can only use water milling time to let the ghost slowly upgrade. Chapter 20, Art is Blasting School. Click. Just as Chuya was thinking, he heard the sound of the door opening outside. When Chuya walked out of the room, she saw Mo Fan's body with large bags, 2 large suitcases in his hands, a travel backpack on his back, and 2 large bags on his shoulders. He was bending over at the door and panting for death. The look. Chuya hurriedly picked up the bag and suitcase hanging on his body and said, "How do you bring so many things?" Mo Fan gasped for a while before he came back, waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it, my mother gave me these things. Only when I arrived at the school I realized that the driver couldn't help bring things in." Chuya twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Deserve it." Mo Fan bent over and said with a grin, "Don't talk about this, look what this is." Mo Fan lifted his shoulders, and a small elf stuck out a small head from his shoulder. Half of his body was still wrapped in an eggshell. The eggshell had a red and blue triangle pattern, which was exactly Bookbee. Wave. My dad was very happy to see that I took this little one back, and he unblocked my pocket money on the spot. He thought I would bring it to play, and I won't be a trainer in the future. Not as good as he wants, yet, my whole family is holding you on me, let alone your unreliable methods. Chuya quickly calmed down and said, "No, I have studied this method for a long time before I found out their laws. Just trust me." Mo Fan, who had recovered some physical strength, took 2 heavy suitcases and went to another room. Chuya also helped organize them. Mo Fan opened the suitcases. One suitcase was loaded with clothes and the other suitcase was loaded with a lot of snacks. Your mother will bring you these. Mo Fan rolled his eyes and said, how do I know? Then quickly cleaned up the room and stuffed all the messy things into the closet. Only then did Mo Fan have the opportunity to look at the layout of the room and exclaimed, this dormitory is not bad. It's much better than living in junior high school. There is also a balcony in a separate room. Bathroom, let me go. Isn't this a small duplex apartment anymore? How good is Pokemon for students? How can I know about this? By the way, have you bought Angxian Bell? I bought it early, because in Yangzhou, I ordered an urgent item and delivered it in the afternoon. Mo Fan waved his hand, but Book Bai jumped onto Mo Fan's palm alive, and looked at Chuya curiously. Little Bai, show I the bell. After finishing talking, Book Bai looked at Chuya and then at Mo Fan, as if he was recognizing people, and then clenched his two small hands together. A cute look of the nest is hard and spicy, an array of light flashed from Book Bai. When Chuya returned to his senses, Bokabi had a small bell tied with a red ribbon in his hand. It seems that carrying props are usually condensed in the body of the elf in the form of energy, which is invisible from the outside. Chuya squinted his eyes and thought, now he has a very shallow knowledge of elves, and he must observe and learn all the time. Correct. Mo Fan patted his head, put Pak Bai on the soft cushion, and then ran to the two large bags and kept rummaging through it. After a while, he found a small rectangular box from it and threw it to Chuya. Said, I saw it when I was visiting a prop store in Yangzhou, it should be suitable for your ghosts. Chuya took the box and opened it curiously, only to see a piece of paper inside the box with a twisted pattern painted on it, and the round pattern in his eyes is an ominous thing. This is the charm of the curse. The clerk said that it can stabilize the energy of the ghost system after being carried by the ghost system. I don't know if it's useful. This is a very suitable prop for ghosts. The strong and unknown aura flowing on the talisman made Chuya know that this cursed talisman must have cost Mo Fan a lot of money. Chuya looked at Mo Fan and stopped talking. Looks like. Mo Fan waved his hand and said, if you refuse, I will avoid it. I know your kid will definitely not accept it. Anyway, you can't get it back. Only your ghosts can use it. Then you will help me cultivate Book Bai with all your heart. Remuneration. Mo Fan suddenly shuddered when he said the last word. Chuya looked intently. Gaisai had already rushed to Chuya from the next room, staring at the cursed talisman, drooling, and seeing Chuya looking at it from time to time. Sticking out his tongue expresses his desire for this curse charm. Seeing the look of Gaisai, Chuya felt that Gaisai was a bit embarrassing. Gaisai, I am not a human, so she had to take out the curse charm and hand it to Gaisai. Thank you, then I won't refuse. Mo Fan's mouth twitched as much as possible to avoid the ghosts and clasped Chuyi's shoulders and said, that's right, our two brothers, how can we talk about this? Hey, can you speak without shaking? Pakabi looked at Gaisai curiously, then absorbed an Xian Bell into his tiny body, and ran over here excitedly. You see that you are not as bold as this little guy. Mo Fan immediately retorted, I'm not afraid, I just feel a little cold. Gaisai swallowed the charm of the curse in one bite, trembling with a very comfortable appearance, and then smiled friendly at Mo Fan a few times. Scarlet eyes, depressive breath, and poisonous mist around him, and fangs at the corner of his mouth. Mo Fan's expression gradually distorted. Am I going to live in this haunted house? Ghosts, stop making trouble. Ghost neighed aggrievedly, and only then found that there was a little boy below who was jumping constantly trying to catch his own Pokpi, and he floated higher curiously. Mo Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, bending over and picking up Pokpi, who was still jumping, sitting on the bed. Chuya raised his eyebrows and said, how can your spirits have vitality? How can you be like a salted fish? Since we all got the initial spirits and haven't started formal training, do you want to fight? Chuya thought about the quick completion method of Task 1. If it is to challenge a spirit like Bookbi, Chuye still has quite a lot of confidence in Gaisai. Okay, just stay here. I've long wanted to try the elves fighting each other, anyway, they are not very strong now, and they won't make a big mess. In Mo Fan's mind, the low-level elves could only compete with each other for their physical strength, and he was sure that Chuye would not let the ghosts be ruthless against Pokbai, and agreed. Well, let's compare the two, and see whose spirit loses energy first, even if one loses. Okay, I agree. The two went out to the living room to hold each other, and Gaisai floated in front of Chuye and looked at the little one. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Bookbi is full of fighting spirit. Then let's start. Chuye issued an order, and then said to Gaisai, Gaisai uses strange light. If you use the negative state, you can drain Bookbi's stamina. The shadow orb is still not usable by ghosts. Haze is a poison-type skill. It would be troublesome if Bookbi was poisoned. After all, Chuye didn't know. Is the school infirmary open now? Gaisai stared at Bookbi, a faint light appeared in his wide-open eyes, which made Bookbi feel dizzy when seeing the ghosts. Pokabi, don't look at the ghosts, use your best moves. Hearing Mo Fan's reminder, Bookbi quickly lowered his head and waved his hands continuously. The terrifying energy instantly gathered between Bookbi's fingers, the twisted surrounding air, and the grey ball of light instantly emitted in the form of a beam of light. When Chuye found something was wrong, he hurriedly pulled the ghost in the air and put it through his hands. After Guisi's body, Guisiu reflected and floated down and lay down with Chuye. The beam of light passed over Chuye instantly, and Chuye could even smell the burnt smell of energy rubbing the air. Boom! Chuye slowly raised his head, and saw that the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony behind him had disappeared. The guardrail and metal anti-theft net outside the balcony were blasted out of a large hole, and the green smoke curled up, and the stones were still connected to the steel bars. Stop shaking! Chuye thought of a move name in her slightly blank mind. Destruction and Death. The normal type is a very powerful special attack, which is second only to suicide moves like the Big Bang. The handheld in Chuye's mind also lit up instantly. Congratulations on winning a battle and earning 30 gold coins. Chapter 21, Penalty. I'm so sorry. We didn't mean it. Chuye and Mo Fan bowed at 90 degrees. Sitting in front was Li Yume, who was rushed over by the notice from the residential administration. The background behind him was the balcony that was pierced by the destruction and death light shaken by Bokerbai's finger. The broken stone and cracked floor were covered with shattered glass. Pokabi's finger swing is a general type of skill that is completely face-sensitive. After using finger swing, you can randomly select one move from all the moves and use it. European seals with a good face can even use their power to shake out the exclusive skills of the beasts, but this kind of European seals has a short lifespan. After all, the elves have many skills, and this kind of extremely uncertain moves will be accompanied by them. A great risk. If Pokeby had a Big Bang at the time, then Chuye and Mo Fan could already play GG. Moreover, the actual skills are different from those in the game. The game only consumes the PP points of the move. When it comes to reality, it directly squeezes the energy of the elf's whole body. If Pokeby really randomly shakes an exclusive skill of a beast, it is estimated that he died on the spot long ago. However, even if it only destroys the dead light, it is not Bookby's tolerable. The use of the instant exhausted energy on the spot and fainted. If Mo Fan didn't react in time and took out a few energy cubes and forced them to feed Bookby, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, because Bookby was still a relatively young elf, he fainted without persisting for a second after using the Destruction Death Light. The Destruction Death Light did not continue to be displayed, but only destroyed the 404 dormitory balcony on the spot, and did not affect the surrounding area. The dormitory building did not cause casualties. Sugwon arrived at the messy scene within 2 minutes after hearing the bursting roar, and then asked Ming Chui and Mo Fan about the class situation and called Li Yuma to ask her to come and deal with it. So you guys blow up the dormitory right after entering school. Li Yuelin embraced his hands, holding up the figure who was still wearing a skirt, but his face was a little unsightly, the corners of his eyes fluttered and looked at Chu Ye and Mo Fan. Chu Ye and Mo Fan nodded quickly. You take the words of my old mother to your ears. Didn't you remind you not to use elves in the campus area? Give the old mother a bucket of what a big basket, how do you want to die? The old woman into you was completely roaring like a dragon, and the sound was so shocking that even the students hiding outside the dormitory overhearing could not help shrinking their heads, and then secretly determined that they would never provoke this female teacher who was almost in menopause in the future. My mother is only 30 years old, she is younger than your sister. Gotha duck, come out, throw them down for me. A flash of red light flashed, and a slender elf appeared, with blue skin all over, and a red bead on his forehead. The surrounding water vapor was gradually converged under the guidance of the majestic water energy on the Gotha duck. The dormitories are all tainted with moisture. Light bulbs on the wall or furniture, all condensed a little bit of dewy water. Gotha duck appeared and smiled at Li Yuma as if he was gloating. Then he hooked his finger to the outside of the dormitory, and a red light appeared on his eyes and forehead. The powerful mental power skipped Chu Ye and Mo Fan, and saw the students outside the dormitory drifting towards the stairs. Nianli. Then there was only a sound of ping-pong banging, and there was no other sound. The Gotha duck patted the hand with only 3 fingers with satisfaction. Although the Gotha duck is just a water elf, the red bead on its forehead gives it and its powerful spiritual power. Although not as powerful as the super-powered elves, after years of continuous tempering, the Gotha duck has become more than some superpowers elves. Just now, the Gotha duck used mental power to read the words of those students and then passed them on. Give it to Li Yuma, so Li Yuma will know that someone is saying bad things about her. Of course, this force of forcibly reading the mind consumes mental energy and is not very helpful in battle. It is not comparable to those elves with telepathic characteristics, because it is too complicated to use an excessive concentration. Brother Daya only plays when there is nothing to do. It is also a good skill development to use it to talk to his trainer. You laugh. Come back quickly. Li Yuma took back the Gotha duck, and looked at the 2 seemingly well-behaved but stingy guys in front of him with unkind eyes, one who insisted on raising ghosts without heeding advice, and the other was good. He came to the school to blast the dormitory. If I was giving you something time, are you going to blow up the school to heaven? Oh my god, I'm just a newcomer who just retired, why do you do this to me? Li Yuma instantly thought that these 2 were fried, steamed and boiled in an 18-like appearance. Now a certain department of a university should still accept a general teacher. I have 2 fresh ones here, do you want it? Mo Fan looked at Li Yuma's increasingly unkind eyes and said, Teacher, image matters. Li Yuma instantly poked her finger on Mo Fan's head and said, I want a fart image. You 2 little bunnies got into trouble as soon as they came in. I thought that when my old lady was at school, I didn't know how clever the school was. These 2 goods are here. Illegal use of elves and powerful moves in crowds of tall buildings. If you were outside, you could have gone in for more than half a year for nothing. Having said this, Li Yuma's cell phone rang, and then she glanced at the 2 with a warning look, walked to the side to answer the phone, and smiled and bent over to apologize. She did not have the momentum of a tigress, but because the distance was a little far away, Chu Ye couldn't hear what she was talking about. It took a while before she walked back. www.novel.com. If you are lucky, the school leader decided to remember your first offense and only remember 1 warning. And responsible for compensating for the loss, so do you accept it? Chu Ye was a little silent, but warned that he could still accept it, but it was a little hurt to compensate for the loss. Although he had more than 1 million yuan on his body, the money was not spent, and it cost a lot of money before he started training ghosts. If the compensation goes out, it will hurt the fundamentals, but it won't work if you don't compensate. This is also the best solution. As long as you don't lose your status as an elf student, there is a saying that things that can be solved with money are not counted. It's hard to do without money. I need to find future sources of income as soon as possible. Mo Fan took a step forward and said, "Teacher, compensate me. The dormitory is made like this by my elf. It has nothing to do with Chu yet. Just remember me alone if you give a warning." Li Yume looked at Mo Fan amusedly and said, "Oh, it's kind of loyal, but there are no doors. Both of you are responsible now. It's very risky that no one will be injured. Otherwise, you just wait to quit school. There is no discussion about this. This is the best result." What else Mo Fan wanted to say, Chu Ye quickly stopped him and said, "Teacher, we accept the punishment and there is no objection." Li Yume nodded and said, "That's right, this warning is not meaningless, that is to say, if you trouble me again at school, just wait to drop out." "Have you heard it?" "I heard it. X2. Okay, this is the end of the matter. I can't live in this dormitory anymore. I will change the dormitory for you later. There was originally a class meeting tonight, but if you do it, I will allow you to organize it and not participate. The class will mainly inform you of the time for class tomorrow, I will send it to you later, you can remember my newsletter." Chapter 22, Mo Fan's Confession. After arranging the new dormitory, Chu Ye and Mo Fan started busy moving things. Teacher Li had already left. The unfortunate experience that the 404 dormitory was blasted less than half an hour after its opening made the new dormitory's supervisor treat Chu Ye Liang. People are like enemies. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Ye was busy with everything and came out of the bathroom. Mo Fan was sitting in the living room with Bokbi, who was still in a coma, on the table. I asked Teacher Li to take a look before and said it was a waste. If it is too large, just feed a few more energy cubes, it's fine. It's just that Mo Fan seemed a little silent. He kept looking at Bokbi, who was lying on the soft cushion. He didn't know what he was thinking. Chu Ye didn't have anything to look for. He took out a book in the room and sat opposite Chu Ye and slowly flipped through it. It seemed that the room seemed very quiet for a while. Except for the slight breathing and the occasional sound of flipping through books, Chu Ye was not a talkative person at first. He also saw that Mo Fan was a little different today, but he didn't ask much. It wasn't until Teacher Li sent a text message to inform them that Chu Ye and Mo Fan recovered. The ding-dong bell rang and Chu Ye turned on the phone. "Get up at 6:30 tomorrow and start to gather in the playground, don't be late, and don't do anything to the old Nyonya. Number initially." Chu Ye looked at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, got up and stretched, turned around and wanted to go back to the room, but Mo Fan called Chu Ye when he was about to enter the room. Yet. Chu Ye turned around and looked at Mo Fan with some doubts and said, "What?" Mo Fan hesitated for a moment, and then said a little bit tightly, "I'm really sorry today, I'm hurting you." Chu Ye returned to his seat and sat down and looked directly at Mo Fan and said, "You don't have to apologize. I think your state is a bit wrong today. Usually you don't make an excuse to give me anything. Don't help you cultivate waves. Kirby's words prevaricate me, you know that if I let you choose the spirit of Birkbai, then I will be responsible for it." Mo Fan's eyelids drooped slightly, and he was a little silent. Chu Ye didn't urge him. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, "As expected, it is a yet, this can't help you. Actually I will do the same today if you don't ask me to try Bokbi's ability. I also know the effect of finger swing. Originally, I didn't want to hurt you, but I decided what to do when I saw you when you proposed a match. Even if Bokbi didn't use powerful skills at the time, I would continue to command Bokbi to use his skills." Mo Fan took a deep breath, seeming to be calming his mind, looking at Chu Ye with some complexity, and said, "You know the situation in my family well. My dad's staid person will not let me become a trainer. He asked me to study in the elf department just to get me to have a qualification. After I graduated from the elf department, no matter which path I take, it will go smoothly. In my dad's eyes, it was a stupid decision to become a trainer and go wild adventures. I am also stupid. I want to be a trainer and see the outside world in the wild, whether it's the end of the sea, mountains, or snow-capped mountains. What kind of elves are on the side? What people now preach is that the legendary elves that appear in the story actually exist or not. All of these are like treasures that attract my heart. I confirmed when I was at home in the afternoon, it was just an arrangement of my dad that I can enter the wizard division. Mo Fan was bitter, he was very disgusted with this kind of arranged life. My dad has a way to pass the battle assessment, so it means that he can influence me in the future and prevent me from taking the training home certification exam, or he will directly do his hands on me. Chuya accepted the conversation and said blankly, "That's why you would listen to me and choose Poke B to reduce your dad's doubts." Mo Fan said with a wry smile, "I have no choice, don't I?" Next, Chuya almost understood it. In the dormitory, Bookby used a powerful skill to make him carry a warning. Mo Fan's father would not be angry, but would be happy, and maybe a little bit later. Relax the supervision of Mo Fan. Chuya also thought about why Mo Fan's luck in the previous life was so bad. This is probably not Mo Fan's own problem. Whenever he almost has to succeed in his business, there are almost things that hinder Mo Fan, as if he is in bad luck. The ghost is not going away. If this is all the hands and feet of Mo Fan's father, then everything makes sense. Now it is a very correct decision for Mo Fan to use self-defilement to gain time for himself. Where to speak? See the big from the small. From ancient times to the present, people often don't show their abilities to others, but hide themselves from their stigma. Such people are often only done by a generation of outstanding people, whether they have lofty ambitions or ambitions. Although the consequence of the warning and punishment on the back is to increase the difficulty of assessing the trainer in the future, if you can use this time to win the growth of a great potential elf, it is extremely worthwhile. After all, the strength of this world represents the right to speak. More and less, like a madman's gambling behavior, Chuya seemed to understand this buddy, how the two can be in harmony, and how long they can get along, because he and Mo Fan are of the same kind in his bones. It's just that Chuyi's environment is different from Mo Fan. In the past, Mo Fan could only choose to leave home alone, relying on his own hands and feet to establish a listed company. This desperate choice can only be made by Mo Fan. Chuyi's gaze was faint, and there was no smirk piled up on his face, it seemed a little cold and alienated, but this appearance made Mo Fan feel very real and somewhat close. Stared at Mo Fan for a long time, before Chuya said lightly, "Don't worry, I didn't mean to blame you, this is also a good thing for me, I will make you a trainer." Although this blasting incident made Chuya and Mo Fan famous, they both had negative reputations. There will probably be rumors in the school tomorrow that they would blow up the dormitory by a private fight, but this has no effect on Chuya, but rather a little benefit. Chuya just wanted to calm down and increase the strength of the ghosts. Raising ghost spirits in the academy has given Chuya a lot of rumors. Now she is using spirits to destroy the dormitory improperly. In this school of geniuses, it is estimated that the students will despise Chuya a bit. Chuya has experienced the era of the information explosion and knows that rumors are very qualitative to a person. The first impression of people depends on their attitude towards others. If Suming also hears these rumors, then it is inevitable that there will be some disdain for Chuya, and it is estimated that he will rarely pay attention to Chuya in the future. As long as Chuya doesn't go against him and reveal Mahangla's information, this is exactly what she wants. The more negative information Chuya has, the safer she is. A person who was lucky enough to discover Mahangla's special nature was an idiot who couldn't even control the elves and destroyed the dormitory. Wasted manpower and material resources for this kind of person was an act of lunacy. Although Chuye acted a little precociously, it also made Su Ming and the forces behind him lower their suspicion of Chuye. There are two sides to everything. Not all good things are good for you, and not all bad things are bad. Just as the final evolution of the ghost is a very powerful elves, but the disadvantages shown by the ghost system make people stay away from it. This is the problem of measuring gains and losses. There is a gain and a loss. There is no good thing in the world that can make you free. Enjoy. Chuye closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no more indifference that made people stay away. He put on a trace of warmth and said, "Helping you is helping me. I don't have to worry about how much between the two." When Mo Fan heard Chuye's words, a warm smile appeared on his original bitter face and said, "I know yet, you are also like me, longing for the remote field. We are walking on the same road. No matter what you do, I believe that you will not harm me, just as you know that I will always stand by your side." Chuye nodded, and said without denying, "Tomorrow, I will help you formulate the following training-related matters for Bookbee. Now I need to use your channel to help me get some weaker elves for me." Mo Fan also smiled and said, "No problem, wrap it on me." Chapter 23, Explosion. Chuye returned to the room, a faint moonlight streaming down Chuye's face through the window. Sitting on the edge of the desk, Chuye's body was buried deep in the darkness. Some people say that the dark night is a ruthless veil, but for Chuye night is his time to relax, and Chuye, who is used to being alone, is now the truest self only when he is alone. Gaisai also slowly floated out. The time of the night was exactly his favorite time. This Chuye's habit coincided with each other, and the distrust of others in the depths of human nature was exposed at this moment. Seeing Gaisai, Chuye stretched out his hand and took out an energy cube from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, "Gaisai, you don't need to rest at night. It would be a waste to put you in the room. It's better to start from now on. Practice the shadow clone, but can't make a sound. Rest when you're tired. If you have enough rest, continue to practice. I put the energy cube on the table. If you think your energy is almost digested, you can eat by yourself. Is that okay?" After traversing, Gaisai is the creature that has stayed by Chuye for the longest time. He is completely aware of Chuye's efforts. He is unwilling to let go of any time to absorb the knowledge from books. Sometimes Gaisai is here. The shadow that sees Chuye the most is reading seriously, as if something is chasing behind him. He will die if he doesn't learn it. This makes Gaisai a little hard to understand. It's still a leisurely life after spending a few years in the incubator. This is the first time I have seen such a person. The atmosphere is the most infectious. Just like a college student's dormitory where 2 or 3 people insist on going to the library and taking evening classes every day, the other people in the dormitory will gradually become infected by him and gradually become playful. The transformation into the attitude of learning, maybe there is no weaker psychological influence. Competition is always the fastest way to make progress. Gaisai nodded, and then ran to the side to practice the shadow clone's moves, because the ghost is an elves made of gas. When using the shadow clone to accelerate, it did not rub the air and make a hissing sound like the elves with entities, no matter if it is hidden. Sexuality and speed are much better than other elves, not to mention that Gaisai can hide in the shadow by nature, and is a special attack assassin by nature. Chuye also cultivated Gaisai in this respect. Although Chuye has a modifier and can use gold coins to increase the defensive potential of the ghost to the same level as the defensive elves of the same type, is it a waste to train an assassin-type elves to become an MT? After telling the ghosts not to be lazy, Chuye leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes, and did not continue reading as usual. Today he has absorbed enough knowledge, but knowledge is not useful when remembered, only learning so that you can use what you have learned. If you just remember the words in the book, but you can't apply your knowledge reasonably when you use it, how is it different from a computer? The capacity of the computer is larger than you, the unit that can burn characters permanently. As long as the hard disk is not destroyed, it will not be forgotten. Take off the glasses, put them in the glasses case, and put them on the table. Chuya narrowed his eyes, slowly sorting out the knowledge he has mastered. When reading the book, he used the graphic password memory method learned in previous life to memorize what he saw. Chuya only studied roughly in his previous life, but because he was too old, the effect was not very good, but it also played a role in training his thinking and helped Chuya a lot. Now Chuya is only 16 years old, although it is not as horrible as the horrible effect of putting the mother tongue deep in the bones when learning languages in early childhood, but it also has a great effect. Human energy is limited. When the brain is fatigued, the whole person becomes more drowsy, sometimes accompanied by tinnitus, nausea. Now Chuya is almost at such a limit, and the cells are constantly sending out to the brain. It was a signal to rest, but Chuya didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he took out a green pear fruit and took a bite. The bitter taste spread in his mouth, and the whole person felt much more awake. Of course, Chuya didn't use the tree fruit to refresh herself, but to supplement the energy consumed by the body today. Generally, people who use their brains will be hungry very quickly. If you ask some hard-working senior high school students, you know that if you don't eat breakfast, if you just go to school to study, it won't last until noon at all. That's because the cell energy consumed by the brain is too fast. If sashimi is often eaten by elves, it will become smarter than similar elves. Although humans do not have elves, the absorption efficiency of the fruit, but it can also play a role. So pear fruit is the most popular tree fruit among the students. Of course, because the taste of pear fruit is a bit unpalatable, it is also listed as a tree fruit not popular with students. After nibbling a pear fruit, Chuya threw the core of the fruit to the trash can, and the feeling of fullness gradually spread in his stomach, and his head was not as dizzy as before, but the mental fatigue would not be easy to recover. Lying on the bed, Chuya did not fall asleep, but looked at the handheld in his mind and said, "Receive the task reward. Win the first match, completed, get a reward of 200 gold coins." In the previous battle with Bukbi, because Bukbi had exhausted his physical strength, he fainted, so the handheld judged that the ghost was the winner. The moment he won, he also received a reward of 30 gold coins. Chuya looked at the sparkling 230 gold coins under the handheld. "I have already figured out how to use these gold coins. Improve the level of shadow ball skills." When Chuya asked Gaisai to practice shadow clones at home, he found that it was actually the most difficult to master the energy operation mode of skill moves. It took more than 4 hours to master the shadow clones when the ghosts practiced the shadow clones. It only took an hour of constant practice to upgrade the shadow clone level to LV2. Chuya found that this way was the most convenient way for the elves to quickly master their own skills using gold coins. It can be said that improving the skill level depends on perseverance to practice continuously. The use of learning skill moves depends on the understanding of the ghosts themselves. Although the ghosts may master the shadow ball faster than the shadow clone, Chuya still doesn't want to waste this time. Spend 50 gold coins, the shadow ball skill is upgraded to LV1 level. The body of the ghost who was practicing on the side shook in vain, and the phantom of a shadow clone nearby disappeared instantly. It found that it seemed to have mastered the method of using the shadow ball, unlike the previous memory that only mastered the release method, but could not display it. The shadow ball came out. Gaisai thoughtfully glanced at Chuya, who seemed to be asleep in bed. www.novel.com. Gaisai, continue. The sudden voice of Chuya frightened Gaisai, and then continued to practice the shadow clone. Seeing Gaisai's reaction, Chuya already knew why Gaisai had stopped. So she reminded Gaisai, and Chuya didn't plan to continue to improve Gaisai's skills, even though level 1 skills only cost 100, it's just gold coins. Chuya just doesn't want the ghosts to develop the habit of getting something for nothing. Chuya also believes that only the skills mastered through her own efforts are the best. If this part is omitted through the handheld, something will always be missing. But Chuya now had to raise the strength of Gaisai as soon as possible. Looking at the remaining 180 gold coins, Chuya took a deep breath and thought, buy a lucky bag. Spend 100 gold coins to buy a lucky bag. The lucky bag was taken out by Chuya in an instant. Both its weight and shape were exactly the same as the previous lucky bag with the "thank you for your help" note, and it looked dry as if there was nothing in it. No thanks again for your patronage, am I really African? Roused Chuyi's determination and grief. Although Chuya knows that the lucky bag is a pit, he looks at the only special skill in the inventory, the technique of multiple shadow clones. The lucky bag can create this kind of value. Measurable things, if you continue to draw, it will be a big profit. Chuyi's heart tightened slightly, and his hands slowly opened the lucky bag. Suddenly, with a snap, a book fell out of the lucky bag and hit Chuyi's face. The thickness of the book was about a finger's width. How big is 2 palms? It's not in proportion to the lucky bag, and I don't know how to put it in. Congratulations on obtaining the Elves Potential Development Exercise Method. Chapter 24, The Principal's Dumb King. At 6 o'clock the next day, the alarm clock went off on time. Chuya also opened his eyes in a daze, and then saw Gaisai lying on his stomach a little languidly. Is this a ghost press? The corners of Chuyi's mouth twitched slightly, then turned on the handheld to take a look. Shadow Clone LV4, plus create phantoms by moving quickly, thereby disrupting the target. The data on the attributes shows that it is impossible to make fakes, and the skills will only become harder and harder with the more practiced. Gaisai's upgrade of the Shadow Clone skill from level 2 to level 4 in one night is enough to prove that he almost never rested all night. Chuya turned his head. I looked at the desktop and found that the energy cube was still there, indicating that Gaisai had not yet absorbed the energy in the cube the day before yesterday. This seemed to be inefficient, but Chuya didn't show the thoughts in her face because he found the ghost. Sri Lanka's experience has almost risen by more than 100, and now it has reached 117, which is a little bit close to the 135 experience of the upgrade limit. It seems a bit unreasonable to increase the single-digit experience to hundreds of digits through exercise. Now that I can't figure it out, Chuya touched Gaisai, although he only touched a cloud of air. He said with a satisfied look on his face, "Thank you, Gaisai." The Gaisai also screamed in excitement, and then quickly floated into the air. In an instant, 5 ghosts appeared in front of Chuya. Chuya was taken aback for a moment, and then he waved his palm at one of the ghosts, and the hand suddenly passed through. After passing the ghost disappeared in a flash. It was the Shadow Clone skill used by the ghost. Both the number of clones and the fluency are much better than yesterday, Chuya said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Good job, you come back first. A few ghosts disappeared in an instant, leaving only one drifting around Chuya, seeming to keep asking for credit. Chuya got out of bed and put on his shoes, took out the melons from the closet and gave them to Guiz. Guiz was excited. He took the melons and ate them. The ghost is obviously a gas spirit, but after the tree fruit is swallowed by the ghost, it becomes energy for the ghost to absorb. This makes Chuya have to sigh the spirit's rapid energy conversion efficiency. Chuya did not specialize in this. I don't know the principle, after all, what he is learning now is only high school knowledge. Gaisai finished eating the tree fruit in 2 bites, and then learned Chuya to throw the remaining fruit cores into the trash can, and then his body gradually faded and disappeared beside Chuya. Chuya touched his arm. I am completely used to the ghosts escaping into the air and floating around him. If the ghosts are stronger, Chuya won't have to worry about his own safety. Gaisai is a tireless bodyguard who is online 24 hours a day. Opened the door of the room and saw Mo Fan come out of his room with sleepy eyes. Seeing Chuya, Mo Fan rubbed his eyes and smiled embarrassedly and said, yeah, morning. Chuya nodded, and said good morning. He took the lead to wash in the bathroom, followed by Mo Fan. After taking care of themselves, the two also went out together. Now there are only more than 300 people in the school. Compared with the huge college area, it looks a bit empty. It is said that good things do not go out, but bad things spread thousands of miles. People who saw Chuya on the road couldn't help showing a weird look on their faces, but they were relatively restrained, and they were only secretly mentioning what happened yesterday to their companions. The playground was divided into teams and groups, and everyone showed a cheerful appearance. Chuya was also standing in the square formation of the third squad, but he and Mo Fan also lined up in the corner of the team silently. Because of yesterday's incident, everyone in the class unknowingly alienated him, and Chuya was also psychologically prepared, and there was no pressure on this. Instead, Chuya was a little stunned by Mo Fan's psychological quality. Mo Fan was talking and laughing with Chuya as usual, as if he hadn't felt the pressure from the outside world. Ahem, good classmates, my surname is Wei, my name is Zi, and I am currently the principal of the Elf Division. Then began to hold a long entrance conference. The principal with grey hair kept using serious language instead of interspersed with some humorous sentences to describe the ideas and alliances established by the Elf Division in order to fight against wild elves, and from time to time they said various famous sayings. Students need to keep in mind that the students around him are a little excited. Chuya just stood quietly in the corner without expressing any opinions. Even Mo Fan, who was standing by the side, had a little eagerness in his eyes. In general, it is introduced that the elf subject has huge resources to help the students in this school to nurture elves, and a large amount of elves knowledge is provided for free learning. Professional team teachers guide and train. The better the score, the more credits you can get, which means you can be nurtured. The more resources you support. But all of this is based on the joint efforts of the country and the alliance to train how many students. These words of brainwashing, Chuya almost sounded a little crooked, and suddenly his expression was slightly shaken, feeling that the ghosts wrapped around him seemed to slowly wrap Chuya. The ghosts scattered into the air were slightly excited, and then Chuya said the pupils slightly overlapped and spread. Seeing the surrounding scenes have a trace of ghosting, the realization gradually became clear. I saw an elf with the appearance of a shell crown appeared next to the old principal. Staking. Didawang is an elf of the water system and superpower system. The Didawang can only evolve because the big tongue shell bites its head and carries the card of the king. The eyes are bright, but not as dull as before evolution. Didawang's eyes and the ruby on the crown on his head were gleaming, and there was a hint of water vapor around him. Chuya estimated that Didawang had been standing next to the principal just now, but Didawang used his powerful mental power to control the water vapor. A kind of mirage scene. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com distorted the eyes of all the students here, as if everyone did not notice the existence of an elf next to the principal. Chuya was able to find out, but it was because the ghosts were very important to the superpower department. The strong restraint shown made Chuya free from the influence of Didawang's mental power. The handheld device lights up slightly with a thought. Staking, pink, cannot be modified. Level, 61. Feature, I do my own way. Attributes, water system, superpower system. Carrying props, proof of king. Physical strength, B. Attack, C. Defense, B. Special attack, B+. Special defense, A. Speed, F+. Skills, mental strength LV10, water wave LV10, power gems LV10, healing wave LV10, root method LV10. Genetic skills, wonderful space LV10, foreseeing the future LV10, dream talking LV10. Learning skills, meditation LV10, blizzard LV10. Experience value, 8846/226981. Chuya frowned slightly, looked around, and found that everyone had a frenzied expression on their faces, as if they were overexcited, even their necks were a little red. This was obviously because the old principal used his own voice to talk to him. The spiritual power of the students influences the students to achieve the purpose of subtle influence. The purpose of this school does not seem to be simple. In order to prevent people from discovering, Chuya still silently made a serious listening gesture. There is no intention to stand up to expose the purpose of this old man, and to present an outsider as if everything has nothing to do with him. This kind of thing is not something that Chuya can participate in as a student. Now Chuya can only stand aside. Try to reduce the outside world's attention to yourself. Chapter 25, Krypton Gold, Boy. Then the freshman admissions conference is over. Please follow the teachers of each class to return to the classroom in an orderly manner. Everyone should study hard and don't disappoint the school training. The old man will not say much. When the old principal stepped off the stage, Chuya breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. That huge spiritual power is not something that the novice spirit ghost can deal with. Although the attributes are restrained, if you only target it in the face of the powerful strength of the day's King Gaisai's words, Gaisai can't resist at all. The old principal turned and walked to the back of the meeting stage. The moment he turned around, he glanced at Chuya as if inadvertently. He had some rickets but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Chuya seemed to be nailed to the spot, and the flow of time seemed to slow down. I could clearly see the smile between the old principal's eyebrows, his lips opened slightly. Chuya didn't hear anything between opening and closing, only a voice sounded in Chuyi's heart. Interesting. After that, the old principal and the swaying Dang Dawang turned and walked behind the curtain, and cold sweat instantly emerged from Chuyi's forehead. The pressure from that moment pierced Chuyi's heart, and he couldn't even move his fingers. The pressure of points disappeared at the moment when the old principal's figure disappeared. The clenched fist took a deep breath and gasped out to relieve the depressed emotion in my heart. Mo Fan noticed Chuyi's abnormality and said softly, "What's wrong?" Chuya shook his head. Gaisai contracted back to wrap around his arm. Although he couldn't see the ghost, Chuya still felt that Gaisai seemed to be stimulated, and he was slightly worried. "It's okay, but we feel that we are too weak now, and we will work harder in the future." I couldn't hold back even a look in other people's eyes. Fortunately, the old principal didn't have any malice towards Chuya, otherwise no one would notice that Chuya disappeared on the spot. Mo Fan also nodded slightly and echoed, "Yes, but we are just starting now. This is normal and will become stronger in the future." You said last night that you would give me ABI's training method." Chuya glanced at him. Mo Fan didn't know what Chuya had experienced just now, then Chuya took out a note from his pocket and handed it to Mo Fan. Mo Fan rubbed his hands and took the note with some excitement. When he opened it, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. The Queen patted Chuya on the shoulder and said, "Yeah. You can explain to me what it is." "What do you mean?" Chuya watched Mo Fan gritted his teeth and held the 2-character note in his hand. The depressed emotions in his heart also dispersed a lot. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "It means literally, Xian-san, break A to accompany." Of course it means to accompany it to eat, sleep, and play with it, so that the relationship between you and your Xiaobi can improve quickly. Chuyi's voice contained a relaxed and joking meaning, but after Mo Fan heard it, it completely turned into a bad feeling. Mo Fan is also studying Chuya now. He didn't put Bukbai into the poke ball, but let it lie on his shoulders. Due to the effect of Angxian Bell, Bukbai and Mo Fan became acquainted very quickly. As for when Bukbai will evolve, Chuya doesn't know. After all, Chuya can't check Bukbai's intimacy, so he can only let Mo Fan and Bukbai develop each other and treat it to Mo Fan. Find a wife. Anyway, you can treat it like a wife. Of course, some bold ideas are forbidden. Who would have a bold idea? While talking to Mo Fan in a low voice, while thinking about the principal's dummy king, level 61 dummy beasts are so terrifying, so what should they be like at level 100, and each of dummy beast's skills is only level 10. Is it possible that the final level of the skill can only reach level 10? Many questions can't be explained, so I can only explore them slowly later, and because of the principal's actions, Chuya has become wary of this college. But there is only one way to become a trainer. Chuya has no choice. Follow Teacher Li back to the classroom, start to pick up new books, and check the course schedule. Elf subjects only have classes in the morning, and self-learning is arranged in the afternoon. Whether you are going to play, train elves, or go to the library, the college will not care about you. The only requirement is to pass the test at the end of each month. Will be expelled from the bottom 3 times, and the recovery wizard holds a certificate. This is unacceptable to Chuya. The morning class schedule is also rather messy. There are classes for survival in the wild, classes with elves knowledge, classes with related skills application, not to mention tree fruit, first aid, and elves training. Now all high schools offer comprehensive education. After they arrive at university, students will be allowed to choose their favorite major according to their hobbies. In the afternoon, you can ask a teacher to accompany you to train the elves, or teach a variety of field knowledge. Of course, this requires credits. In this college, many facilities need to consume credits to use: renting training rooms, borrowing books, etc. All kinds of expenses are overwhelming. Now the school grants 200 credits per person as a daily consumption. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is not counted as the bottom end of the month. Usually, if you are late in class, you will be fined with credits. Unless you follow the teacher to do the task, you must hand in the request go to the head teacher. Teacher Li was talking about the situation on the podium. Chuya was not idle either. He took out the elf potential development and exercise method he picked up last night and read it. Because it was too late last night, I didn't read it. I slept deeply in the inventory, and I didn't have time until now. Chuya watched for a while, and gradually understood what was written in the book How to Develop and Exercise Elf Potential. Is the ultimate exercise of the potential attributes of the elves, so that the physical attributes are developed to the ultimate potential. The above methods are introduced for various elves. There are several sub-volumes in the catalog. Different elves have different training methods, which cannot be solved by simple running exercises. For example, the elves of the mineral group must often swallow ore and exercise themselves to eliminate impurities to ensure physical needs pass. There are also energy control, reaction ability training, methods to increase physical fitness, and various methods that Chuya has never heard of, and there is a general plan for how to train the ghost. It's just that if you follow the elf's potential development exercise method, you need a lot of materials. When you train your physical strength, you need a lot of honey collected by bee elves, or some nectar secreted by grass elves, and even some training methods need to be unformed. The cicada slough of the shelling ninja. The spirit energy training of the ghost system is even more outrageous. It is necessary to collect fearful emotions, or use the ghost equipment buried in the ground for many years to assist in the exercise. However, these methods are based on the premise of having money. The honey produced by the bee elves is tens of thousands of kilograms, not to mention there are other rare materials. The one that is now placed in front of Chuya is Krypton. The Road to Victory. Chapter 26, The green leaks are right in front of you. How do you feel that this thing is published by Penguin? I remembered that it was a genuine product. To cultivate elves requires money, learn skills and moves, increase skill levels, increase potential attributes, require money, lucky bag draws. It's better to change the name to Death for Money. Forget it, what else is called a modifier? However, the modifier still has a few very good free functions. One, to detect the attributes of the elves. This function allows Chuya to clearly detect the true situation of the elves, regardless of the potential of the special skills. There are 16 inventory slots. Although you can't put real things in it, you can put them in the rare stuff that Chuya draws out in the future, so you don't have to worry about the theft. Chuya kept experimenting with the function of the modifier to see if he could take advantage of certain bugs, such as whether a note could be put into the inventory in the elf potential development exercise method, but none of them failed. The perfection of the modifier is beyond Chu Yi's imagination. In elf potential development exercise method, the poor have the gameplay of the poor, and the rich have the gameplay of the rich. If the poor do not need money, it is comparable to the gameplay of charging money. Then there is only cirrhosis of the liver. People can easily relax. Jin's achievements can only use time to keep training to shorten the gap with the rich play. These are all results that require a lot of time and energy to achieve. The rich have only one ability, and that is to have money. I am most afraid of the rich and liver. The huge gap can make people feel desperate. It seems that the plan to make money should be carried out as soon as possible, and help people learn skills and the like should be done slowly, but now I have this. Chu Ye did not hesitate to turn the elf potential development and exercise method to the following chapter of the tree and fruit category, which recorded the recipe for the production of the wizard cube, and the combination of tree and fruit, and the steps and time to manipulate the tree fruit machine were all available. And they are all fruit formulas that can slowly stimulate the potential of the elves. There are 4 categories of physical strength: attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each category has several small categories, such as energy blocks that specifically stimulate and improve reaction ability, energy blocks that specifically enhance strength, and stabilize the energy in the elves. Of squares. It can be said that as long as the elves' potential development training method is released, then even the Alliance will be tempted. These methods are unique training methods that each large family that specializes in cultivating elves for hundreds of years will have unique training methods that use family resources. The top secret, which was developed with little temptation, will never be revealed to others. Even the family's direct line has to pass a rigorous review to become the core secrets. After all, how long a family can stay in existence is because these things have not been spread, so that their family children will always dominate. However, Chu Ye can slowly surpass them on the basis of owning this book. Chu Ye knows the value of this book, so after a quick glance, he put the book in the drawer and put it in the inventory to cover his eyes. Treasure it, and plan to absolutely not take it out before losing strength, otherwise you don't know how to die. The water in this world is so deep that it won't cause a wave of waves when Chu Ye is submerged. Listening to the lectures of the various teachers, Chu Ye also simply stopped focusing on the elf potential development exercise method, and gathered up energy and concentrated attention to listen to the lectures of the teachers on the stage, and took notes seriously. Memorability is not as good as bad writing. At the end of class, Chu Ye was finishing class notes. Now, except for Mo Fan and the freckled girl at the same table, no one in the classroom wants to be within 3 meters of Chu Ye, as if there is a plague around Chu Ye. The attitude of the classmate didn't have a slight influence on Chu Ye. On the contrary, the girl with freckles slightly surprised Chu Ye, and remembered her name when she introduced herself. Yang Lan. Yang Lan still has that facial paralysis, and he has this attitude towards everyone. For this academy, Chu Ye just used it as a springboard to become a trainer. There will be many passers-by in his life, and who cares about the evaluation of a passer-by who has passed by a long road? If the negative reviews can make Chu Ye stronger, then please come more vigorously. No, it seems that ghosts can absorb fear and strengthen their own energy, so why don't they use it like this? He patted his arm. Chu Yi's arm clearly passed the lavender air current, slowly condensing in the air. The color gradually darkened, the black mist dissipated and the ghost appeared in the middle of the classroom, with a strange arc in the corner of his mouth. The dark purple poisonous fog rolled around the ghost, and the air pressure in the classroom became significantly lower when the ghost appeared. There were some utterly murmuring voices, but suddenly he noticed the appearance of ghosts, his pupils dilated and he closed his mouth. The temperature seemed to drop by several degrees, but cold sweat still broke out. The classroom that was still a bit noisy suddenly became quiet. A few people could not bear to run out of the classroom. Chu Ye nodded slightly to Gaisai, and then took out a melon fruit to feed Gaisai, a pair of people and elves in harmony and friendship. Scene. Yang Lan still sat quietly in his place, unaffected by ghosts. Mo Fan couldn't help but leaned over and asked, "Aren't you afraid of ghost elves?" Yang Lan gave Mo Fan a faint glance, then looked at Gaisai, shook his head and said, "My family is an elves that specializes in cultivating ghosts. I'm used to." Mo Fan smiled, thinking that when the ghost suddenly squeezed into his room from the wall last night, Mo Fan's heart collapsed. www.novel.com. Especially the big face of the ghost was just away from Mo Fan, less than half a meter away. The scarlet pupils were faintly shiny, and Mo Fan was so frightened that he was a little sluggish, so he could get used to it. Chuya watched the experience on Gaisai's attribute panel slowly rise a little, and he was also secretly surprised. This seems to be a good way to gain experience. After all, there are not many ways to gain experience. It's already very good to find one. Chuya suddenly stood up and walked to the door of the classroom, and took a copy of the Elf Daily that was just released this morning. All the classmates who passed by Chuya backed away. After all, the ghost was floating beside Chuya for less than half a meter distance. One will be caught by accident. Next to the classroom door is a store of newly issued publications and newspapers. It was set up for students to learn more about what they saw and heard. After returning to their seats, I read today's news with relish. Elf Daily is specially issued by the Alliance. Some of the news above cannot be circulated on the internet to avoid ordinary people's panic about all kinds of elves. After all, now it is just popularizing some harmless and cute elves. A reading Chuya also relaxes his brain. Keeping his nerves tight will not improve the efficiency of learning. Chuya doesn't have much interest in her own. Reading the newspaper is definitely one of them. After all, it is the job of supporting herself in the previous life. If you don't try to love it, Chuya can't do it for more than 10 years. However, I also paid attention to the attribute panel of Gaisai, and suddenly I swiped the experience value to break through the 120 mark, and there was a steady progress. Chuya was also a little unbelievable. Looking back at the faces of his classmates, his eyes seemed to show the light of a hungry wolf looking at food. It is as if all the passerby students have evolved into green leeks. Chapter 27, Start Training. But the good times didn't last long. After the class, Chuya was ordered by the teacher to put the ghosts away so as not to affect the class discipline. Regarding this, Chuya had no choice but to let the ghost disperse, remelted into the air and disappeared into the classroom. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. Although I know that ghosts are still in the classroom, humans are visual animals, seeing and invisible are completely two situations. The classroom was quiet again, and the morning passed slowly. When the bell rang, the teacher dismissed the get out of class on time, and there would be no dragging. The current situation of the elf subject is that you want to learn, and you can do it if you don't want to, but keep it. Achievement, otherwise it is a warning to drop out. Chuya stood up and followed Mo Fan to go to the cafeteria for dinner, nodded kindly to Yang Lan, there was no dialogue between the two, and then walked out with Mo Fan. Mo Fan also told Chuya just now that his family had sent a few elves that Chuya needed. When he went to bring them to Chuya, Chuya also nodded. If there are those elves, it would be easier to train ghosts. Go find the target. Several of Gaisai's current skills require a target to be able to perform, including hypnotism, strange light, resentment, hold method, and 4 abilities. Chuya didn't dare to let Gaisai experiment on people. The effect of the skill, after all, the ghost energy of the ghosts is really too much damage to the human body. So it is indispensable to find some targets that are resistant to elven energy as targets for practicing skills. After eating, Mo Fan also stuffed 3 elf balls into Chuyi's hands. Through the elf balls, only the outlines of the elves inside could be seen, 1 walking grass, 2 small ladas, and the qualifications of the 3 elves. Under the display of the handheld, it is only a white name level. It is an ornamental wizard and will not have much combat power. After getting these elven balls, Chuya went to the teacher to open a training room. After paying 10 credits, I could spend an afternoon. I also used 2 credits for the meal just now. If Chuya didn't want to earn some credits, then according to this method, the credits are gone in a few days. At that time, I can't afford to eat. Mo Fan originally wanted to enter the training room with Chuya, but was pushed out by Chuya, and sent Mo Fan away with the reason to cultivate feelings with Yurziobi. Standing in the door of the training room, Chuyi's first feeling was that it was big enough. At least 1.5 basketball courts were big enough. The venue was made of various thickened and reinforced materials, so there was no worry that the initial elves could be destroyed. The newly trained elves won't have very powerful skills, except for Pokbai, that is all based on facial output. Throwing an elf ball casually, the red light flashed. An elf with a few green leaves on his head looked at the surrounding environment a little ignorantly. This elf had only feet and no hands. It was walking grass, which was easy to conquer in the wild. Their habits make them only active at night. During the day, they dig a pit to bury themselves and leave the green leaves to absorb sunlight for photosynthesis. It is a kind of elf that is very good to feed. As long as there is soil, sunshine, and water, it can simply survive. Although not strong, it is also very popular with people who are not trained in family. The personality is also very docile, not as good as animals. Move! Ghost! Chuya called out softly, and the ghosts instantly condensed, floating beside Chuya, looking at the walking grass with a look of trying. Ghost uses hypnotism. Chuya did not communicate with the walking grass, but directly ordered Gaisai to use the skill. Gaisai stared at the walking grass with a neighing sound in his mouth, instantly attracted the attention of the walking grass, and then Gaisai's eyes appeared slightly. The light was very soft, and the walking grass gradually became dizzy, and slowly fell asleep. Chuya nodded in satisfaction for the hypnotism that succeeded once, and then slowly experimented with the 2 skills of resentment and fixation with the goal of walking grass. Gaisai has very high aptitude and is also proficient in the use of comprehension skills. It's just that the speed of casting is too slow, and it doesn't work at all in actual combat. After experimenting with the skills, Chuya took the walking grass back. He already understood the advantages and disadvantages of the ghost skills, so he only needs to train slowly in the future. Can play a big role. Ghost, aim at the target on the training ground and use the shadow ball. The ghost energy in front of Gaisai slowly condenses into an irregular small ball-shaped energy ball. Gaisai is not very skilled in the skill that Chuya used to force Gaisai to master with the modifier. The shadow ball was pushed towards the target with a crooked look. The shadow ball slammed into the wall next to the target, making a muffled sound. Chuya nodded, knowing the extent to which he can master the skill with the modifier. Although he can use the shadow orb skill, both the release speed of the move and the flying speed and accuracy of the shadow orb are very low. Gaisai was no more than 10 meters away from the target, not too far, but he did not hit the target either. Among the elves that Chuya knew, the one with the farthest range was the sniper tree owl. Its shadow stitching skills could target targets several kilometers away, making it a natural sniper. After all, Gaisai hasn't practiced for the first time, and Chuya can't ask for too much. You can train if you are not proficient in moves, but Gaisai cannot learn to be lazy. In this respect, Chuya is very satisfied with Gaisai. It can be seen from the practice of shadow clone skills. Reading www.yunsha.com is also an elf who has been working very hard. Gaisai was a little embarrassed and didn't look at Chuya. Chuya smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, it won't be the case if you practice shadow ball more in the future." Gaisai nodded. Chuya also arranged for Gaisai to practice shadow ball skills continuously. In the early stage, it is best to focus on training 1 or 2 skills. This is the principle of eagerness to chew the shadow ball and shadow. The clone is trained to perfect proficiency, and Chuya will continue to let Gaisai learn other moves when he reaches the command. The final evolution of Gaisai is Gengui. It is known as the Universal Ghost King because of the diversity of its skills. If it is properly matched, it can cope with most scenes. The Shadow Clone is Chuyi's most important skill, because it is the prerequisite skill for the special learning secret stone, the technique of multiple shadow clones. As long as the shadow clone is trained to level 10, then the ghost can learn the multiple shadow clones used to train other skills. Both efficiency and effectiveness will change greatly. While Gaisai worked hard to release the shadow ball, Chuya also walked to the place where the fitness equipment was placed on the side of the training room. The training room is not just a place for elves to train, but also a place for students to exercise their physical fitness and improve their physical fitness. The academy can even provide elves with gravity skills to accompany the practice. Elf trainers, if they only possess powerful elves and are weak, then they don't deserve to be called a trainer. The wild is not a game, and games that do not specifically attack the trainer are just testing the level of the elves. In the wild, whether it is an elves or other trainers, if there is a conflict of interest, they will aim to kill the other trainer as soon as possible. After all, the elves without the command of the trainer and those with the command of the trainer are completely different. Chapter 28, The Dream Set Sail. One of the statutes issued by the Alliance is that skills cannot be used against trainers themselves, but this statute may be useless in the wild. After all, almost a layer of trainers who graduate every year lost their lives in the wild. No one knows what happened in the wild. Maybe they encountered wild elves, maybe they encountered people. When you encounter wild elves in the wild, you can also rely on the knowledge learned in school to avoid the various habits of elves, but if you encounter people, then you can't predict it. In addition to being alert, you must be prepared for prevention. Because you don't even know whether the person opposite is malicious towards you, some senior trainers often go deep into the wild. The wind blows down and may attract their attention, and they often speculate on others with the greatest malice. Graduated trainers will be reminded to stay away from these people in the wild. So you don't know, maybe just a small action will cause the opponent to attack. In hell, see everyone is evil. After finishing a set of warm-up exercises, Chuya began to step on the treadmill. There was a monitor on the opposite wall to guide the use of the correct posture to exercise, so as to prevent the muscles from straining the knees. The trauma medical service in this world is very advanced. After all, many elves have special medical functions. After graduation, those who enter the medical school will be assigned a lucky egg or almost a doll to learn and cultivate tacit understanding together. The elves are best at it just to treat trauma, and to clean up all kinds of unnatural diseases. Before becoming strong, Chuya had to take all these things seriously. If she lived in this world according to her impressions of animation games in her previous life, then Chuya might die unclearly. Sink your heart and slowly exercise yourself, at least until you don't run a few laps before you pant. Time flies quickly. In order to prevent knee injury, although the hospital can treat it well, Chuya still does not want to delay a few days in the hospital and do nothing. I feel that my leg muscles are sore and unbearable, so I change to another way of exercise, bench press, push-up, and jump start, so that the muscles of the whole body can be exercised, rather than just partial exercise. Sweat slipped from his forehead and dripped down to the ground along his chin. Chuyi's single clothes were also moist, clinging to her body tightly, her hair clumped together in tufts by sweat, and sometimes it was a bit sore when she swept across her eyes. Repeating various actions, even the ghost who wanted to take a break from the side saw him, but he didn't dare to take a break. Seize the time to refine the energy in the undigested block in his body, and the shadow ball was also launched. Slowly become proficient, the shadow ball no longer has an irregular shape, but gradually becomes rounded, and the accuracy of Gaisai's aiming at the target gradually improves, from not hitting the target at all to rubbing the edge of the target. 1 hour, 2 hours. Gradually, Chuya fell on the ground with exhaustion, the air in his lungs seemed to be on fire, his breathing was like a broken wind box, and his head turned black because of lack of oxygen. When Gaisai saw Chuya fall, it also hurriedly stopped launching the shadow ball, and quickly floated over and took out a tree fruit from the bag that Chuya carried with him and controlled it to Chuyi's mouth, and then the tree fruit was in the air. Shrinking instantly, the juice inside was squeezed out by the ghosts and fell into Chuyi's mouth under the squeeze of energy. The bitter taste spread in Chuyi's mouth. Chuya had tasted this taste once. It was exactly the kind of pear he had eaten last night. I don't know if the fruit gradually came into play. The silky warm breath gradually made Chuya recover a little bit of strength. After a while, she sat up, took the syrup, which was still floating in the air like scum, and squeezed a smile at Gaisai and said, "Ghost, I'm fine, you should go to exercise first, absorb that intermediate energy cube as soon as possible. I know that for you, that cube is just to speed up the energy recovery efficiency. It is not good for yourself. I will find a better one. The energy cube for you." Gaisai looked at Chuya with some worry, and some did not understand why Chuya was desperate. He obviously didn't have to fight like their elves as human beings. Suddenly, Gaisai was in a daze. Looking at Chuya, he seemed to feel Chuyi's heart. The sense of insecurity in the depths, the strangeness of the world, and the emotions that are out of sync with the surroundings seemed to flood into Gaisai's heart in an instant. Gaisai nodded, and the smirk that often hung around his mouth gradually became serious. He nodded to Chuya, who was wiping his hair with a towel, turned and floated in front of the target, and the shadow ball began to shake. Fast. After resting almost, Chuya slowly got up and moved his sore body. This was caused by the muscles secreting a large amount of lactic acid after a long period of time. It is not harmful to the body, but it will make the body sore for a few days. Just return to the dormitory. A hot bath for a while can also relieve one or two. No one can ascend to the sky in one step. The group of people standing on the top of this world also started from Chuyi's stage. Some may have more resources than Chuya. www.novel.com. Someone specially trained them, and Chuya there is nothing. If he wants to catch up, then why does he not work hard? Background, funds, resources, contacts, rare elves, and private training. These people are also constantly trying to climb to the top. These are also the reasons why people start higher than ordinary people. Life is unfair, and so are their parents and grandparents. Like Chuya, he was poor and white, and through himself, he gave his younger generations a relatively high starting point. You don't need to call it unfair. In fact, this is also fair. If the hard work of others' ancestors and Chuya stand on the same level, that is truly unfair. The world is not benevolent, and everything is a dog. Many people misinterpret this sentence. In fact, heaven and earth are the fairest existence. Birth, old age, sickness, death, disaster, and blessings will be treated equally and without bias. Therefore, Chuya, who understood these principles, did not complain or abandon herself. Instead, she kept striding forward on a winding road leading to success. Regardless of the edge at his feet, and the road full of thorns, Chuya must move forward unswervingly, no matter whether the front is a cliff or a sea of blazing fires. What made Chuya feel even more terrifying was that he was thrown back to the unchanging, numb job, like a robot appearing in the office at 2 o'clock every day, numbly stacking the smile on his face to the same numb person. I could only curl up in the corner of the room at a certain moment in the dark when I got home to let my heart open slightly. Can come to this world with the modifier, so why not fight it? Chuya also wanted to see what the scenery before the peak was like. Chuyi's expressionless face had a trace of exhaustion, and his chest kept undulating and breathing, but the longing light in his eyes kept lingering, shining brightly. Chapter 29, The Transformation of Ghosts. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chuya looked at Gaisai's attribute panel with some surprise. The shadow ball skill was unexpectedly upgraded to LV3. There is also a bigger surprise that the level of Gaisai has increased to 6. Level. Level 6. Experience 2/179. As Gaisai constantly squeezed his own potential and frantically extracted the remaining energy of the energy cube, and began to master the shadow ball proficiently, Gaisai did not slacken off for a while throughout the afternoon. This was also what surprised Chu Yet. Trained the ghosts when they were at home, and would stop to rest when they were tired. There were hard-working ghosts, but they didn't reach the point of this afternoon, and there was no need for Chu Yet to be on the sidelines to supervise them all the time. In fact, at this stage, Chu Yi's requirements for Gaisai were not very strict. Originally, Chu Yi's requirements for Gaisai, as long as they can properly manipulate the shadow ball and can skillfully condense Chu Ye, would be very satisfied, but Gaisai is now beyond Chu Yi's anticipation seemed to complete the transformation in an instant. Originally, the ghost was like a top, it would only turn when it was tapped from time to time. If you leave it alone for a long time, the ghost will resume the situation of staying in the cultivation room. Chu Ye can tell from the skill level that the ghost in the cultivation room SI didn't exercise his skills by himself, otherwise, when Chu Ye went to receive it, every skill would not have only one level. Now the ghosts seem to be equipped with a motor, and they will work hard by themselves. Chu Ye is also happy to see this kind of good change. Thanks for your hard work, ghosts, you did a good job today. Chu Ye took the melons from the bag and handed it to Gaisai. Gaisai ate it instantly after receiving it. The scarlet eyes continued to stare at the pocket of Chu Yi's jacket. Gaisai knew that there was a middle level one there. Energy cube. Seeing Gaisai's expression, Chu Ye suddenly realized, Gaisai, has the energy cube been digested? Gaisai nodded and floated around Chu Ye. Chu Ye discovered that the color of Gaisai's body might have become a little darker than before because of the upgrade. Chu Ye stretched out his hand to touch Gaisai, and said with a smile, "Wait, Gaisai, we will not eat the intermediate cubes. I will make new energy cubes for you later." Gaisai continued to nod, looking at Chu Ye as if he was happier than before. Is this because he has become a little stronger and he is so happy? Then slowly faded, forming a mist and disappearing into the air. Chu Ye also cleaned up his own things. Although the clothes on his body wet with sweat made him feel sticky and uncomfortable, but now it is more important to make ghosts' energy cubes. Picked up the jacket and the bag containing the fruit that were originally set aside, and walked outside the training room. At present, most of the school's students don't know how to use the equipment. For example, this afternoon, only Chu Ye used the training room. Others either went to the library first or found ways to earn credits. After all, not all students like Chu Ye, they have to start training classes or ask teachers for help to train their elves normally. After all, everyone has just started receiving elves, and they are still in the process of getting in touch with elves. Not all elves can feel the emotions of others like ghosts. As soon as they saw Chu Ye, they knew this before them. Some people love it from the bottom of their hearts, and only when they are good to it will Gaisai open up to Chu Ye. The world of the elves is actually very simple. You are good to it and it is good to you. Once you identify a trainer, you will never change. If the trainer has other powerful elves and ignores it for a long time, the elves may leave by themselves. Because it already feels that its trainers no longer need to rely on it. Elves are simpler than humans. As long as they are good to them, they will be rewarded hundreds of times. No matter whether the elves are cunning or stubborn, they can change everything for their trainer. In Chu Yi's heart, the elves are their companions for life. If they don't agree, then Chu Ye will not subdue them. For Chu Ye or elves, it will be mutual ties to each other in the future. When Chu Ye watched anime in her previous life, she did not agree with Ji Yi's attitude towards elves. For example, Ji Yi's statue was still waiting for him, the hot monkey who sent people to the competition, and the ninja frog who was clearly bound but forcibly separated. The old spray that was thrown away after use, the stinky mud in the doctoral research institute, and many more, Chu Ye couldn't bear it no matter what. But the previous life was an anime after all, and they were made to make money. The plot needs to be done. Even so, Chuya still disagrees, but to abandon is to abandon, and what reason can be found? This can be regarded as a little pure land that only exists deep in Chuyi's heart. Yu reading www.yuyucananshu.com. I walked to the fruit lab without knowing it. Few people will come in this area. After all, the students are just starting to learn and have not taught how to make energy cubes from tree fruits. Most of this area has only a few professional tree fruits. The teacher is nearby. Teacher, I want to borrow a fruit laboratory to make an energy cube. The teacher in a white coat nodded, swiped Chuyi's bracelet and instantly deducted 5 credits, and then said, "You must use the equipment in the fruit lab carefully. This is what the school lent to you. Don't damage the machine, this is to be compensated, and it's fine to clean it up after use. If you don't use the equipment inside, you can come out and ask me to help guide. Of course, this is for credits." All of these Chuya know. After all, Chuya knows about the materials of each course. If Chuya didn't get the fruit formula and detailed production method from the ELF potential development and training method, Chuya would not come here. The fruit can be taken in the storage cabinet in the laboratory. Of course, it costs money. When you come out, we will calculate how much fruit you spent, so that it can be sold to you at half the market price. Of course it can only be used in the laboratory, and you can't take away half-price fruit. Chuya nodded. These benefits are already very good for students. Whether it is the provision of equipment or half-price tree fruits, you can see the college's attitude towards students. Training a large number of students, as long as they can pass the test, they don't even need to teach, and they only need to work hard to earn credits to receive the teachings of retired trainers, as well as resource support and equipment borrowing. Chuya also lamented that she seemed to have appeared in the most suitable age. The elves were no longer monopolized by upper-level restrictions, and society needed the assistance of elves to make continuous progress. Chapter 30, Configure the Energy Block of Ghosts. As the teacher entered the tree fruit laboratory together, the teacher was still a little worried that Chuya was operating the machine by himself, so he came in and taught Chuya hand in hand before going out at ease. After all, the teacher didn't have much time on his own, so he could not spend it. The credits are good enough to teach Chuya once. If you destroy the equipment again, then I'm sorry, and pay the full amount. Chuya looked around the equipment around, and the centrifuge that separates the energy of the tree fruit is only a 7-figure price on the machine, and may not be able to buy it. Although there are detailed steps and methods in the ELF potential development and training method, the collocation of tree fruits and the ratio of synthesis, Chuya is still cautious in the first operation. If you blow up here, then Chuya will be sold. Not enough to pay. Carefully select the fruits, peel them, cut them, and remove the pits. Some fruits are processed differently, such as dehydrating, drying, frying, and grinding. The characteristics of each tree fruit are different, and the processing methods are not the same. Fortunately, there are many ready-made processed in the laboratory, except for some that need to be processed by Chuya himself, in the laboratory. If you follow the methods in the ELF potential development and training method one by one, you don't know how much time it will take. Chuya used his index finger to twist the processed tree fruit powder, frowning slightly. These materials didn't seem to have a delicate touch like the formula described in the ELF potential development exercise method, but Chuya touched some particles instead. Rubbing like a fingertip. Should not be as perfect as possible in the process of processing the fruit, resulting in the energy distribution of the fruit being not evenly distributed, then conflicts will occur when synthesizing energy cubes, which is why it is difficult to make advanced energy cubes. Chuya took the sieve next to it and carefully sifted out the large-grained powder. After repeating this process more than 10 times, she was somewhat satisfied and poured the remaining powder into a beaker for storage. Next, slowly select various kinds of powder that are more appropriate. Pick out the fruit material from the tree and set it aside for later use. Put the raw fruit in a centrifuge to separate the water and energy in the fruit, leaving only the shriveled residue to be thrown into the trash can by Chu-Ye. I took the test tube and the electronic scale and continuously synthesized 5 basic solvents according to the steps in the formula and the catalytic method. The solution of the tree fruit has different compatibility and exclusivity. The formula recorded in the formula is already the top method. Use the compatibility of the fruit solution to solidify the energy of all the fruit into a whole, and use the exclusivity to eliminate and decompose the corresponding characteristics of the fruit and some harmful substances. If the country wants to study an energy square ratio scheme, it will take at least a lot of effort. Great human and material resources. The cost of the energy block is not too high, but the research cost is too large, which causes the high-level energy block to be like a special medicine, and the price remains high. Among them, the solvent is the most difficult to match. After all the energy is relatively exclusive and compatible. It is possible that adding a gram of fruit powder may cause boom. You can't tolerate any mistakes in Chu-Ye. If you just match the elementary energy cubes, you don't need to be careful, just follow the formula to synthesize the fruit. Of course, this will cause a lot of energy loss. The role of the solvent is to gather the energy of the fruit together, excluding the strange energy. If Chu-Ye took out the 5 bottles of solvent in Chu-Ye's hand, he would be able to raise at least 10 growing ghosts. Of course, whether the other party will give money or not is a question, whether he will it is a question, and whether he will take Chu-Ye directly and ask for various formulas is also a question. The choice between money and life, Chu-Ye was a very wise choice of the latter. Chu-Ye didn't want to do anything uncertain. After all, looking for excitement was not simply seeking death. Pour the solution into the synthesis machine and stir it together with other tree fruits. The machine rotates faster and faster, until you can't see what's going on inside through the protective glass. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the gap in the inside of the synthesizer. Chu-Ye opened the synthesizer, and the black viscous liquid substance inside was scattered and stuck on the container, and it also exuded a foul-smelling smell. Failed, Chu-Ye, who was already mentally prepared, took the cleaning tools on the side and began to carefully scrub the synthesizer. If the failed products inside were not cleaned up, the probability of failure next time would be higher. After all, it was just inferior materials readily available in the laboratory. It was not surprising that it failed the first time. Chu-Ye, who was not at all discouraged, continued the next round of attempts. This failure also gave Chu-Ye some experience in making energy cubes proficiently. Then, according to the formula requirements displayed on the handheld, he kept trying to adjust, using these inferior materials to complete the corresponding relatively perfect ratio. In constant testing of the ratio, the second round and the third round also failed. The prepared materials are running out. www.novel.com. If you still want to try again, you must prepare again. Although it does not take much time to synthesize the cubes, the teacher has come to remind Chu during the various screenings of the preparation materials. Yet, saying that the laboratory is not open to the outside world, please leave as soon as possible. Looking at the 2 remaining ingredients, Chu-Ye took a deep breath and continued with a new round of attempts. At the moment the synthesizer stopped spinning, a bright light radiated from it. Chu-Ye was slightly pleased. Turning on the synthesizer, there were more than a dozen advanced energy cubes lying quietly inside. There was no peculiar smell or fragrance, indicating that the energy integration was very successful. Chu-Ye didn't care about the hot energy. Put on the heat-insulating gloves and put the energy cube into the bag, glanced at the closed door, and quickly tried again with the previous ratio. The light flashed again. The door of the laboratory was opened, and Chu-Ye came out and said to the teacher who was still sitting at the front desk, "Teacher, I have finished using the laboratory." The teacher nodded, then walked around in the laboratory, checked the machine and sanitation, and saw a clear look flashed in the eyes of the pile of burnt waste in the trash can, and then went on to count the trees. Fruit material. You have used a total of 73,600 pieces of materials this time. The equipment is normal. Are you swiping your card or? Chuya took out his bank card and said, "Swipe the card." The teacher took the card and said while operating it, "You can't make an energy cube in a hurry. Let's take it as a lesson this time. After the teacher teaches you to try again, the energy cube is difficult to make." Chuya took the bank card that the teacher had returned and said thank you to the teacher, and then turned and left. His tired face also showed a good smile. Chapter 31, 6 Tales. It was more than 10 o'clock after Chuya returned to the dormitory. Mo Fan was still playing with Bookbai in the living room, and when he saw Chuya enter the door, he immediately jumped in and chattered. After being tired and busy all day, Chuyi didn't want to talk anymore, and just waved at Mo Fan, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Mo Fan saw that Chuya was overworked, but he did not continue to bother him, but the sound of washing came from the bathroom, and Mo Fan helplessly greeted Bookbai back to his room. Chuya returned to the room after taking a bath, lying on the bed, his muscles all over his body seemed to be pulled, and his eyelids drooped slightly, as if he would fall asleep next moment. Chu Yekyong waved his hand in a spirited manner. Gaisai had already appeared beside him. Seeing Gaisai, Chu Ye smiled and said, "Gaisai, you can use this energy cube in the future. I hope it suits your taste." Looking at the energy cube that Chu Ye was holding in his hand, Gaisai's eyes also showed a trace of desire. Now the energy in his body is almost consumed. If it can only recover naturally through rest, then I don't know how long it will take. Time. The energy cube slowly floated from Chu Yi's hand to the front of Gaisai, and was swallowed by the Gaisai. Only a ray of energy slowly emerged from the body. After a while, the energy consumed by the Gaisai was restored to 7 or 8. And this energy seems to be more easily manipulated by ghosts. Gaisai condensed a shadow ball in front of him, feeling that the shadow ball became more stable. The Gaisai neighed excitedly to Chu Ye, but Chu Ye, who was lying on the bed, slowly heard a uniform breathing sound. The ghost, who was originally very excited, suddenly closed his mouth tightly, then dissipated the energy gathered by the shadow ball, gently pulled the quilt over Chu Yi's body, and then floated aside to continue practicing the shadow clone. There was no dream for a night, and the tired nerves began to tighten. Only then did the nerves relax slightly, accompanied by the sun and the breeze blowing through the curtains, and falling on Chu Yi's face. The September sun was not as strong as summer, and the warm breath came to his face. Jingle bell! The alarm clock rang on time, and the ghost next to him floated over and pressed the alarm down, let out a soft breath, then turned his head, only seeing Chu Yi's bright eyes. Gaisai smiled. Chu Ye gave Gaisai angrily, waved his hand and patted Gaisai's figure away, and put on his school uniform with a little smile. Everywhere on his body was faintly painful and mild, because Chu Ye discovered that Gaisai was yesterday. Late that night, he consciously exercised when he didn't order, and the shadow clone also added a level. It seems that the effect of the advanced energy cube given last night was not in vain. That high-level energy cube is specially made for ghosts. Long-term use can increase special attack and speed, but it is still a low-profile version, because the laboratory materials can't meet the needs of Chu yet. It seems that I will prepare the materials for the tree fruits myself in the future, and the materials used for processing should be borrowed in the laboratory. Halfway through, Chu Ye frowned slightly. He didn't want to expose too much. Now he has more than 30 advanced energy cubes in his hand, which is enough for Gaisai to consume this time. This matter will not be too urgent. When the boat arrives at the bridge head, it will be straight. Chu Ye will not give the formula of energy cubes to others, neither will choose parents and choose mothers. If they do whatever they do, Chu Ye will not trust others at will. Go away, Gaisai. Ghost turned into a burst of blue smoke, entangled Chu Ye and disappeared into the air. Chu Ye raised his foot, and the sour pain persisted for a long time. It seems that I can no longer load my muscles today. Exercise cannot be accomplished overnight. Chuya only believes in the gains of perseverance, so Chuya plans to go to the training room every 2 days to exercise and give himself 1 day to recover muscles until he gets used to it. Otherwise, I would be tired after running a few steps, and I would wait to be taken away by the carnivorous elves when I went out into the wild. Went out of the room to wash, knocked on the door by the way to wake up Mo Fan who was still asleep, and the two set out to the classroom together. Entering the classroom, the classmates gather in 2s and 3s. In less than 2 days, each classmate has realized that they have formed a small group. Only the 3 of Chuya sitting at the back were a little lonely. A girl flipped through the book blankly, and Mo Fan was dealing with Chuya, a person with a ghost element, although he did not clearly show malice. The apparently alienated look shows the rejection of them by others. Hee, my dad gave me a premium card, I went to get only 6 tails, don't you think it's cute? There was a group of people surrounded by a boy next to the podium. Obviously the boy was the core of this group. The others gathered around him. Chuya also faintly saw a dog-shaped orange red through the gap in the crowd. There were 6 slightly curled tails behind him. It was a pity that Chuya did not go to the fire channel to check the elves inside to save time when receiving the elves. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. High-level cards are very rare. This boy's identity is definitely higher than the people around him. The initial elves from ordinary families can only receive 1 middle-level elf at most. If Mo Fan originally wanted his dad to get a high-level elf card for him, Chuyi's father also refused. It is normal for boys to be the core of the small circle. That stinky person is called Li Yu. It seems that he just transferred from the city to the second high school some time ago, and his family background is also a bit unusual. Mo Fan whispered beside Chuya. How short it takes Mo Fan to find out the identity of his family is also Mo Fan's method. Mo Fan's communication skills are much higher than that of Chuya. Just asking other students to know Li Yu's purpose. It is estimated that I heard in the city that our county is going to be a pilot for the elf department, so his family will let him transfer to the second high school. Chuya looked at Li Yu who was still talking, and the people on the side had always followed him like a clown, as if the actions and words were rehearsed from the script. After all, people are only 16 years old, a little vanity is normal. What caught Chuyi's attention was his 6-tailed spirit. It was a fire-type spirit. After evolving into the 9-tailed, it is said that it can live several thousand years, and the 9-tailed can use many of the superpower abilities, and it is often on the field the elves that appear can freely control their minds and flames with superpowers, and are elegant in appearance, fluffy, and very handsome. Kyuubi, who can use many fire-type powerful moves, is the goal of every fire-type elven lover, but because it is also very difficult to cultivate the nintails, such elves generally rely on time to gather powerful superpowers, because it does not possess the unique auxiliary items of the superpower system like the superpower elves. Chapter 32, Conditions for Evolution. The general superpower elves all have items that assist in the use of superpowers, such as the 2 beads on the head of the puff pig, and the spoon held in Hyudi's hand. These are all symbols of their elves' superpowers. It is said that they are special props that can assist the superpower elves to use and strengthen their own superpower control. Other elves cannot use it. The longer the 9 tails survive, the longer their superpowers will grow and become stronger. Chuya also knew that there was a 9-tailed ice type and fairy type, but he didn't know if there was a 9-tailed special form in this world. Chuya used his handheld to look at the 6-tailed one who was still enjoying the praise of others and squinted slightly, and found that its aptitude was only red, too. Most of the elves in the cultivation room were red aptitudes. Only a few of them were pink, and Li Yu didn't see through the elves' aptitude like Chuya, so he chose the elves he liked, which was quite normal. Chuya continued to scroll through the news that he had just obtained. The above was the news that was just announced today. Soon Chuya was attracted by the 2 pieces of news. Tianjing City Dr. Mo discovered a new evolution of Ibrahimovic, which will be named Fairy Elf. There have been vicious elves near Xianyang town recently. Then Chuya searched carefully and found information about Ibrahimovic's new evolution on his mobile phone. It turned out that Dr. Mo was only by chance and discovered that his Ibrahimovic suddenly evolved into a new form, and he is holding a press conference to indicate that he has started a research project. In other words, the evolutionary conditions of the fairy elves have not been figured out. The first fairy elves discovered now also gave Chuya some ideas. It seems that Ibrahimovic's various evolution types can also gain some benefits. Cloth is a genetically unstable wizard. As long as it touches the fixed attributes of the genes, Ibrahimovic will be evolved. Using the Stone of Fire, Stone of Thunder, and Stone of Water can evolve Ibrahim into 3 forms. The elves, when their favorability reaches a certain level, evolve into Sun elves and Moon elves during the day or night. Ibrahimovic, who lives in the snow and deep mountains and old woods, will evolve into ice when it touches certain items with attributes. Elves and leaf elves. The last fairy elves will only evolve after they have learned a fairy type skill and reach a certain level of goodwill with the trainer. The conditions are very harsh, because now the fairy attribute skills are still classified in the general type, and there is no specific classification yet. Intangible increase the difficulty of research. It's just that my current strength can't participate in this kind of thing. Strength. Chuya reluctantly closed the phone, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it, but it was just a fairy. He still had 4 types of Ibrahimovic's evolutionary information in his hand, which was enough for Chuya to enter in the future. Chemical profligacy. The second piece of news is that there seems to be a dog-shaped elf near Xianyang that often haunts the edge of the town, and seems to have attacked many people. The police have also deployed police forces, but so far, the offending elf has not been found, so we hereby release a news call to the neighborhood attention. The police and the dojo must be notified as soon as the situation is discovered, and do not approach non-domestic elves at will. Under there is an elf whose body is hidden in the dark, only showing half of a ferocious wolf face. The black and white pattern on his face made Chuya faintly see that this was an evil spirit wolf dog. No wonder the police and gymnasium could not track it using the superpower spirit-assisted search and tracking. After all, the evil energy would be blocked. Superpowered exploration. Mahangra just used the evil skills on his body after the sneak attack on Pupazu, so he could easily pass the control of Pupazu's mind-moving skills. If Mahangra can use it if the trick skill conquered oneself, then it would be difficult to control Mahangra with the many changeable moves of the superpower system. Chuya slowly read the newspaper. Li Yu on the podium seemed to be arguing with others, but the other person didn't seem to belong to Chuyi's class, with the marsh leaping fish lying on his feet. Blinky stared at Liu closely, his eyes seemed to reveal a little excitement. I said, Li Yu, how are you still cultivating this weak 6-tailed one? I told you to change to an elf, and you don't believe it. The two seemed to know each other, the quarreling voices became louder and louder, and even Chuya was attracted. Shut up, after my 6 tails have evolved into 9 tails, your marsh leaping fish cannot be my opponent. The man said with disdain, when you evolve the 6-tailed marsh leaping fish, it will be able to evolve to its final form. You will not be my opponent by then, haha. Li Yu was ridiculed by the person's face flushed. After all, it is an indisputable fact that the 6 tails were relatively weak in the early stage. Now the 6 tails only have the primary form of sparks that have acquired a fire skill. The hereditary skill's supernatural power is because the 6 tails' mental power is not enough. The use of it will not have any effect on the marsh leaping fish, and it is normal to be easily hit by the marsh leaping fish that is restrained by the attributes www.novel.com. However, as the level of 6 tails increases, their own abilities continue to be strengthened. After learning a few of the most powerful fire skills, coupled with the use of super-assisted skills, it will not be certain who will win the battle with the evolved marsh leap. After all, attribute restraint is completely crushed. Not everyone can have the characteristics of inverse attributes that will win like Master Ji. Facing the inverse attributes, the elves need to rely on a large number of levels to crush, or let the trainer reasonably command talents. It will be possible to win. A look of anger flashed across Li Yu's flushed face. He was praised before, but now he even has 6 tails with his head down, and he dared not look at the opposite Marshuiyu. Marshuiyu licked his paws and sneered at Li Hui with a hint of disdain. Li Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He took out his bag from his seat with a gloomy face, and reached out his hand to take out an orange stone from it. The center of the transparent stone seemed to be burning with a ray of flame constantly beating, and Chuya in the classroom suddenly felt a bit of heat and dullness. It was the stone of fire. The air around the stone of fire held by Li Yu seemed to be burnt by fire. It was generally slightly distorted, but Li Yu caught it in his hand without any abnormal reaction. However, Chuya, who was surrounded by the gas wrapped by ghosts, still felt cold, but felt that the water vapor contained in the air was significantly reduced. This is the stone of fire that my dad delivered to me yesterday. Originally, I wanted to let the 6 tails evolve after a while, but now you force me. The stone of fire was pressed on Li Hui's body by Li Yu. The originally quiet stone of fire instantly became mad, and the fiery fire energy could even flow into Li Hui's body visible to the naked eye. Chuya saw this scene and shook his head slightly, and did not say anything to stop it, but it was a pity that this 6-tailed animal would not have much success in the future. Chapter 33, The Danger of Evolution. 6 tails could have learned many powerful moves of the fire system, such as big character explosion, purgatory, sputtering flames, spraying flames, and even the ghost fires of the ghost system, but they can only learn it in the 6 at this stage of the tale. He can actively learn these skills in the depths of his genes. After evolving into the 9 tails, the 6-tailed Chuya has already seen its end. Although you can have the powerful physical qualities of Kyuubi ahead of time, you can lose a lot of moves that you might learn. Some moves can't even be taught with secret stones. Li Yu only spent the immeasurable future after the 6 tails here on impulse. Although it is only a red aptitude, if it can be well nurtured, the stage after the 6 tails may be various competitions. Now only because of a little bit of anger, he has ruined the future of his elves. Chuya also has a slight aversion to Li Yu, and also wasted a stone of fire worth millions of dollars. The master does not know the price of rice, oil, and salt. The energy of the stone of fire slowly poured into the body of the 6 tails. This process is irreversible. Even if the stone of fire is taken away in the middle, the stone of fire will flow into the body of the 6 tails along the energy path. Li Hui, who was originally arrogant, also slowly curled up his body, and strange energy continued to flow through its body. This process made Li Hui seem very painful, and the expression on his face also became ugly. Those fox-like eyes also looked much fierce. In vain, a gleam of light flashed from Li Hui's body, and the people around couldn't help backing back, giving Li Hui a place for evolution. The person who had mocked Li Yu also picked up Maru Yu and retreated outside the classroom, cautiously staring at the 6-tailed body trembling in pain. A dazzling glow came out from the 6-tailed body. It was very dazzling. A ray of colored light filled the white light. Here is the light that allows the elves to evolve from the genetic level to become more powerful, dazzling, holy and inviolable. Chuya seemed to see from the light that human ancestors raised their heads for the first time in countless epochs and saw the night sky full of shining stars, the sacred and inextricably sacred belief that lit the first flame. The sacred light of evolution envelopes the 6 tails. The original small body is gradually elongated by the light, and it is constantly shattered and reorganized from the depths of the genes, and the more powerful gene replacement is selected. This happens without experiencing the test of the times. Only elves can do miracles in creatures. Just as human beings evolved to the modern age, it took countless epochs, generation after generation of humans, to constantly experience the test of the times to get rid of the excess Shenyu genes to form what it is now. Terrestrial organisms have also undergone countless tests in order to adapt to the environment, in order to grow organs suitable for living in the water, but the elves do not need to experience these, they have that unique evolutionary light, allowing the elves to recall the powerful memories hidden in the body's genes in an instant. The 6 tails, which were originally only half a meter long, were stretched by the light of evolution and became much larger than the podium. The 6 tails at the back also gradually became longer. The energy split into 3 tails, and the slow evolution made 9. The tail was so painful that he couldn't help but scream up to the sky, and the musculoskeletal appearance of the body's organs was constantly changed by the light of evolution. The originally very weak 6-tailed change took place in an instant. A strand of silky hair was revealed in the fate of the light of evolution, and Li Yu's face also showed a look of ecstasy. It is covered with beige hair and has a pair of bright red eyes. Its body is well proportioned and looks noble and elegant. Its 9 tails are smooth and slender, with golden highlights on the ends. Both the temperament and the pressure have become very powerful. Those red eyes seem to be able to see through the human heart, noble and powerful. This is the final evolutionary form of the 6 tails, and the person at the door can't help the 9 tails. The pressure slowly takes a step back. No matter what happened before the evolution, evolution can bring the elves a new life. Can make a meek elf become manic and warlike, and can make a lazy elf become impulsive and irritable. No matter the character or its own form, it seems to have been replaced by an elf. This is the terrifying and ferocious genetic memory of his own ancestors deep in the genes that the elves can realize in a short time. The blood-red pupils of 9 tails stared at the marsh leaping fish, the emotions affected by the evolution in his eyes were infinitely magnified, and the brutal and indifferent color in his eyes only increased. The slender 9 tails swept his tail, and slowly lowered his body, revealing a hint of sharp teeth at the corner of his mouth. Li Yu, no matter how many, now his 6-tailed elves have evolved into a powerful 9-tailed, just how many days, how many elves in the house can evolve so fast, ran to 9-tailed happily. 9 tails! Li Yu yelled with excitement. As he approached 9 tails, 9 tails glanced at Li Yu indifferently. The ferocity in his eyes did not disappear, but worse, he immediately waved his paw at Li Yu. In Li Yu's unbelievable gaze, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com. Li Yu's body was shot on the wall next to the classroom by 9 tails. With a boom, the wall cracked. Li Yu slowly slid down the wall, leaving a trace of blood on the wall, soft and soft. He fell on the ground with a long wound on his chest, even tore Li Yu's trachea. Blood was constantly overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He made a sound of exhalation, and from time to time some internal organs were pouring out. What? I don't know which girl screamed, and the panic instantly spread to everyone. The dull expression on her face instantly turned into a panic scream. Looking at the elegant 9-tailed tail beside the podium, I never thought that the elf would kill his trainer. Chuya frowned. He didn't like this sudden incident very much. He dragged a somewhat sluggish Mo fan to the corner of the classroom edge, ready to jump the window whenever something went wrong. Fortunately, the classroom floor was only on the 2nd floor. If Gaisai is slightly assisted, he should be able to jump downstairs without injury. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the long and narrow foxes in the 9-tailed fox looking at Li Yu, who had already received more air and less vent. Then he bent down and wanted to rush to the man holding the marshu fish outside the door. His eyes seemed to be angry to tear him apart. At the moment when Kuabai was about to take advantage of his strength to leap towards that person, his slender body suddenly stiffened, and his red eyes shrank to the size of a needle. A trace of scarlet blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he screamed sorrowfully. The huge body rolled all over the floor, crushing the seat and breaking a lot. The rolling did not reduce the pain of the 9 tails. On the contrary, it was more intense. The hoarse cry made the scalp is numb. In the end, the hair slowly slipped from Kuabai's body, and then the muscles and bones slowly melted into a pool of rotten meat-like liquid, which also exudes the smell of a dead body for a long time. Chapter 34, Doubt. 3 days have passed since the incident where Ninetails wounded and died of gene collapse. The Ninetails gene collapsed and melted into a pile of blood melted in the classroom. Teacher Li Yuma just rushed to the classroom and looked at the chaotic classroom at the door of the classroom. The walls and floors showed signs of cracks on the walls and floors. Who am I? Where am I? How did my so hot classroom become like this? Teacher Li Yuma's expression at the time was exactly this. I originally thought that except for Mo Fan and Chu Ye, the rest of the class were obedient students. Within 3 days after school started, her class was the only one who exploded twice. I, Li Yuma, don't want face anymore. After sending Li Yu to the infirmary to treat the wound, he applied for a replacement classroom with a black face. After the dormitory, Chu Ye moved again, and Chu Ye was shocked by the appearance of the last gene collapse of Ninetails. He didn't expect that the elf evolution would still have this kind of danger. He immediately ran to the library in the afternoon to constantly inquire about relevant information, and then saw that the library was still applying for administrators. Chu Ye went to earn the reward of 20 credits a day. Applied. Relying on the function of the modifier to record knowledge to show his extraordinary memory ability, Chu Ye successfully applied for this position. The job content is to assist the teacher to put the returned books back in place, as well as clean up the various supports and the ground. The other time is at your disposal. After 3 days of constant searching for information, Chu Ye's knowledge of elf evolution was gradually enriched. Of course, there was no shortage of physical exercise during the period. The energy cube is still enough, so now the daily branch of learning is only for eating and borrowing. The book and loan training room, and the credits for library work are almost equal to the credits spent. After experiencing the Ninetails incident, the classmates in the Chu night class were obviously more honest. Of course, teacher Li Yuma contributed a lot. Every day he sent the Gotha duck to guard the back of the classroom. Whoever is not honest is a squirt gun. With just one thought, people hung people on a flagpole outside the classroom to show them for a few hours. In the past few days, the ghosts have also had a more conspicuous performance. Both the Shadow Ball and Shadow Clone skills have both exceeded level 6. They also used 2 small lads and walking grass to train hypnotism, so Mo Fan gave the 3 elves a whole the days were all asleep. Chu Ye would also ask Mo Fan to feed the low-level cubes every day, and he was not afraid that these 3 little ones could not support it. The surrounding environment calmed down, and Chu Ye was able to plunge into the ocean of knowledge, like a sponge, constantly absorbing the nutrients of knowledge. Chu Ye also understood why that strange phenomenon occurred after Liyue evolved. It turns out that the light of evolution of the elves can promote all-round changes in the body, spirit, bones and internal organs. The gene combination that originally took several epochs to adjust. Because of the light of evolution, the elves have completed this long gene in just an instant. Adjustment and alienation combination. If the will and body of the elves are not good enough, if you use the stone of fire to forcibly evolve like the 6 tails, the basic genes will be unstable, and the 6 tails will not be able to manipulate the powerful energy brought after the evolution, but will be overwhelmed by the energy. The body and the will. When evolves, certain emotions of the elves at that time will be infinitely magnified. Elves who are not firm enough will often change their temperaments, and even start with their trainers like Kuobai. After Li Yu was sent to the infirmary, Chu Ye didn't see anyone showing up. I am afraid he dropped out of school. Although Li Yu's injuries seemed serious, the current medical treatment cannot be completely treated. Chu Ye estimated that the hapless child would not become a trainer in the future. After all, the psychological shadow that Zhou had on him was a bit big, and even the other students in the school were a little cautious about his elves. It can be seen that the Zhou incident is happening. How much influence is Elf Kori? On the contrary, Mo Fan and Poke Bai didn't mean to be alienated at all. Sticking together every day, Mo Fan kept asking Poke Bai about playing games. Those who didn't understand the situation thought that Mo Fan had a wife. The most calm thing in the class was Yang Lan's as always taciturn. When Nine Tails was out of control, Chuya was fortunate to see her initial elf Snow Boy. Ice elves are relatively rare in Yangzhou. After all, the tropical climate of Yangzhou is not suitable for ice systems. The elves survived, but when you contacted Yang Lan and mentioned that her family was an elf specializing in raising ghosts, you knew that the Snow Boy's future evolution goal was the Snow Demon Girl. And seeing Xuetong's spirits uplifted, it was not affected by the local climate in Yangzhou at all. It can be seen that Yang Lan has trained this Xuetong very well. The local news also reported the Nine Tails incident, but it was slowly covered up by the heat of the wild elf wounding incident. Because the wild elf began to attack nearby residents in the past 2 days, and the incident gradually expanded www.mtlnovel.com in Xianyang town, there was a lot of turmoil. Many people dare not go out alone at night. The police and gymnasium have also increased their search efforts. Unfortunately, the clues that can be harvested are only the place where the elf haunts. Some traces of slime left on the ground. The wizard that uses special search for music can't trace the effective location of that wizard. The police and the gym only had to issue a reward quest for the trainers who were still nearby to increase their efforts to search for the wounding elf. After all, wild elves are fierce and unusual, and the average trainer can still deal with them if they appear alone. If a group of wild elves appear in the town through the lock, it is estimated that a lot of losses will occur. Of course, it's not about Chuyi's business. On the contrary, Chuya looked at this picture interestingly, recording the location of this wild elf's haunt, and then constantly checked the situation of various road sections through the map. This elf, who was suspected of being a big wolf dog, seemed to follow those who ran away from the sewers were also very clever, knowing that they couldn't stay in one place all the time, and would often change places with one shot, only what made Chuya puzzled. There is a large amount of stinky mud in the sewers of towns. Little Lotta, and many poisonous elves regard the sewers as their nests. The industrial sewage and waste discharged from the city every day are their nutrients. They are in peace on both sides. If nothing happens, the gym is just checking the sewer situation regularly every month. But this elf can often haunt the sewers, is not attacked by poison elves, and can also go up to the ground to attack people from time to time, which makes Chuya feel a little wondering. Although the elves are very smart, they have a strong purpose in their actions. What is the purpose of this big wolf dog? Why does it break into the town to attack humans and weak elves? Chapter 35, Fusion of Special Skills. Gaisai has worked very hard these days, and the speed of absorbing energy cubes has also greatly increased. He ate 2 advanced energy cubes from Chuya in 3 days, and would silently hide aside to train his skills whenever he had time. Even in the spare time of Chuyi's class, Gaisai would leave Chuya and hide in a dark storage room in the teaching building to train his skills, and occasionally return to the dormitory to give the 3 little elves hypnotism. A lot of training has made Gaisai more and more proficient in the mastery of skills. Even the shadow ball that can only be used in the training room has reached the standard of 6 consecutive shots in a short period of time. Although the shadow ball's attack power is not too high, it just leaves a trace of scorched black on the special target, but Chuya believes that as the ghost's mastery of energy gets higher and higher, the power of the shadow ball will be bigger. Because the second task of the modifier, Chuya has not completed the upgrade of an elf to the 20th level, so he has not refreshed the task. Every day I live a busy life in the library. I have time to browse through various books and learn about it. All the records are recorded on the modifier. After returning to the dormitory, I will study slowly and carefully. The free function of the modifier saves Chuya a lot of credits. After all, it takes a little credit to borrow books in the library. It is free of charge. Although a little credit is not expensive, it can't stand Chuya who is in high demand. Chuya, who is especially short of resources, can save it. Chuya asked her father to send herself a batch of fruit from the orchard. After she was tired from studying in the dormitory, She also slowly processed the fruit materials in various formulas in the elf's potential development exercise method in her free time. Scheme to deal with tree fruits. Of course, Chuye is only preliminary processing. The subsequent processes do not require a lot of professional equipment to process. After Chuye has time, he will go to the fruit laboratory to clean up this batch of materials at once. Chuye now has a very fulfilling life every day, as if returning to the period when he was making up the third year of high school. I really didn't dare to waste a minute, wishing every second would be split into two. During the period, Chuye also discovered a bug in the modifier, that is, the modifier can recycle the advanced energy blocks made by Chuye. Each advanced energy block is worth about 690 under the calculation of the modifier. Chuye touched his chin. It seems that this money is profitable. In addition to the cost of using the laboratory, there are also various material laboratories. Then Chuye only paid the money for the tree fruit, or only half the price. If Chuye did not use the school if supported by the free equipment, the production cost of advanced cubes will rise linearly. Because of the material problem, the energy cube made by Chuye is not too perfect this time. The perfect formula in the elf potential development exercise method has helped Chuye the most. Generally, high-level breeders who specialize in the direction of tree and fruit cannot guarantee stable production of energy cubes. It can be seen how rare advanced cubes are, and Chuye is very detailed because of the methods and steps recorded in the elf potential development exercise method, as long as the foolish operation is enough, otherwise, 3 of the materials that Chuye made 5 times were wasted. It can be seen how difficult the production is. If Chuye's own materials are added, then the cost is so high that Chuye is somewhat unacceptable. Now Gaisai's shadow clone skill has reached level 7, and ordinary continuous practice has made little improvement to Gaisai. Looking at the bag with 27 energy cubes left, Chuye couldn't help taking out 20 yuan and facing his palm. The machine said, "Recover 20 energy cubes. Recover advanced energy cube x20, get 12,433 gold coins." Originally only 80 gold coins instantly turned into 12,513 gold coins, giving Chuye the illusion of instant wealth. Chuye immediately shook his head to shake off this feeling, because if the potential attributes of the ghosts were increased, this gold coin would be worth it. It's just a drop in the bucket. The A-level attributes alone require 200,000 gold coins. In the future, the modifier's ability to absorb gold is also increasing. Gaisai's 7th level shadow clone skill needs 2,000 gold coins, and how many gold coins will be needed to upgrade the ghost's shadow clone skill to level 10? I don't know if Chuye has enough gold coins for these 2,000 too. Improve the skill level of shadow clone. Shadow Clone LV7 skill upgrade requires 2,000 gold coins. Continue to improve. Shadow Clone LV8 skill upgrade requires 4,000 gold coins. Watching the rising proportion of gold coins, Chuye frowned slightly, and the gold coins she was carrying shrank by half in an instant. Continue to improve. Shadow Clone LV9 skill upgrade requires 6,000 gold coins. Ghost Shadow Clone skill reaches LV10, it can no longer be upgraded. Looking at the gold coin column that has turned into 100 digits, Chuye's heart twitched slightly. The modifier's ability to absorb gold is really strong. 20 advanced energy cubes are enough to sustain Gaisai's crazy training for more than a month. The modifier here is like throwing a stone into the water, just making waves at the starting point. Ghost. Now Chuye is in the training room, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and today's work in the library, Chuye has finished, so he rushed to the training room non-stop, and Gaisai also quietly exercised his shadow ball skills, suddenly thinking about it. There are many ways to use shadow clones, and the ghosts also said that they have become accustomed to this. This must be a ghost made by his own trainer. Well, I am a ghost. Once or twice makes the ghost a little bit inexplicable. The more times it means that it feels pretty cool. I like it when I lie down and become stronger. The shadow ball that kept humming in his hand only paused for a while and began to continue training. It was not until Chuya called out Gaisai that Gaisai stopped and floated in front of Chuya. Because the large-scale panic caused by the 9 tails in the classroom a few days ago, the ghosts absorbed a lot of fear, and the experience value has also risen rapidly. Now it has reached level 8, and the advanced energy cube has also helped a lot busy. The hard-working Gaisai has controlled his ghost energy to the point where he can handle it. With the help of the curse talisman to stabilize the ghost energy, now even if the ghost is entangled in Chuya will not feel too cold. Up. Seeing ghosts floating over, Chuya took out a skill secret stone that looked like an ordinary stone from her inventory. If it weren't for the slight flash of light on the secret stone, Chuya threw it on the road and no one would find it was a skill secret stone. Ghost, absorbed this special secret stone. Gaisai looked curiously at the skill secret stone lying in Chuyi's hand, and then controlled the secret stone to directly stick it on his black forehead, and the secret stone instantly merged into Gaisai's body. Gaisai learns the art of multiple shadow clones, fusion shadow clones, current skill level, multiple shadow clones LV0, not mastered, shadow clone skills deleted. Chapter 36, The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clones. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique LV0, unmastered, plus Konoha Shishidame and Hokage's Fame skill, separates multiple clones to attack the target, and the clone disappears after receiving a certain amount of damage. Chuya clicked the plus sign curiously, and the modifier immediately popped up a window requiring 100 gold coins to let Chuya take a breath. The shadow ball that was not mastered can only be upgraded to level 1 with only 50 gold coins. Now the special skill is doubled. It is still at a low level, and it is not a gold-swallowing monster. It would take Chuya 20 high-level energy cubes to upgrade his level 7 skills to level 10 without doubling, and that would be fine in the future. Chuya reluctantly clicked to confirm, and raised the multiple shadow clone art to level 1. After all, it is the most difficult to practice before mastering the skill. It is better to save this time with a modifier, which can be as short as the ghost ball. In time, the proficiency catches up with the shadow clone. Ghost, first try the new skills I learned for you. Gaisai nodded, and brooded for a while in midair. Ninjutsu in Naruto is required to be used in Naruto, but I don't know if this step will change after the world merges with the wizard's skills. After all, there is no way to use skills in this world. All skills are the use of energy formed by elves directly mobilizing energy in the body. It would be too conspicuous if the shadow clone needs to be printed. If you encounter a familiar trainer, they can judge the use of the next skill of the ghost at a glance and make a corresponding method, which is too passive. In the air, the purple mist surrounding Gaisai also began to surging. There were 2 muffled noises, and a burst of white smoke enveloped Gaisai and Chuya, obstructing Chuyi's vision. Chuya waved his hand. The smoke disperses. I saw 3 ghosts floating in the sky, and Chuya could see through the real ghosts at a glance. Because the other 2 avatars are all grayish-white, their appearances are slightly distorted. The corners of Chuyi's mouth were a little taken away, and Gaisai was also floating in the air a little embarrassed. The atmosphere gradually became speechless. Chuya patted one of the grey-white ghosts, and the ghost disappeared with a bang, and Gaisai's big eyes suddenly picked up slightly. Ghost, do you have any memory of receiving a clone? Gaisai nodded slowly, and just now, a memory based on the perspective of the grey-white ghost appeared in its mind. Chuya nodded and said, let the other one stay away from me and see how many meters is away. Gaisai neighed, and another grey-white ghost drifted to the other side of the training room a bit sluggishly, and disappeared with a bang when it was only 15 or 6 meters away from Gaisai. Chuya nodded, but I don't know if his skills will be upgraded in the future. There will be no distance limit for the clone like Naruto. After all, Gaisai has just started to learn the skill of multiple shadow clones, so he can't ask for too much. Didn't pay too much attention to the previous life of Chuya, an anime called Naruto. He only gave up when the storm came out. Many settings were forgotten. Chuya slowly recalled, sitting on the floor of the training room, using the stool as a table, took the notes that he carried in his jacket, and recalled the application of the multiple shadow avatar technique while writing. First of all, the multi-shadow avatar technique and ghosts do not need to use the seal, although the time for guiding the energy to form the skill is too long. If you are not skilled in the battle, you can't use it at all. When using the technique of multiple shadow clones, a white mist will appear to cover the sight of the enemy and yourself. Although it is only a short moment, it can also activate some special effects. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. Although this aspect can cover the sight, however, the movement is too high to be used at will when lurking. Since the multi-shadow avatar technique will send memories back to Gisna after the avatar is broken, this effect is very big. You can use the multi-shadow avatar technique to practice a lot of your own skills, just like Naruto did, because Kyuubi chakra disrupted his own control of chakra, so Naruto could only master an advanced ninjutsu in just a few days with dozens of times of effort. Of course, this function has its advantages and disadvantages. If the clone is broken in battle, the ghost of the body may be tranced by the clone's memory. This can only be overcome by constant experimentation. Different from ordinary shadow clones, the technique of multiple shadow clones is to distribute the energy of ghosts evenly to each clone. This will make ghosts have very high requirements for their own energy, and they want to achieve Naruto's one time. It is impossible to have with hundreds of clones. Chuya only hopes that the premise that Gaisai separates a dozen clones without affecting himself is the best. And the clone can use the ghost's own skills. If the ghosts use this feature to throw dozens of shadow at one time, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com will not explode the damage output. Is not just a phantom that remains in the vision due to too fast moving speed like the shadow clone. When using moves, it can only be used by the body, and other phantoms are just imitated illusions. If the shadow clone is used properly, you can still play a lot of show operations, such as Hypnotism X10. Are you still worried that the success rate is not enough? After 10 shots, I'm afraid that the spirit of sleeplessness can hold it. The corner of Chuyi's mouth raised a slight curve, and he tore off all the words written in the notebook and threw it into the air. Gaisai immediately smirked and sent 2 shadow to the paper, and hit the paper on the wall. The energy slowly disappeared, and the paper instantly turned black, slowly shattering into a pile of black powder and disappearing into the air. This is the engulfing effect of ghost energy on material horror, and only the training room is made of special materials to withstand the ghost's continuous use of shadow ball bombardment. Chuya nodded in satisfaction, waved at Gaisai and smiled, "All right, Gaisai, let's go." Ghost dissipated in the air, and the weird neighing sound rang through the air, leaving Chuya alone in the training room suddenly a little cold and strange. Chuya opened the door of the training room, and the setting sun shone on Chuyi's body. The shadow was stretched very long, and a warm breath rushed over his face. After Chuya packed his coat and bags, he stretched out slowly towards the setting sun. Waist, the original cold figure seemed to have a hint of warmth. The managers outside the door couldn't help but glance at Chuya. The sweat from the corner of his forehead and the wet shirt stuck to his body. Although no muscles were formed, his firmer body also appeared very well proportioned, and the corners of his mouth fluttered. The smile that didn't go made the manager's face slightly hot. Chapter 37, Isolated. Back to the dormitory, Chuya tidied up the change of clothes he took home on the weekend, and left the school. Mo Fan had already gone back. Chuya couldn't bear to slow down the use of the training room in the afternoon. Originally, Mo Fan wanted to send Chuya back to Xianyang, but Chuya also refused because he didn't want to delay Mo Fan's time. Was standing under the newly built bus stop sign with a luggage bag, and the students were talking and laughing. After a week of running in, they have slowly adapted to their strange classmates around them. Except for Chuya standing alone, due to ghosts, except Mo Fan and Li Lan. No one dared to get too close to Chu Yet. The place where Chu Night passed, almost all the students evaded subconsciously, as if they were going to make a cut scene. Chu Yet is also happy to see them with this attitude. Now he doesn't have enough time to train the elves to absorb knowledge, so how can he have time to deal with this kind of unstable interpersonal relationship? The last classmate who was in contact with Chu Yet in his previous life is also Mo Fan alone. When he just graduated, he would contact him often. Time will slowly wash away, and the contact will gradually decrease. Some people occasionally ask Chu Yet to borrow money, but borrow after a few times, there was no contact afterwards. Although the classmates of this world may be Chu Yi's comrades in the field, they believe in the strength in their hands more than these Chu Yet, and the people in the class were very flustered during the Nine Tails incident. Even their own the elves had forgotten to let them out to protect themselves. Everyone except Li Lan seemed to be a pig teammate in Chu Yet, and even Mo Fan would unconsciously put Pak Bai in his arms to protect him. Although Chu Yet didn't agree with him, it was normal for Mo Fan to behave like this because Pak Bai's ability was very weak before evolution. With the expressionless Chu Yet and the ghosts entwined with him, it seemed that the temperature in the place Chu Yet passed by was a little lower. After quietly walking to the corner of the bus and sitting down, the students crowded into the bus. Obviously there was another place beside Chu Yet, but they would rather stand than sit beside Chu Yet. This obviously has formed cold violence. Chu Yi's mature mind doesn't think there is anything, but if it falls on other people, it may gradually produce depressive thoughts. The bus, which should have been a bit noisy, was obviously much quieter, and few people talked except the vibration of the driver turning on the engine of the vehicle. Chu Yet closed his eyes and was too lazy to look at them, and on the modifier screen in his mind, he called up a book on the introduction and application of wizard skills and slowly read it. On the way, the ghost seemed to be obviously restless, the surrounding air seemed to be slightly distorted. Chu Yet frowned and said quietly before the ghost waited peacefully. When the students on the bus saw this scene, they all pursed their mouths, moving their bodies to be farther away from Chu Yet, for fear of a Nine Tails incident on the bus. The speed of the bus is very fast. There are not too many traffic jams from the suburbs to the town, and there is no stop all the way forward, and soon arrived at the station closer to Chu Yi's home. Chu Yet turned off the modifier after hearing the stop announcement. The screen went to the back door and waited. After a while, the car arrived and Chu Yet walked on. The students all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the plague getting off the car. Chu Yet got out of the car and glanced at the Gaisai attribute panel by the way, and found that he had gained a lot of experience on the way home, and then muttered, "How terrible is the ghost system." The ghost in the air heard Chu Yi's words, and the twisted air seemed to form a strange smiling face that kept surrounding Chu Yet. Fortunately, no one passed by on the nearby road, otherwise I would be scared of heart disease. Bought a few bottles of elven honey, milk from a big milk jug, and a elven ball at a shop near her home that specializes in elves, and then walked towards her home. Pushing open the door of his house, Chu Yet shouted, "I am back." Then he entered the house, where only Dad Chu was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper. When he saw Chu Yet, he just glanced at him and nodded to indicate that he knew. "Your mother is still in the shop. Where is your ghost? There are trees in the house, and noon leftovers in the kitchen. If you are hungry, go and eat." Chu Yet nodded and walked to the kitchen. The ghosts instantly condensed and floated beside Chu Yet, curiously leaning to the newspaper in front of Chu Dad. Chu Yet obviously felt that Dad Chu's hand holding the newspaper shook slightly, and then forced to pretend to be calm not to look at the ghost. The corner of my Chu Yi's mouth was slightly bent, and then helplessly said, "Ghost, stop making trouble, come here." Gaisai neighed and floated towards Chu Yet. Chu Yet opened the refrigerator and took out 2 tree fruits from the inside and threw them to Gaisai. Gaisai controlled the tree fruit to take a bite in mid-air. He was so happy. Chu Yet also felt that Gaisai's appetite had improved a lot recently. It should be because of the non-stop training of himself in school, and the absorption of energy was much faster. I'm upstairs. Randomly took out a piece of bread from the refrigerator, grabbed it in his hand, and gnawed it. There was no change in the house. Chuya didn't pay much attention to it. After saying hello to Dad Chu, he went back to his room. Calm sitting on a bed that I knew, watching the ghosts floating in the air happily eating the fruit. The elf ball has been hanging around Chu Yi's waist for more than a week, and it didn't show any effect. This ghost obviously doesn't like the environment inside the poke ball like Zai's skin god. After Gaisai finished eating the 2 tree fruits, Chu Ye said, "Gaisai, I can't relax when I get home. Go to a quiet corner in the backyard and train today's newly learned shadow clone." Gaisai nodded slowly and disappeared in place. Chu Ye also began to review the knowledge of high school. Chu Ye had learned almost the knowledge before high school, but it was only about elves. Every day Chu Ye never relaxes, even the time before going to bed is arranged full, in order to just catch up with the knowledge that has fallen before, try to make myself and other students at the same starting point, and then work hard slowly. Beyond them, Chu Ye has already surpassed many students in cultivating elves. While they were still getting along with their elves and cultivating feelings, Gaisai had already had a tacit understanding with Chu Ye and began to understand that Chu Ye wanted to become stronger. Desire and strictly require their own best training. As night fell slowly, Chu's mother also told Chu Ye to go to dinner. Chu Ye used the reasons she had already eaten to prevaricate. Chu Yi's appetite was not large, and it was almost full with just a piece of bread. Now his mouth it contains a slice of sliced pear fruit. The bitter taste and the energy it emits can well maintain the consumption of Chu Ye. It was almost 12 o'clock after Chu Ye recovered. He rubbed his already somewhat swollen temples and raised his head to look at the dark night sky outside the window. The cool wind outside blows in from the window, and shortly after nightfall, there is already a fine light rain outside. Chapter 38, Rainy Night in Xianyang. Xianyang is not too prosperous town. Because of the elves, few people open the shop after 9 o'clock. Xianyang town, which was originally dotted with bright stars, gradually left only dim yellow street lights shining on as time passed. The streets were deserted, and it took a long time for a few cars to whiz by. The entertainment industry in this world is not well developed. Even nightclubs such as bars and clubs are open until 11 o'clock at most. After all, the power of this world is high, and people who hold weapons called elves will inevitably be evil. Has a sharp blade in his heart, and kills himself. After the night, patrols are also significantly less. The night is the beginning of the chaotic dance of countless monsters and ghosts. If you insist on opening until after the early morning, it might attract some people with powerful elves to rob. Many trainers are unable to maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Even if some good materials cannot be collected in the wild once, the cost of cultivating the elves is large. Only the skill secret stone and the normal energy consumption of maintaining the elves have already made many trainers are struggling. The more powerful the elf, the more energy it expends. A large calamity elf like Banjara is rumored to have eaten up most of the mountain and then fall asleep deep underground. When Banjara is awakened, then unfortunately, you are lucky enough to feel the power that can change the territory of the continent. Amidst the flying yellow sand, people can only see a huge shadow roaring in the depths of the sandstorm in a vague way, but cannot be sure of the huge evil spirit. In the wild, elves kill each other and swallow each other, and they need to rely on a small amount of tree fruits to survive. Therefore, the evolution of elves in the wild takes a lot of time. Some elves rely on sunlight, water, or nutrients from the earth, even minerals. It will also become food for the elves. In the wild, if you want to survive, you must first become stronger. The three themes of contention, food, and struggle will always be the main theme of the wild elves. Even the grass elves emit fragrance to attract elves or humans to their territory, and then turn the coming elves and people into the nutrients they need. The dangers in the wild people who live safely in towns cannot feel it. Sometimes some people will never take a step out of the city where they belong in their lives. But the city also has the darkness in the city, hidden behind the light that people can't see, and exudes that very vague atmosphere. An arbor snake curled up and slowly squeezed out from the gap in the sewer. The purple scales on its body were very dirty, black and white, and even the golden pattern on the neck was covered by filth. Arbor snake looked around the sewer slowly winding his body along the depths of the alley, crawling forward, and his whole body also had a pair of sluggish golden snake pupils exuding traces of predators. There will be light. Climbing slowly to the edge of the building around the water pipe, a pair of indifferent eyes stared at the outside of the alley tightly, and the fine light rain hit Arbor snake's body. It didn't care, and waited patiently and entangled. In the dark place behind the water pipe, if you don't look carefully, it is impossible to find its trace. Patience is obviously indispensable for the arbor snake. The filth and stench on its body has made it accustomed to this smell. There are a large number of poisonous elves and little lads living in the sewers, and some poisonous elves are basically can't eat. The nearest race of little Ladas seems to have evolved several Ladas, leading the little Lada against the arbor snakes that usually hunt alone. The very hungry arbor snake could not help but drilled out of the sewer some time ago, feeding on some tree fruit remains that had not been eaten up, and then began to notice a single Pokemon. A trace of saliva dripped slowly from the lower jaw of the arbor snake, and his cold pupils stared at the outside of the alley. In the dark alley and the road illuminated by the dim light outside, it seemed to form two worlds. The drizzle is getting heavier and heavier, and the original cold body is getting colder, with cruel eyes gleaming in the golden eyes, and the whole body exudes an aura that is incompatible with this peaceful town. The fine rain hit the arbor snake's body, pattering, and it can be considered as a rinse of the newly hung stains on the body, but some of the stains that have been stuck for a long time can no longer be washed off. The black and hard dirt seems to grow on the arbor snake. The body is average. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps on the street. It was hard to detect in the patter of rain, but it was still heard by a qualified hunter like arbor snake. The arbor snake shrank his neck vigilantly and hid in the dark and abnormal corner. Those sulky eyes stared at the street outside the alley tightly. As long as the arbor snake was determined to be a prey, the arbor snake would not hesitate. Launched an attack. The sound of footsteps slowly approached, and the street light clearly shone on the little elf's body. The green body was a little excited because of the rain, and moved slowly forward with some cheerful little steps. A mimly bud of grass and poison, grass elves will be a little excited at night, especially when it rains. Even some grass elves will leave their homes when it rains and wander around outside the street. They will keep running along the roadside while walking briskly and humming unknown music. They will continue to return home in the morning. Bury yourself in a flower pot to sleep and enjoy the daylight. Arbor snake slips slowly on the water pipe on the wall, sticking his body out of the alley. The snake's vision is very weak. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. They all rely on the hot socket on the lips of the snake to sense the heat and carefully distinguish whether there are other people around. The fuzzy eyes of the snake became more slender under the street light, and the shy buds in front of them still didn't notice the danger, and they kept jumping in the rain. After all, is just a Pokemon who grew up in a town, and his sense of danger seems to be eroded and degraded by the comfortable environment. After confirming that there is no danger, arbor snake shrank his body directly, and then ejected at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Hazy's body was already entangled with the shy bud before the shy bud reacted, and the shy bud's mouth made a sound. It had been surrounded by the body of the snake before. Household Pokemon will lack exercise. Daily feeding is to maintain the minimum energy. Occasionally, the owner will grind low-level energy cubes into powder and add them to the shy buds in the water. The shy bud, who suddenly encountered a crisis, couldn't resist. A pair of small feet kept struggling, and the dangerous aura from the threatening characteristics of the arbor snake made the shy bud weaken. Tighten up. The arbor snake exudes a subtle and dangerous light. It is inconspicuous under the street lamp, It bites on the bud-like place on the shy bud head, and grey mucus rushes out of the aber snake's toothless mouth. Was poured near the shy bud wound. Dissolving solution. The struggling of the shy bud gradually weakened, and the mouth was tightly entangled with no sound at all. After that, it stopped moving after less than a while, and the snake slowly released its body, revealing the dissolved liquid of the shy bud. The eroded body was a little tattered and pitted everywhere. Aber snake glanced indifferently. After confirming that the prey was dead, the aber snake slowly took up his shy bud and shattered body and swam into the alley. Chapter 39, Hello, Zero. The aber snake held the corpse of the shy bud in his mouth and wanted to drag it to the depths of the alley to prepare to eat. In the past few days, it has turned over some tree fruit remains in the trash can, plus this shy bud is enough to maintain it. Days away. Because I know that there are law enforcement teams patrolling the town, arbor snakes do not hunt humans. At most, they will scare them and leave when they are found. Slowly winding the cold snake body, moving towards the alley little by little. The eroded tattered shy bud was dragged to the ground, and the green mucus rubbed a long trace on the ground. Hello, first time meeting. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the alley, the sudden sound scared the snake. It immediately left the corpse of the shy bud, twisted the snake's body together, raised its head slightly, and kept vomiting its forked tongue. Aber snake's slender snake eyes vaguely saw a figure in the depths of the alley that seemed to be holding an umbrella, but the hot socket of the snake's lips could not feel the heat against the figure in front of him, as if it did not exist, and there was nothing around it. A scent wafted out. Arbor snakes originally relied on heat and taste to capture the information of their prey, and the opponent's ability seemed to restrain snakes by nature. Seems to appear out of thin air. The figure was holding an umbrella, and the lower body did not enter the darkness of the corridor. The dim street lamp only illuminates the upper body of the figure. Aber snake only vaguely saw the pair of glasses with glasses, reflecting the dim light that seemed a bit bright. My name is Chu Yet. The steady voice didn't seem to feel the threat of aber snake, and he slowly walked towards aber snake. The black mist slowly gathered beside Chu Yet, and the ghost floated beside Chu Yet. Only then did aber snake clearly feel his body temperature and smell, without a hint of dangerous smell. Abo snake shrank and stared coldly at Chu Yet and the ghosts floating nearby. As long as they had a slight change, Abo snake would attack without hesitation. The tip of the tail is slightly erected, which is the habit of arbor snake after being nervous. Chu Yet slowly walked to the front of Abo snake. He glanced at the dead shy bud and ignored him. Now he is less than 2 meters away from Abo snake, but he believes that if the Abo snake attacks, it will be a ghost. It can be stopped. Chu Yet squatted down and placed a high-level energy cube on the ground, then stood up again, stepped back, and said softly, I have no malice, and I am not patrolling, I will not care about what you do. Aber snake is still staring at Chu Yet with its body low. Although it covets the high-level energy cube in front of him, he can feel the huge energy radiating from that cube, but it does not believe the person in front of him. Still unmoved. Aber snake glanced at the entrance of the sewer. It was not far behind Chu Yet, but the ghost had already taken a position on one side. If he escaped out of the street, Aber snake might encounter the search team. There are a lot of things, it already knows that someone is searching for it. Aber snake slightly pressed his head, the snake mouth split open, ready to bypass Chu Yet to assault the ghost, and then took the opportunity to go into the sewer. Cold rain hit it, Aber snake's body stiffened in vain, as if the body's senses were stagnant. In general, I saw the subtle brilliance shining in the big eyes of Gaisai. Position technique. After several days of practice, Gaisai's several transformation skills have grown enough, although they are not as good as the Shadow Clone and Shadow Ball, thanks to the 3 elves' Mo fan scent. Feeling his own physical strength is slowly passing by, Arbo Snake's eyes gradually become fierce, but the Shadow Ball condensed in front of the ghost makes it afraid to make any changes. Chu Yet waved his hand to make Gaisai remove his skills, and the shadow ball suddenly disappeared in the air, and Aber Snake felt his body relaxed a lot. Chuye squatted down and stretched out his hand to Aber Snake and said, "Don't be like this, I have no malice, I just want to talk to you, everything weird." The body of the variety monster who was called his real name stiffened, and the body of the snake trembled slightly. It had always been acting like other elves, how could this human being noticed before his eyes? When Chuye read the newspaper, it was very strange. The scene left strange traces of slime sliding, and he could easily pass in and out of the narrow sewer hole. It was not a spirit like a wolf dog at all, and it was sliding on the ground. Chuye just thought of two elves, Lava Snail and Sticky Treasure. The former Lava Snail was ruled out by Chuye. The lava snails usually left traces of scorched black after they passed, because it was a fire-type spirit living near the crater, and the whole body was filled with hot lava. This kind of spirit it is impossible to appear in the dark and humid place like the sewer. The latter Nian Bao is a standard dragon elf. Although it looks like a slug, it is also in the form of a quasi-god elf. Nian Bao is known for its gentle personality and cleanliness, and rarely does things that attack people. Although it is difficult to evolve, it is also an extremely rare existence. The investigation data of Chuye found that there was only one sticky melon in the hand of the Dragon King in China. How could a larva like Sticky Stick appear in the sewers of the small town of Xianyang? www.novel.com. Then Chuye kept investigating the various sewer entrances published on the news that there had been traces of mucus sliding, and eliminated all the sewer entrances that had appeared before locking the nearby ones. Street can transform into a big wolf dog to avoid search, and can also become an arbor snake hunting. Chuye has determined the identity of this elf when he saw the arbor snake deep in the alley. After all, there are only two elves who can learn transformation skills. One is the legendary fantasy elves, known as the source of all elves, and the other can only change all the cells of the body and transform into other elves. Of course, Tutu Dog's sketching skills can also imitate and transform various monsters. Green, unmodifiable. Level 7. Feature, Transfiguration. Attribute, General. Carry props, none. Physical strength, E. Attack, E. Defense, E. Special attack, E. Special defense, E. Speed, E. Skill, Transformation LV10. Genetic skill, none. Learning skills, none. Experience value, 22/343. Variety and weirdness in this world are very rare, because they are all transformed into other elves to live, so people can't tell them at all. Even the electronic data in the elves are only sporadic records that there are elves that can transform themselves. Shape. Chuye was tempted when she saw the characteristics of this variety monster instantly. This variety monster with the characteristics of a transformer turned into an aber snake without any flaws. The rich hunting experience and patience are the best. Choose, although the qualification is only green, but Chuye can upgrade the aptitude of variety weird in the future. The only drawback is that there is no problem with Chuye. Chapter 40, Welcome to Join. 0 becomes strange. Especially with the trait of being a transformed person, Chuye has been paying attention to the transformed aber snake of variety monster for a long time in the dark, except for discovering that the eyes of variety monster have tiny holes at all. I don't know whether the variety monster transforms according to the form in memory or is transformed in the sewer with the appearance of an aber snake. If it is the former, then this variety monster is very important to Chuye. Chuye smiled at the variety weird and said, "The variety weird, if you can, please be my partner." The strange Jiangshi's face was obviously taken aback. Partner? Then it recalled a little bit of the past. It was raining lightly like tonight. Variety was hiding in the grass on the outskirts, and saw a young trainer with a dying Bobo in his hand. Bobo's body was covered with wounds, because the distance was too far, and it was strange to hear what the trainer was saying. He just threw the scarred Bobo on the ground in the suburbs, and muddy water hit Bobo, who was trembling. People have no sympathy at all. After the man took out a pokeball from his pocket and smashed it, he said a few words to Pop and left. The variety monster stayed in the same place for a long time, and saw Bobo seriously injured to death. A ray of anger surged into the strange heart, the expression on his face became very fierce, and his indifferent eyes flashed fiercely. Just. Do you humans call this partner? The anger instantly overwhelmed the strange reason, the curled body instantly popped out, and at the moment when the ghost could not react, he pounced on Chuyi's shoulder, and it was Chuyi that escaped in time to avoid the strangeness. Bite the key to the neck. Gaisai became angry instantly, the surrounding poison gas was tumbling fiercely, and the sly smile on his face disappeared, and he was ready to take action and ended up with this snake-shaped elf. Chuyi quickly stretched out his hand to express that he was okay, and the severe pain was also transmitted from the shoulder to the brain. Although Aber Snake had no teeth, the bite force of that mouth was not low, and the clothes on his shoulders were stained with blood. Chuyi dropped the umbrella in his hand, and the dim street lamp shone on Chuyi's face. Only then did she clearly see Chuyi's beautiful face. The sharp pain in her shoulder made the muscles on her face slightly trembling, his face also added a touch of paleness. Chuyi brushed the head of Variety Monster with his hand, and Variety Monster stiffened slightly, and the body of the snake began to wrap one of Chuyi's collar arm, preparing to activate the tight binding skill. Chuyi did not blame all kinds of weirdness, her voice was still soft, and her usual indifferent expression was completely different, stroking her head that kind of weirdness and whispered. Everything is strange, although I don't know what you have experienced, but I am different from those guys. The ever-changing snake eye has changed to its original appearance. The eye is surrounded by a black and purple gelatinous solid substance. The small eye has only a small dot. It clearly sees Chuyi's sincere expression. The eyes behind those glasses did not make Variety feel the flickering sensation that humans would have when lying. That delicate face was covered with rain and slid down his face, and the corners of his mouth still outlined a gentle arc. The mouth that had been bitten tightly also loosened slightly. I want to ask Variety to blame you for a little bit of trying to believe me. Even a little bit, it doesn't take long for the ghost to stay with me, but he knows me the deepest, if you can be my future partner if. Variety Monster has released his mouth, looking at Chuyi's gradually serious face, he can't even hear the neighing sound of ghosts in his ears, as if he was infected by Chuyi's mood at the moment, dumbfounded. Looking at Chuyi. Chuyi seemed to be on a pilgrimage, unaffected by the wound on his shoulder, his eyes exuded with pious eyes, the rain was getting heavier, and a flash of lightning flashed across the grey sky, and bright light reflected on Chuyi's face. On. Then I will take care of you forever, I won't worry about being hungry, I don't have to worry about living in the sewers, risking my life to hunt on the ground, and. A trace of determination flashed across Chuyi's face, as if he was making some kind of vow. I will never abandon you. Variety of strange things stood in front of Chuyi, half of his body had melted, purple and black, a piece of gelatinous, and the tail part had not been completely restored, and it was sticky. Elves have a variety of personalities and appearances, but they also have the same things. In addition to the light of evolution, just like Zai's ninja frog, you can feel the pure pursuit of victory in Zai's heart. Light, and then complete the evolution of fetters. The same is true for other elves, just like although Gaisai felt Chuyi's mood once in the training room, it was only when Gaisai used his own abilities to feel Chuyi's mood at that time. Reading www.yunsha.com. Far from being as pure as it is now. I hope Variety Monster can believe in himself, and I also need Variety Monster's help. The pain on his shoulders seems to have disappeared, Chuyi's face is full of sincere desire, unwavering faith and tone. So, please be my partner, everything is strange. Chuyi slowly squatted down, the vision in front of his glasses had long been blurred due to the rain, but those eyes were shining and unwavering, regardless of the wound, regardless of the cold rain falling from the tip of the hair and dripping on the water puddle on the ground made ripples at the starting point, and the arm stretched out in front of Variety Weird. Variety Weird felt the emotions in the human heart for the first time. The strong personal will seemed to connect it with the person in front of him, forming a bond called trust, and the body full of foul black spots trembled slightly. Under the dim light, the Variety Monster looked at the human in front of him for the first time, with a pale appearance, as if the Variety Monster had transformed into an aber snake with a slight body force that could break the other's neck. What kind of mood is this? This person seems to need me. He needs me. The black and purple gelatinous substance slowly squirmed, slowly forming a long strip, and slowly stretched out in front of Chu Yi. Snapped. The black and purple tentacles were placed on Chu Yi's hands, feeling the slight heat coming from Chu Yi's skin. The wandering and lonely heart of the past seemed to slowly tore a trace of cracks, and Chu Yi's personal emotions seemed to shine in the dark heart like a light. Chu Yi felt the ever-changing response, a pure smile on his sincere face. Welcome to join, Weird. Chapter 41, Clean Up and Treatment. Chu Yi held the purple-black tentacles that stretched out from Variety Monster, soft and jelly-like touch. It's just that Variety has been in the sewer for a long time, and the body contains a lot of toxins. After being incorporated into the body by Variety, it cannot be digested and is difficult to discharge. Therefore, it should have been just a lavender body with dark spots. Was stinking like a stinky mud. Chu Yi didn't dislike it, and took out a new pokeball from behind with his other hand, and pressed it to enlarge the pokeball that was originally only a marble. Slowly stretched the elf ball in front of Variety Monster to stop. Variety Monster also shrank instinctively when it saw the elf ball, but after seeing Chu Yi's hopeful eyes, he hesitated to move forward. The tentacle lightly tapped the device on the front of the elf ball, a red light instantly enveloped the Variety, then became smaller and disappeared, and was sucked into the elf ball. Chu Yi received the elf ball that had fallen from the air, and saw the Variety Weird sitting quietly through the sphere. A feeling of peace of mind rose from his heart, and then he was interrupted by the sharp pain from his shoulder. I turned my head and saw that the clothes on my shoulders had been torn, the wound inside was rolled up, and blood and rain were still bleeding from the crack. Chu Yi frowned slightly, and directly tore off the broken sleeve, held one end of the sleeve with his mouth, and then twisted the sleeve a few times around the wound with his hands to tie a knot. Reached out and took off the rain glasses, picked up the umbrella and energy cube on the ground, and said to the ghost who was still looking at him with a slightly worried look, "Ghost, I'm fine, let's go." There was still a smile on her slightly pale face, her hair was wet by the rain, and she was swept aside by Chu Yi. Chu Yi, who took off her glasses, seemed to add a human touch to Gaisai's eyes, and then turned into a ney in the air. Because a black mist dissipated in the rain beside Chu Yi. Chu Yi frowned slightly at the Shy Bao's corpse. At that time, Chu Yi had a chance to rescue it from Variety Monster. But Chu Yi didn't do much. If such an action caused a wild attack or flee, then this was not the result that Chu Yi wanted to see. The elves' jungle law is like this. The weak have no right to say. Chu Yi crossed the shy bud still lying quietly in the rain, and only Chu Yi's slightly indifferent voice sounded in the air. Sorry. In the rain, Chu Yi walked several roads before returning home from the backyard. It is now more than 2 o'clock in the morning. Chu's father and mother have already rested, and Chu Yi didn't want to disturb them. Opened the door, put on his shoes, took the first aid kit in the living room, went up to the bathroom on the second floor, and opened the hot water. Chu Yi gritted his teeth and slowly eased the bandage on his shoulders. A circular wound on his bare skin was exposed to the air. Although he was only temporarily tying up the wound, he barely stopped the blood that kept flowing out. Chu Yi carefully washed the wound. The hot water hit the wound and felt uncomfortable, so he slowly scrubbed the dirt around the wound with medical gauze, and only took a shower after Chu Yi was cleaned up. Then he took out the Pokemon ball with all kinds of weird from the soaked clothes. The red light flashed, and the shape of all kinds of weird appeared in the bathroom. Variety Weird looked at this white bathroom with curiosity. The mist of hot water was diffused and filtered out of the window through the ventilation fan. The warm air made Variety Weird feel very comfortable. Chuya knelt down and said, "Xiao Bai, I will call you what you want from now on. I will clean up your body first. After all, you have been in the sewer for too long." Variety of Strangeness appeared. The air immediately filled with a sour smell. The sewage in the sewer was soaked all year round. Variety of Strangeness was not poisonous elves. After all, it was also infected with a layer of subtle toxins. Transform into an arbor snake to avoid the damage of toxins, but these toxins will also make Variety monsters weak for a long time. Variety Weird nodded. Chuya took the hot water and rinsed against Variety monster for a while, then took out the medical tweezers and antidote from the first aid kit, and carefully clipped out the dark spots on Variety monster. Black spots also grow from the body of Variety monster. When the dark spots are removed, Variety monster has a sharp pain, but the long-term field life prevents it from screaming easily, but trembling and enduring it. When Chuya was in school, he also learned a few lessons of first aid. Among them, there are methods to deal with toxin damage. The first is to scrape off the toxins contaminated on the elves to avoid continuous damage. Although Chuya does not have the same professional methods as in the hospital, after careful treatment, Variety monster's body is already covered with wounds. These are the parts that have been infested by toxins. There is also some granular garbage in the Variety monster that cannot be digested. Chuya also took out a mesh from the outside to filter the Variety monster several times. The Variety monster is a mollusk, and the cells in his body are constantly changing. Chuya let the Variety monster turn into water and easily eliminated the substance in the Variety monster's body. During the period of the Variety Weird was silent, and Chuya couldn't help admiring his strong endurance. He took the antidote and wound medicinal cotton swab and applied it evenly on the Variety Weird body. Chuya nodded with satisfaction looking at the somewhat renewed Variety monster, and saw that Variety monster was staying quietly looking at the hideous wound on his shoulder. Chuya turned his head, then smiled and touched the strange head and said, "It's okay www.looknovel.com, this is just a little hurt, don't take it to heart, it's not Xiaobai's fault." He took the disinfectant alcohol and wound medicine that had been used for Variety monster, and began to treat his wounds. The stinging sensation of the cold alcohol rubbing the wound also made Chuya frown, and then took out the wound medicine to face the wound. Spraying, the medicine in the first aid kit is very comprehensive, because the family digging rabbit occasionally gets injured in the orchard, so Dad Chu will prepare a medicine for digging rabbit. Injury medicines are also divided into humans and elves. After all, elves have much better physical fitness than humans, and humans cannot hold back the effects of the medicines of elves. With one hand tied tightly, the Variety monster also climbed onto Chuya's other shoulder to help Chuya, saving Chuya a lot of effort. It took a lot of time to clean up a lot of dirty water on the body of Variety monster. Chuya even took the washing agent and wiped it carefully, so that Chu's parents and Chu's mother would not find it strange. It was almost 4 o'clock after returning to the room. Chuya, who was lying on the bed, felt sleepy, but Chuya suddenly remembered something. He took the bag placed on the table and took out a piece originally used by Gaisai. The energy cube was handed to the Variety monster at his feet and said, "Xiaobai, don't be cautious. From now on, this will be your home. Now, this is your energy cube. Sorry, I haven't prepared what Xiaobai you like to eat. Let's go buy it tomorrow." Variety Tube slowly shook his head, looking at Chuya with some complexity, and then swallowed the energy cube in one bite. The translucent body made Chuya clearly see that the energy cube was rapidly decomposing and melting in the Variety Weird body. Chuya lay back on the bed again, and did not receive Variety monster into the poke ball, because when she was in the alley, Chuya clearly saw Variety monster had obvious resistance to the poke ball, turned off the light and covered the quilt. It was dark. There was a slight murmur from the room. Good night. Chapter 42, over. With the sound of gentle breathing, the ghost slowly condensed in the room, coldly glanced at the strangeness hiding in the corner and watching it warily. Gaisai didn't care about all kinds of weirdness. The 3 little elves placed in the drawer were released. After performing hypnotism one by one, they floated out of the window. After a while, there was a slight bang from the sound of rain outside the window. Strangely and curiously creeping past, he lay on the glass of the window, covered his body with curtains, and secretly looked at the situation outside the window. I saw Gaisai began to practice the technique of multiple shadow clones in the yard. This skill is much more complicated than ordinary skills. Gaisai can only make up for the weaknesses diligently. Through continuous practice, he can feel the energy running track of the multiple shadow clones and strive to send and receive as soon as possible. Heart. I hope that I can use my abilities to help Chuye as soon as possible. After all, under the protection of Gaisai, Chuye was still injured by Variety Monster today, which made Gaisai very self-blame. He didn't escape the rain and entered the room to practice. Gaisai was afraid that the use and cancellation of the multiple shadow avatar would cause Chuye to rest. Tian Tian slowly passed the cold wind, making the ghosts look a little erratic and twisted. Gaisai is a gas spirit. If the wind is too strong, it may be blown away, but this is not a big problem for the ghost, as long as it recondenses. Time passed slowly. The warm room and the cold yard formed a clear contrast. It was also the first time for Variety to stay in a comfortable place. After a day's fatigue, it gradually couldn't hold it anymore, lying on the table slowly fell asleep. Chuye slept very deep. Yesterday, when he had a conversation with Variety Monster, the high concentration of heart and emotion made him very tired. When Chuye woke up, he was still knocked on the door by Chuye to remind Chuye to go downstairs to eat. Chuye realized that it was already noon. Chuye was stunned to find that the alarm clock she had set did not go off. She took out the cell phone placed on the bedside and found that the alarm clock had been cancelled this morning. She stared at the pleased ghost who was floating on the side with tongue out. Looking at the weird appearance of Gaisai, Chuye said angrily, "Okay, I won't blame you this time, let's take it as an example." Ghost Sairuman disappeared in amnesty. Chuye got up and felt his head was a little dizzy. He found a long-sleeved high-necked dress in the closet and changed it. He didn't want his family to find out that his shoulder was injured. After changing his clothes, he was still lying on the table and secretly looking at himself Variety weird and said, "Ziobai, you stay here first, I'll go down and eat something, and I'll bring some fruit up to you to eat." Chuye still didn't want others to discover the existence of Variety Monster. He planned to train Variety Monster into a hidden card in his hand. If used well, it could be turned over at any time. For this only green the variety of aptitude is strange, Chuye has higher hopes than Gaisai. Variety Weird nodded insignificantly, as if this Variety Weird doesn't like to talk, and doesn't float in the air like a ghost and neighs constantly. Although I don't understand it, I can still feel the mood of the ghost. Variety Weird feels that its energy is very sufficient. The energy cube last night continuously provided it with energy, and it does not consume violently using skills, so it does not have much desire to eat. In the past, when eating and digesting energy, Variety was used to find a safe place to stay to avoid unnecessary energy consumption. After all, the energy provided by the hunted prey is not as much as the energy cube of Chuye, and it has a quiet and calm temper. Help Variety to escape many crises. In a short while, Chuye came up with a bag of fruit. Chuye's family specialized in planting fruit. Although the quality was not as good as that of the large-scale plantation, it was due to Chu's father's orchard. Digging Rabbit never lacks tree fruits to eat. Chuye specially selected a few different tree fruits and brought them to Variety Weird. Gaisai had already eaten almost downstairs just now. Chuye put the bag in front of Variety Monster, took out a few fruit and handed it to Variety Monster, wanting to see what flavor of fruit variety monster liked. Who knows that the variety is strange without looking at it? The body instantly envelopes the two nearest tree fruits, the transparent body quickly digests the pulp of the tree fruit, and the more difficult to digest fruit pit is not spit out, so continue stay in the body and wait for the digestion to complete. Chuya saw this scene a little bit dumbfounded and distressed and said, "Ziobai, it will be fine to eat the tree fruit to digest the fruit in the future. The energy value of the fruit core is not high, so you don't need to spend time to eat these things." Variety Bazaar looked at Chuya ignorantly, but he still listened to what Chuya said. The core was spit out. Chuya bent down, picked up the core and threw it to the trash can without disgust, took it and put it aside. Wiped his hands with a tissue and said, "Would you like to eat more? There are more." Variety Monster shook his head, saying that there is no need to waste it. In the wild, there is no such feeling of fullness as it is now. Wild fruit trees in the wild occasionally encounter mature fruit. The energy in these two trees is enough to be consumed in peace for 2 days. www.novel.com The variety monster who is accustomed to saving. Although there are a few tree fruits in front of his eyes, he still refuses. The variety monster who has been used to the bitter days suddenly feels the energy in the body and the warmth around it. The environment has an incredible feeling. Chuya put the tree fruit in the bag, put it aside, pulled the chair in front of the table and sat on it, trying to keep his sight parallel to variety monster. "Ziobai, I'm glad you can trust me, and believe that we can get along well in the future." The temperature of Chuyi's speech at this time was completely different from the usual way that strangers would not enter. "I know Ziobai, you may still feel uneasy, but it doesn't matter. Let's get along for a while. If Ziobai feels that I am not suitable for your trainer, then Ziobai, you can leave at any time." Hearing what Chuya said, Variety seemed a little relaxed. "Being with me this time, I will try my best to make Ziobai you and Gaisai stronger together. I want you to be the most powerful elves in this world." Speaking of Chuyi's aura seemed to have changed a little, the commitment filled with confidence in his determination, like last night, seemed to have a glorious look in the eyes of Variety Weird. "Lonely, I made up my mind to follow him. Isn't it just for this light?" But Variety Weird still remembered Bobo who had been abandoned to death on a rainy day. The brilliance in his eyes became a little hesitant, but he nodded to Chuya. "He seems to be a little different from others." Chuya stretched out his hand and touched the head of Variety Weird. The slippery hand felt as if touching jelly. That was what Gaisai did not have, and Variety Weird did not escape. "Ziobai, how many kinds of elves can you transform into now?" Chapter 43, Zero Ability to Become Strange. Variety's body suddenly distorted, the lavender body slowly twisted into a twist shape, elongated and deformed, and finally the color became dark purple with a golden pattern around the neck, and a pair of snake pupils coldly faced Chu. Night. Variety monsters are a very special kind of elves. The entire race has no gender distinction, and they will not appear as grotesque eggs when they lay eggs with other elves. Their origins have become a mystery. Moreover, variety monsters will only use one skill in their lifetime, that is, transformation. The only elves in the entire elven race and dreams who use this skill, they have no fighting power before they become other elves, and the entire race the quality of the game is relatively weak. In the previous game, even catching all kinds of monsters is just for entertainment or laying eggs with some elves. But in this real world, it is different, especially Chuya can increase the potential of variety monsters. After variety monsters imitate and transform the elves, regardless of characteristics or skills, variety monsters can learn and use. And the purpose of the variety is far from that. Chuya used the modifier to observe the variety monster that had turned into an aber snake. Seeing that the trait of the transfiguration had become a threatening trait, there was also a symbol behind the name. In addition to the potential attribute unchanged, there were more tight the two skills of dissolving liquid and the transformation skills also disappeared. If it hadn't been for the brackets in front to indicate that this arbor snake was a variety weird, Chuya would not have recognized that it was a variety weird. The ever-changing body was slightly distorted, the cells all over his body suddenly swelled, and the deep purple skin slowly turned into black hair. A big wolf dog suddenly squatted on the table and looked at Chuya. This ability to change the appearance of cells makes Chuya feel that variety weird is somewhat similar to Ibrahimovic, except that the cells with unstable structures in Ibrahimovic's body are a bit different from the completely controllable transformation cells of variety monster. Chuya observed carefully and saw that the elves who had been transformed by variety monster had no flaws except for a slight sluggishness. "Ghost, come out!" Guy-size figure condensed from Chuya's shoulders and stuck out that dark head, and she saw Chuya say to variety weird, "Xiao Bai, can you become a ghost?" The variety weird changed back to its original form, took a closer look at the ghost with a hint of coldness, and shook his head at Chuya. Chuya was a little stunned. In the animations of previous games, he showed all kinds of strange things. As long as there is a real thing in front of him, he can imitate and transform at will. Is it different after arriving in this world? Then Xiaobai, how can you become a ghost? Variety weird frowned and thought for a while, and then his body began to swell again. A figure with a dark head surrounded by poisonous gas appeared on the desktop, but variety monster turned into a ghost that could not float like a ghost. Still lying quietly on the table. Chuya frowned and touched the variety. The start was soft. It was different from the ghosts that are gas. There was still a substance, and the eyes and mouth were not like ghosts at all. Looked strangely. Chuya discovered that the characteristics and skills of the variety monster had not changed, and they were still the traits and skills of the transformer, and the variety monster that turned into a ghost in front of him was nothing but a mere appearance. Why is this so? Variety looked at Chuya's somewhat contemplative face, and then returned to its original shape. The lavender tentacles opened the drawer of the desk and took out a elven ball with a small lotta from it. Last night it saw the ghost from several elves were released from inside. Passed the elf ball to Chuya, Baby Angwai signaled Chuya to release the elves inside. Chuya didn't know what Baby Angwai wanted to do, but just released little Lotta according to its meaning. A red light flashed, and a mouse-shaped elf appeared in the room, still lying on the floor in a deep sleep, which was the hypnotistic effect of ghosts. Variety monster slowly squirmed towards little Lotta, as if a ball of jelly was squirming, preparing to get close to little Lotta. Variety monster and looked back at Chuya. Chuya smiled and nodded and said, "Xiaobai, do whatever you want." After receiving Chuya's signal, the variety weird did not hesitate, and the slimy body immediately rushed towards little Lotta. Her mouth opened wide and enveloped little Lotta, and Chuya's translucent body allowed Chuya to see little Lotta there. Variety's body continued to dissolve, and within a short while, Variety's musculoskeletal and internal organs were completely digested. Seeing how little Lotta was being dissolved, Chuya could only purse his lips, and did not say anything to stop him. Now he wanted to figure out the abilities of all kinds of strange things, and it was nothing to sacrifice a little Lotta specially used to practice skills for ghosts. What a pity! These three elves, Chuya, generally don't have any time to manage. Both feeding and practicing skills are done by ghosts, so they don't have too much psychological burden on the ever-changing behavior. The variety monster that had returned to its original state didn't notice Chuya's subtle expression, because the spirit was originally a very normal behavior in its world. This time variety weird began to shrink the body. Reading www.yunsha.com slowly solidified into the appearance of a small Lotta. No matter the eyes or other organs were not much different. They were exactly the same. Chuya quickly looked at the modifier. I found that this transformation was very successful, and both characteristics and skills became the skills and characteristics that little Lotta possessed. Chuya frowned slightly and said, "Xiaobai, did you always transform like this before?" "The same is true for other monsters." Variety of Strange nodded, and then shook his head to answer Chuya's question. Chuya touched his chin and slowly fell into thought. In the previous life, I saw the transformation of variety monster in anime and it was a bit flawed, and it was incomparable to the perfection of this variety monster in front of me. Is it because the characteristics of the shapeshifter need to eat the target and experience the body composition of the target? Can you use your transformation skills perfectly? Emma, this kind of ruined my childhood. The corners of Chuyi's mouth twitched slightly. Amid the negative effects of the evolution of the six tails, he also felt that this world was somewhat different from what he had understood in games and animations in the previous life, and it was more cruel and realistic than the animation world. Chuya also saw a lot of scenes of elves living in the wild in the library of the college, and her teacher often reminded him of how dangerous the wild is, and let Chuya know that if she didn't change her impression of elves, she would definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Not all elves are as friendly and cute as they were in the previous anime. They hunt other elves in order to survive, and even humans are included in their recipes. It's just like this variety weird in front of me, as if harmless to humans and animals, but Chuya knew that variety weird had entered the town a few days ago to commit crimes and many people had already entered the hospital for emergency treatment, and one severe arm had been broken. The broken limb has not been recovered yet, most of it has been swallowed by this lavender soft creature. Chapter 44, The usage of zero becomes strange. Chuya weighed a fruit knife in his hand, and kept turning in his palm following the rhythm of his fingers, as if stuck between his fingers. Of course, Chuya has not specially practiced using daggers and knives. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person. He ran the gym 3 times a week at most, still for the purpose of losing his beer belly. The fruit knife is made of a variety of strange things, very sharp. When Chuya just went to the yard to test the abilities of the variety of strange things, he easily used this fruit knife in his own fruit plate as the original prop to pierce the yard. There are at least 2 dictionary-thick boards in Rena, and the tip of the knife does not come out from behind the boards. Under the ingenious control of Variety Monster, the extremely sharp blade could not hurt Chuya at all. Instead, Chuya had an illusion of instructing like an arm. Chuya slashed the blade with his fingertips without cutting herself. Turning weird dulled the blade, and the light reflected by the metal under the sun made Chuya a little dazzling. Chuya found that variety monsters seemed to be easier to transform into a lifeless item. Ziobai, become a rope. The knife twisted in his hand, and a circle of only 1 meter long appeared in Chuyi's hand, and the hook with a heavy object on one end, Chuya threw towards the bulge in the direction of the wall. I saw that the rope that was only 1 meter long stretched quickly, and because Chuya couldn't aim it, the hook suddenly turned around in the air and instantly hung the raised building on the wall, and steadily circled twice. The hook is still hanging on it. Chuya nodded in satisfaction, patted the rope and said, "It's a very good job, Ziobai, I will rely on you to protect my life in the future." When Chuya was in the room, he searched for pictures of various equipment on the internet. The variety monster can change one by one, and it is more flexible than the fixed equipment variety monster. The long-term survival in the wild has made the transformation skills of the variety monster fully practiced. Even when he is resting, he is used to becoming a rock or a sapling to hide himself. All aspects of attributes have reached the peak in the long-term hunting. If Chuya does not add the potential attributes of variety monsters, then variety monsters may only be strong in this life. This is also the weakness of this race. The racial attributes are not high. Moreover, Variety Weird and Chuya had a psychic coincidence, and they began to cultivate a little tacit understanding with Chuya. Of course, they were incomparable with Gaisai, but even so, Chuya was already very satisfied. This shows that Variety Monster has begun to try to accept his trainer. This tacit understanding is like a seed. In the future, it will eventually grow into the towering tree called the bond. The spirit that can form a bond with the trainer is very terrifying. There is no mental communication, and the trainer can understand the trainer's intentions between the trainer's gestures, and only rely on a change of eyes to understand what the trainer is going to do. This kind of coincidence of minds is more terrifying than superpower. The variety monster retracted the rope while Chu Yi's wrist was shaking. Chu Ye patted the variety monster and said, "Ziobai, can it become a hat?" Variety monsters did not like the environment inside the pokeball just like Gaisai. Chu Ye simply did not take variety monsters back into the pokeball, and then agreed with variety monsters that he could not transform and appear in front of others casually. A red and white sun hat printed with a elven ball pattern appeared in Chu Yi's hand. Chu Ye righted the hat. In fact, Chu Ye still had a lot of tricks on how to use all kinds of strange things, but it was almost afternoon. Chu Ye, I also plan to buy some materials, and when I go to school, I will go to the fruit laboratory to make some energy cubes. After all, there are only 5 energy cubes on hand now, and they can only last for a few days. Gaisai needs to consume a lot of energy to practice the technique of multiple shadow clones. The original 3 or 4 days of consumption is now used up in 1 day, making Chu Ye realize that he wants to continue to make energy cubes and the money-making plan must be accelerated. After having the variety monster, all future plans can be carried out with confidence. After all, the ghosts can only cover the smell of Chu Ye. The variety monster is different. If the transformation ability is used properly, it is a big killer. Chu Ye, with the 2 elves standing next to him, felt a little relieved. Ghosts and variety monsters are important elves for him to establish a foothold in this world, and Chu Ye values them more than himself. The death of Lai Hui also sounded the alarm for Chu Ye. Taking advantage of the fact that the elves must lay the foundation when they are weak now, this stage is the most plastic stage of the elves. The foundation of the tall buildings is the most important. Chu Ye still understands this truth. You don't need Chu Ye to worry too much about variety weird. Although variety weird is only at level 8, long-term survival in the wild has given you enough experience in both the psychology and the strength of variety weird. This is the kind of cultivation room for ghosts. The elves that come out are not comparable. Of course, Chu Ye didn't mean to dislike Gaisai. After all, Gaisai had started to work very hard after following Chu Ye for a week. www.novel.com. There was no other elves who had developed a proud and indulgent personality. In the eyes, both elves are more satisfied. Carefully pressed the hair into the inside of the hat, and the slightly big hat also slowly shrank to fit, blocking the violent sunlight on his head. Chu Ye stretched out slowly, the wound on his shoulder was still aching slightly. Chu Ye grinned and opened the door and walked out. Even though she had taken medicine for injuries, Chu Ye went to the elf center to ask a nurse to treat her wounds with almost a doll. After all, the wound on her shoulder was not serious, but it also affected Chu Yi's exercise. Elf center is the best at treating this kind of trauma. As long as almost the doll has a healing wave and healing bell, Chu Yi's wound will heal almost. Watching the wound fall from the scab, leaving only a faint scar, Chu Ye wanted to raise a lucky egg or almost a baby who was a team doctor. These 2 kinds of elves have extraordinary advantages in terms of healing and support, especially the healing heart and the characteristics that fit their own positioning. However, these 2 elves are generally only cultivated by alliances and countries, and they are only it will be distributed to those who work in the wizard center, and Chu Ye can only sigh. I spent an afternoon sweeping all kinds of items that can be used in the elf item house, but Xianyang is only a small county, and the quantity of goods is not as large as that in the big city, but what Chu Ye bought is not particularly precious. Materials, the ones that should be bought are almost bought. The remaining few materials and props are out of stock, and Chu Ye can only wait to order online tonight, but the order and delivery speed in this city is still very fast. It is good that the goods can be obtained before going to school on Monday. Not too anxious. After spending more than 500,000 yuan, he walked home carrying large and small bags. Chapter 45, Disguise. Quietly returned home. Chu Dad and Chu Ma were not at home. Chu Ye took the time to call Mo Fan and store the things in his house. After all, the materials worth hundreds of thousands of dollars seemed a bit too much, so I had to ask Mo Fan to move to school together on Sunday night. Chuya breathed a sigh of relief after putting things in place. After a day of relaxation, Chuya was a little uncomfortable. When she was in school, Chuya arranged her time to the full, even during the 10-minute break between classes. Don't let it go. 1 week has allowed Chuya to get used to the busy and urgent life. In a sense, Chuya is also constantly struggling for the future life. After all, there can only be one champion at the top of the world, and he must be with all the old and new in the world. Trainers compete together. If there is no hard work now, there are still many trainers in the world, no matter whether they are talented or not, they are constantly advancing toward their goals. Chuya took out a piece of white paper and began to draw the outline of a human face on it. In the previous life, Chuya studied sketching for a period of time when he was in school. Now how long has passed, Chuya was a little uncomfortable when he picked up the paintbrush again, and continued to edit until he was satisfied. This continued until the evening, and the ghosts were long gone. Trace, I don't know where to start practicing skills. The strange thing still turned into a hat, which was taken off by Chuya and hung on the edge of the table without any movement. Chuya also stopped writing and went downstairs to eat. After eating, he took a bath and continued painting. During the period of Gaisai, I also came back to eat an energy cube. In the continuous practice of Gaisai, the technique of multiple shadow clones has broken through LV3, and the clone has changed a lot. It no longer has the grey color as before. Now the ghosts can control the clone. Some simple things, but ghosts can't do it by dividing their minds into clones like in anime. Stopped the paintbrush. Although there is no professional painter, the painting is pretty good for Chuya, who hasn't painted for decades. Xiao Babian, come back. Putting the hat flat on the table, Chuya said softly, and saw the hat suddenly twisted and melted into a ball, and the red and white colors gradually changed into translucent lavender. Chuya took the paper on which the portrait was painted and leaned in front of Variety Monster and said with some expectation, Xiao Bai, can you cover my face and become like this? Looked at the portrait on the white paper with all sorts of suspicion and slowly nodded. Her lavender body wriggled towards Chuya, crawling from Chuyi's arm to the neck, slowly wrapping Chuyi's head. Ziobai, wait, the nose and the mouth must have a hole, otherwise I can't breathe, the ears also. Looking at the mirror, Chuya hurriedly guided the details of Variety Monster's deformation, so as not to wait for Variety Monster to suffocate himself to death in its body. According to Chuyi's request, Variety Weird was not impatient. There was a gap in the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Then Variety Weird began to transform. If Chu's mother saw this scene, she might call the police. Chuyi's entire head was covered with a layer of lavender glue-like substance, and he was still squirming, as it seemed to be as frightening as it was. The creeping lavender slowly fixed, and the area covering the hair slowly elongated. The muscles near the cheeks were slightly sunken, and the eyes slowly became narrower and narrower, and the thin lips made people feel a bit mean. Chuya looked in the mirror, he was very satisfied with the transformation ability of Variety Weird. Can he be dissatisfied? This face is almost the same on Chuyi's head, even the color is the same, I fell. The face in the mirror is black and white, and even the shadow lines drawn in the sketch are exactly the same as those in the painting. The skin color is white as paper, the color of the paper. Even the strange hair arrangement is carefully restored. If Chuya wandered the street like this in the middle of the night, someone would at least be scared to the extent of a heart attack when he saw it. Chuya buckled his face with his hand, and forcibly tore the Variety Monster off. There was a sticky layer attached to his skin that made Chuya feel a little sick. The Variety Monster was held in her hand by Chuya, and looked at Chuyi's aching expression with some confusion. Didn't you imitate it well enough? Change. The suspicious voice made Chuya startled slightly. It was the first time he heard the sound of Variety Monster. Variety Monster had always been quiet and not noisy. Chuya thought that variety monster would not make a sound. Chuya crumpled the paper in her hands into a ball. The whole afternoon was wasted. Originally, Chuya wanted to customize a personal avatar. He took out his phone, searched and downloaded a picture software, and searched for a suitable one on the internet. The picture began to be edited, and it took less than half an hour before Chuya finished editing the picture. Looked at the crumpled waste paper in the trash can, Yu read www.yuuganchu.com smiled bitterly and said, "What have I been doing this afternoon? I don't need to waste too much time if I do it early." Today, Chuya didn't read a book all day. In the morning, because Gaisai turned off the alarm clock on his mobile phone, he wanted Chuya to take more rest. Chuyi's hard-working ghosts were watching quietly behind Chuya. Even Gaisai felt Chuya desperately went too far. Hand the phone in front of Variety and let it see the picture editor carefully. Variety nodded and continued to climb onto Chuyi's neck, and began to melt and cover Chuyi's face, and the lavender skin gradually turned into flesh. The originally flat hair began to stretch, covering his neck, his eyes became very narrow and long, and his cheeks were slightly sunken. In the mirror, the frontal bones of the head are slightly protruding, and the eye sockets seem to have sunk a lot, and the originally calm eyes appear very deep and indifferent. Chuya felt a slightly stiff cheek, and his muscles twitched slowly, pulling out a very stiff smile. In the mirror, Chuya could clearly see the fine pores and fine hairs on the cheek skin, and the corners of his mouth twitched the muscles on his face. It's all very natural. Variety word is like a human skin mask tightly attached to Chuyi's head. Regardless of its hairstyle or face shape, it changes from head to end. Every hair of Chuya is attached to Variety word and even stretched. The original black hair has also turned grey, and there is a faint scar on the cheek on the edge of the mouth. Chuyi's appearance might not even be recognized by Chu's parents and Chu's mother, and her straight back was slightly bent, causing Chuyi's entire temperament to change drastically. Chuya nodded, touching his face that had changed his appearance and murmured, "This look is coupled with the breath of Gui Siu's body. It seems that the plan to make money can be carried out in advance. Sure enough, Xiaobai will act in the future. It's much more convenient." Chapter 46, Gymnasium Mission. The next morning, Chuya walked out of the house refreshedly after a complete rest. Now Chuya didn't want to continue to rest, so she became lazy, and went to the park for a few laps to do some warm-up exercises with ghosts and variety monsters. The variety monster was still instructed by Chuya to turn into the shape of a hat. The high-level energy cube contained a lot of energy, enough for the variety monster to keep using its transformation skills for a long time. Chuya had breakfast and pretended to wander in the street. When passing an alley without a camera, Chuya whispered to herself, "Xiaobai." The hat on top of his head melted instantly, covering Chuyi's head, and part of it gradually spread to Chuyi's clothes. The whole process took less than a second. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face came out from the alleyway. He crouched and his face was a little pale. Last night, when Gaisai returned from practicing his skills, he was shocked when he saw Chuyi's appearance. "I thought it was someone who invaded Chuyi's room," but Gaisai recognized the taste of Chuya, and it took him a while to realize that this stranger was Chuya changed. The gas scattered by the ghosts began to envelope Chuya, and he carefully packed the poison gas behind Chuyi's clothes to prevent Chuya from inhaling the poison gas by mistake, which would be troublesome. The crooked man had a gloomy look on his face. Even the clothes on his body had changed. Even his height was a little shorter. No one would recognize that Chuyi's temperament changed drastically. After finishing the change, Chuya waved his hand and stopped a taxi. He sat in and said to the driver indifferently, "Go to the gym." "Yes." The driver looked at Chuyi's gloomy appearance and did not dare to say anything. Since Chuya got on the car, the temperature in the car had dropped a few degrees. The driver felt that he could not bear to turn off the onboard air conditioner after driving for a while. As if to send off the plague, the driver drove very fast and looked impatient. The journey that had taken more than 10 minutes was forced by the driver to 5 or 6 minutes. The driver reluctantly squeezed out a smile at Chu Ye and said cautiously, "Shengui is 12 yuan in total." Chu Ye nodded, took out the change from his pocket and handed it to the driver. Then he drove the door and walked out. The taxi driver let out a sigh of relief. After all, Chu Yi's temperament is too permeable now, and his destination is the gym. It shows that this person is a trainer, and there are elves around him. It would not be surprising if these lunatics rob the driver on the spot. In the eyes of ordinary people, trainers who often go out in the wild regardless of danger are all weird like crazy. Chu Ye walked to the front desk, and she was still on duty with the little girl who liked to play with mobile phones, but now she dared not go to work to play with mobile phones after being reprimanded by the deputy master once, and she was more serious about her work. The little girl saw Chu Ye walk in and quickly stood up and bowed, "Are you a trainer?" After all, she is guarding the front desk. The little girl knows a little about the trainers who often haunt the gymnasium, and the appearance of Chu Yi's transformation is so conspicuous. Generally, it is not easy for people to forget it. This is what Chu Ye wants. The effect is so that no one will contact Chu Ye from this identity. Chu Ye shook his head and throat vocal cords at the little girl, and her voice was slightly hoarse and said, "No, I'm here to register as a trainer." The little girl nodded. After all, occasionally someone would venture out to catch the elves after they bought the elves. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they would be recognized by the elves and become trainers without professional certification. The little girl handed a form to Chu Ye, one by one, with only the registered name and elves on it, not even the identity verification. Chu Ye filled in a feather in the name column, and randomly filled in a walking grass in the wizard column. The registered trainers in the alliance are much more relaxed than those in the country. As long as they go to the local gym, they can be certified. The trainer is fine, and you don't even need to fill in your real name. Compared with the country, the conditions for registering as a trainer after graduation from school are much more relaxed. Chu Ye took out a poke ball. The translucent poke ball made the little girl clearly see the sleeping grass inside, nodded, took out a camera to take pictures and recorded it in the computer, and then handed Chu Ye a card. It is the proof of the league trainer certification. Chu Ye also handed over 1,000 yuan expressionlessly. This was the registration fee. The little girl took the money and put it in the cabinet with a smile on her face. She registered with a trainer's gym to promote her achievements. The more, after all, is tied to the salary. No matter how weird Chu Yi's temperament is, she can greet her with a smile. "Can you show me the tasks posted in the gym?" The little girl smiled unabatedly and said, "Of course, Mr. Yu, please, walk straight to the end of the corridor and you will find the mission hall. After entering, you can turn on the computer to view all the missions posted in the city hall." Chu Ye nodded, ignoring the little girl's professional smile www.novel.com and walked straight down the corridor to the end and opened the door. There were not as many people in as Chu Ye had imagined. There were only a few scattered in front of computers, all frowning and looking at the screen. Chu Ye estimated that they were struggling with the task of choosing. Chu Ye walked to the side of the corner and found a card slot on the host computer. After thinking about it, Chu Ye inserted the ID card he had just received. Ding! The screen also lit up instantly, and he entered within a few seconds. Home page. Chu Ye browsed the layout of the page at random. In the upper left corner, there is the portrait of Chu Ye just taken, and there is a small line next to it. Contribution value, 0. Chu Ye learned about this contribution value on the internet. If a gym trainer wants to exchange resources from the gym, he can only complete the mission in the gym to obtain the contribution value and then exchange it. The reward for completing the mission is also 20% reward. Sure enough, the platform is the most profitable. Just like those food delivery platforms in the past, riders and merchants eat together. Of all industries, the most profitable is monopoly, followed by take all. Chuya shook his head and put aside some unrealistic thoughts. After all, the situation in this world is different from the previous life. If you want to make a platform bigger and stronger, you need at least a very strong strength to protect it. Move the mouse to the taskbar, and one task after another appeared in front of Chuya. Help! Look for the walking grass that was lost in Xianyang town on the night of September 4th. Bonus, 10,000. Search for, buy solid honey in the hive of big needle bee. Bonus, 80,000. Help! Find a trainer who is a training partner, and the level of the gym trainer is above the intermediate level. Bonus, 110,000. Patrol, recently, 2 sewer inspectors have been recruited urgently, and those interested will report to the front desk of the gymnasium. Bonus, 6,000 a month. Chapter 47, Move Learning Task. Looking at a dazzling array of missions, some missions need to go out to explore and search for fixed substances, and some missions are issued by residents in Xianyang town. After all, some things can only be accomplished by the trainer, such as the task of escorting the caravan. Chuya saw several. Some are congested to clean up the sewers of the entire road, and some are to clean up the mountain grassland. Even the elves who can cultivate the land are very popular. Recruiting sewer inspectors is estimated to be a chaos caused by a variety of strange things, so the gym will issue tasks to recruit people, but only once a month. The gym will provide potions for expelling elves. The task is not heavy, it is very suitable. Stay at the trainer in the town to complete. Moreover, these tasks are required to correspond to the trainer certification level. According to the strength certification level, there are 3 trainer levels: junior, middle, and senior. Chuya has just registered now, and the junior trainer only needs to carry the elves. Even if it is a walking grass with no combat effectiveness, the Alliance does not worry about the safety of these people. Some tasks are to be completed in the wild. Those who are not capable will be screened again, and those who are not capable can only be in the gym. Take some very simple town tasks. Is also a good job for some people who do not have a job and idle. A little hard work is enough to earn some living expenses, and it is much more free than the fixed job outside, but also because of the limited ability to choose too many tasks. Chuya is very clear about the nature of this platform. Although it provides a lot of convenience, it cannot conceal the essence of its capitalists. The residents living in the town have to pay a certain amount of tax to the gym every month to be able to live in Taoism. If you publish tasks in the library, you must pay a fee for using the platform when publishing tasks. After the trainer accepts the task, 20% of the reward is required to be handed over to the gymnasium. The huge amount of funds has allowed the Alliance to stand for hundreds of years. The organization and operation are very complete, and even Chuya can't get around this. Depends on the management model of the gymnasium to earn funds for cultivating elves in the future. The quests on the screen were not very suitable for Chuya. They were all elves who needed the fighting system to tear down their homes and clean up the open space, as well as clean up the pollution of the suburban moat. Chuya didn't even look at these tasks. After typing in the keyword skill teaching and pressing the enter key, the sections are instantly cleared. After Chuya sorted out the local tasks in Xianyang town, there were only a dozen left. Skill teaching, finding a cultivator to teach BB birds feathering skills, and he has brought 2 secret stones of skills that are not the elves of his own department. Reward, 370,000. Skill teaching, looking for a cultivator to teach Abby Lang's wat chopping skill, he brought 2 skill secret stones that are not the elves of the department. Reward, 330,000. Skill teaching, looking for the cultivator to teach the gentleman's swallow return skill, I have a secret stone of the elves skill. Reward, 340,000. There are only more than a dozen tasks for teaching skills. Although there are no hard conditions that can be taken by a fixed gym trainer level, this task is the most unpopular task. If it is a cultivator who specializes in skills, it may come out. Earn some extra money by taking tasks. After all, the teaching success rate of the skill secret stone is really touching. Chu-Ye saw on the internet that a local tyrant used more than a dozen secret skill teaching secret stones from the elves of his department in order to let his elves learn the skills. The face is dark, and the poor failure rate has been suppressed every time. Generally, if the secret stone of this department is lucky, two can let the elves learn skills, so don't play this kind of probability lottery game if you say that you are dark. Moreover, after Chu-Ye clicked in to check the task, the person who posted the task must let his elves learn the skills, which means that if the skill secret stone they provided fails, the person who receives the task will have to pay for it. Secret stones come for their elves to learn, so such tasks are very unpopular. This mode is like those game anchors in Chu-Ye's previous life. During the live broadcast, they help people open boxes to obtain rare items. If the money given by others is used up and the item is not opened, then you have to paste the money in and continue to drive until you get the rare items. If Chu-Ye didn't have a modifier to help the elves learn skills 100%, Chu-Ye would not dare to touch this kind of task. After all, the success rate of elf learning skills is really cheating. Some people also deliberately prepared 2 secret stones that were not made by the elves of this department to cheat people. If the task fails, the person who receives the task will also be fined double the amount of reward. To the person who posted the task, Chu-Ye first chose a task to teach Bibinio. The amount of this skill teaching task is about 300,000 to 400,000, which is equivalent to 50% of the price of the skill secret stone. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Chu-Ye took the task and showed her own property certificate. Chu-Ye took a photo of her own advanced energy cube as proof, and successfully accepted the task of teaching skills. The tablet computer in the hand of the attendant who was guarding aside rang, opened it immediately, and then walked towards Chu-Ye with a look of surprise. "Mr. Yu, we have begun to accept the task you accepted, please move to the waiting hall and wait patiently, we will immediately notify the publisher to come." Okay. Chu-Ye found that the people in the gym were very respectful towards the trainer. When speaking to Chu-Ye, they held the tablet in both hands. Wore the work clothes specially designed for the attendants, and wore white gloves on their hands. They were slightly bent when speaking. His waist was 15 degrees, and there was always a professional smile on the corner of his mouth, which made Chu-Ye couldn't help but feel good about him. Nodded, it was not difficult to accompany the waiter. Chu-Ye came to the waiting room according to his instructions. It was like a dining room. The tables were neatly arranged. There were many people in the waiting room who gathered to talk in 2s and 3s. Chu-Ye appeared alone. It didn't attract their attention, and chose a quieter corner to sit down. The attendant also smiled and helped Chu-Ye pick up a glass of water and put it in front of Chu-Ye, before bending over to leave. They have received professional vocational training, and they also understand how terrifying it is to have a trainer with elves. Some elves cut off steel with just one skill. If they are offended, unemployment is small, and they may cause these lunatics to get revenge. Moreover, the remuneration for working in the gym is generally relatively high. Compared with the ordinary work remuneration outside, working in the gym is more decent, and you can make more money. There is no need to lose your job due to attitude issues. Chapter 48, the title is so hard to think about, forget it, just bloom. After Chu-Ye didn't sit for long, he saw the attendant guiding a middle-aged man towards Chu-Ye. "You just take on teaching tasks." Chu-Ye was still sitting, glanced at the big man coldly, nodded, did not speak, and looked very cold. It is better to pretend to be a stranger than to become a hypocrite, at least not tired. It can also be said that the more capable a person is, the stranger the personality is. Chu-Ye deliberately cut this identity away from him. The middle-aged man was wearing a black jacket. The muscles on his arms made him bulge. He was at least a head taller than Chu-Ye, especially now that Chu-Ye crouched down and appeared shorter. "I don't like looking up at people talking." A hoarse voice came from Chu-Ye's mouth, and his cold tone made people unable to see his likes and dislikes. The middle-aged man waved his hand to let the leave, and then sat in front of Chuya with a sneer. Chuya picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Since you have accepted the task of teaching skills, then you should be clear about the rules. Chuya nodded and took out a black card. Chuya deliberately taped the bank card number to make it invisible, and said, "This card contains 500,000, plus the high-level energy on my body. The cube should be enough guarantee." The middle-aged man nodded. The photo of the advanced energy cube has been learned through the mission guarantee system, and he did not refute Chuyi's words. "Then my Bibi Niao and the 2 secret stones will be handed over to you. If you now, it's too late to give up the task. If Bibi can't learn it after using my secret stone, then you have to pay for it to learn." Chuya nodded and said with a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth, "I understand the rules. My request is to arrange a quiet room for me, the one without monitoring." The middle-aged man shuddered with his voice that seemed to be polished with sandpaper, and the surrounding air seemed to be cold. Seeing that Chuya, who was squatting his back, also took a trace of guard. "Yes, the room can be arranged from the gym, as long as you finish it within today." The big man put a wizard ball and 2 boxes on the table. Chuya stretched out his hand and took something. Chuya was not afraid to leave fingerprints, because Variety Monster also covered Chuyi's palm. Chuya only felt that like a thin film, even the touch is a little dull. Chuya was extremely cautious about keeping his identity secret. Waved his hand to invite the escort, the big man borrowed a quiet room according to Chuyi's instructions, and led Chuya and the big man out of the waiting hall. I arrived at the door of the room. Chuya stopped the big man with a gloomy expression and said, "Just wait outside the room. I don't like people around when I teach." Then he walked into the room and closed the door with a bang, leaving only the big guy with a slightly ugly face outside the door, then clenched his fists and snorted and leaned against the wall opposite the door and stared at the door of the room, not knowing what he was thinking. Chuya looked around in the room for a week. The whole room was like a quiet room, only there was a cushion in the middle of the room, the window was blocked by dark curtains, and there was nothing but necessary lights. Chuya nodded. He was very satisfied with this environment. He looked at the signal grid of the mobile phone. If there is a remote pinhole camera, it will generally affect the signal reduction. Now the signal is full, and there is no extra space around the room. Chuya sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the room, then threw out the elf ball in her hand, a flash of red light flashed, and a bird elf appeared in the room. It stretched its wings and waved slightly, closing it. A strong wind blew up in the room, causing the curtains to rattle. When it converges its wings and stands in front of Chuya, it is 1 meter taller than Chuya sitting, and looks very large. Its feathers are mainly brown, and its face, inner wings, outer tips of wings and abdomen are milky white. There are 3 long clusters of pink feathers on the head. Its eyes are black, and its eyes are as sharp as its characteristics. The huge pink paw has 3 toes like Bobo, and the tail is red and yellow. It was Bibi Niao, who looked at Chuya with sharp eyes, and there was a fierceness between her eyebrows. Chuya knew that if it hadn't been ordered by the middle-aged man, Chuya would be its first target when Bibi Niao appeared. Neither the sharp claws nor the sharp bird's beak can be resisted by Chuya now. With a slight sweep of the handheld device in his mind, Bibi Bird's attributes instantly appeared. Bibi Bird, blue, cannot be modified. Level, 27. Characteristics, sharp eyes. Attributes, General Department, Flight Department. Carry props, none. Physical strength, C. Attack, C. Defense, E+. Special attack, E+. Special defense, E+. Speed, C+. Skills, Impact LV10, Wind LV10, Lightning Flash LV10, Wing Attack LV6. Genetic skill, Air/LV10. Learning skills, Hold LV5. Experience value, 1127/19683. This BB bird is already level 27, but has not learned the ability to recover the strength of the feathers from the depths of his own genes, and may have missed www.novel.com and can only be taught through secret stones in the future. I'm afraid this is also the reason why Dahan has to issue teaching tasks. Although only 2 skill secret stones made by elves of different genres are provided, I am afraid that I am thinking of making a fortune. Thinking of this, Chuya looked at Bibi Niao with a slight sneer on his face and said, "Your trainer asked you to listen to me now. Don't resist what I do. It won't hurt you anyway." Hoarse tone made Bibi Niao a little restless. "Then just understand it yourself, don't let me repeat it, I am not patient, so let's start now." Ghosts. Ghosts condensed from mid-air, and Bibi Niao also watched the ghosts that appeared suddenly. "Bibi bird, if you want to learn Haji, then relax and don't resist the ghost's skills." Chuya coldly ordered Bibi Niao, and then said to Gaisai, "Gaisai, use hypnotism." Gaisai's eyes flashed with a soft light, staring at Bibi Niu's eyes. Bibi Niu, who was afraid to resist when he heard the command, fell into a deep sleep state. Some of her huge body fell on the ground, her eyes closed tightly. Even the breathing calmed down. Confirming that Bibi Niao was asleep, Chuya opened the 2 boxes given by the big man. The 2 skill secret stones inside were shining with 2 different rays of earthy yellow and emerald green, and all the skills stored in them were feather habitat skills, but one was on the ground. One of the elves of the series was made by the elves of the grass series. As always known, it is difficult for the elves to learn the skills stored in the secret stones of different types of skills. If Chuya didn't have the modifier plug-in, Chuya could only give up silently. Pressed one of the grass-based skill secret stones on Bibi Niao's head, and ordered to the handheld. "Learn. Chapter 49, You Squeezed My Elf Out?" The skill secret stone with emerald green light instantly submerged into Bibi Niao's head. After seeing Bibi Niao's attribute panel, Chuya really had one more skill learned, Haju LV0, unmastered, and he was relieved. Looking at Bibi Niao who was still asleep, Chuya glanced at a secret stone of feather habitat made by a ground-type spirit that was still placed in a box on the ground, and then picked up the secret stone without a trace. Recycle. After a silent utterance, the skill secret stone also disappeared in his hand, and Chuyi's gold coin column immediately increased to 19,413. The gold coins that were originally only 100 digits instantly became 5 digits, and Yuki skill secret stone was recovered and fed back by the modifier. After Chuyi's 19,000 gold coins, the remaining 413 gold coins were left over before, and Chuya didn't use it either. Chuya hadn't planned to return this unused skill secret stone to the middle-aged man. Since everything is in Chuyi's hands, there is no reason to return it. The middle-aged man still intends to use this. The mission of the spectrum pits Chuya for a sum of money. Chuya was not so kind and selfless. He took this secret stone of feather habitation skill with peace of mind. Now that he has helped Bibi Niao learn the feather habitat skills, Chuya has also completed the agreement, and the remaining things are considered Chuyi's up. Chuya closed his eyes. Bibi bird's breathing was a bit louder, and Chuya found that this kind of teaching tasks from 2 different departments was the most suitable for Chuya. In addition to the 80% of the task reward, you will get a skill secret stone for nothing, but it can only be used for recharge. If you sell it outside, you will definitely be suspected of the source of the secret stone. Gaisai's current skills don't need to learn too much. Now, apart from the shadow clone, no one has reached level 10. The shadow clone is still Chuya forcibly piled up with gold coins. After learning the technique of multiple shadow clones was eliminated. And variety monster will only transform this skill in its lifetime, and all the skill secret stones cannot be used. Chuya still doesn't know whether the spirit after variety monster can use the skill secret stone teaching. This will have to be tested later. Up. In order not to leave traces of the skill secret stone, Chuya can only be recycled by the system, which can be used as a cost to increase the potential attribute of the variety monster. Now all the 6-dimensional potential attributes of the ever-changing word are all E. If you upgrade one item to E+, you need to spend 1000 gold coins. 6 items are 6000. The higher the potential attribute, the more expensive it is. And would cost 200,000 gold coins. Now Chuyi's idea of ever-changing weirdness is fully developed, and each attribute rises in balance. That is the best, but it is also the most expensive. Each kind of sprite focuses on a different direction. You can't let variety monsters specialize in one direction to choose to transform. That will put variety monsters on a lot of restrictions. Compared with free transformation skills, even variety monster has become an all-purpose fill-up player in Chuyi's team. Unlike the ghosts, who specialize in speed and special attack, other attributes are scum. However, Gaisai has not exercised his basic attributes to the limit now, and Chuya has eased his finances a bit. Gaisai now only needs to focus on cultivating his skills to the level of integration, but Gaisai possesses the technique of multiple shadow clones, a practice cheating device. As long as this special skill is upgraded, it will be much easier for ghosts to practice new skills. Seeing Bibi Niao, who was snoring loudly, a trace of indifference flashed in Chuyi's eyes, and she didn't even care about Chuya, who was not her own. Ghost, take advantage of Bibi bird to sleep, don't waste a bit of life energy, you haven't eaten life energy yet, go and try the effect. There was a very indifferent tone in Chuyi's hoarse voice. Gaisai was taken aback for a moment, then the sparrow floated to Bibi Niao trying, staring at Bibi Niao, who was still sleeping, and then looked back at Chuya. It's okay, as long as you don't eat too much, it's okay. Chuya knew in the elf potential development and training method that it is best to nurture the spirits of the ghost system with high-level energy cubes and life energy, or let the ghosts of the ghost system be buried in the underground tombs and ancient relics to absorb their exuding yin qi. There are also various burial objects that have just been excavated, which are also of great benefit to the energy of the ghost elves. It's like the Yongzhou Elf University made the ghost training room dark and weird, and used the curse talisman to increase the attraction of the ghost energy, making it very comfortable for the ghost to stay in that environment. Some ghost elves were thrown into the ancient tombs of the underground palace after they were born. If they can endure loneliness and stay in them for hundreds of years, they may come out as a lord-level elves, so the reason why ghost elves are rare. Gaisai nodded when he saw Chuya. His body slowly dissipated, turning into a black mist pouring in from Bibi's beak. The asleep Bibi's brows were slightly furrowed, his body was trembling slightly, and his breathing became weak. A bit. The black mist filled Bibi bird's feathers, and the whole bird was wrapped in it in a short while. Chuya couldn't see the situation clearly. The variety word that was tightly attached to Chuyi's skin also trembled slightly, causing Chuyi's entire face to wrinkle and look very distorted. Chuya hurriedly calmed the variety weird. Don't be afraid, Xiaobai, Gaisai is your partner, and will not hurt you like me. After Chuyi's constant appeasement of the ever-changing monsters, he slowly calmed down. www.ltnovel.com. Chuyi's distorted face also slowly returned to normal. Although Variety blames myself for eating elves, it is the first time I have seen how ghostly elves absorb life energy in a weird way. It seems that the disgust of death springs from Variety Weird's heart. The elves of the ghost system yearn for the warmth of life, and the living creatures hate the breath of death, just like Chuya saw a jumper who fell in front of him, red and white all over the road. Chuya saw it on the spot. Vomited. It wasn't the irritation of those colorful organ fragments, but it made Chuya feel the approach of death for the first time. The departure of life, and the sensory stimulation to Chuya was much greater than that of blood and flesh. As if infected by death, Chuyi's hands and feet began to froze, and his stomach churned. Because of the destruction of his body, his will left his body and became a rotten flesh called a corpse, a mass of lifeless flesh. So Chuya knew that all beings would subconsciously reject the unknown of death. The black mist of Gaisai slowly gushes out, leaving only BB Bird lying on the spot as if he is still having nightmares. Chuya got up and walked over and shook BB Niao to wake it up. The fierce aura between his eyebrows had disappeared a lot, and his confused eyes were not sharp. BB Bird, can you see if you have learned how to roost? BB Niao heard Chu Yi's words, closed his eyes and explored it, and found that the energy operation of the feathering skill was deeply imprinted in his mind. After a sleep, BB Niao nodded in a daze. The corner of Chu Yi's mouth also bends, and then he opened the door to invite the middle-aged man to come in. When he saw BB Niao lying on the ground, he exclaimed, "Fuck, have you squeezed my spirit out?" Chapter 50, Full of Pots. The words of the big man caused Chu Yi's mouth to twitch slightly, and he didn't answer this question directly. He didn't have any bold thoughts about the elves. Your BB Niao is just getting off. I asked my elf to use hypnotism to help it learn skills. I just woke it up just now. If you don't believe it, ask yourself. The big man looked at BB Niao suspiciously, and BB Niao nodded at the big man, indicating that he had learned the feather habitat skills. The middle-aged man seemed to be dissatisfied when he got the answer. He frowned and said, "Did you use 2 skill secret stones for my elves to learn?" Chuya nodded, pointed to the 2 empty boxes, then spread his hands and said, "Good luck, the 2 are just enough for BB Bird to learn how to roost, and the skill secret stone can't be hidden anyway. If the skill secret stone is not put in the box, it will continuously radiate energy, and the more sensitive elves will definitely notice it for the first time." This is why Chuya asked the modifier to recycle. Then, BB Niao called and shook his head, saying that Chuya did not feel the energy of the skill secret stone, and Chuya only wore a single coat on her body. There was no way to hide the big box to cover the energy of the skill secret stone. The stone boxes are all specially made, all of the same size. The middle-aged man also believed it a bit. After all, 2 different types of skill secret stones could allow BB Niao to learn the plumage skills at once. "Are you sure? You can hand in the task." There was a hint of indifference in the faint words. The hoarse voice made the middle-aged man come to his senses and nodded unwillingly. After all, Chuya had already asked BB Bird to learn the feather roosting skills as agreed, and he did not dare to defy the Alliance Deo. The regulations of the museum. Chuya followed the middle-aged man back to the front desk of the task hall and began to submit the procedures for completing the task. Now no one has submitted the task to complete the task. The speed of the gymnasium is still very fast, deducting the 20% share of the platform, there is still 2. The 196,000 yuan has been put into Chu Yi's identity card, and the trainer's identity card can also be used as a bank card, but if Chuya wants to use the money, it is best to use Yu's identity to use the money. If you are not cautious, you might be found on Chuya by someone who cares. It's a pity that I don't have any elves that can use teleportation. It would be much more convenient if I could take people to transfer. However, the elves who can learn to move instantaneously are only those superpower elves, such as Hudi, Xanadu, natural birds, and Nianli dolls. The rest are all mythical beasts and phantoms. Stones are provided to elves who are not superpowers. Because the powerful mental power of the superpower system can stabilize the curvature of the space, people can smoothly shuttle through it, but it can't go to other elves in other systems. Moving instantaneously in the game is just a tasteless skill. It is almost impossible for the elves to learn it, but it is different in this world. The powerful mobility is like the Yang Jira in Yangzhou Elf University. After a long training, he only practiced teleportation from the KC stage. Yang Jira's accumulated experience over a long period of time is very terrifying. It almost imprints the movement formation instinct as deep as the instant movement in its bones. So these kinds of elves have very rich experience in moving and escape, and they are almost invisible in the wild. It's so dark, the gym provides a platform without doing anything, and instantly earns 74,000 of others' hard work. Squeezed the identity card in his hand, the middle-aged man had already left. After all, he couldn't provoke a behemoth like the Alliance. The middle-aged man still counted on the life of the Alliance gymnasium. Originally wanted to make a fortune, if Chu Yi's mission failed and was cancelled, he would still make a lot of money by removing the money to buy 2 skill secret stones. Chu Yi also ignored these moths who used the loopholes of the gymnasium to cheat people. After all, this kind of speculative people exist in every age. This kind of task can only pit some just-caught elves to register as a trainer qualification. People who don't understand. The appearance of such a person is still a good thing for Chu Yi. Then I continued to find a computer, plugged in my ID card and opened the interface to select tasks. There is no need to waste my precious time for other people. I only have 1 day to accumulate funds to purchase resources in the future. I have to go to the college at night. It also wastes a lot of time to absorb life energy. But this kind of time was spent on Gaisai. Chu Yi felt it was very worthwhile, watching the Gaisai experience bar go up a lot. If you come again, Gaisai can upgrade. It seems that life energy is simply a tonic in the tonic for ghosts like ghosts. Gaisai didn't learn the poison gas skills as she wished when she upgraded to level 7, which also made Chu Yi a little regretful. In this respect, the modifier can't affect the skill learning of Gaisai, so Chu Yi also feels that after all, the modifier is not omnipotent. I can only pray for the smoother when Gaisai learns skills in the future. Excuse me, you have accepted the task of teaching skills. Another came to Chu Yi and asked. Then Chu Yi nodded and took the initiative to get up and go to the living room to wait. In the afternoon, the sun had already set a little, and Chu Yi just walked out of the gymnasium, and he had been accepting tasks all day long, and then taught, continuing to let the spirits absorb the life energy. After Chu Yi's teaching, the elves will be weak for a while, and it has spread in the gym, but the success rate of Chu Yi's skills is really terrifying. Within 2 pieces of secret stones of different departments and other skills, the elves can learn from the secret stones. Even if the move had the side effect of being weak for a while, no one could refuse Chu Yi. After receiving 8 tasks in a row, it took a lot of time for the ghosts to absorb the life energy, but Chu Yi watched the number in the gold coin column rise to 179,413, and the number in the identity card successfully exceeded 2 million, and his heart rose. A touch of satisfaction. But Chu Yi didn't dare to underestimate the modifier's gold-swallowing ability. The gold coins brushed by Chu Yi using the skill secret stone all day long were not enough to improve the A-level attribute of the ghost, and there were only a few skill teaching tasks. Now that Chu Yi has finished receiving it, it is estimated that it will take a long time before someone releases it. Chu Yi is not in a hurry. Next week, he does not intend to continue to pretend to be a gold coin. Chu Yi still understands the truth. In the waiting hall, Chu Yi also noticed that someone had been watching him secretly, and now his gold coins or money were enough to consume this period of time. There was no need to continue to risk being discovered to pick up the task. Chu Yi hired a taxi to leave and headed to the bank. Taking advantage of the current disguised state, he took out some money and kept it for use. Sitting in the taxi, Chu Yi's original stern face became much softer. Because he saw the attribute panel of the ghost, the level of the ghost, 12. Chapter 51, Dark Night Shadow. Going to the bank to withdraw some money, Chu Yi went around in the nearby alleys a few times, and the moment he passed the curtain blocking his vision, he restored the shape of his hat, and then walked around the street slowly to buy some snacks. Go home. After returning to the room, Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and pressed the identity card of the gymnasium trainer into a book that was not frequently turned up and put it on the shelf. Now he has enough money to raise ghosts and Beidou. It's been strange for a while. Chu Yi, who had no financial crisis, let it go. Money is heroic, and money is weaker in terms of momentum. Just look at the ghosts. It took Chu Yi hundreds of thousands to raise it after only a week. In the future, he will continue to invest in this gold-swallowing beast. Now there is another variety monster. If you don't make more money, Chuya will learn. Unstable. Ghost. Gaisai condensed in the room. Chuya put the walking grass elf ball hanging on his waist back into the drawer, and then began to look carefully at the ghost. Gaisai has absorbed the life energy of 8 elves today, and even one of the spiritual powers of the superpower system has been absorbed by the ghosts. The ghost who took in the life energy for the first time has made very obvious progress, and Chuya can feel the ghost energy of the ghost system that is gradually becoming stronger in his head surrounding the poisonous mist. Although the ghost looks a little scary, everyone who knows its character knows that the ghost is actually only pranks at best. For example, in the dormitory, Mo Fan was numb by the ghost, and the ghost will not make a fuss if he scares him. On the contrary, he faintly glanced at the ghosts as if he was talking about such a pediatrics this time. Now Gaisai's whole body was filled with a very dangerous aura, and Chuya felt a little trembling when he stood beside him, and his scarlet pupils were more vivid. The sunlight is passing through the window and passing through the ghosts. There is no shadow on the wall. The light seems to be absorbed by the deep black, without the slightest reflection. The Gaisai neighed twice in the air, and then the light in his eyes brightened. He looked at Chuya with aggressive gazes. The familiar gaze made Chuya slightly relieved, but when he looked down, he only felt that the shadow under his feet seemed to be wrong. Stand up. Unlike Chuya, who stood still and didn't move, the shadow under his feet slowly twisted and shook, and then pulled up as if under some control, as if a piece of paper was bending and standing on the ground, and the black hole was constantly twisting in front of Chuya. Shadow's hand turned and twisted weirdly, and the room was silent. The sunlight shining on Chuya's back could not make Chuya feel a trace of warmth, and the unidentified shadow was filled with cold air as if it created a hazy smoke. Suddenly, empty eyes and a sly smiling mouth appeared on Shadow's face, and he slowly climbed towards Xiang Chuya. The soft and boneless shadow wrapped around Chuya's body, and seeing the black shadow face to face at close range made me feel the body seemed immobile. Suddenly Chuya felt that the whole world seemed to be turned upside down. On top of her head and feet, gravity came from her head, and her feet were getting lighter and lighter. The black shadow's hands climbed onto Chuya's face, and her 5 fingers were completely twisted and traversed Chuya coldly. Knight's cheeks. Suddenly, the fog disappeared, the shadow returned to normal, and the top-heavy feeling disappeared. The sun shone on Chuya's back, and cold sweat soaked the back of his shirt. After recovering, Chuya glared at Gaisai and said, "Gaisai, is this your new skill?" Chuya spotted a new skill on Gaisai's attribute panel, which should be a new skill that Gaisai understood when he upgraded to level 12. Night Stalker LV1, manipulate the terrifying phantom to inflict damage on the opponent. The higher the level, the higher the damage. Just now Chuya experienced the horror of this skill personally, although in the end the ghost energy eroded into Chuya's body without the ghost energy. The illusion ability of this skill alone opened Chuya's vision, and the ghost just learned this. Skills can be used in practice, indicating that the ghosts have also improved their energy control after ingesting life energy. Compared to energy cubes, life energy is the most suitable food for ghosts. When consuming the life energy of the 8 elves, Gaisai also showed great restraint, and did not show dependence on life energy, but was able to stop in time. Night Stalker in the game is a ghost skill that causes more damage when the level is higher. After the ghost reaches the 100th level, Night Stalker can also be regarded as a ghost skill with the most damage. Of course, it is not the exclusive skill of other monsters. But the Dark Night Stalker in this world can even create hallucinations to confuse the target. With this setting alone, Chuya's evaluation of this skill is even higher than that of Shadow Ball. Although the damage in the early stage is a bit low, it is a skill that can be used until the end. Gaisai also showed an unusual talent for manipulating the energy of the ghost system. The Night Stalker Medical Society skipped the familiarization process of LV0 and reached LV1 directly. Gaisai stopped in mid-air, and the feeling of strengthening her strength again was so wonderful. The surging ghost energy in her body seemed to be inexhaustible. www.novel.com made the ghosts very excited. "Ghost, be quiet." Hearing what Chuya said, Gaisai gradually calmed down, looking at the somewhat serious Chuya with a somewhat unspoken appearance. "Ghost, listen well, don't expose your absorbing life energy in the future, and don't just absorb the life energy of other elves or humans without my order, have you heard?" Gaisai nodded aggrievedly, a smile appeared on Chuyi's face and reached out to touch Gaisai, although he didn't touch anything. "Although you like pranks, don't scare others casually in the future." Gaisai had absorbed the life energy and strengthened his strength a lot, but Gaisai did not say how much he relied on the life energy, and Chuya was also relieved. After all, Gaisai is Chuyi's initial elves. Although they have not been together for a long time, Chuya has already invested a lot of affection for Gaisai. If Gaisai is found to have ingested life energy, Chuya didn't know it would happen. "What's the matter?" It is estimated that it is impossible for Guisi to stay by Chuyi's side. "It's okay, as long as you don't show harm in front of others, I will find you more life energy in the future. After all, it is beneficial to you. The stronger you are, the safer I will be." "Mogis." Gaisai's blank expression also slowly became firm, and nodded to Chuya. Chuya promised Gaisai to find more life energy, for it is not an empty talk. He really thought this way: what would happen to a creature that was sucked out of life energy? Chuya couldn't control it. Those slightly squinted eyes flashed a trace of indifference, and the other elves except the elves beside him, Chuya didn't care about them at all. Chapter 52, Miracle. Chuya is this kind of person, with a cool nature, unless the other person is something other than what he cares about. Chuya prefers to stay out of things, and ignore other people's nostalgia. When he first came out of society, he had already suffered enough. Just like that saying, the more people you meet, the more you like pets. They will not betray you for their sincerity. People's words are different. 8 out of 10 in the workplace are thinking about how to count you. As long as there is a chance, they will be treated as stepping stones and stepped on to the top. Chuya prefers to eat people between cannibalism and being eaten. Instead of staying in an environment where the rules are rigid and people cannot trust each other, Chuya prefers to get along with the elves, preferring to choose a path to loneliness rather than staying in a place full of intrigues. Now Gaisai has a new skill that needs to be practiced, and there will be more skills waiting for Gaisai in the future, so the importance of the technique of multiple shadows is self-evident. Gaisai originally made Chuya determined to choose it as the initial spirit based on the versatility of his skills, although there was also the influence of his obsession with spirits like Gengui in his previous life. As a multi-shadow avatar technique, you can use the avatar to practice skills. After the avatar disappears, the process of practicing skills will feed back yourself in memory, speeding up the proficiency and development of the skills. This is Chuyi's favor for this special skill. In the future, cultivating ghosts will need to spend a greater amount of resources, whether it is the skill Secret Stone or the basic attributes of cultivating ghosts, as well as the investment of various scarce resources. Chuya didn't want the ghosts to be short on basic aspects. Although there are modifiers to improve the future potential attributes of the ghosts, the potential attributes are not their own qualities, but only the limits that the elves can reach in the future. If Gaisai's foundation is flawed, then his future strength can only be limited to a certain stage, which Chuya didn't want to see. The elf potential development and training method is very clearly recorded. What kind of material input is needed for the ghost elves, such as the cicada slough of the shelling ninja, is a big supplement for the ghosts. The ghosts without entities pay more attention to the ability of mental power and energy manipulation. But since Chuya couldn't find these materials at all at this stage, she could only choose a slower energy block supplemented with life energy to upgrade the ghosts, and other precious materials could only be postponed. But variety word is different. Long-term wildlife has exhausted its potential. If it weren't for Chuya, variety word's strength in this life would stop here. Therefore, Chuya desperately needed gold coins to increase the potential attributes of variety monsters, so he took the risk and went to the gym to pick up the task. Before variety monsters and ghosts had formed combat effectiveness, Chuya had no self-protection ability. It has already been manifested when the variety is subdued. The Gaisai lacks the ability to respond to crises because of the long expectation in a comfortable environment. Instead, it allows variety to easily attack Chuya. This is also considered to be one of the ghosts. Shortboard. Fortunately, I was able to find out in advance, and I can correct the training early in the future. Otherwise, the shortcomings in this area would be enough to kill Chuya in the wild. Ziobai. Chuya took off his hat and placed it on the table. The variety monster instantly twisted and changed back to its original shape, a quiet and sluggish appearance. Ziobai, please don't get excited if there is something unusual when I wait to increase your potential. Variety Weird nodded blankly. Chuya understood that this appearance was a variety of weird costumes. Chuya had experienced the complete process of hunting for variety weird, patient, forbearing, indifferent, quick to act, and even sensibly attacking elves. Also controlled the shy bud's voice. After the death of the prey, he will not let go of his vigilance, and he has to test it before he can relax. No matter the mind or the comprehensive ability, it is many times higher than the ghost. Chuyi's ability to conquer the ever-changing monsters can only be described by fluke. At that time, the emotions of both parties were extremely extreme, which caused the brief overlap of the hearts of both parties, and Chuya could also feel the anger of Variety Weird at that time. Although he has subdued Variety Monster, now Variety Monster is also trying to trust Chuya, but it also has reservations. If something is wrong, Chuya will leave Chuya, so Chuya gave Variety Monster a vaccination. Let's look at what might happen next. Seeing Baby Angwai agree, Chuya opened the Properties panel of Baby Angwai, and clicked the plus sign behind the properties. Upgraded the attributes that were originally E to E+, and the gold coins instantly decreased by 6,000. The change was also very obvious, and the stunned eyes of Variety Weird also became a little clever. Because it felt the energy in the energy box in the body began to be slowly absorbed by its own cells, the Variety Monster had been upgraded to the extreme before that, so the energy stored in the body could only be used when using skills. Now that the cells begin to absorb energy, it means that the Variety Monster can continue to grow stronger. You read www.yunshu.com. Variety is originally a kind of elves that cannot evolve. The cells in the body that can constantly change limit the future potential of variety. Although the ability to transform is already outstanding, God opened a window and did not close a door to this race. The body can continuously transform into cells of other elves, which also makes the future potential of this race very much underneath. If you can't encounter some kind of miracle, variety will only stop at the embarrassing level of 8 in the future. Now that it controls its own cells like a fish, variety suddenly realizes that the body is absorbing energy again. How can it not let variety change? Strange excitement. Those tiny mung bean-like eyes stared at Chuya, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. This human being did not lie to me. Recalling Chuyi's promise at the time, to make variety monsters continue to grow stronger, now Chuya has also done it. Ziobai, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Chuya asked concerned. Variety Monster slowly shook his head, saying that he hadn't had any problems, everything was normal. Chuya was relieved, and then continued to improve Variety Monster's attributes. It takes 1,500 gold coins to upgrade from EN to D. Chuya, who has hundreds of thousands of gold coins on his body, didn't care too much. He just went all the way to balance and develop all the attributes of variety monsters, and prevent variety monsters from having any shortcomings. From now on, variety monsters' transformation skills will no longer have the shortcoming of attribute restraint. In the future, it will reach the peak that its race has not reached. Chuya even hopes Variety Monster will be able to compete with the beast in the future. Even turned into a beast. Use your own power to reverse the tasteless genie of Variety Monster and let it break through the original limitation. This is the miracle realized by the modifier. Chapter 53, It's time to open the bag happily again. The improvement of the attributes of the ever-changing strangeness continues. It takes 9,000 gold coins to upgrade the 6-dimensional to D, and Chuyi's original gold coins of more than 100,000 are instantly reduced by the naked eye. He didn't stop until he raised the overall attribute to C. Originally Chuya wanted to continue, but the remaining gold coins were not enough to increase the variety. When the attribute of C level was upgraded to C+, each attribute required 20,000 gold coins. The attribute improvement from E to C cost Chuya 123,600 gold coins, and now there are 56,088 gold coins left on him, and there are still 4,000 gold coins left to make the ever-changing 6-dimensional continue to be upgraded to the level of C+. Chuya touched the energy cube hidden in the bag. Although there were only 5 yuan left, and not enough 4,000 gold coins, Chuya had no choice but to give up. At this stage, he was enough to adapt to all kinds of strange things. It takes a lot of time to train your attributes to C level. So you don't have to rush to improve the attributes, and the ghosts are not necessary. The AA attribute has been enough for the ghosts for a long time. Therefore, Gaisai's attributes are temporarily postponed. After all, after the evolution of Gaisai, Chuya doesn't know whether he will increase her potential, so Gaisai's improvement in potential attributes is not as urgent as Variety Weird. More than 100,000 gold coins shrank in an instant and only 50,000 were left. Fortunately, an afternoon of adventure was gone, and Chuya couldn't sigh for the few gold-swallowing beasts she raised. Anyway, there are more than 50,000 left, now there is still a little time, it is not too rushed to go to school, better. Chuya looked at the red lucky bag in the modifier interface, as if she was constantly seducing Chuya to look at it. Come here. After making up his mind, Chuya immediately went to take a bath and wash his face and hands, and then went down to the hall dedicated to ancestors on the first floor to light 3 incense sticks, and prayed with his hands together for 3 prayers. Burning incense and bathing before the draw, isn't it normal to refresh and meditate? Back in the room, Chuya sat on the bed, staring at the lucky bag in the modifier, and clicked directly 10 times. I hope the 10 consecutive draws can be shipped. Chuya still has a psychological shadow on the note with thank you for your patronage, but she drew the elf potential development exercise method for the 2nd time, which shows that the reward mechanism of this lucky bag is not too cheating. Chuya took out the 10 lucky bags from the inventory and put them on the bed. The ghosts floated in the yard and didn't know why they went, but the strange thing looked at Chuya constantly on the bed. Talking about strange lines. Chuya took a deep breath, and opened the lucky bags in front of him with a serious face. Each lucky bag was grasped together and shaken downwards, and the strips of paper slowly floated out. Continued to take a deep breath, Chuya threw the lucky bag directly to the ground. Cheating, I said it's a guarantee for 10 consecutive shots. Chuya was already disappointed in this malicious world. The 10 papers on the bed filled with thank you for your patronage seemed to mock Chuya, and Chuyi's original white face seemed a lot darker. The lucky bag and the note slowly disappeared in front of Chuya. Sure enough, I can't play this kind of luck game. I think about my previous obsession with SSR or Hyejin, but I haven't seen it after I have passed through it. I have to do it again. Why give up so easily? I don't believe it. I can even encounter things like crossing rebirth. This little lucky bag is here to mock me. After a calm thought, Chuya thought carefully, hesitated on his face, and immediately continued to buy a lucky bag after losing his sanity. Anyway, it would be a waste of how many gold coins were not used. Number ML. Continue 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. As if there were no other things in the lucky bag, Chuya couldn't open anything except the small note. 10 times and 10 consecutive draws are all thank you for your patronage, so how small is the chance of winning the item? Chu Yat, whose face was covered with grey tones, hung his arms weakly on the bed, and stared at the ceiling blankly, as if being thrown into a group of philosophers afterwards. Variety Weird also slowly wriggled, stretched out the lavender tentacles and slowly poked Chu Yat. Chu Yat slowly fell on the bed as if petrified, and then he fished Variety Weird, feeling a little flustered in it. Suddenly the catch was a violent shock. If you accept this setting, the slippery feel is still quite sensational. The variety monster begins to deform like a plasticine in Chu Yi's hands, as if the emotion of being unlovable will be contagious, and at the same time that Chu Yi returns to blood. Variety monster also began to give up resistance to become unlovable. The variety weird also had a feeling of intimacy towards Chu Yi, otherwise it would not stay in Chu Yi's hands and let him ravage him. There was a great resentment towards Lucky Bag, and Chu Yi began to doubt his own position. Fortunately, it was not Bookbi who was originally selected. It was the elf used by Ou Huang. Seeing Lucky Bag's chance of winning, Bookbi was in Chu Yi. Even if the hand has evolved into Pakasi's unlimited use of air slash, it will not trigger a cringe effect. Chu Yi regained his composure, buried his face in the body of Variety Weird. Chu Yi had been feeling the slippery touch for a day, and he was also used to the cold cells of Variety Weird. www.ltnovel.com now except let there is no other place to spend gold coins outside of the last few levels of Gaisai quickly learned the technique of multiple shadow clones. Just leave 25,000 gold coins as a spare. More than 100,000 has been spent on him, and the rest will continue to draw blessing bags. Right. Because the special skills or items produced by the modifier are things that this world doesn't have. If you get 1 or 2 samples from Chu Yi, you will make a lot of money. After all, these gold coins are equivalent to Chu Yi's free. One of the goals of going to the gym to complete the task is just to make money. When the money is made, the gold coins are only a side reward. There will be a chance to go to the gym to harvest a wave in the future, but you can't go too often. Lifting the variety monsters and placing them on the edge of the bed, Chu Yi bought the remaining 15,000 gold coins in a lucky bag, and 150 lucky bags appeared on the bed, immediately drowning the variety monsters inside. Chu Yi stopped all the lucky bags and slipped the variety monster out, then looked at the variety monster in his hand. Chu Yi said with a strange expression. Xiaobai, take a look, how about we have a discussion? Change. Variety looked at Chu Yi suspiciously. Xiaobai, look, no matter how many bags I can't open, I'm ready to go to school, so in a hurry, why don't we open lucky bags together? Chu Yi put the face of variety monster in front of the pile of lucky bags. What's the use of this person besides opening the bag and making a bunch of notes? Was very confused about Chu Yi's behavior. Variety monster put on an expression of whether this person was stupid, and stretched out sinful tentacles to a lucky bag in front of him. Ding! Get a special item evolution card, which has been stored in the inventory. Chapter 54, Red Tentacle. Ding! Get a special item evolution card, which has been stored in the inventory. Chu Yi stared wide-eyed at the bag gleaming with intense golden light, and then disappeared. Seeing a prompt popped up in the modifier, Chu Yi looked at the silver-grey card in the inventory without expression. What makes Chu Yi tired is that the hands of the tentacle monster of variety monster are even redder than his. No, it's not right, I should have opened more than 100 bags to increase the success rate, so Xiaobai will be a good start. Only this Chu Yi resolutely refused to admit that his face was dark, a matter of chance, could it be called a black hand? Xiaobai, you continue. Chu Yi sniffed, and there was also a faint cry in his voice. The nose was sore. Forcibly endured the grievances in his heart, and then comforted himself in a low voice, it's not my fault, it's just that the crossing has drained my luck. Chu Yi didn't want to think that he was also a hand before crossing, even though he didn't admit it. Human beings are very long looking for excuses to deceive themselves in order to achieve the purpose of self-comfort. In this respect, Chuya is a successful model. Looking at the silver gray card in the inventory, Chuya clicked on the information to check. Evolution card, blue unconditionally evolve an elf to the next form, the final form of the elf cannot be used. PS, please use this item with caution. This item seemed useless for Chuya. Chuya didn't intend to let the ghost evolve ahead of time. The lessons of Six Tales are still vivid, and Variety Word is born in its final form. There is no evolution type, so this item cannot be used. Chuya still maintained a cautious attitude towards the evolution of the elves. After all, the ghosts' control of their own energy is still increasing. As long as they are cyclically and slowly exercised, they can reach the point of evolution. Forcible pullouts will only destroy the ghosts. If the foundation is not stable enough, it will be irreparable how much time will be spent in the future. This evolution card is completely tasteless to Chuya, and it belongs to the range of the pity of eating tastelessly. And Variety Word continued to open the lucky bag, and more than 10 thank you for your patronage notes were shaken out between the waves of the tentacles. Chuya gave a sigh of relief when he saw this. The 150 lucky bags were gradually reduced under the rapid change of variety. There were more and more slips of paper shaking off the ground. After the notes and lucky bags were opened, they only existed for a short time and disappeared. Chuya didn't have to bother. Clean up the room later. After the opening of the door, the strange luck also seemed to have worsened. Chuya could only sigh helplessly, get out of bed and get ready to change clothes and set off for school. Change. Hearing Variety Word's exclamation, Chuya turned his head, only to see that the 2 lucky bags that Variety Word was holding, the inverted pockets were shining with golden light, and the crisp sound of the modifier came from Chuya's. It came out of my desperate mind. Ding! The special item Library of the Fool has been saved in the inventory. Ding! The secret stone for obtaining the special skill Infinite Martial Arts has been stored in the inventory. Is it true that I am born with a dark face? Chuya, who fell into self-doubt, had a little dull eyes. As Variety Monster shakes off the remaining lucky bag, the lucky bag slowly floats in the air. Variety Monster and Chuya glance at each other, the scene is slightly embarrassing. Chuya took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. His eyes were a little blank and he sat on the bed. It took a while before he came back to his senses. After all, his own value was completely trampled by these blessing bags, and if his psychological quality was not enough, he might be on the spot. It might collapse. The Variety Word also slowly crawled onto Chuya's shoulders. Her lavender body was crystal clear and transparent, and her mung bean-sized eyes stared at Chuya, stretching out its cold tentacles to poke Chuya. Chuya smiled reluctantly at Variety Monster and said, "Thank you, Ziobai. Without your help, I might not get these 3 special items." The expression on Chuya's face also gradually eased and smiled at Variety Word. "Ziobai's luck is much better than me. You can open these lucky bags for me in the future, okay?" Variety Monster tilted its body. Its whole body cells were all controlled by Variety Monster's will, usually showing a sluggish appearance. Chuya didn't know what Variety Monster was thinking while Squishy looked at the modifier, and there were 2 more items in the inventory. One showed a badge-like thing with a gate pattern imprinted on the badge, and the other was a skill secret stone filled with black mist. Chuya came into contact with many skill secret stones today, so Chuya first turned to that special item that looked like a small badge. Fool's Library, pink. You can give elves as carrying props. Stupid fools can only obtain limited talents through repeated learning. The elves carrying this prop will increase the number of times they repeat their skills with time. The speed of skill comprehension. www.novel.com. Chuya looked at the introduction, and instantly understood that this is an item that can speed up the skill upgrade of the elves. As long as the elves carry them, they can be effective, and accompanied by the continuous passage of time and continuous progress. Using skills can quickly increase the level of skills learned by the wizard itself, and the effect slightly overlaps with the shadow clone technique. Chuya shook his head. Although the carrying items in this room are as high as pink, the actual effect does not seem to be very good. After all, the skill level can't be upgraded until it reaches the 10th level. If the skill can continue to be upgraded, then this carry item it belongs to the range of priceless treasures. But this item is still a little useful for Gaisai. After all, Chuye will let Gaisai continue to learn new skills in the future, which can also allow Gaisai to quickly form a carrying item for combat effectiveness. If Chuye feels strange compared to the special carrying props, then this special skill secret sheet Chuye is much more familiar. Infinite martial arts, read in a certain era, the martial arts refinement, known as unparalleled, makes the mind, skill, and body completely unified, and can exert powerful combat capabilities without any spiritual influence. Learning conditions: none. This special skill does not seem to increase the special abilities of the elves, but Chuye knew that this skill secret stone would be terrifying if it was obtained by a fighting elves. Even if Lancelot is in madness, it is because of this skill that he has exerted his powerful combat experience, using his body response to control and exert a powerful fighting ability against the enemy. This is the heroic spirit of the moon world is worshipped by propaganda, and it is legendary in his own experience. Corresponding skills will be formed. It turns out that not only the skills of Naruto, will the skills of fate be extracted. Chapter 55, Back to School. The skill of endless martial arts does not involve the control of energy, so it does not require much of the elf itself. Compared with other skills, infinite martial arts is more like a passive skill, which strengthens the control of the elves over the body and integrates the experience of previous battles. Chuye looked at the infinite martial arts, this special skill secret stone. The final learning requirement turned out to be nothing, which shows that all elves can use this skill secret stone, even humans. With this thought, Chuye couldn't help but extract the infinite martial skill secret stone and hold it in his hand. Looking at the black misty skill secret stone in his hand, Chuye pursed her mouth. If he can learn the special skill of endless martial arts, his ability to protect himself will be much greater in the future, but Chuye is not sure if he can learn the skills in the secret stone. Stuck the black mist-filled skill secret stone on her forehead, Chuye felt the icy cold from the secret stone, and ordered to the handheld. Learn. The skill secret stone in the palm of his hand did not change in the slightest, and it was still quietly attached to Chuye's head. Failed to learn, special skill secret stone can only be learned by elves. Although he was mentally prepared, Chuye was a little frustrated looking at a realistic message on the modifier screen. After all, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Can't have special abilities. This also hit Chuye a little bit. This world is a lot stranger. For example, the current fighting system king has the ability to waveguide, and even uses human flesh to perform some fighting system skills. Chuye also knows that some people's spiritual power is different from ordinary people, and they are naturally friendly to superpowered elves, and they can even communicate with the elves without the assistance of elves. These people are naturally strong, and they are destined to stand on the pinnacle of this world from their birth. And if Chuye crossed over, if there were no modifiers, he might still be an ordinary person, joining the ranks of trainers with a fanaticism for elves, and then being submerged at the bottom of the world. Chuye took the special skill secret stone back into his inventory, put the variety monster on the bed without expression, and began to open the closet to change clothes. Now that I have the modifier, what's wrong? I'm still not satisfied. I can only rely on the undiscovered knowledge in my mind to climb up to the top researcher status as planned. The self-cultivation school uniform was worn on her body, and Chuye's white face also looked very handsome. With the help of the modifier, I have skills that do not belong to this world, and with the help of the ghosts and the variety monsters, then I only need to step by step and slowly lurking down to improve their strength, then the world's top will definitely I have a seat. Picking up the eyes placed on the table and putting them on, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chuye adjusted his emotions a little bit and said, "Xiaobai, please change back to your hat first." Don't show your true identity after you go to the college. Please. Variety Monster twisted his body on the bed, and slowly shrank into a certain red and white pokeball sun hat. Chuya picked up the hat and put it on, and then shouted, "Ghost!" When Giston heard Chuyi's call, it turned into a black mist and squeezed in from the slit of the window, and gathered in front of Chuya. Chuya touched Gaisai's head and said with a smile, "Go away, it's time to go to school." Gaisai neighed in the air, and his whole body immediately disappeared into the room as a mist. Chuya, who came downstairs, opened the door of the house and looked at the slowly falling sky of the setting sun. The orange sunlight shone on Chuyi's face, and even the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to have a warm look. "It's enough to have elves, what do I want to expect?" Took the bus back to school, and when Chuya had just returned to the dormitory after packing and setting up a change of clothes, he heard the dormitory door being pushed open and there was a muffled noise. When I walked out of the room, I found that Mo Fan was carrying the big bag and pushing it into the house. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the door of the room. Pak Bai was also standing on Mo Fan's shoulder. Two short hands were pressing on the big bag. Mo Fan worked hard together. Seeing this situation, Chuya quickly stepped forward to help. After all, the black bag was filled with materials purchased by Chuya. The various materials were originally separated and packaged by Mo Fan at home. Chuya unpacked the bag and moved the contents into the house one by one, and said, "Don't call me when I get to school. You don't have to get tired when I get to the school." Mo Fan bent over and waved his hand to gasp, This thing, the thing is not that heavy, I can carry it by myself." Chuya looked at him speechlessly and said, "You still have a hard mouth, come in and drink some water, I will take care of the rest." Mo Fan and Book Bai walked to the sofa and lay down. Chuya took 2 glasses of water and placed them on the table in front of one person and one elf. Mo Fan took a sip of the water and then exhaled and said, "Who, finally alive. Coming." Pakabi jumped from the sofa to the table with his short hand waving it, holding a water glass a little bit higher than it with his 2 small hands, looking sluggishly. Yu reading www.yuuganashu.com. Seeing this scene, Chuya was a little bit dumbfounded, and took out a straw from Mo Fan's room. This was a long and soft straw that Mo Fan prepared specifically for Bookbee. He put the straw in the water and handed it to the other end. "Bookbee!" Pakabi screamed happily, then sat on the table and squinted his eyes to the water in the cup. Yuan's body looked very cute, and even Chuya couldn't help but relax. When Chuya saw Bookbee, she thought of the evolution card in the inventory. Although it is very difficult for Pak Bai to evolve, if you use the evolution card, you don't care about the hard condition of intimacy. However, because of the 6-tailed lesson, Chuya does not plan to let Pak Bai evolve ahead of time because of the existence of the evolution card. "I don't want others to know." Even as a close friend, Mo Fan is no exception. Although Mo Fan helped Chuya a lot, Chuya is also grateful for Mo Fan's dedication. The best reward for Mo Fan is to help Mo Fan escape from his father's control and becoming a trainer. I will have a long time in the academy, and Chuya can still help Mo Fan improve Book Bai's ability in other ways. As long as you help make some advanced energy cubes and give it to Mo Fan, I believe Mo Fan will not reveal that Chuya can make advanced energy cubes. The interests of the two are best tied together. Chuya relied on the convenience of Mo Fan's family connections, and Mo Fan relied on Chuyi's help to cultivate Bookbee. If Mo Fan alone paid for it, the friendship between the two would not last. It took some time to put all the materials in the room, and Chuya, who had not been able to rest for a while, suddenly heard the sound of the campus horn. "Students, please come to the college playground within 10 minutes. Those who are late or absent will be recorded as a demerit." Chapter 56, Morning. "Students, please come to the college playground within 10 minutes. Those who are late or absent will be recorded as a demerit." Upon hearing the notice, Chuya and Mo Fan immediately put down the things on their hands, and the playground in their dormitory was the farthest. If it takes 10 minutes to arrive, you can only leave immediately. After closing the door, Chuya and Mo Fan immediately ran towards the direction of the stairs. It was very dangerous that Chuya did not relax their physical exercises during this time, and pulled Mo Fan, who was already soft and weak, to the playground. There were already some students on the playground lined up in their class positions. Chuya hurriedly pulled Mo Fan into the line and stood there. The other students arrived one after another. Principal Wei Zi stood in front of the podium with a serious face. Chuya glanced at teacher Li Yume, who was standing tall in front of the team, and found that teacher Li Yume was not wearing the red and white striped skirt she often wears, but a stern black, with a silk scarf tied around her neck, and her long hair. Pulling it behind his head, his eyes were reddish, as if he had cried. Chuya glanced around, and was surprised to find that the head teachers of several classes were not in front of the class where they belonged, and a strange teacher stood in their place. Principal Wei Zi had a serious face, dressed in a black suit, and even the tie was carefully tied into the collar of his jacket. Chuya suddenly felt an unknown premonition, and the faces of the teachers present were slightly ugly. Ahem, the classmates present should be there, so let's start. Principal Wei Zi leaned on his cane and knocked on the ground. A teacher standing behind turned and pulled some curtains. The curtains suddenly fell. On the wall behind the principal were 5 black and white portraits. Several coffins and a black and white photo are pasted on the coffin. There are pictures of people and pictures of elves. There was a large-scale invasion of wild elves near the Heavenly National Road before, and our school teachers all signed up to participate in support. Principal Wei Zi's voice was full of sorrow, and the wrinkled face was tightly packed, and his eyes became red. After a day of hard fighting, our soldiers and trainers who went to support defended the national highway, but they also lost many lives because of the chaos. The 5 teachers in our school have also suffered misfortune. Although they have only taught you for only a week, please don't forget their contributions. The 300 students at the scene fell into silence, lowered their heads slightly. Some teams already heard sobbing. The warriors and trainers of the country are desperately guarding our peaceful life in the rear. There are certain things that must be done by someone. After this time, let you young people understand the cost of studying in the wizard department. How many people are silently give. Also let you know how dangerous it is to deal with elves. How many people have fought hard for your chance to study peacefully in the academy. In the future, you may become trainers, or you may go to the rear to do support work. Will not interfere with your choice. Principal Wei Zi's voice was slightly hoarse, as if it were not made by the old man. Maybe after this time, I will let you know how dangerous it will be in the future. Maybe someone will drop out and return to the original school to retake the arts and sciences. The old man will not stop you here. It is natural to be afraid of the unknown danger. The old man can understand, but the old man only hopes don't forget the teachers and their elves who sacrificed this time. May the heroic soul live forever. All of you observe 3 minutes of silence. Chuya lowered his head slightly, unexpectedly what happened in the 2 days of vacation. No wonder there were not many trainers in the gym. It turned out that a large number of wild elves suddenly rioted against the National Highway defense line. Military patrols and defenses have been established near the National Highway. The occurrence of this incident also gave Chuya a sense of crisis. The elf Chuya mastered by the teachers can also occasionally see it several times, almost at level 40, and more than one. Teachers of this strength also lost 5 lives under the impact of the wild elves. It can be seen how dangerous the wild elves are in collective riots, but I don't know if there are lord-level elves among the rioting elves. If there were any, it would have suffered a great loss. Even Chuya, who had just learned the knowledge of elves for a week, knew how terrifying a wild lord-level elves were. One skill would almost empty the battlefield. Is more powerful than ordinary elves and can command the actions of wild elves. This is the Lord Elf, the strength of a Lord Elf can turn a city into a ruined dead city in just a few days. The faces of other students were a bit ugly. After all, the teachers' strengths were deeply rooted in their hearts during the week of getting along, but they were still killed in the wild. Students who dream of becoming various elf professions are all concerned about these professions. A new understanding was born. For the trainers, most of their impressions are the various competitions seen on TV. www.novel.com commanding powerful elves to fight each other, win victories in gorgeous skill confrontations, and stand on the stage of glory to receive trophies, enjoying the cheers of the people in the audience. Unfortunately, this is not the case. For the first time, when facing the danger in the wild intuitively, even the teachers accidentally died, which made this group of students who have not been in the world wake up. The trainer is not an ordinary profession, but wanders in the wild all year round and is in danger, competing with the wild elves for the resources for humans to grow up. They can live in such a comfortable life in the city behind are all made by many people. Chuye raised his head slightly and looked at the dozen or so coffins behind the rostrum. The sheets on them seemed to warn Chuye. The trainer has only one rule. If the strength is insufficient, then lie down. Hong Kuokuo's law of the jungle. Chuye feels a sense of crisis in his heart, and now that the strength of the ghosts and the ever-changing strangeness has not yet formed, a sudden burst of emotion is in his heart. A sense of urgency. The danger in the wild did not produce any fear. Instead, the fighting spirit rose slightly. He wanted to immediately devote himself to training with the ghosts and the variety monsters, and strive to strengthen his own strength. Wants to explore the unknown in the wild, yearning for the powerful elves, and also competing for the championship with the geniuses in the world. These ideals can only be realized without the support of strength and only by dreaming. The pink qualified ghost Si Chuye has no doubt whether the strength of the ghost can compete with the Lord Elves in the future. Even the ever-changing qualifications use the modifier in Chuye. After increasing his potential, he changed from green to blue qualification. The appearance of the modifier was an opportunity for Chuye. You cannot rely on it or give up. Making good use of this thing is the key to Chuye's success in the future. Chuye's eyes staring at the rostrum gradually became darker. Chapter 57, Steel. After the morning meeting, Principal Wei Zi led the students to properly bury the coffins in the back mountain of the school. Chuye watched all this in silence. Suddenly he saw a photo of an elf hanging on a tombstone. The photo reflected the elf's lovely sunny smile, but it was a pity that the elf could only lie here forever. A flying praying mantis is waving two sharp blades on a blank stone tablet that has been erected. Between the sparks and lime splashes, 5 names appear on the stone tablet for future generations to pay respect and mourn. They were buried here with the consent of the family members. Although the funeral seemed rushed, the people present sincerely mourned and prayed, hoping that the heroic souls would rest in the sky and protect Daxia's descendants forever. Principal Wei Zi did not announce the end of the meeting until 9 o'clock in the evening. His word Hippo King, although the translation was changed, but it is still more accustomed to how to call it, did not appear from beginning to end, but Chuye still did not give up a trace of vigilance. The ghost turns into gas and surrounds Chuye, enveloping Chuye's aura. As long as you find any superpowered ghosts, you can immediately find out. Although the level of the Hippo King is too different, the ghost system is right. The restraint of the super system is not a joke. Back to the dormitory, Chuye and Mo Fan went back to the room for a little chat, opened the book, adjusted the alarm clock to midnight, and there was a plate of freshly sliced citrus fruit beside the desk. Chuye held a slice in his mouth from time to time. The bitter taste in his mouth made Chuye's mind highly concentrated, and even the ghosts condensed to the side to take the little Lotta and the walking grass to practice some of the changes in the skill. The variety monster is still in the shape of a hat, and it is quietly hung on the wall hook. There is no shortage of patience for the variety monster. As long as the energy consumption is not exhausted, the variety monster can always maintain the effect of transforming. A high-level energy block is enough to maintain the energy consumption of the variety monster for more than half a month. Of course, if it becomes another wizard to perform skills, it is a different matter. In addition, the cells in the whole body of the variety are controlled by the variety. The energy in the energy box is continuously strengthened. In this regard, the ability to control the cells of the whole body is obviously better than that. The ghosts that leak the energy of the ghost system are stronger. After all, Gaisai is a gas elf with no entity. It is very difficult to condense the energy of the ghost system to control it. Unlike other elves, which have a body to restrain the energy in the body, the Gaisai pays attention all the time. With the movement of the ghost energy, if you inadvertently leak a trace that hurts Chuya, then the joke will start. It was the first time I saw Chuya look like variety. A mung bean-sized eye was opened on the top of the hat to look at Chuya. The eyes were inside the folds of the hat. If you didn't observe carefully, you wouldn't notice. Gaisai had become accustomed to Chuyi's behavior, and was even infected by Chuyi's efforts. Even his behavior almost moved closer to Chuya, and little Lotta and Shaoxing had a deep understanding. I was dizzy for a while, then fell asleep for a while, and then was awakened by ghosts. The body was often in a state of exhaustion, and now the two elves didn't want to move. Gaisai's several transformation skills have also been significantly improved. Both the hypnotism and the fixation technique have both broken through LV5, and the strange light even reached LV6, and the resentment move has some overlap with the fixation technique. Practice more. Looked as if it had been synchronized, one person and one elf were doing their own things tacitly, making variety words seem to be squeezed out. But it has not forgotten Chuyi's instructions to it, try not to appear in front of others. Time seems to have passed by, and the ringtone of the cell phone also awakened Chuyi's obsession. She looked at her cell phone blankly and found that it was 12 o'clock. Stood up and stretched, took the hat that had turned into a strange thing and put it on the ground. Ziobai, change it back first, I have something for you to do. The variety word twisted and changed back to its original appearance, looking at Chuya with some doubts. Change. Chuyi's eyes were slightly struggling, and then he sighed with determination and said, Xiaobai, you have turned into a small Lotta to show me. Variety word slowly creeped and shrank into the appearance of a little Lotta. A small mouse-shaped Lotta stood in the room. In the process of variety word's transformation, Chuya clearly felt variety word seems to be because of the little Lotta. Lotta's transformation is much slower than becoming an aber snake. Moreover, he seems to be a little unaccustomed to controlling the body of little Lotta. Compared with the proficient appearance of aber snake, it seems to have become a lot lagging. The limbs are obviously stiff and unnatural. The appearance of variety is probably even a little Lotta. No skill moves can be displayed. Variety twists and twists this unaccustomed look. Although there are many small Lottas, I have usually eaten www.novel.com, but it is the second time that it looks like this. Variety is not used to using this pair. The appearance of actions is also normal. Ziobai, do you remember where the elves were buried just now? Variety word seemed to realize what Chuya wanted to do, and suddenly nodded. Well, good, I want Ziobai to eat the elf buried under the third tombstone, okay. Variety monster was originally a wild elf, and had no repulsion at all for devouring the corpses of other elves. Since it was what Chuya requested, Variety monster did what he said, and Chuya gave it a chance to become stronger again. And now Variety word also found that he didn't seem to hate Chuya at all. Little Lotta was originally an elf who was good at digging holes. He knew everything about strange things. He nodded and turned directly out of the window, and disappeared into the darkness along the water pipe outside the wall. Chuyi's face was a little stiff, and an ugly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth and laughed at herself. I didn't expect me to become what I didn't like before because of my strength. Gaisai also slowly floated to Chuyi's side. The ghosts who were originally lively neighing did not make any noise to disturb Chuya, but floated to Chuyi's hands and leaned in Chuyi's arms. Chu Ye, who was sitting on his chair, stared at the dark sky outside the window. The dark clouds obscured the stars. Except for the lights in the dormitory building, it was completely dark outside, as if Chu Ye's current mood was very depressed. Stroking Gaisai, Chu Ye obviously didn't pay attention. His hands were pierced in Gaisai's body, and Gaisai didn't care, but quietly shrank by Chu Ye's hand. After a while, Chu Ye's somewhat stiff expression slowly returned to normal. He looked at the ghost at hand and smiled gently. Fortunately, I still have you. Chapter 58, New Transformation, Aromatic Essence. After waiting for 2 hours in the dormitory, he saw the strangely transformed aber snake slowly crawling in from the window. An alarm sounded outside the Chu Ye dormitory, and then each dormitory began to search the dormitory, and the search area was all aimed at the dormitory with small Lada. Chu Ye was also implicated because he still had a small Lada in his hand, but the supervisor saw that the small Lada was used by Chu Ye to practice skills for the ghosts, so he let go of Chu Ye. After all, this little Lada is very clean, and there is still residual energy left by the ghosts when the skills are used on the body. Let the steward to exclude this little Lada. Variety Monster returned to the dormitory. His body was full of scars, and the snake was full of cracks. Variety Monster was afraid of leaving blood around it, so it turned the wounds into its own primitive cells, inhibiting the blood left. Variety Monster was limp on the floor of the dormitory as soon as he returned to the dormitory, and the hovering snake body slowly melted, turning back into a pool of light purple translucent jelly-like body lying on the ground. Chu Ye quickly took the wound medicine out of the closet, sprayed it on the limp, and then handed a few orange fruits. Variety Monster immediately wrapped the orange fruit in the body, the cells of the body contracted, and the orange fruit that was clearly visible was quickly digested. Orange fruit has a subtle treatment for the elves. After the wild elves are injured, they will find a few of these fruits to eat and find a place to slowly recuperate. It took a long time for the Variety Monster to absorb the healing effect of the clean orange fruit, and the effect of the wound medicine was no longer embarrassing. Chu Ye pursed his lips, and said apologetically to Variety, "Ziobai, I'm sorry, I shouldn't let you do anything dangerous." Variety Weird slowly shook his head. It didn't mean to blame Chu Ye. The whole body slowly curled up, and the eyes of the whole body slowly inflated and darkened. A wisp of fragrance passed over Chu Ye's nose, and what appeared in front of him was the elf that Chu Ye wanted. The head has purple feathers. The two small horns that protrude from the head are also yellow in a small part. There are a lot of feathers on the abdomen. There is a black bow behind the feathers. The purple feet become bigger and the eyebrows are also bigger. A lot of the feathers are like a skirt covering its body, and the dark purple hair covers its whole body, only a smooth piece near the eyes. Aromatic essence. Chu Ye looked at the stiff Variety Monster with some surprise. The Variety Monster who hadn't adapted to the transformation of the fragrance essence was still lying on the ground. After the transformation from the Variety Monster, the whole room was filled with a strong fragrance. Aromatic essence, Variety Strange, Blue. Level, 8. Characteristics, Aromatic Screen. Attribute, Fairy. Carry props, none. Physical strength, C. Attack, C. Defense, C. Special attack, C. Special defense, C. Speed, C. Skills, Aroma Mist LV0, not mastered, Healing Fluctuation LV0, not mastered, Sweet Aroma LV0, not mastered, Smell Detection LV0, not mastered, Aromatherapy LV0, not mastered, Moon Power LV0, not mastered, Acting Like LV0, not mastered. Hereditary Skill, Wish LV0, unmastered. Learning Skills, Light Wall LV0, not mastered, Holding LV0, not mastered, Poisonous, not mastered, Magic Reflection LV0, not mastered, Exchange Venue LV0, not mastered. Experience Value, 22/343. Chu-ye saw this fragrance essence when he was in the infirmary. It was a spirit specializing in the auxiliary direction of the treatment. What made Chu-ye unable to restrain is that this fragrance essence was actually a hidden characteristic fragrance curtain. Aroma curtain. As long as there are elves with the characteristics of the aroma curtain, all the elves on your side will not be affected by mental attacks from the opponent. This kind of characteristic is simply aimed at various types of changes. Originally, Chu-ye's ideal team doctor was also an elf capable of defending against all kinds of negative characteristics. This fragrance essence is the most ideal, and all kinds of auxiliary skills are almost mastered. Obviously it is an elf carefully nurtured by a healthcare teacher. Chu-ye's positioning for the team of variety monsters is an all-purpose complementer. As an elf with various transformations, it is simply suitable as a universal support. It has not grown in variety monsters. It is a waste to use it as an attacker when you get up. Especially the hidden characteristics of aroma essence can even avoid the threat of local change skills when Chu-ye is in battle, and all the aroma essence skills are around healing, amplifying, and interference. As an auxiliary elf aroma essence it's barely qualified. The scent of permeated the interior of the room. Chu-ye hurriedly closed the window. The fragrance of the fragrance was too easy to expose. Okay, Xiaobai will change back first. Hurriedly called variety monster to come back. The increasingly rich fragrance made Chu-ye's nose itchy. The whole body of variety is twisted and changed back to its original shape. After all, it is the first time to become an aroma spirit. An aroma spirit is a spirit that walks upright. In the past, variety monsters were used to become arbor snakes and wolf dogs, and they were more accustomed to crawling and running on all fours. And it's the first time that it has become an upright walking elf. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can't walk on two legs. The variety monster just can't even stand up when it's turned into a fragrance, and can only lie on the ground and listen. Chu-ye's command also made it relieved. Variety is not a panacea. It is impossible to get used to the various body habits of all kinds of elves in an instant. It takes a long time to practice and adapt, and skills that have not been used before variety must be practiced before using the transformation. Wizard skills. So all the skills of aroma essence are in an unmastered state. After turning back to the strange, the scent in the room gradually faded. The scent that remembered that it was after all came out of aromatic essence, and the scent that had no source gradually decomposed and dissipated. Chu-ye picked up the variety weird, and slowly stroked its slippery body, squinting his eyes and said, "It's so dangerous, it's okay. In fact, it's okay to give up after being found out." Chu-ye raised the variety monster in front of her eyes, looking at each other with those small mung bean-sized eyes, and said with a serious expression, "No more adventures in the future, Xiaobai's safety is the most important." The original squinted eyes of variety monster also slowly became serious, and he looked straight at Chu-ye, only to realize that Chu-ye's serious and caring eyes were not disguised, and he nodded slowly. "The anxiety that has been surrounding my heart for the past few days has also slowly disappeared." Although it was only a few days of getting along, Variety realized that Chu-ye's concern for it was not fake, and the trainer who abandoned Bobo in the rain. The eyes are completely different. Feeling the temperature of Chu-ye's hands, Variety weird seemed to hear Chu-ye's slightly faster heartbeat clearly. "The person I chose seems pretty good." With an exhausted body, it can't hold back and fell into a dream. Chapter 59, Defects of Small Zero. In the morning, Chu-ye immediately woke up after hearing the ringtone of his cell phone, and turned to look at the soft cushion on which Variety was lying last night. There was nothing on the soft cushion, and the Variety weird had long since disappeared. Chu-ye was shocked, looked around the room for a week, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Because he found a red and white sun hat lying quietly on the desk. Chu-ye hurriedly got up and arranged in the mirror, then picked up his hat and put on the ghost who was floating on the side with a gentle smile. "Ghost, Xiaobai, good morning." The fear last night made Chu-Ye a little uneasy to sleep, and a faint dark circle appeared in his eyes. When he woke up in the morning, he felt that his brain was hit by a heavy hammer. Enduring the physical discomfort and greeted the ghosts with all kinds of strange things, the ghosts neighed excitedly in the air, and disappeared after turning around Chu-Ye for a few times. Chu-Ye tidied up his clothes and then left the room to wash. The icy cold water wiped off his face to make Chu-Ye's dizzy head a little awake. After washing, Chu-Ye habitually knocked on Mo Fan's room door and called the one who was still asleep. Mo Fan has never set an alarm clock. Habit. Called the sleepy-eyed Mo Fan and Poke Bai. Poke Bai was very sleepy and grabbed the pajamas on Mo Fan's shoulder, and he was a little reluctant to get up early. Mo Fan and Poke Bai, who were very reluctant, rushed to wash. Chu-Ye closed his eyes outside the dormitory and waited for a while before Mo Fan cleaned them up. The two walked side by side to the classroom, and the students passing by during the period still kept them away. Sitting in the seat, Chu-Ye nodded to Li Lan, and it was considered hello. Sitting in the seat, Li Yu had disappeared from the class, and the small circle originally led by him had also dispersed. The position of the squad leader has also fallen to a girl with a nice face. Until now, Chu-Ye has not paid attention to their names. In Chu-Ye's heart, their group has also been divided among the passers-by who passed by a small section of his life. Does not care about their background, whether they are good or not, or even their life and death. In the six-tailed incident, Chu-Ye kept pulling Mo Fan into the corner, and even after the six-tailed became a nine-tailed, Chu-Ye did not go up to help Li Yu, but obeyed teacher Li Yuma's arrangement to stay aside. Staying with the ghost elves day and night seems to induce the indifference buried in his heart. When looking at things, he always weighs the pros and cons in advance, and then chooses the direction that is beneficial to himself, regardless of the perspective of others. Jingle bell. The bell for class is on time. The teacher has already stood in front of the podium. Ordinary courses are basically read according to the text. Students here mainly rely on self-study. Elf teachers don't take the students to study, and they tirelessly explain and teach over and over again. Chu-Ye has been in class for a week, and every class ends on time. There is no delay in get out of class. If there is something that you can't understand in class, you can only go to the library to check for materials, or spend credits to apply for after-school tutoring. These are not too difficult for Chu-Ye. After a week of evil making up, Chu-Ye's learning progress is almost on the same level as others, and even in some respects, it is far surpassing others because of constantly eating books in the library. Chu-Ye eats a few pear fruits every day. After long-term consumption of this tree fruit, Chu-Ye clearly feels that his thinking seems to be clearer and thinking about problems much faster. One morning passed, Chu-Ye had a meal in the cafeteria first, and then, instead of wasting time on lunch breaks, he went to the library and cleaned it. Originally, he had to put the returned books in place. Because it was the weekend yesterday, and the books returned today are not too many, Chu-Ye also saved a lot of time, so he went to the training room non-stop. On weekends, Chu-Ye didn't dare to exercise hard because of her shoulders hurt by the variety of monsters. In addition, she took a lot of tasks in the gym on Sundays, and she also delayed her daily physical exercise. But after the treatment at the Elf Center, the skin wounds on Chu-Ye's body were healed, only a faint scar was left. Fortunately, Variety Monster didn't use all its strength to crush Chu-Ye's bones, otherwise it would be troublesome. Entered the training room, Gai Sai consciously floated towards the target, and started a new round of smashing shadow balls, usually outside due to location problems. Shadow are generally banned by Chu-Ye. Ghosts will only let go of their hands and feet only in the training room. Do I have hands and feet? Pi, ghosts. Chu-Ye took off his hat. There were no cameras in the training room. Teachers would rent them occasionally. These secret places for training elves are prohibited from monitoring. After all, no one wants to pass on the information of his elves. Variety Monster also shrank into a group to show its original appearance. The training room was very large. Variety Monster came here for the first time, and his two small eyes looked around with curiosity. Xiaobai. Chu Yi's attention was drawn back by Chu Yet. In the past 2 days, Variety Weird has obeyed Chu Yi's instructions very much. www.novel.com. Although he is a wild elf, he also yearns for a comfortable life and can continue to change by Chu Yi's side. Strong, stay at ease in a warm room to rest, then who would want to go back to the outdoor environment where the wind, meals, sleep, sun and rain? Xiaobai, now I arrange your training, just like the ghosts. First, Xiaobai, you first take turns to use the several transformations you can now. Even though the Variety Weird was confused and didn't know Chu Yi's purpose, he still obediently followed Chu Yi's ideas. The 4 elves of Big Wolf Dog, Arbor Snake, Little Lotta and Aroma were subtly imitated by Variety Monster, but Variety Monster stopped after 1 round. Now, Xiaobai, you know the forms of the Great Wolfhound and the Arbor Snake best, and you can transform very quickly. However, there is a disadvantage that you have to change back to the original form after you have transformed into a spirit before you can transform into another kind of wizard. I don't know if it's the reason for the transformation skills. Xiaobai, first try to transform into an arbor snake after being transformed into a great wolfhound without changing its original shape. Variety Monster lowered his head and thought for a while. His body swelled into the appearance of a big wolf dog, and then the dog body began to melt and twist, and the black fur gradually transformed into the appearance of an arbor snake. It seems that this transformation makes Variety Weird very uncomfortable, and the transformation process is far less rapid than when the body becomes an arbor snake. It took almost half a minute for the Variety Monster to change from a big wolf dog to an arbor snake, which made Variety Monster very dissatisfied and twisted the snake body to hover together, and his 2 vertical pupils stared at Chu Ye closely. Chu Ye smiled slightly and said, Xiaobai, don't worry, as long as you strengthen, exercise and transform in the future, it will be fine. To detect the shortcomings of the elves and correct them to make the elves stronger is what the trainer has to do. Chapter 60, Infinite Martial Arts Magic. There is another, after Xiaobai turned into a new elf, is it very unsuitable for his new body? Thinking of the appearance of Chu Yat, who was lying on the ground and unable to stand up when the Variety Monster became an aromatic essence, the corner of Chu Yi's mouth was slightly bent with a smile. The Variety Monster that has become an arbor snake has a long mouth, and slowly melted back to the jelly appearance. The sluggish appearance did not turn into the arbor snake's smart expression. Chu Yi's heart suddenly flashed, as if he had a way to make Variety Monster quickly adapt to his new body and quickly master the body's fighting instinct. Take out the Fool's Library and Endless Martial Arts from the inventory, because the effect of Gaisai's multi-shadow clone is slightly overlapped with the effect of the Fool's Library. Gaisai also has a curse symbol to strengthen himself against control of energy. So Chu Ye didn't wear the Fool's Library for the ghosts, but these 2 things were made by Variety Weird, and the effects seemed to be very similar to Variety Weird. Yesterday, Chu Ye saw the unmastered skills of the Variety Monster transforming into a fragrance essence. Chu Ye first put Infinite Martial Arts on the body of Variety Monster and said, Xiaobai, try if you can learn the skills inside. The Variety Monster has never been in contact with the skill's secret stone, and didn't know what to do, so he had to wrap the skill's secret stone into its translucent body, and the skill's secret stone filled with black mist gradually merged into the Variety Monster. In the body, Chu Ye opened the modifier and found that the Variety Monster had successfully learned the Endless Martial Arts. Variety Weird hasn't realized what's going on. It seems that he hasn't learned anything. He looks left and right to look at his body, wondering if he has failed in learning. Xiaobai, you are now trying to transform into various elves. Don't change back to the original appearance during the transformation. Variety Weird was a little dazed, and then he obeyed Chu Yi's instructions, and instantly turned into an arbor snake when he twisted his body. It was faster and faster than before. The arbor snake's body gradually expanded and grew limbs and scales. The black fur. There is no pause during the time of the variety monster, as if it is acting according to the body's instinct. As long as it thinks about the body, it will automatically respond. In the end it turned into an aromatic essence, and the aroma began to permeate the surroundings. The variety monster did not rush back to its original shape. The variety monster originally lying on the ground seemed to have grasped something. The body supporting the aroma essence with both hands slowly stood up. Up. Variety Weird looked at its own hands and standing feet a little strangely. It didn't know how Variety Weird stood up. It just wanted to stand up according to this body's instinct. It took several years for variety monsters to adapt to the bodies of the great wolfhound and arbor snake before slowly forming combat effectiveness. And now, variety monster squatted slightly, using the aroma of the body to quickly run and spin in the training room, during which variety monster also made an incredible move. The little hand was pressed directly in the air during the run, and a transparent wall was formed instantly, and the aromatic essence stood on the transparent wall as a foothold as if floating in the air. Light wall? Chuya seemed to remember that aromatic essence had this skill. He directly opened the modifier to check it. Chuya discovered that the variety monster that had turned into aromatic essence was an unmastered skill and had become LV5 under the control of body instinct. Could it be that after eating the aroma essence, it completely simulates all the cells of the aroma essence, and then with endless martial arts, the variety monster masters the instinct of this body, and then it becomes able to control the energy by giving the skills that have not been learned to release before. Is it used? During thinking, the variety monster leaped down from the light wall and turned into a big wolf dog in mid-air, forming a tooth shape against the faint evil energy around the body of a target. Break. The target was about to break between the opening and closing of the energy teeth, and the body of the great wolfhound that had just landed melted into a ball, and a dark purple shadow bounced up on the spot. It fell to the side of the fitness equipment and hung upside down. Is exactly the shape of an arbor snake. The body is coiled on the horizontal bar, and the body shrinks forcefully. The originally straight horizontal bar bends instantly. Tighten. The variety monster that bends the horizontal bar did not continue to transform, but slowly returned to its original appearance on the mat underneath, and his small eyes were obviously more sluggish than usual. It has been stunned by its own physical instincts. Originally, other forms of the body need to be focused and carefully controlled every part of the body to allow itself to play a normal arbor snake or great wolf dog. The strength of 7 or 8 points. Is that the secret skill stone? Variety Weird looked at Chuya who was walking towards it, and his eyes seemed to be slightly stunned. That skill secret stone should be very precious. After all, it can make oneself fuse far beyond the previous strength, quickly correct the shortcomings of oneself in the battle. www.novel.com Even with other elves forms can exert 100% or even 120% combat effectiveness. I should be lucky to meet him. Don't look at the usual taciturn appearance of Variety Weird. Actually, Chu Yi's actions in the past 2 days can be seen in his eyes, and his heart is also touched. Whether it is to enhance one's potential, provide a warm shelter, or show concern about facing danger, or make a qualitative change in the abilities of ever-changing strangeness. The elves are actually very simple. If you treat them well, they will give you back 10 times 100 times. In human society, if you are sincere with people, it may only be meat buns and dogs, but if you are sincere to elves, only 8 out of 10 will pay you. My heart will return to you. Just like Variety Weird, he originally didn't trust humans and became close to Chuya. Although the process only lasted 2 days, Variety Weird had already seen the shining light on Chuya. No matter good or bad, no matter good or evil, if someone really treats it well, then what does good and bad, good and evil have to do with all kinds of strange things? Chuya came to the front of Variety Monster, squatted on the soft cushion, and reached out to stroke Variety Monster's slippery body. Although there was a trace of fatigue on his face, his eyes were stained with dark circles. But the gentleness in his eyes is lingering, and it is clear that Chuya often looks at ghosts with this look. By Gaisai, obviously I came first. Before returning from the sluggishness, the variety weird heard Chu Yi's joyous voice. Congratulations, Xiao Bai. Looking at Chu Yi blankly, the thought of wanting to protect this smile came up in his heart. Ah, Xiao Bai, this is the name he gave me, then I will be Xiao Bai.